Chapter 1. June 18th, BC 2027, Midsummer. On this day, the summit of Mount Aquinos welcomed a congregation of devoted followers of the God of Light, hailing from the Royal Knightly Order of the Southeastern Kingdom of Rabbles. In the vast and ancient land of Sulgula, the Kingdom of Rabbles may not boast the largest territory, yet it stands as one of the most prosperous realms. Geographically, the kingdom is situated at the far eastern edge of the Lehman Peninsula, a mere 40 nautical miles from the boundless sea to the southeast. The entire kingdom's western and eastern expanse resembles a hooked thong, with the east characterized by interwoven plains and rivers, while the west, resting at the foothills of the Central Mountain Range, is rugged and mountainous. During summer, the monsoon winds sweeping in from the sea travel southwest along the mountainous terrain, resulting in heavy rainfall and tsunamis along the eastern coastal areas, rendering them largely uninhabited and giving rise to multiple marshlands. In addition, the northern and southwestern regions, closer to the mountains, are adorned with relatively pristine forests. Mount Aquinos itself is located on a grand island to the west of the Sulgula continent, spanning nearly 3 million square kilometers, entirely encircled by impassable mountains. The interior consists of 20% basin and plains, while 80% is dominated by perpetually snow-capped peaks and primordial forests. The sole passage to the island's interior is the Gillenler Pilgrimage Path, constructed over 1,000 years ago, a monumental bridge established by the once mighty Lorenville Empire to connect the divine realm with the mortal world. This island has long been a site of divine miracles, and the followers of the God of Light from the Lorenville Empire established this connection with the mainland as a pilgrimage route for the faithful. It is through the efforts of countless individuals and the governance of successive popes that the site has attained its current form. The island was christened Singlon, the Island of Heavenly Connection, by the inaugural pope. The temples of the God of Light are nestled among the Singlon Mountains in the northern region, with a winding path of blue bricks concealed within the peaks. First, there lies a vast platform adorned with 365 colossal marble statues, representing the divine from various heights, extending along a flat concrete road for several kilometers to the grand entrance. Ascending 100 steps leads to the Holy Light Gate, powered by magical crystal stones. Unlike ordinary doors, this gate resembles a flowing curtain, with visible magical ripples coursing across its surface, automatically filtering and purifying the impurities of visitors. Towering 20 meters on either side are city walls, and beyond the semi-transparent gate, one can glimpse the grand staircase leading to the sanctum of the God of Light. Upon passing through the gate, one enters a slightly smaller square than the previous platform, flanked by buildings accommodating the pilgrims on either side. Behind the residences of the faithful stands a second Holy Light Gate, also 20 meters high. Surrounding the grand staircase are other temples dedicated to various deities, with 2 holy knights clad in armor, wielding long spears and shields, stationed at intervals of 100 steps, steadfastly guarding their posts. Before the Temple of the God of Light lies a vast plaza, with a cross-shaped layout, at the center of which is a large fountain covering several hundred square meters. The spring water, emanating from the sacred mountains, sparkles with clarity and radiates a profound sacred aura, while the surrounding green lawns flourish under the blessings of the holy water. Further ahead lies a 1-meter-wide artificial water channel, with water flowing just above ankle deep, allowing visitors to cleanse themselves before entering the holy temple of the God of Light, as all who wish to enter must undergo a baptism to approach the divine sanctum with purity. Behind this temple rises the majestic peak of Mount Aquinos, a symbol of solemnity and sanctity. The Pope, closest to the God of Light, resides in proximity to the holy temple, while others dwell at lower levels of the grand staircase, descending in rank. The monks and nuns of the God of Light have established their living quarters around the sacred mountain. During ordinary days, as dawn breaks, sunlight cascades into the main sanctuary, marking the optimal time for the devoted to engage in their lifelong service to the God of Light. However, today is somewhat different. A contingent of knights from the Kingdom of Rabbles, while embarking on their pilgrimage, brings with them a unique patient, the royal bloodline of the Kingdom of Rabbles, 12-year-old Princess Sevalinda Rabbles. This princess has been in a perpetual slumber since birth. Despite the king's repeated attempts at treatment, no ailment could be discerned. Intriguingly, although the princess remains asleep, her growth has not been stunted. She continues to develop slowly, showing no signs of complications that might arise from prolonged unconsciousness. After exhausting all avenues of diagnosis, the king relinquished hope for her recovery, allowing her to remain in her endless slumber. The current king, steeped in conservative beliefs, having abandoned his firstborn daughter, deemed to hold no long-term value, redirected his efforts towards procreation, laboring day and night to ensure a male heir for the kingdom. After several years of endeavor, he was finally rewarded with a male child, born 7 years after the first. With his long-held desire fulfilled, the king, amidst his joy of having a successor, became increasingly indifferent towards his daughter. Years passed, and he even forgot that he had a daughter who lay in eternal sleep. It was only by chance that he overheard a conversation between the former queen's maidservants regarding this matter that Count Silin brought it up during a private audience with the king. Count Geselu Silin-Leomindes, a childhood friend of the king, played a significant role in securing the throne for him without his assistance. The current monarch would never have emerged victorious among numerous contenders. Hence, the king held Count Silin in great esteem and refrained from expressing anger when discussing this sensitive topic. As for why this obscure matter remained unknown to many, should it not be kept discreet? The queen bore a daughter who remained forever asleep, deemed devoid of value, a fact that could lead to her downfall and subsequent demise in obscurity. This perception was merely a reflection of the king's severe gender bias. In truth, rumors about the prince's eternal slumber had long circulated throughout the kingdom, with only a few regions remaining uninformed due to transportation difficulties. Nonetheless, these were private whispers. Out of respect for the count who had aided him in attaining the throne, Count Silin had to persuade the king to allow the princess to visit the holy temple of the god of light atop Mount Aquinos, in hopes that the sacred powers of the mountain and the count's robust faith as a holy knight might yield a miracle. The king, however, paid little heed to his daughter. After dismissing the loyal count, he turned his attention back to the joys of having an heir. After a quarter of a year of travel from the capital, the knightly contingent led by Count Silin arrived at the holy temple on Mount Aquinos, while the princess had spent her 12th birthday in her uninterrupted slumber the previous day. The clock on the wall pointed to 2 in the morning, and the elderly man seated at the desk continued to wield his quill, engrossed in calculations upon the sheets of parchment, indifferent to the passage of time, his full attention fixated on the desk before him. After a prolonged period, he set down the now-bent quill, his white brows furrowed in contemplation. Majorian, the 73rd Pope of the Holy Temple, is a figure of considerable significance on the Sulgula continent. Within the ecclesiastical hierarchy, he stands as the supreme spiritual leader, directing the papacy in disseminating doctrine and proclaiming the glory of the God of light. To the world, he appears exalted, adorned with numerous divine auras, his every word and action capable of swaying the ruling elite of nations. In terms of position, none can rival his authority as the agent of the divine. His power is boundless, and none dare offend him for fear of being cast out as heretics by the church. Moreover, he is among the few remaining humans who still wield advanced magical powers. In nearly a century since he ascended to the rank of a 10th-level holy mage, no other human or even beings of other races inhabiting the Sulgula continent have managed to reach this sanctified realm. The 10th-level holy mage has become a legend, a mythic pinnacle. However, this legendary mage, pope, and ambassador of peace for humanity is not the stern, somber figure most envision. Those who have encountered him often leave with the impression that, had no one informed them they stood before the current pope, they would perceive Majorian as a warm, affable, and ordinary elderly gentleman, devoid of any ostentatious signs of his papal office. While the serious image of a spiritual leader may be the accepted norm among the populace, his approachable demeanor undeniably bridges the gap between individuals. Indeed, due to his nature, Majorian has earned the reputation of being the most affable and accomplished pope in history, even surpassing the first pope in terms of merit. To the common observer, it seems that no challenge could possibly confound this legendary mage. Yet, at this moment, Manjorian finds himself grappling with a perplexing dilemma that a pilgrimage party from the far eastern region of the continent, the Rabel's Kingdom, which is separated by a 5-hour time difference from the seat of the Holy See, arrived in Aquinas yesterday evening. In addition to the leader, the esteemed knight Count Celine, who brought along the kingdom's nightly order for their customary pilgrimage, a remarkable revelation was presented by this devout follower of the God of Light, who had previously spent a considerable amount of time studying in this locale. The kingdom's eldest princess has seemingly remained in a state of slumber since the moment of her birth. At first, the Pope suspected that the princess might have fallen victim to some nefarious curse, considering the geographical positioning of the Rabel's Kingdom, a coastal nation boasting hundreds of kilometers of shoreline. Beyond its eastern borders lies the infamous Serpian kingdom of the sea demons, notorious for their mastery of voodoo and curses, a fact well known throughout the continent. These sea creatures have engaged in relentless warfare with humankind since time immemorial, harboring grievances that have become irreconcilable. Should any member of either race encounter the other, the only recourse is the grim ultimatum: either I shall slay you, or you shall slay me. However, after a preliminary investigation, he dismissed this possibility. A great river flows from the royal capital directly to the ocean, yet the sea demons are aquatic beings. The drastic environmental shift from salt water to fresh water would be lethal for them, and the princess, in her perpetual slumber, would have had no opportunity to approach the seaside. Following a series of examinations that yielded no answers, even Manjolian, with his extensive experience over a century of life, found himself confounded by such an unprecedented circumstance. At that moment, Manjolian realized that this might be an ailment he had never before encountered, leaving him utterly uninformed about it. Not only is Manjolian a devout follower of the God of Light, but he is also an esteemed master of herbalism and alchemy, skills he honed out of necessity. Over a century ago, during his youth, like many others, he adhered to the teachings of the Church of Light. At that time, the continent suffered a devastating plague, which was later revealed to be a vengeful act by the sea demons against all terrestrial beings. His creation of a resistance potion drew the attention of the former pope, who, moved by Manjolian's selfless dedication to saving humanity at great personal risk, took him on as a disciple, imparting all his knowledge. Manjolian proved to be a rare genius, achieving the 10th level of legendary status by the age of 30. Thereafter, he generously shared his gifts, delving into the arcane arts and propagating the tenets of his faith, culminating in over a century of toil that led to his present accomplishments. Though he had never encountered a case like the princess, he was undeterred during his younger years. He had served as a potion master and possessed considerable skill in healing. After arranging for Count Celine and his party, he retreated to his chamber to commence his research. The wall clock continued its rhythmic ticking, the sound resonating in the quiet room. Faced with the persistent lack of insight, Manjolian's brow furrowed deeper. However, this did nothing to dampen his resolve or enthusiasm in his view. The duty of a follower of the light is to heal and save, and the divine would surely take joy in the actions of its devotees. As a representative of the divine, he felt compelled to lead by example, shouldering the responsibility without hesitation. Thus, rather than dishearten him, the challenges only fueled his determination to uncover the truth. A gentle knock echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of a youthful girl clad in a pristine nun's robe, carrying a basin of fresh water and warm, soft bread. She placed the food on a nearby table, and only then did the elder realize that breakfast time had arrived. "Master, you haven't slept all night," the girl observed, noting the weariness etched on the elder's face. To assist others, one must first ensure they possess the ability to do so. That is what you have taught me. Indeed, Melon, my dear student, the elder replied with a smile, approaching her and casually breaking off a piece of bread to satiate his empty stomach. I have also stated the importance of exerting every effort to aid those in need. Doesn't that seem contradictory? The girl regarded the elder, finding him far more approachable than the reclusive mages who obsessively studied magic. She felt less like an apprentice priestess and more akin to a granddaughter in a familial bond with this pope, an intimacy that resonated deeply with her, having lost her own family at a tender age, allowing her to speak more freely. Isn't it simple? The novice nun Melon furrowed her delicate brow. If sleeping is the reason for her unawareness, then surely awakening should resolve it. No? Hearing this, the kind elder couldn't help but chuckle. It was akin to stating the obvious. Of course, once awakened, she would indeed awaken. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, as if teasing this elderly figure. Yet, Manjolian, renowned for his meticulous nature, never overlooked any potential flaw or opportunity. After pondering the girl's words for a moment, he felt a wave of clarity wash over him, replacing his earlier frustration and worry with the exhilaration of impending discovery. Yes, that's it. He had been so preoccupied with his expertise in herbalism that he had overlooked a more direct method of treatment, albeit one far more intricate than the former. Thanks to your insight, I believe I have found the solution. The young girl was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. Are you intending to use the Song of Life? She inquired. That is an 8th level spell that if you require any specific items as a medium, please let me know so that I can prepare accordingly. Given the elderly man's propensity for acting on impulse, it was highly likely that he would proceed today, especially since he had not taken a moment's rest prior. Moreover, even if he had forgotten, she was acutely aware that he was already 133 years old. Attempting such a feat without thorough preparation would be akin to jesting with one's own life. As a student, Melon felt it her duty to offer a gentle reminder. If we employ some magical tools to assist, the success rate will significantly improve. That is this not the experience of a 3-year magic apprentice? The elder donned a fresh set of garments, splashed his face with water drawn from an indoor spring, and, while drying his face with a towel, asked, is it not merely a younger generation's concern for their elder? Manchurin nodded in agreement, tacitly acknowledging Melon's words. He was well aware of the concern woven into the girl's statement. He had devoted his life to the service of the God of Light, tirelessly spreading the tenets of illumination. In his heart, he had long regarded Melon as a granddaughter. Hearing her words warmed his spirit. Turning back to his desk, he pinned several lines on a piece of coarse parchment, then handed it to the novice nun. This is the list of items we shall require. Retrieve everything from the storeroom, and I shall take a brief respite in the meantime. Taking the parchment, Melon muttered softly, I will do my utmost to take my time, allowing you to rest a little longer. Do not even entertain such notions, the elder admonished, shaking his finger in a grave manner. This is no trivial matter. We are toying with the lives of the afflicted. Should we delay at a critical juncture, unforeseen calamities may arise. That I appreciate your concern, but refrain from making such suggestions in the future. Understood. Minter, Melon replied, lowering her head in acquiescence before departing. It was only in such a context that she mustered the courage to voice her thoughts, not for any other reason than to ensure her mentor's well-being. However, with the elder's words weighing heavily, she had no choice but to comply with his wishes. Once everything was prepared, the still drowsy elder retrieved a vial of vitality potion he had concocted and swallowed its contents in one gulp. As the crimson liquid flowed into him, he instantly regained vigor and radiance. Adjusting his garments, the Pope led Melon towards the main hall. It is not advisable to rely on such potions for extended periods. They can lead to dependence, Melon cautioned, unable to suppress her concern. Not to worry, I believe I can manage for another 40 or 50 years without issue, the elder replied with a cheerful smile. Appearing a far cry from the one who had just moments ago seemed weary, Melon chose to remain silent, as the last rays of the setting sun transformed into a golden veil draping over Mount Aquinos. The northern part of the Solgula continent welcomed yet another sunset, marking the end of another day. The chapel was designated for the evening prayers of the faithful followers of light, and due to the vastness of the Temple of Light, a considerable number of devotees resided on the holy mountain. Consequently, 12 chapels were constructed, encircling the main temple. Each chapel was immense, accommodating the multitude of worshippers with ease. Within each chapel stood a 7-meter-tall statue carved from white jade, representing the 12 divine emissaries of the God of Light. Each statue bore unique features, yet was enveloped by a profound aura of radiant faith. The main chapel of the Temple of Light, also known as the Grand Sanctuary, was a sacred space where only those of the rank of Holy Knight or above could enter to pay homage to the God of Light. Regardless of the distinctions made, the primary purpose of these sacred edifices was to listen to the fervent prayers of the faithful, to gather the essence of light, and to transmit it to the holy mountain, allowing the towering peaks to disseminate the purifying essence of light across the earth. Thus, the God of Light would, on this day, heed the supplications of mortals, providing guidance or blessings to the devout. Each chapel was flanked by 6 side chapels, arranged in pairs, while behind the statue at the far end of the main hall lay a stone chamber, veiled by a pure white curtain adorned with golden trim. The stone chamber was modest in size, merely half that of the side chapels. It was the focal point of concentrated light energy and the conduit through which the power of faith was transmitted to the divine realm. During its construction, considerations for light were paramount. Thus, the chamber was perpetually filled with warm, gentle sunlight. Coupled with the pure essence of light, it served as the ideal sanctuary for the 12 holy sanctuary attendants, the Cardinal Council, and members of the Holy Knight Order to cultivate their skills. Typically, this stone chamber remained closed to the public, as it functioned as a natural magical array, primarily used to gather devout energy and facilitate the transfer of power. However, in extraordinary circumstances, it also served as a high-level healing venue. Melon observed the girl lying on the marble surface. Even as dusk descended and night began to envelop the chamber, it remained suffused with a soothing white light, illuminating the girl with clarity. She was petite, not due to long-term malnutrition, but rather because, despite her actual age of approximately 10 years, she appeared to be no more than a 3- or 4-year-old child, 6 years younger than Melon herself. Her rosy complexion seemed somewhat incongruous for one who had been in a prolonged slumber, yet that was indeed the case. The unique rhythm of her breathing was deep and prolonged, and her lustrous, light, golden hair cascaded around her, creating an aura of languid charm. Though the untrained eye, the girl could easily be mistaken for one merely in a peaceful sleep. Even those in the know would marvel at her prolonged, unconscious state, wondering how her bodily functions remained unaffected. Melon was not particularly well-versed in medical terminology. Her years spent assisting the Pope had not granted her a comprehensive understanding of such concepts. However, she was acutely aware of the remedy required to treat this affliction, the Song of Life. An 8th-level mass healing spell of the light attribute. Its purpose was to awaken the latent life potential within its recipients, fully healing all beings within a 5-kilometer radius, resurrecting the deceased, purifying all forms of malevolence, and significantly enhancing the efficacy of all beneficial light spells. It was a strategic-level spell, typically reserved for such high-stakes scenarios, though it could also be employed for healing, albeit appearing somewhat excessive for that purpose. Moreover, this spell bore a grave flaw. One must sacrifice in order to gain it was an immutable law that governed all things. In the rapid restoration of life lay the cost of burning one's life potential. Everything in existence possesses a life potential. Even inanimate objects like a table have a finite lifespan. While the Song of Life could temporarily accelerate recovery, it did so at the expense of the individual's own life potential. Should the consumption exceed one's capacity, the moment the spell's effects waned, the result would be obliteration, leaving no trace behind, complete and utter disappearance. Melon, who held deep respect for her mentor, would naturally not question the viability of this remedy. After all, she was merely a novice nun, lacking the authority to doubt the conclusions of a legendary sorcerer whose age and magical prowess far surpassed her own. Yet, she could not shake a flicker of anxiety regarding her mentor's ability to successfully cast such a spell, nor whether the patient would awaken before her life potential was completely expended. However, her concerns about the latter diminished upon witnessing the sleeping princess before her. The girl's rosy complexion indicated that she was not weakened by illness, but merely trapped in a state of slumber. Her vibrant hair, healthy skin, and steady breathing suggested that the issue at hand was simply one of awakening. In terms of physical condition and age, she was more than capable of enduring the magical expenditure. Most individuals in this world, barring unforeseen circumstances or ailments, could expect to live beyond 60 years, and even in the face of illness and injury, there were priests and apothecaries to provide healing. The girl's youth afforded her ample capacity to withstand the toll of magic. Nonetheless, Melon was acutely aware of the complexities involved in casting light magic, as both the duration of incantation and the stringent requirements placed upon the caster determined the quality of the spell. Maximizing the effectiveness of a spell was a profound discipline at the 5th level. Regardless of their attribute, sorcerers of lesser ranks would find it impossible to wield dark magic. Light and dark magic were fundamentally opposed, and attempting to chant a spell of one's antithesis was tantamount to courting death. Even 3rd-level sorcerers of a different attribute would struggle to successfully cast equivalent light magic, highlighting the challenges inherent in the release of light spells. Even a figure such as Manchurin, steeped in the realm of light magic for years, would find it no simple feat to cast the Song of Life, which was 2 levels beneath his own. The difficulty was not merely a matter of levels. The 5th level represented a watershed moment, halting the progress of the vast majority of sorcerers. Beyond this threshold, the challenges of casting spells escalated exponentially. Despite his legendary status, his success rate would only marginally improve. Were it another, the conditions for the operation of magic could never be ignited. Furthermore, the reason why strategic-level magic is termed as such lies in the undeniable fact that it cannot solely be propelled by individual prowess. Manjolian's audacity to wield the Song of Life single-handedly is not merely reliant on his illustrious title, although it carries significant weight. It also hinges upon a multitude of magical artifacts that serve as conduits to dissipate the magical pressure generated by the incantation. After all, humanity cannot defy the natural order. Even deities are bound by certain laws. Thus, Malin meticulously selects magical devices, ensuring that only those with the highest tolerance are chosen to prevent unforeseen mishaps during the invocation of spells. May the divine assist the mentor in successfully executing the magical incantation, and may the gods show compassion towards this unfortunate girl, allowing their radiant light to forever illuminate the earth. Malin's right hand formed a gentle grasp, while her left pressed upon it, fingers interlocked in a feminine gesture of prayer, as she fervently hoped for the success of the impending healing. Malin, have you prepared everything? A gentle voice inquired from behind her as her prayer concluded. Yes, mentor, Malin replied, turning to see her esteemed teacher, Pope Manjolian. Please, exercise utmost caution, she added. Due to the unparalleled mastery of magic possessed by Manjolian, whose legendary title far surpassed that of others, the imbalance in the infusion of magical energy during collaborative spells was significantly heightened. The Pope, wary of potential incidents, chose not to summon others for assistance, instead opting to rely on his own strength, supplemented by numerous exquisite magical artifacts, to achieve the goal of healing. Do not worry. Child, the Pope reassured with a benevolent smile, the warmth of his presence bringing a measure of solace to Malin. I shall select the necessary magical items. During this time, please fetch Count Silin for me. I need to seek his consent, as it pertains to the life and death of a princess of the kingdom. After completing his daily prayers, Count Silin surveyed the quarters of his subordinates with a solemn demeanor. As a member of a pilgrimage from the kingdom, they had received a warm welcome. The officiant of the Holy See recognized Count Silin, a former member of the Holy Knights, thus facilitating their accommodations significantly. For instance, the rations had been generously increased, although as they had yet to reach the peak period of pilgrimage, such conveniences were easily arranged, and thus Count Silin did not feel indebted to anyone. As he arrived at the encampment, the sounds of combat and cheers quickly captured his attention. Not far ahead, his subordinates had formed a circle, within which the clashing of metal reverberated. In this makeshift arena stood 2 members of the Knight Order, both of similar age, around 17 or 18 years old. One, clad in red light cavalry armor, exuded an aura of boldness and vitality. Those who encountered him were invariably drawn to his personality and became friends. He donned black leather gloves reinforced with metal plates, gripping the end of a long spear, its tip aimed directly at his opponent. The other, adorned in light blue knight armor, bore an expression of intense concentration. His right hand clasping a knight's sword, its point angled downward, his body immobile, his sky-blue eyes intently fixed upon his adversary. Unlike the ever-proud glimmer in the eyes of the Red Knight, his emotions were inscrutable. One being spirited while the other was calm, creating a stark contrast between them. Ari Sid, relentless offense is not advisable, the swordsman remarked, parrying another thrust from the Red Knight with a tone of indifference. Defense does not guarantee victory either, Gritoya, the Red Knight, retorted jovially, his spear darting forth like a viper striking at his foe. The silver tip of the spear hovered near the Blue Knight's chest, expertly controlling the force to allow for a timely retreat should his opponent falter. The Blue Knight raised his sword defensively, deflecting the onslaught with ease, then seized the opportunity to counterattack, a flash of silver slicing towards his adversary. "Hey!" Ari Sid, the Red Knight, grinned as he deftly maneuvered the spear's tail with his left hand, swiftly twisting his right hand to deflect Gritoya's sword with a flick of his weapon in a seamless motion. He retracted the spear's tail, propelling it like an arrow from his right hand. The fleeting look of helplessness in the Blue Knight's elongated eyes vanished as he swiftly extended his left hand, firmly grasping the iron tip and wooden shaft of the spear, while his right hand inverted, transforming his grip into that of a dagger. As he closed the distance, he lunged at the Red Knight. Ari Sid felt the blade's edge approach his throat, and without a moment's hesitation, he relinquished his spear, ducking low and rolling to evade in battle. To abandon one's weapon is to court death. Observing his opponent dusting off non-existent debris, unfazed by his earlier tumble, Gritoya remarked coolly as he discarded his spear onto the ground. "My arsenal extends beyond just the spear," the Red Knight quipped, unfazed by his adversary's admonition, as he drew a short sword from his waist and flaunted it with a flourish. In response to the other's brashness, Gritoya smirked, picking up the fallen spear and tossing it back to his opponent before sheathing his sword, just as Ari Sid was about to propose another round. He noticed his superior approaching and quickly saluted. "Commander!" Sillin returned the gesture, signaling for the others to resume their activities. Strolling towards the two, he regarded them as knights who had been nurtured since childhood, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with the results of over a decade of tailored training. Ari Sid, naturally cheerful and talkative, easily connected with others and excelled in cavalry charges, leading from the front during battles and earning the admiration of many in the order. Gritoya, on the other hand, was calm and brooding, yet possessed the valor and insight necessary for seizing opportunities, exuding an almost commanding presence. The pairing of these two created an exceptional combination. "Have you made further progress?" Ari Sid inquired with a grin. "Thanks to your guidance, Commander." "Spare me the flattery. I was not addressing you," Gritoya interjected coldly, clearly irked by his rival's triumphant demeanor. The reason was simple. He was not of that temperament, and being alongside someone with such a contrasting personality felt uncomfortable, akin to a crow cawing incessantly nearby. "I know. Your envy is palpable," Ari Sid teased, seemingly unfazed by Gritoya's demeanor, or perhaps he was simply oblivious to it. "Envy my foot." Gritoya's brow twitched, unable to tolerate the expressive face directed at him, turning his head aside. "Commander, when shall we return?" After teasing his stoic counterpart, Ari Sid asked eagerly. "The princess is yet to be healed." "There is no need to rush," Sillin admonished with a glare. "Commander, there's something I hesitate to inquire," Ari Sid began, scratching his brown hair, aware that the topic was not one to be discussed openly in front of so many. He lowered his voice. Will the princess awaken? Not only did he harbor this doubt, but even Sillin himself could not confidently assert that bringing the princess here would ensure her recovery. She had been in slumber for over a decade, and her consciousness remained uncertain. Sillin held onto a sliver of hope, as despite the princess's prolonged unconsciousness, her body had continued to grow, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace. Regardless, she was still alive. And on the day he became a holy knight, his superior had repeatedly emphasized the essential virtue of a holy knight: compassion. All beings possess inherent value, and one must not determine their fate based on personal whims. As an outstanding holy knight and a member of the Holy See's Knight Order, Sillin consistently upheld the spirit of knighthood, which was a key reason he reached the 6th tier of knighthood before the age of 30. Both martial prowess and the elevation of spirit were essential. The 5th tier represented a watershed moment, where most would become fixed in that rank without further ascension. Indeed, strength was one aspect, but the refinement of spirit was equally indispensable. Driven by compassion, he selflessly aided anyone in need, striving to the best of his abilities. "She is still alive," Why can she not awaken? Silen asserted. Only those who have lost their souls remain forever in slumber. Just as Arisid was about to respond, Gratoya interrupted him. Commander, the Holy See has arrived. He pointed ahead. Selene turned around to see a golden-haired girl clad in a white nun's robe approaching her. With a slight bow, the novice nun, Mylin Shalia Pasun, greeted the Count. After the formalities, she smiled gently and added, His Holiness has sent me to invite you. Has His Holiness devised a method to heal Her Highness? Selene inquired as they walked towards the Sanctum of Light. Are you familiar with the magic known as Song of Life? Mylin paused, not answering directly, but instead posed a question in return. Selene's expression stiffened. As a former member of the Holy Knights of the Light, a devout follower of the faith, how could he be unaware of such a strategic spell of the light attribute? It possessed the power to purify an entire city. However, could this magic be employed in such a manner? Sensing his doubt, Mylin elaborated, the ultimate goal of the Song of Life is to swiftly restore all abilities of the recipient, dispelling harmful spells and enhancing beneficial ones. Nevertheless, this is predicated on the consumption of the recipient's life potential. The weight of her words prompted a nod from the Count, revealing the depth of knowledge possessed by this nun close to the Pope. The Pope's thought process, it seemed, was that if there was a time constraint on the slumber, perhaps the princess's life potential could be expended to awaken her prematurely. Wait, Selene pressed a hand to his head. The notion of employing an 8th-level spell, the Song of Life, in this manner was not difficult for him, having reached the 6th level of Holy Knight at the tender age of 26, to grasp. Theoretically, this method was indeed feasible. Yet he found himself caught in a contradiction. He wished for the princess to awaken and had come here for that very reason. Yet he feared she might not awaken. Do not worry, my lord, Mylin reassured him. You are well aware of His Holiness's capabilities. He never boasts, and if he claims he can achieve it, then he undoubtedly will. The girl's serene countenance bore a faint smile, exuding an overwhelming confidence in her mentor. Very well, Selene conceded after a moment of contemplation, realizing he had no alternative but to place his trust in this course of action. That I am delighted that you have agreed. Upon encountering Selene, Pope Manjolian had completed the arrangement of the magical apparatus. Your assistance is the kingdom's greatest honor. How could I refuse such a boon? The Count performed his standard knightly salute. Speaking from the heart, Pope Manjolian smiled kindly, gesturing, I presume Mylin has briefed you on the way here. Everything is at your discretion, Your Holiness, Selene replied, bowing. We have no other options, rather than allowing Her Highness to remain in slumber indefinitely. It is better to take a gamble, regardless of the outcome, to provide an explanation to His Majesty the King. The Count was acutely aware that this was not solely for the sake of his supported royal brother, but also for his former lover. He could not relinquish hope for a cure on the white granite table. The girl remained in a deep slumber, her long, pale golden eyelashes and similarly colored hair appearing almost pure white under the radiance. Her doll-like form seeming diminutive upon the massive stone table, and no one knew when she would awaken, nor whether she could indeed awaken. This was the sole bloodline of Eileen, now reduced to such a state. Selene sighed inwardly, contemplating that had she been openly acknowledged sooner, perhaps she would not have been summoned to the royal court. But what had been the outcome? His friend and sovereign, Seventusa, was a man of rigid traditionalism. To put it bluntly, a stickler for rules, fixated on the letter of the law and its strict enforcement. He was also superstitious, firmly believing that the queen must be reborn as a prince, or else she could not be queen. This belief had been validated by Aileen. 9 months after her coronation as queen, she bore a princess, only to be cast into the cold palace by the enraged king and succumb to despair a year later. The peculiar affliction of this supposedly cursed infant only served to further alienate the king, who refused even to glance at her again. For over a decade, he had not visited his daughter, forbidding anyone from mentioning the matter. Even when Selene broached the topic, the king's countenance soured, as if discussing something repugnant. When they had arrived, the king had made his intentions clear. If the girl could be healed, it would provide the royal family with an additional political asset. If not, there would be no need to return her, for the rabble's royal family would not continue to support a burden that offered no contribution to the kingdom or its lineage. Though Selene felt a heavy stone lodged in his heart, he could not defend the child of his former lover. I respect your choice. Geslup, go fulfill your duties. Return when you have become a holy knight, and then I shall forever belong to you." The words of his beloved echoed faintly in his ears, yet they were but a memory now, perhaps sensing the weight of the Count's emotions. The Pope gestured for Gezelou to depart. "Please follow me, my lord. His Majesty is about to commence." Mylin stepped forward, leading the Count out of the stone chamber. As the great door of the chamber slowly closed, Celine remained gazing in that direction, lost in thought. "Do not worry, my lord," Mylin said, her alabaster visage perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, emanating a sacred aura of light. "If you must be concerned, then pray to the omniscient and omnipotent God of light, beseeching him for a favorable outcome." With that, she approached the drapery before the massive statue, kneeling in a posture of prayer, murmuring incantations. Celine had spent 3 years living on the holy mountain from the age of 15. Aware that the Church of Light had long established a decree allowing each nation on the continent to select outstanding individuals for advanced study on the holy mountain, a system devised to ensure military personnel and funding. Having grown up bathed in the divine light, he held a profound reverence and admiration for the highest deity of this land. Finding no other recourse, he took a seat in the front row near the statue. Clasping his hands in earnest prayer, within the stone chamber, Pope Manjolian began reciting the incantations to guide the magical spell. As he uttered the intricate and obscure phrases, the dimness of the stone chamber, which had descended with nightfall, gradually brightened. Around the granite table, the ground began to manifest intricate and ornate magical circles, each emanating streams of light from the magical apparatus placed at their focal points. The light poured into the meticulously inscribed paths, converging from all directions through the labyrinthine diagram until it reached the very center, where the stone table L-A-Y.I-T quickly coursed through the engraved grooves atop the table, racing to gather at the back of the girl who lay upon it. The Pope's incantations did not waver. With a flick of his right hand, which gripped the sacred staff, a point of light coalesced. Beneath this radiance, the magical apparatus was channeling its energy, transporting the light elements amassed in the stone floor into the luminous sphere, while the flow of magical elements continued unabated. Vast and magnificent light coalesce through the channel of life. Those elements, symbolizing life and hope, grant a rebirth anew. With each incantation the Pope uttered, the surrounding light elements intensified. By the time he completed this segment of the incantation, the chamber was as bright as day. Disperse the evil, disperse the darkness, bring forth the breath of life, banish death, and bestow the essence of life. The beam of pure white light slowly descended upon the stone table, illuminating the girl's form, as the pristine light elements enveloped her, penetrating her skin and purifying every impurity within. The Pope, guiding the flow of light elements, suddenly opened his eyes wide, his aged yet resonant voice echoing throughout the chamber. Praise be to the God of light, the song of life. The intensity of the light elements within the chamber surged, and the Pope, bathed in the holy light, felt a profound sense of comfort as the vast magical energy expended in the casting of the spell was replenished in an instant. Restoring him to a state of abundance, he focused his gaze upon the true beneficiary of this magic. Observing the girl's subtle movements, he could distinctly sense her transitioning towards a more favorable state. Having received the direct baptism of the Song of Life, the magic hastening the emergence of her life potential wrought significant changes within her. Her hair visibly lengthened, and the body that had seemed merely 3 or 4 years old began to grow, reaching a height befitting her age in just over a minute. The impurities expelled by her rapid metabolism were continually elevated by the surrounding sacred light. Yet the girl did not awaken. Her eyelids struggled, as if wishing to shake off the weight and open, but she could not succeed. The once standard visage now bore a hint of expression. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Pope Manjolian discerned that it was a consequence of prolonged slumber. Yet the weight could not persist. The power of the hymn of life was immense. If she could not awaken of her own accord, then it was imperative that another rouse her, lest the tempo of life's hymn exhaust her potential, leading her to wither away and swiftly succumb to oblivion. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Pope Manjolian unleashed a thunderous cry akin to a rumbling storm. "Awaken, Seraphine, who slumbers in the violet dream. In that instant, as the Pope's words echoed, the girl finally stirred, her eyelids fluttering as she struggled to open her eyes and discern the identity of her awakened. At the utterance of her name, her previously sealed eyes flew open. Bathed in a pure, vast magic, illuminated by a brilliant yet gentle divine light, the girl who had slept for 12 years awakened. I am not dead. Where is this place? The girl gazed around with bewildered eyes, perceiving a world enveloped in milky white, where only whiteness existed, while the haunting melodies of celestial hymns seemed to resonate in her ears. She felt as though she had been asleep for an eternity, her body devoid of strength. Yet in truth, it felt as if she had merely dozed for a brief moment. The previous scene of a bamboo pole piercing her eye lingered in her mind, only to be replaced by the current one, surrounded by an expanse of white. She pondered, is not death shrouded in darkness? This scene appeared dissimilar to those depicted in novels. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, causing her to furrow her brow. She could not clearly see her surroundings, yet others could see her. That moment, Pope Manjolian was struck as if doused with icy water, his joy at having completed the magical healing overshadowed by an alarming realization. Undeniably, he felt elated at being able to aid a patient whom many had nearly given up on. However, as he observed whether age would render such an extreme depletion of life potential harmful, he detected a grave issue. The princess he had awakened possessed mismatched eyes, one a vibrant, rare crimson, while the other shimmered with a hue that did not belong to this continent, nor this world, but rather a dark purple. This unsettling revelation struck him the moment she opened her eyes. Within the boundless sea of his memories, he recognized that only one race bore such ocular hues, the demon kin from the forsaken realm of Sliant. Two-toned irises, both rare in this world. What other alarming discoveries might this girl conceal? Had he inadvertently rescued a demon? Historical texts within the clergy documented a demonic incursion 8 millennia prior, and he had conducted some research on the races of other worlds, yet had to abandon it due to a lack of material. Thus, his understanding of the demon kin was limited to their formidable destructive capabilities and their ability to shatter magical elements, as well as their physical traits. Purple irises were exclusive to demons, with more advanced ones exhibiting a more pronounced hue. These beings, having thrived in brutal environments, possessed an overwhelming psychological intimidation. Their mental magic could annihilate even the most skilled human swordsman with a mere glance. Capable of directly assaulting the soul, something most humans could not defend against. Even Pope Manjolian would not boast of escaping unscathed from such an attack. Although he had never tested it, he was acutely aware that millennia ago, the magical elements of this world were exponentially more abundant, and the masters of that time were far superior to those of the present. Even they had been powerless against the demon's assaults. Moreover, a crucial point remained. The ancient texts indicated that high-ranking demons were impervious to light magic attacks. When their demonic power surged, they could even breach light magic, inflicting severe damage upon those with a light constitution. Pope Manjolian found himself at a crossroads, evidently contemplating the potential consequences. Had he known he would encounter such a girl fraught with uncertainty, he would have never instigated a calamity for humanity. He hesitated, questioning whether this girl was indeed a demon. Even a juvenile demon could wield considerable destructive power. Furthermore, despite her irises currently appearing predominantly black, who could predict her future? This did not preclude the possibility of her being a high-ranking demon's progeny, nor could it rule out her being a demon altogether. As for the reason behind her slumber, was it not self-evident? How could a human body withstand the energy of a demon? Perhaps he should purify her while she had yet to fully regain her strength. This thought flashed through Pope Manjolian's mind, a fleeting glimmer of malice in his eyes. However, he quickly shook his head. Despite bearing numerous titles as the spiritual leader of humanity, the ruler of the continent of Solgra, and the individual closest to divinity, he too possessed human emotions. His caution stemmed from a desire not to unjustly harm an innocent soul. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he envisioned. To act rashly without understanding the circumstances would also be difficult to justify to the waiting count outside. As the ruler of kings, the Pope could not afford to err. Every word and action bore direct, or indirect repercussions for the continent, especially as ambitious politicians awaited an opportunity for territorial expansion. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he understood that allowing this princess to descend the mountain unmonitored would yield grave consequences. He must first ensure the girl remained under watchful eyes atop the mountain. Devising a means to eliminate any potential threats, the unsettling nature of her black-purple irises did little to soothe his nerves. Whether it was a mere psychological effect or not, it undeniably affected his mood. In his indecision, he contemplated a potential solution, yet such an action would inevitably reveal the secret to a select few. He must strictly regulate this knowledge to prevent it from spreading further. For once the truth emerged, both he and the light god behind him would face public skepticism and doubt. This would be catastrophic. Should faith waver, the ancient interdimensional portals of millennia past would be exposed, inviting the demon kin of Socialites to invade, rendering him the world's scapegoat. These scenarios represented the worst possible outcomes, necessitating careful consideration. Honestly, he did not believe this girl to be a demon with corrupted blood. Yet he could not afford to be complacent. He could only keep her here, attempting to purify her nascent dark side with the light from the holy mountain, ensuring her shadow did not awaken and transform her into a menace. Should she indeed be a demon, if the girl were privy to his current thoughts, she would undoubtedly seize his graying beard without hesitation. Yet it was understandable that one would harbor such apprehensions in this world. At that moment, both Marin and Count Silin, engrossed in their fervent prayers, simultaneously heard the stone chamber doors creaking open, followed by the Pope's robust voice. "Marin, bring the Count inside." Marin responded softly, an inexplicable sense of unease washing over her. Naturally perceptive, she noted the unusual undertones in the Pope's tone, yet refrained from inquiring further, believing her questions would soon find resolution as she led the Count into the stone chamber. The doors slowly closed behind them. "Where am I? Why is everything around me white?" The girl surveyed her surroundings through limited vision, now unable to move anything but her eyes. Even a single finger was beyond her capability, and she could not discern the three individuals standing beside her, obscured by the surrounding brilliance. Nevertheless, one reassuring aspect remained. The surrounding light emanated a soothing aura, as if granting her body unparalleled relaxation. This was a moment of immense joy for Count Silin, witnessing the awakening of his nation's princess. Yet his elation faltered upon noticing the girl's mismatched irises, the black-purple hue, having once belonged to the Holy Knight Order of the Light God. He recognized this as a trait common among the demon kin, who had battled the divine for millennia. A demon. Marin had not anticipated such a scenario, and she involuntarily gasped in shock. "This cannot be." Count Silin vehemently dismissed the notion, his tone resolute. "This is impossible, because she is—" "Who is she?" With a mere arch of his brow, the Pope signaled for him to continue. Meanwhile, Malin perceptively discerned something from the Count's anxious expression. "It's nothing," Count Silin sighed. "As a member of the royal bloodline, is that not sufficient to attest to her innocence? Calm yourself. I harbor no doubts regarding her lineage. My concern lies in whether she has been subjected to some curse unbeknownst to all." "A curse from a demon?" Silin inquired. "Indeed," the Pope nodded. "But who would cast such a curse upon a child?" Malin questioned, echoing the Count's own thoughts. "I am uncertain. Perhaps it is the work of heretics or even those sea witches. Regardless, she must remain here for a time. I need to observe her. Should it be confirmed as a curse, I shall seek a method to heal her. This child a demon, the sole descendant of Aline. Could she truly be such a creature? For a moment, Silin found it difficult to accept this conclusion. "I have not yet dispelled the magic. I have merely allowed it to flow in a low-energy cycle." Pope Manjolian spoke slowly. "She will not see us, nor hear our words. Now, we must determine her fate, survival or purification. According to the ancient texts, demons possess horns upon their heads. The mightier the demon, the greater the number and size of its horns. Their eyes are often purple, with the depth of color indicating the strength of their magical power. The darker the hue, the more potent the magic. They are tall and robust, with wings potentially sprouting from their head, back, waist, and limbs, excelling in curses and soul magic, while also possessing formidable physical strength. rendering their bodies nearly impervious to blades that must be said. Malene's diligence in her studies has not been in vain. You speak the truth. It is evident you have devoted considerable effort, the Pope remarked with satisfaction. The nun bowed slightly and continued, however, I do not sense any perilous aura that would indicate this princess is a demon. As a nun, is it not strange that I feel no resonance from a demon before me? The pupils of demons are predominantly purple, with varying shades distinguishing the nobility from the commoners of their kind. I must acknowledge that her eyes do indeed exhibit a blend of black and purple, but I must assert that, despite higher demons having some resistance to light magic, it is implausible for one to remain unaffected while basking in its radiance. If Her Highness were truly a demon, she would likely be unsettled and agitated by the surrounding light elements. Yet, she appears quite at ease amidst them, that I believe this signifies not a demonic nature, but rather a normal manifestation of her physical constitution. This is precisely where my confusion lies, the Pope replied. Yet such occurrences are rare. Even if we can discern the differences, we cannot dictate how others perceive the situation. I could declare my findings to the continent as the Light Pope, but the repercussions on her would be too significant. I trust you would not wish to disrupt her tranquil existence. The last statement was directed toward Count Celine. The Count nodded, recognizing that for a child, premature exposure to society is not beneficial. However, soon the entire continent shall learn of the awakening of the sleeping princess of the Rabble's kingdom. Yet there is no need for excessive worry. Child, the Pope smiled, I intend for her to remain here for a while, publicly claiming that she has merely recovered from a serious illness and requires time at the Light Church for recuperation. Once the commotion subsides, I shall return her to Rabble's. Rest assured, Malene's analysis is quite sound. She has reminded me that I am now 70% certain this child is neither a demon nor has she been cursed. This course of action is for the sake of the child's upbringing. You would not wish for her to grow up amidst deceit and treachery, would you? I will abide by the Emperor's arrangements. Though reluctant, Count Celine assented to the Pope's proposal, considering the welfare of Aline's sole bloodline and future. Moreover, this may not be an unfavorable outcome for Her Highness either. The knowledge acquired at the headquarters of the Light Church would far surpass that of the currently esteemed Prussian Imperial Academy, providing her with a systematic understanding of the world she inhabits, a task of utmost necessity and urgency. That I shall ascertain her condition. There is no cause for concern. However, considering she is here alone, you may leave someone to attend to her. Count Celine paused, then quickly grasped the implication. This was the Pope's deliberate elevation of status. The Holy Knights are typically formed through the selection of the most exceptional knights from various nations every 4 years, supplemented by the Pope's direct appointments, which are undoubtedly more exclusive. The Holy Knights comprise an elite force tasked with safeguarding the interests of the Light Church. Their numbers are not fixed, having been established in the latter stages of the First Demon War to protect the human realm from demon incursions. Each knight possesses formidable strength and undergoes training at the various branches of the Light Church following their 4-year summons, with elite members integrated into the main body of the Holy Knights, advancing their studies at the headquarters. Currently, the main body of the Holy Knights maintains a membership of around 5,000, yet the expenses incurred far exceed what would be expected for such a contingent. The Pope's mention of this effectively bypasses the course selection, granting direct entry to study at the headquarters, a privilege that even Celine had not received. Thank you, Your Majesty. May the holy light shine upon us. Celine performed a gesture of reverence befitting the Church. He understood that the Pope was making certain compensations, should it be determined that the princess is a demon or should the efforts to dispel a curse fail. The allocation of 2 Holy Knights would be a generous concession. At 8T, the very least, no kingdom of similar stature to Rabble's currently enjoys such benefits. The Gailenral pilgrimage path serves as a sacred route connecting the divine realm with the mortal world, spreading the pure faith and glory of the light across the land, restoring the sense of morality and self-awareness to countless souls who had strayed from their path. The creation of this path by the Lorenvale Empire was perhaps initially intended merely to annex the Aquino's circular mountain island into its territory, thereby expanding its domain by over 3 million square kilometers at AS for the name. The pilgrimage path that came later, did it not? Putting down the history of the Church, Safelint inquired. Indeed, following the divine miracle bestowed by the light. Our ancestors established a temple here to honor the divine, while the it was only thereafter that it gradually expanded to its current magnitude. Malin wore a gentle smile, holding a book of doctrine in her hands. It was around 3 in the afternoon, the designated time for her study of the light doctrine. Yet, she bore no annoyance over Safelin's disruption of her routine, and my mentor has instructed me to care for you, to assist you in comprehending everything about this continent. Feel free to ask me anything you do not understand that I am aware, and I shall inquire should I have any doubts, Safelin replied with a smile. If possible, I am curious as to how I came to be here, having traversed realms and become a female. Malin remained attentive to the girl's demeanor. Her superficial nonchalance did not escape notice. She understood the source of the girl's discontent. The Emperor had once told her that a person who sleeps for an extended period likely has their soul wandering in another realm, unable to find the path back. This condition mirrored the current plight of the girl before her. You have slumbered too long within a purple dream, she said. This is where you truly belong. After all, dreams are but illusions. Safelin chuckled wryly. Is this place real? Is this where I am meant to exist? Everything from that world, where I lived for over 20 years, is merely a fabrication, because you have slept far too long. Malin perceived the turmoil within the girl's heart. Her words rendered Safelin speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal, despite her inner dissent. Prolonged slumber easily leads to the erosion of time, a precursor to decay. Born of lethargy, let us speak of something else. Feeling a sense of suffocation if the conversation continued, Safelin shifted the topic, idly picking up a history book of the Lorenvale Empire, having traversed realms and become a child once more. Yet the one who saved her claimed this was where she was meant to be, undeniably negating the existence of her other world. This truth was somewhat difficult to accept, yet not entirely implausible. After all, her life in that world had not been filled with joy on one hand. She did not wish to have this nun, who cared for her like a goddess, dismiss her past as meaningless. While on the other, she grappled with the misfortunes of her history. Very well. What would you like to know? Malin inquired with a smile. She closed the doctrine in her hands, and a pair of striking emerald green eyes gazed at the girl sitting before her on the bed. Seraphine, casually flipping through a book, elongated her final syllable as she discovered something that piqued her interest. Shall we talk about my surname? I find my name rather unique. Very well, she continued. The earliest historical records of the Saija family date back over 10,000 years ago. Taking a deep breath, Seraphine had not anticipated that her momentary curiosity would yield such an unexpected revelation. Over 10,000 years. So, hasn't it already been 8,000 years since then? A lineage that has thrived for more than 8 millennia. By the way, the current time is 2026 because the first patriarch was a beggar named Sevalatames, who, according to relevant records, inadvertently rescued the father of the founding emperor of the Lorenville Empire and became his first beggar knight. Thereafter, he actively participated in the overthrow of the decaying Gesselin dynasty. Records indicate he possessed extraordinary martial and magical talents, although he had already reached the age of 31, past the prime of his formative years. He exhibited exceptional skills under the tutelage of knights and mages in Lorenville. Additionally, he was a formidable general with nearly no defeats in his military career. A single defeat tantamount to utter failure. Seraphine interjected, viewing this as more of a mythological tale. Convincing her of the existence of a nearly perfect individual seemed quite challenging, for she fundamentally did not believe in the existence of perfection in the world. Ah, if that is your perspective, then you are indeed mistaken. Melon, shaking her long fingers, chuckled. When the Lorenville Alliance was first established, it faced ruthless suppression from the Gesselin dynasty. The rulers of the dynasty believed that this new alliance would soon be crushed like countless previous rebellions. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. During the southern suppression, the vanguard inexplicably turned against them, and the main force of the suppressive army was entirely annihilated by the alliance led by Sevalit in a place known today as Dawn Valley, within the territory of the present-day Pruman Empire. With that, Melon smiled at Seraphine, who wore a face of disbelief at her ancestors' fortune, and there were no losses on our side. That's impossible, Seraphine exclaimed almost immediately. It's one thing for an ancestor to stumble upon a stroke of luck in saving an emperor's father, but the notion of mastering both martial and magical arts seems to me a mere fantasy. However, to have zero casualties while completely annihilating the main force of the suppressors, that is simply absurd. Even fantastical novels wouldn't go that F.A. or D. Oh, you know how he accomplished that. Melon inquired with a smile. Let me think, Seraphine said, lowering her gaze, allowing her thick lashes to obscure her eyes. Even if zero casualties were true, one could roughly deduce the outcome based on the weather, terrain, morale of both sides, and the combat experience of the commanders at that time. The weather was likely foggy, with relatively low visibility, and the season was winter. Melon raised an eyebrow before glancing at the book in Seraphine's hands, confirming that she had not yet turned to the relevant page. Assuming she had any inclination to explore such a thick tome, the attack was likely launched at dawn, when the valley's fog had not yet dissipated, or perhaps it could not be dispersed at all. The Alliance must have first seduced the vanguard's commander and his troops, obtaining precise intelligence on the enemy's marching routes. However, one would assume that the commander, entrusted with such a critical position even as the nation faced ruin, would not fall into such a well-conceived ambush. Then why were they ambushed in the valley? There can only be one reason. I suspect the time of the Alliance's seduction and the ambush of the main forces were no more than a day or two apart. Thus, the suppressive army lacked sufficient time to learn of the betrayal from their allies and fell victim to the trap. This explains why the two events occurred in succession. Therefore, I can deduce that the vanguard's commander was the most trusted individual of the main force's leader. For only such a remarkable commander would err by entering an ambush willingly. Once they entered the ambush, there must have been a guide's disappearance, which led to the confusion of the suppressive army. The Alliance then utilized various locally sourced stones and timber to strike at the suppressive forces, blocking both their retreat and advance, temporarily trapping the enemy, and then launched a fire attack amidst the chaos. Why not a water attack? Melon asked. Perhaps then it wouldn't have been called that, Seraphine replied. The valley's terrain is low. Even if there were water, it would only be a small stream, insufficient for a proper water attack. However, the humidity in the air could create fog. Otherwise, how would the opposing commander overlook such a perilous natural factor? Indeed, Melon remarked, admiring the young girl's ability to deduce the general circumstances of a battle from scant information. You possess a certain talent in military affairs. Why don't you mention my logical reasoning skills? Seraphine retorted, slightly displeased. Self-praise and seeking compliment from others are not the behaviors of a good child. You are a girl. After all, pride is not a virtue. Melon gently declined the girl's suggestion with a smile. Even your refusals leave one without grounds for anger. However, I do not understand why, knowing there might be an ambush, one would still choose to walk into it. Perhaps he did so intentionally, Melon suggested. How could that be? Who would be such a fool? What if the commanders of the vanguard and the main force were father and son? Seraphine was taken aback, instinctively recalling her past experiences, and fell silent, gazing down. After a moment, she lifted her head, a hint of disdain flickering in her two-colored pupils. Humph, normal. You displayed a look of surprise, yet your words do not align with your expression, Melon observed, closing the book and placing it on the table before rising to take the volume resting on Seraphine's lap, sitting beside her on the bed. Was life not good in that world? Naturally, the little girl pouted, feeling tears welling up uncontrollably. If crying could erase the memories of her past life, she would gladly weep. However, from the moment she could remember, she understood that tears do not solve problems. A lesson confirmed by her subsequent experiences. Oh, you need a break? Perhaps a short rest? Melon suggested, recognizing that the recently revived girl was still relatively weak and should focus on recuperating her strength and acclimatizing to her body. No, I'm fine. Please continue. Eager to divert her attention, Seraphine declined the nun's proposal. Oh, what happened to my distant ancestor afterward? Afterward, just like in all knightly tales, the beggar-born Socialite distinguished himself among the commanders of the Alliance, emerging as a prominent figure. Historical records of the founding of the Lorenville Empire mention Sarsalanfu I, the nobleman whom Socialite saved, as the leader of the alliance against the Gezellan dynasty, stating, in terms of leadership and seizing fleeting opportunities, I cannot compare to him. In martial and magical prowess, I am also inferior, and in internal affairs and logistics, I still fall short. The only area in which I surpass him is that I can command him. Therefore, during Sarsalanfui's reign, he made great efforts to reconcile with his savior, granting him powers second only to the emperor and making him the first hereditary duke of the empire, assigning him a province to govern. Sevalatames, the first patriarch of the Saijia family, established a prominent lineage that dominated the Lorenville Empire for millennia, during which no other power could shake its status. However, as time passed, even the emperors who once believed they could control the Saijia family began to feel overwhelmed by its might. Nevertheless, unforeseen events transpired. Otherwise, the Lorenville Empire would not have been supplanted by the Pruman Empire. Approximately 8,000 years ago, historians commonly believe it was around this time that the shadows of the demons first appeared on this continent. Precisely within the Saijia family, which had inherited the blessings of its ancestors in the Lorenville Empire at that time, the Saijia family had nearly complete control over all matters within the empire, daring only to refrain from touching the imperial authority, while the imperial council had essentially become a mere puppet of the Saijia family. The last emperor of Lorenville had privately scorned the Saijia family's autocracy more than once with his confidants. During this period, the residing patriarch of the Holy Church in the Lorenville Empire claimed to be guided by the divine, which was later deemed a ruse of the demons, demanding that the 132nd patriarch of the Saijia family confer the title of demigod upon his most beloved daughter, a woman named Selephiadis. This was an immense honor for the Saijia family. However, following this, the imperial royal family suddenly took action, capturing key members of the Sai family present at the divine consecration ceremony and commanding their loyal subordinates to seize the military with ruthless efficiency to apprehend the direct descendants of the Sai family. 3 days later, they were all executed by hanging on charges of treason. Nevertheless, the Lorenville Empire also hastened its own demise. After the fall of the Sai family, provinces began to declare independence in the subsequent year, leading to the complete dissolution of the empire alongside the decline of the Sai family. Fortunately, while all direct family members perished, some collateral relatives managed to escape this fate, although after thousands of years. The Sai bloodline has become exceedingly thin to my knowledge on this continent. The only royal family that dares to use Sai as a prefix is that of the Rabbles Kingdom. Should I feel pleased about this? Sai Feline raised an eyebrow. As a descendant of traitors, I feel an immense burden. Just as I was about to elaborate, the Pruman Empire, established hundreds of years ago, publicly declared the annulment of the Lorenville Empire's royal family's verdict, stating that the Sai family was no longer considered traitors. What a vast historical chasm. The two nations are separated by thousands of years, and Sai Feline could hardly fathom any connection between them. Perhaps noticing the girl's skepticism, the Fallen continued, stating that there had been intermarriages between the royal families of the Pruman Empire and the Lorenville Empire, which provides a legal basis according to inheritance laws. Furthermore, thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the Pruman royal family regarded the marriage to the eldest daughter of the collateral Sai family as customary, a fact officially recognized by the Lorenville Empire. In simpler terms, is it unreasonable to protect one's maternal family? Speaking of the eldest daughter of the Sai collateral line, Sai Feline suddenly felt a chill. It seems that my current identity is indeed that of a collateral eldest daughter. How terrifying. The girl instinctively rubbed her arms, feeling a tingling sensation, even breaking out in goosebumps. Lastly, let us discuss the surname of the Sai family. The perceptive Malin naturally did not overlook the girl's reaction. However, she chose to focus on relevant details rather than divulging everything she observed like a voyeur. Her words effectively redirected Sai Feline's attention. The Sai family's surname is peculiar. It does not entirely conform to the commonly used naming conventions on the continent. Yet it bears some similarities in certain details. For instance, she said, glancing at the little girl, "Your name is Sai Feline Rabbles." Firstly, according to the continent's generic naming conventions, Rabbles is a name of a nation and can also serve as a surname, while Sai Feline is a given name. However, the distinction lies in the Sai family's naming pattern, which takes the first and last syllables for the given name and the last syllable for the surname. Thus, your name would be recorded in the Sai family genealogy as Saite Si. Do you understand? So my distant ancestor, Sai Velatames, would be referred to as Sai Lise in the family records. And that so-called dance maiden of the gods, Psy would be known as Psy. Clap, clap, clap. Malin applauded 3 times in celebration. Completely correct. What a strange format. Why is it done this way? To showcase one's uniqueness. Perhaps Psy furrowed her brow and inquired, yet she did not reject the idea of being addressed this way. 3 syllables are certainly more concise than 4. Indeed, consider the life experiences of someone living at the bottom of society. It is precisely because of the unbearable past that one wishes to highlight their exceptionalism after achieving success, or perhaps as a means to obscure their former life. Malin displayed no sign of discontent, instead carrying a hint of admiration. A family that has thrived for thousands of years can, to some extent, influence certain matters. Moreover, this surname has gained widespread recognition across the continent, including its first-generation ancestors. The Psy family has produced renowned generals and ministers, nearly sustaining the Lorenville Empire for millennia, thus creating the longest-lasting nation on this continent, a record no other family has yet to achieve or surpass. Therefore, when people mention the Psy family, it is met with reverence. So, can I expect preferential treatment? Psy asked eagerly, thinking that perhaps she would finally receive some compensation for arriving in this other world. However, the next words shattered her illusion. Impossible, Malin replied curtly. For it is merely admiration for your ancestors. You're not included in that regard, of course. If you can become someone worthy of your ancestors in the future, I would also respect you. Forget it. I might as well just lie down obediently. Psy sighed in defeat, collapsing onto the bed. She did not believe she possessed any extraordinary abilities. Such thoughts were likely a product of consuming too many fantasy novels. As a collateral descendant, she might as well accept her role, living a life of mere subsistence. Observing the little girl's dejected expression, Malin stifled a smile. In the few months since Psy awakened in this world, she had been undergoing recovery training and familiarizing herself with the institutional structures of this realm. Now, although she still occasionally needed to consult books for non-mainstream information, she had managed to blend in with ordinary people. Or rather, with those from rural backgrounds. She was still far from acquiring the knowledge befitting a princess, a distance so vast that Psy could hardly see the end. Not for any other reason, but because being a qualified princess is truly tormenting, that it is tormenting fails to capture the extent of her training regimen. Even the term abuse cannot fully express her experience, as it is impossible for her to shed the habits of 20 years spent as a boy. Everything had to change. Her sleeping posture, her greetings, her dining etiquette, and every unconscious gesture. All must be transformed and started anew. This left Psy exceedingly frustrated, as the nun Morganson assigned to guide her was a woman in her 30s, yet her temperament resembled that of someone twice her age, stubborn and unyielding. This woman, regarded by the Holy Order of Nuns as a paragon of behavior, had not put down her teaching rod since meeting Psy having consumed nearly 10 rods to date, setting a new record for the nun order. Having once lived as a boy, Psy had unwittingly joined the Holy Order of Nuns under the auspices of the Church of Light. As a nun, her daily duties involved studying doctrine, grasping the powers of light, planning conduct, and offering blessings to pilgrims. The first 2 tasks Psy could barely manage, but planning conduct remained a challenge, yielding no progress despite numerous trials and what the nun order referred to as the whip of love. This infuriated Sister Morganson, who not only broke her teaching rod, but also snapped 10 more in frustration, with the outcome still being 0. This period became a blemish on the life of the once respected Sister Morganson. As for the final task, it was not something suitable for someone of Psy age, so it was best to ignore it for now. However, as time passed, with age and subconscious habits, Psy gradually developed a smidgen of awareness as a woman. At least she no longer attempted to stand in a corner to address her physiological needs. This small improvement slightly mitigated the blemish on Sister Morganson's life, albeit only a little. Regarding Psy as dual-colored eyes, the Pope concocted an excuse, attributing it to a pigmentation issue, which eased the suspicions of the church personnel. Additionally, a blessed eye mask was provided to protect her eye from further harm while preventing any pilgrims from mistaking her for a demon. As time went on, the clergy observed that this awakened princess indeed posed no danger, leading them to gradually quell their urges to purify her upon their first encounter. Nonetheless, some returning ascetics, upon seeing feline for the first time, immediately cast spells of light. But to the astonishment of many skeptics, the so-called demon was not purified. Instead, she harmonized beautifully with the radiant energy. Following this, the last batch of doubters finally relinquished their suspicions, understanding that a demon could not possibly be compatible with light energy. Thus, a new wave of penitents emerged in the confessional. Although everyone knew there was a girl in the church wearing an eye mask, they chose to selectively ignore the reason behind it. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Well then, today's lesson concludes here. Do ensure to study thoroughly upon your return. If there are any uncertainties, feel free to ask me anytime. On a mountain path leading to the headquarters of the Holy Order of Nuns, after Feline's health was restored, Maylin brought her here, as this was the only residence for female members of the clergy and the location where they rehearsed doctrine. Thus, this place became Feline's nightmare, or perhaps, in some sense, a paradise. Feline certainly would not regard this as paradise. It was far too monotonous. With 24 hours in a day, aside from rest periods, there was nothing else to occupy her time, making her feel immensely uncomfortable after having enjoyed freedom for so long. Especially when facing the stern and stoic nuns, each one older than her, this hardly resembled a paradise. It was truly terrifying to be confined within such a so-called heaven. After another day of classes came to an end, Flint sluggishly rose from her desk. With no extracurricular activities to look forward to, there was no need for her to bounce back to the dormitory with exuberance. Why, amidst the myriad events that should have distanced her from the innocence of childhood, did something reminiscent of school still linger? As she stepped out of the academy, basking in the pure, radiant energy of the air, she inhaled deeply, relishing the joys of a day free from academic obligations. Flint, Maylin called out to her from behind. How have you been lately? The girl found it difficult to refuse her friend's inquiry. The monotonous routine of her studies left her unable to feign indifference. Oh, I'm not too picky about food and lodging, aside from the etiquette lessons and services that can be rather drowsy. Her words, while tinged with a hint of self-interest, also stemmed from her subconscious desire to confide in Maylin, whom she regarded as a close friend. After all, over the past year, it was Maylin with whom Flint had spent the most time, and the sentiment was mutual. They were developing a bond in this direction. By the way, Maylin had shed her status as an apprentice and officially became a nun. This simply won't do. Even the laziest of the faithful devote a few minutes each day to prayer. And our little princess cannot afford to be less diligent than the most indolent among them. Can she? Look at you. What a statement. Flint found herself at a loss for excuses to maintain her facade. Surely, she could not confess to being the laziest person in existence. After all, she was a member of the royal family, situated in the headquarters of the Holy See, where people from various nations gathered. It was imperative that she set an exemplary standard to avoid being looked down upon by others, was it not? Flint was acutely aware of these expectations, but understanding and action were two very different matters. She would not truly exert herself over such trivialities, especially considering her dismal performance in etiquette class. However, at her age, it was not unusual for children to find themselves in similar states. Thus, no one particularly scrutinized her shortcomings. Moreover, in the eyes of outsiders, she was merely a girl with one eye, a sight that naturally invoked pity, rendering other matters less significant. Nonetheless, she paid close attention to Maylin's words, wanting to present herself well in front of this first friend she had made here. Consequently, she felt quite conflicted. If she had eggs, they would surely be aching right now. Despite the sunny warmth of Maylin's smile, her words left Flint at a loss for further conversation. Could it be that even nuns in this world were so cunning? Perhaps there truly existed a book on the art of manipulation. Lost in her thoughts, Flint resolved that if such a tome did exist, she would certainly coax it from Maylin. Right? Maylin seemed to recall something. I heard that tomorrow, members of the Pruman Empire's royal family will come to the Holy See for a pilgrimage. What do you think? Are you interested in witnessing it? The mention of Pruman instantly piqued Flint's curiosity. If possible, she was genuinely eager to experience the grandeur of a northern superpower. After her recent studies, Siflin had acquired some knowledge about the current state of affairs on the continent. The land she inhabited was known as the Sulgura continent, with the Holy See located on Ceylon Island, at the westernmost point of the Tropic of Cancer. Beyond the Gerenal pilgrimage path lay the territory of the Pruman Empire, the largest nation in the northern part of the continent, spanning over 30 million square kilometers. However, nearly 70% of this land remained uninhabited, covered by primordial forests, deserts, and insurmountable snow-capped mountains, while there were dozens of smaller nations around that held power comparable to her homeland of Labilis. The overall strength could not be assessed by mere numbers. Moreover, Pruman had to consider the various orc tribes further north, which led them to maintain amicable relations with the surrounding nations, for instance. Every year, Pruman imported over 10,000 tons of various mineral raw materials from Labilis for the purpose of jewelry crafting and magical item production, though less than 1% of these materials turned into high-end products. Labilis had remained Pruman's primary supplier of minerals for nearly 70 years. Other nations also engaged in trade with Pruman to varying extents. In Siflin's final assessment, Pruman was akin to a benevolent benefactor, supporting a multitude of surrounding nations. Thus, she harbored a favorable impression of this empire, even though its territory had not returned to the vast expanse it once held during the time of the Lorenville Empire. When it nearly dominated the northern part of the continent, it was nonetheless recognized by all nations, including the Holy See, as the legitimate successor to the Lorenville Empire. I heard that the Pruman Empire will send the crown prince to attend, Mei Lin remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. They say he's an exceptionally talented individual. Your theoretical fiancé. Please don't speak so strangely. Siflin shuddered at the thought, rubbing her arms vigorously as Mei Lin's words made her feel quite nauseous. No matter how exceptional he might be, she could hardly muster any interest, especially with the phrase my fiancé hanging in the air. Did I say that? Mei Lin exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Only mentioned theoretically. I never claimed it was definite. Your statement was quite assertive, wasn't it? Siflin felt a peculiar discomfort, even though she possessed no eggs. Casting a disdainful glance at Mei Lin, who was feigning innocence quite convincingly, she decided to abandon the topic. The reason for her reluctance to discuss was that her usual approach in such situations had been to resort to physical confrontation, yet she could hardly employ that tactic against the girl. Could she? Besides, she was not skilled in banter. Well then, I shall refrain from speaking further. Mei Lin coughed lightly, signaling a return to the main subject. Tea wouldn't hurt to take a look. It's a chance to familiarize yourself with some aspects of this world. In any case, there's no harm in it, right? Siflin shrugged, conveying her indifference, leaving the decision entirely in Mei Lin's hands. The following day, as the sun rose at the 10 o'clock mark, a large pilgrimage procession arrived at the Holy Mountain. Enormous magical fireworks exploded in the sky, accompanied by a dull roar. This phenomenon had been discovered inadvertently by a board mage during a magical experiment. It was a magic that could rearrange magical molecules to reduce the destructive power of potent spells while enhancing the visual splendor of the explosions. Initially deemed useless, however, as humanity ascended to dominance, improvements made by numerous individuals transformed this seemingly trivial magic into a harmless spectacle, specially designed for noble gatherings and festive celebrations. The holy knights, clad in knightly armor imbued with powerful magical waves, stood solemnly on either side of the staircase leading to the temple of the God of Light, holding aloft the variously sized banners of the Holy See, adorned in platinum and white. Today was a momentous occasion. The elite members of the order donned the ceremonial attire typically reserved for grand ecclesiastical events, prepare to welcome the royal members of the Pruman Empire while remaining vigilant for any potential disturbances. Though no one dared to incite chaos on the Holy Mountain, these knights steadfastly fulfilled their duties. As the ceremonial cannon fired, the 50 buglers at the front of the grand entrance sounded their horns. Crafted from the bones of sacred beasts, their notes soaring from low to high, stirring and spirited. When the last high note faded, the first sight to capture the eye was the 5 banners of the Pruman royal family. Deep reddish-brown at the base, transitioning to white and red, emblazoned with a fierce lion, its 3 tails and wings symbolizing omnipotence and omnipresence, draped in golden fur. This was the emblem of the Pruman royal family. This royal standard was flanked by 4 additional banners devoid of lion imagery, held aloft by 5 of the tallest and most seasoned warriors of the Persian Empire. The banner typically embodies the spirit of an army, holding a significance as crucial as that of a commander on the battlefield, particularly amidst the chaos of combat. The banner's role is paramount. To serve as a standard-bearer signifies a weightier responsibility than that of an ordinary soldier. Serving as a testament to one's experience, 5 banners lead the procession, flanked by 10 banner-bearers clad in gleaming white knightly armor, draped in bordered white cloaks adorned with the imperial flag on their chests and left arms. Their armor's contours accentuating the robust physique of manhood. Following these 15 are the members of the Empire's royal family, whose mere presence commands the attention of the devotees lining the sides of the road. Behind the sacred knights, clad in a deep crimson ceremonial robe that is lavish yet devoid of vulgarity, the royal figure embodies elegance. The well-tailored garment fits impeccably, while his hands are adorned with soft, comfortable gloves fashioned from the pelts of northern mountain beasts. His feet are shod in deep red boots embroidered with white patterns. With golden locks cascading around a fair, clean-shaven face, he possesses a confident smile and a prominent nose. His striking blue eyes fixed upon the grand cathedral at the road's end. Although he does not scrutinize his surroundings, every individual present dares not meet his gaze. A mere fleeting glance prompts them to avert their eyes. Bowing or kneeling in reverence to this scion of the mightiest empire from the northern realms of humanity, he strides forward with a solemn demeanor. Encircling him are 4 knights of the Persian royal order, who, while ensuring the royal dignity remains intact, provide optimal protection for the significant figure within. Behind him, a cohort of 100 knights forms a procession, carrying 20 ceremonial flags, while some knights cradle polished mahogany boxes, presumably containing gifts. In contrast to the general throng of pilgrims, Saflint soon loses interest in the spectacle. In truth, she finds little to stir her emotions, aside from the fact that the imperial royal appears somewhat pleasing to the eye. And she certainly does not possess the inclination to speculate about the contents of those mahogany boxes. The entire procession moves at a languid pace, and though she understands this is a lesson in decorum, as an onlooker, Saflint finds the experience rather tormenting. After observing for a while, her interest wanes, and she pulls Melon, who is still engrossed in the spectacle, away from the crowd, the moment Saflint vanishes into the throng. The 7th prince, shielded by his knights, suddenly senses an odd disturbance, as if something has abruptly ceased to exist. A hint of confusion flickers across his handsome visage, but he quickly regains his composure, effortlessly concealing his momentary lapse. "What is it, Your Highness?" inquires a young man beside him, having detected the subtle unease. This companion, clad in a deep blue robe, appears to be in his early 20s, with an elongated face and a faint aura of magical energy emanating from his attire, indicating his status as a sorcerer. His left hand, concealed within the robe, bears a yellowed spellbook inscribed with a hexagram. "Nothing," the 7th prince replies, shaking his head after a moment of careful consideration. "Perhaps I was merely being overly cautious. This place is secure. The denizens of the imperial capital wouldn't be foolish enough to act here." "Put away your magical artifacts," Jekos. The young sorcerer complies, tucking the book into his satchel, though he keeps his left hand poised to retrieve it swiftly, if necessary. "Exercise caution, Your Highness. Assassins may strike during any moment of laxity. I trust you wouldn't want any mishap to befall the next emperor of Persian, nor would your supporters." "Very well. Do as you see fit." The 7th prince replies nonchalantly, redirecting his focus to the pilgrims bowing in homage along the road in a quaint garden. Saflint washes her face, noting that her complexion is devoid of blemishes. Yet, an inexplicable weight weighs heavily upon her heart, a sensation that began when she beheld the guarded Persian prince. It was a feeling both familiar and disconcerting, akin to a magnetic pull that was utterly intolerable. This was not the camaraderie shared among fellow travelers, but rather an attraction between the sexes. An undeniable connection that seemed predestined in this lifetime. Could it be that I am drawn to a man? The very thought is unfathomable. Saflint mused, shutting off the faucet, her reflection in the stone basin revealing her water-drenched visage. The contrasting hues of her eyes, one red and one black, strikingly apparent, She recalled Melon's words about the royal family's historical intermarriages with her lineage. Did such ties evoke some resonance between her and that individual? You are drawn to one another. The notion made her scoff. What nonsense! The water gushed forth from the spout as she leaned in, allowing the cold liquid to drench her long hair. The idea of mutual attraction leading to an inevitable love story was utterly revolting. The frigid stream seeped into her collar, and with her hair already wet, Saflint submerged her head in the water, seeking to cool her heated thoughts. Listening to Melon's advice to observe the extraordinary had proven a grave error. I should have never entertained such notions. That girl must be punished for leading me astray. She devised a plan for retribution. Her thoughts were interrupted when someone seized the collar of her garment, yanking her out of the water. Since when did rabbles develop a penchant for bathing? Came the stern voice of Mother Mogangson, laced with a touch of mature authority. Were I not to intervene? Were you planning to wash yourself in there? Good morning, Mother Mogangson, Saflint replied, wiping the moisture from her face in a gesture of respect. Look at you. You hardly resemble a princess. Mother Mogangson frowned but refrained from further rebuke. Besides Saflint's innocent visage, her stubbornness rendered additional scolding futile. Nevertheless, the head nun produced a pristine handkerchief, gently dabbing at the girl's youthful countenance to wipe away the droplets. Thank you, Saflint expressed, donning the exquisite eye mask. She had come to understand a bit of Mother Mogangson's temperament. Despite her stern demeanor, perpetually appearing as though everyone owed her a debt, she was diligent in her responsibilities as a nun. For this reason, despite her distaste for Mother Mogangson, Saflint still accorded her the respect she deserved. Dry your hair and follow me, Mother Mogangson instructed, handing her the white handkerchief. Where to? The girl instinctively inquired. Recalling that there seemed to be a lesson scheduled for that morning, that a sense of foreboding crept in her heart. Being caught skipping class by the strict head nun would undoubtedly lead to consequences. Since Rabana is unfortunately unwell today, you shall take her place in the performance. What? Perform? Me? The girl was taken aback. Today's Sunday. I thought the service was 2 days from now. I am well aware of that. But due to the Persian Empire's pilgrimage, we have advanced the schedule. Surely not. Can it really be rescheduled? The service is a sacred occasion, and to simply move it forward is an affront to the light god. Saflint desperately sought an excuse to avoid such an ordeal, regretting her decision to leave the classroom. Is she recruiting me as a conscript? Yet, as she attempted to evade the performance, a pair of long hands grasped her cheeks. Do you have the right to voice such opinions, given that you should be in class right now? Does skipping lessons demonstrate respect for the light god? Please, do not twist my face, Saflint protested. Her words jumbled as she struggled to escape the grip. Her contorted expression elicited no sympathy from her captor. This tactic will not work on me. Mother Mogangson glared at her. Even if you were diligently studying in class, I would have summoned you to fill in. Now that I have discovered you skipping, what punishment do you believe is fitting to atone for your disrespect towards the light god? Fine, I understand. I shall sing. Surely that will suffice. The girl waved her small hand in a gesture of surrender. In contrast to the diverse punitive methods employed by the abbess, she naturally chose to sing. For singing merely required the opening of her mouth, while punishment entailed relentless and comprehensive torment, one that could leave her utterly dissatisfied, no less. Very well, then, let it be repeated. You must perform splendidly for me shortly. Do you understand? The almost contorted yet beautiful visage of Sister Mogangson fixed a fierce gaze upon Saflint, warning that should she dare to mispronounce a syllable or misstep in any action, she would be prepared to face the consequences of skipping class. Although the abbess presented a fearsome demeanor, Saflint was well aware of the importance of not letting a significant performance falter. She had long grown accustomed to the intimidating countenance. Nevertheless, the looming threat served as a strong motivator, prompting her to give her utmost effort to avoid punishment. While the worship continued, the children in the courtyard busied themselves. Some sought partners to practice with. Others helped with costume changes, and many adjusted their states of mind, chattering incessantly, for none had ever encountered such an occasion. Unlike previous events, this time, a member of the royal family from the Grand Persian Empire in the northern continent would be present for the sacred hymn. which caused a wave of unease and anxiety among the children who were accustomed to performing for the lower and middle classes of worshippers. Worries about potential mistakes and their repercussions loomed large. Consequently, the older nuns took on a comforting role. However, one individual evidently did not require such reassurance. Cyflint perched on a prop box, her small legs crossed and swinging idly, dressed in her pristine performance attire. Two nuns were styling her hair into braids. The light golden bangs partially obscured her left eye patch, yet upon closer inspection, it was still discernible. Yet, this was of little consequence, as Sister Moganson had stated that the position she would assume was at the far edge, meaning that from the Imperial Royal's vantage point, her head would be shielded by the girl in front, coupled with the bright illumination of divine light. Thus, there was no cause for concern. The eye patch was originally pure white, rendering it even less visible under the intense light. What truly vexed Cyflint was that the two nuns seemed intent on styling her hair into twin ponytails. How absurd! She had become entirely accustomed to a single ponytail. Wouldn't a twin ponytail make her appear overly cute? Too cute, perhaps, would draw unwanted attention that as for the dress. That was not a matter of contention. She had long since acclimated to that sensation, wearing it daily. The skirt presented no discomfort. Rather, it brought a slight thrill when her legs were enveloped in stockings. The sound of her pristine shoes clapping together punctuated her thoughts as she interjected her opinion into the nuns' 15-minute debate. Might we avoid the twin ponytails? Wouldn't a single ponytail suffice? The nuns paused to regard the girl, though they concluded that twin ponytails would indeed enhance her cuteness. Yes, like a porcelain doll. They chimed at, "I am not your toy. I detest porcelain dolls," she retorted. However, wouldn't that attract undue attention? You may be accustomed to my appearance, but if I draw the notice of the prominent guests, it could lead to misunderstandings. Cyflint gestured to her eye patch, clearly having her own plans, as the two nuns exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of how to proceed, she continued outlining her vision. Just a single ponytail, tied higher for some volume, conceal the magic rope with a headband, and then braid a section of my left ear, adorned with a red ribbon. That should suffice. The nuns, albeit skeptically, complied, and soon a new style of lowly emerged before the mirror. Cyflint surveyed her reflection and felt a surge of confidence in her appearance. The single ponytail symbolized maturity, and her proud demeanor compensated for any discord in her physique. It seemed her taste was not lacking after all. "This will do," she concluded, striking a pose reminiscent of a little queen, her hands on her hips, and indulging in a mischievous chuckle inwardly. "How adorable!" the nuns cooed, unable to resist the charm of the childess appearance, as they flanked her, playfully squeezing her as though she were a cherished toy, until Sister Moganson approached, signaling for the girl to line up and establish her position, after reiterating her instructions to the mischievous child to refrain from causing any disruptions. She indicated to the nearby priest that everything was in readiness. Prince Aesolos, having completed the customary worship ceremony, found his mind wandering. This distraction stemmed partly from the sudden and inexplicable accident involving his younger brother, who had fallen into the water while boating in the garden mere days prior and had remained in a state of unconsciousness since being rescued by the royal guards. Additionally, there lingered an odd sensation from earlier. Yet the latter concern paled in comparison to his purpose for being there. Aesolos held a profound affection for his astute younger brother, valuing their bond more than that with his father or the 6 elder siblings. Since the day of his brother's birth, they had shared their lives, forging a connection deeper than any other. The incident had deprived him of restful days for several, and even during the recent public gathering, he had masked his fatigue with forced enthusiasm. Yet, as he listened to the sacred words during worship, he found himself fighting drowsiness, a predicament skillfully concealed by the dignity expected of a royal representative. The 7th prince felt a twinge of regret for missing the worship due to his exhaustion, but the understanding gaze of his companion, Gagos, seated behind him, provided solace, just as he was about to reveal a hint of weakness. Gagos discreetly cast a spell to awaken him. In the brief interval after the sermon, Aesolos turned to Gagos, offering a grateful smile, to which the mage responded with an understanding nod, furrowing his brow. Aesolos grappled with the inexplicable circumstances surrounding his brother's fall into the water. While others might be unaware, the seventh prince, having spent over a decade in close proximity to his brother, was acutely attuned to his sibling's physical condition. The two shared similar innate traits due to their common parentage, and through rigorous training, his brother had distinguished himself not only in intelligence, but also in martial prowess, often surpassing even Aeschylus himself. Despite sharing their father's vices, drinking, womanizing, hunting, and gambling, these habits had not adversely affected his brother's health. The incident hinted at a more sinister implication. Could it be the scheme of the third prince? Aeschylus was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, as his familial bonds made it difficult to comprehend why his brother would resort to such treachery. Every emperor of the Prussian dynasty had undergone a bloody initiation, stubbornly believing that only by being ruthless to their kin could they wield strength against outsiders. While the empire appeared resplendent, the northern tribes of beastmen had been steadily regaining power, and though the Prussian Empire could intimidate its neighbors, it was increasingly evident that it lacked the vitality of its predecessor, the Laurenvale Empire, despite the indispensable influence of the Safe family. Diverging from the ancestral teachings, Aeschylus believed that to ensure the nation's survival, unity was paramount. To achieve this, the first step was to guarantee the royal family's cohesion, preventing talented individuals from other factions from being adversely affected by the failures of their patrons. Only through togetherness could they mitigate potential troubles. This notion starkly contrasted with the ancestral edicts. Yet Aeschylus' father, the 13th Emperor of Prussia, was one who disregarded such traditions. Though he had ascended through purges, he harbored a deep disdain for the rules of his forebears, which explained his decision to designate a second son as the heir. That if the matter of succession provided clarity, it followed that those who sought change would naturally encounter those who wished to maintain the status quo. His elder brother was a prime example. The announcement of the decision during a court meeting had bred resentment, making it unsurprising that the ninth brother, being a sibling of the same mother, was aligned with Aeschylus' faction and thus became a target for such treachery, especially given his capabilities in both intellect and martial skill. Eliminating his brother would conveniently remove a formidable ally. Fortunately, the royal guards had arrived in time. Otherwise, their plot might have succeeded. The third prince was oblivious to their father's intentions, and few among their many siblings would comprehend. The ancestral edicts were ingrained in their very being, leading them to perceive no discomfort in turning against their speak more gravely. Much of the empire's vitality has been squandered on internal strife, and over time, this will inevitably lead to a decline in its strength. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of equilibrium, a deficiency of the kind of monarch-subject balance once exemplified by the royal family of the Laurian Empire and the Sai clan. The royalty, emboldened by the absence of any family capable of fundamentally undermining the foundations of the Prussian royal line, engages in internal conflict without restraint. If this continues, in a few generations, the empire may find itself in peril. Perhaps my father has perceived this, which is why he grew weary of the ongoing infighting and chose himself as heir. Consequently, one must cultivate sufficient capability to bear this heavy burden. A clear and youthful voice suddenly pulled the seventh prince from his contemplation. He was taken aback to discover that at some point, a group of 30 to 50 children clad in white had gathered on the right side of the platform, singing the sacred hymns of the church with their immature voices. The sunlight, imbued with pure divine energy, streamed through the cathedral's apex, illuminating these children as though they were celestial messengers, resplendent and solemn. As Aeschylus closed his eyes, he surrendered to the auditory experience of the children's melodic offerings. Despite his inability to comprehend the lyrics, he could still feel the purifying and uplifting effects of the song. The hymn, a divine melody from the heavens, defies translation into the mundane languages of the world. And it is sung solely by these prepubescent girls. They are unaware of the reasons behind their singing, yet each syllable flows naturally during the performance. However, when asked to repeat it later, they lose all rhythm and often forget every single note. Any young girl can sing in the sacred church, but this gift vanishes after their first menstruation, and one can explain the cause of this phenomenon. Not even those who have devoted their lives to studying this enigma. Yet, as he attuned his senses to the unique allure of the song, that previous sensation of strangeness gradually resurfaced. This compelled Aeschylus, who had been listening with closed eyes, to open them and direct his gaze towards the cluster of young girls, each revealing exquisite notes. Fortunately, Sister Moganson had instructed the girls to sing with their eyes closed. Otherwise, the mere gaze of the Pruman Empire's crown prince could have caused them to falter in their performance. He scanned the assembly of girls and eventually fixed his uncertain gaze on a girl in the third row, her face mostly obscured by the girl in front of her. Siflint, too, had her eyes shut, standing in the second-to-last position on the right side of the third row. She was equally curious about why she could sing the hymn flawlessly despite not understanding its meaning, as if it were a long-familiar tune that she could effortlessly draw upon when needed. Despite the numerous children, their synchronized performance, as though choreographed by an unseen conductor, was astonishing, especially given their lack of assurance in maintaining harmony. When Siflint first engaged with the sacred hymns, she had entertained thoughts of causing a little mischief by intentionally singing a wrong word to ruin the song. It must be said that her inclination was rather juvenile. Yet, she always ended up adhering to the original tune, and over time, she simply acquiesced to it during necessary worship, even if she wished to mumble incoherently. The lyrics would never stray from their predetermined form. Thus, she developed the habit of merely opening her mouth to sing, as the melody always remained consistent, and altering the lyrics was entirely impossible. Occasionally, she would stand there like a puppet, mechanically moving her mouth. The result was a playful slap to the back of her head from the approaching Sister Moganson, recalling Moganson's admonitions and her loud yet harmless slap. Siflint involuntarily shivered, her crimson eyes widening as she cast aside her earlier boredom. However, upon opening her eyes, an ominous premonition washed over her, for below, a pair of eyes was fixated upon her. The instant she opened her eyes, their gazes met, and the uncertain expression on the face of the royal figure transformed. It was the member of the Pruman royal family she had seen earlier on the Avenue of the Gods. The corner of Siflint's exposed red left eye twitched involuntarily as she discerned a certain expression in the young man's gaze, sensing that something significant was amiss. From Asalotha's perspective, he noticed an incongruity among the group of girls with their eyes shut. One girl, who was gazing back at him, standing out as his most fitting counterpart, he recalled his mother's words about the mutual attraction between the Pruman royal family and the women of the Sai clan. If such a feeling existed, she would indeed be the prime candidate. This sensation, a remnant of thousands of years of union, initially elicited skepticism from Asalloth, but upon encountering Siflint, he experienced a profound realization. If she could belong to him, it would be for the best. A fervent desire burgeoned within the young crown prince's heart. He offered Siflint a gentle smile, which caused her voice to falter momentarily. Nearly breaking, a wave of goosebumps crept over her, and she felt a prickling sensation on her exposed skin, her expression turning decidedly peculiar. Siflint felt an overwhelming impulse to flee to her. The seventh prince's benevolent smile appeared strangely sinister, as if it signified that escape from his grasp was impossible, and he intended to ensnare her in some manner out of course. This was merely the girl's fanciful imagination, yet in such circumstances, rational judgment eluded her. A person seemingly destined for her sat before her, watching her perform, a notion that transcended mere fate. Moreover, with a male soul residing within her, the thought of being scrutinized by a man's ardent gaze was disconcerting. If rolling her eyes could alleviate her inner turmoil, she would gladly endure a facial paralysis. In her eyes, the figure before her was not a prince of the empire, but a ferocious beast poised to pounce at the slightest opportunity, ready to seize the unsuspecting girl without a moment's notice. Siflint was overthinking, yet this did not hinder her instinctual wariness of the prince, whose burning gaze remained locked on her, as if seeking to imprint her image in his mind. His eyes resembled a powerful spotlight in the pitch of night, rendering her utterly exposed. Siflint's mind even wandered to the absurd thought that he could see the color of her teddy bear underwear. It was utterly terrifying. Now, not only was the corner of her eye twitching, but her mouth also involuntarily quivered, realizing that her appearance had only intensified the attention she sought to evade. Had she known, she wouldn't have changed her hairstyle. Yet, it was too late for regret. She completely forgot the satisfaction she felt while admiring herself in the mirror, conveniently disregarding Malene's remark. You two are mutually attracted. It is absurd to think you are. Fortunately, Safelynt's expression was obscured by the sunlight streaming down from above, leading Aseloth to believe she was merely anxious due to his presence. In truth, he was not entirely mistaken. Her anxiety stemmed from reasons other than he had surmised. It must be acknowledged that Aseloth was captivated by this girl, who was nearly a decade his junior, to the extent that he overlooked the finer details. For instance, Seyflint attempted to lean closer to the girl in front of her to shield her view, her eyes and mouth twitching slightly, her delicate hands fidgeting with the lace trim of her pure white skirt. To him, everything about her was exquisite, an epitome of perfection. This was his first impression, and to elicit such praise from someone renowned as a connoisseur like Aseloth was no small feat yet. Seyflint remained indifferent. Thus, under these converging circumstances, both silently wished for the performance to conclude swiftly. However, whether they shared the same intent was a question easily answered without verification. Their desires aligned, yet their purposes were entirely disparate. The young mage seated behind them remained puzzled as to why the previously fatigued prince appeared invigorated so swiftly. The hymn, though melodious, had to come to an end eventually, as the two harbored their private thoughts in anticipation. The sacred song finally concluded, signaling the commencement of their actions. As the final notes faded, the audience rose in solemnity to proceed with the ensuing ceremony. A faint halo surrounded them, a positive effect bestowed by the hymn, gradually dissipating over the course of the following day. The girls who had sung the hymn wore flushed faces and labored breaths, yet they radiated vitality, the sacred power of the song still resonating within them. They gradually disappeared behind another door of the auditorium, their faces alight with joy and excitement, following the original order of their procession. Aeschylus nearly took his leave, yearning to find the girl who had captured his heart. But at the last moment, his restraint as a prince of the empire and the primary purpose of his attendance held him back, leaving him somewhat distracted during the subsequent proceedings. This scene did not escape the notice of Leontura, who was behind him. The young sorceress found herself perplexed by the seventh prince's demeanor today. Casting a glance back at the auditorium, Seyflint let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the peculiar older man had not followed her. In her eyes, the imperial prince, a man of integrity, had morphed into the strange older man she was all too familiar with. The memory of his gaze from moments ago sent a shiver down her spine. What kind of expression was that? Desire inherently breeds possessiveness in men. Yet clearly, Aeschylus did not conform to Seyflint's definition. While his family might possess such tendencies, he himself seemed disinterested. The notion that the greedy seventh prince was innocent was laughable. What about the tentacles? Where did that come from? Regardless, all of Aeschylus's virtues, when viewed through Seyflint's lens, reduced to mere carnal desires, suggesting the profound influence of District 11 on her perspective. With such definitions in mind, Seyflint was naturally reluctant to remain within a 500-meter radius of him. Who knows what peculiar predilections lurked beneath the polished exteriors of these nobles, in a world reminiscent of a feudal era. Marrying multiple wives or seeking out young girls was not only commonplace, but also not considered illegal. However, as a modern individual, she could only indulge in such fantasies internally, for enacting them was utterly impossible. Shackled by the constraints of law and morality, two forces sufficient to govern the vast majority, including him. Yet here, in this otherworldly realm, it resembled early to mid-feudal Europe, where the rules were far from the meticulous nature of her former world. Rather, they were riddled with loopholes. Thus, for a defenseless lowly like herself, the desire to evade such an environment was entirely understandable. Moreover, within this developing girl's body resided a male soul. The surrounding young girls were chattering excitedly about their encounter, their faces flushed with exhilaration, while Seyflint's mood plummeted to an all-time low, her countenance akin to that of a charred pot. How utterly revolting! The girl was beset by another strange thought, her hands tugging at her hair, tangling her once sleek, pale, golden locks into a disarray, completely disregarding the curious gazes of her companions. With a few swift motions, she shed her white ceremonial gown and kicked off her oversized shoes. Snatching the pair that had ricocheted off the changing cabinet and stuffing both the gown and shoes inside, knowing someone else would come to clean them. No effort required on her part. As for her socks, she had grown accustomed to wearing them, completely oblivious to them in a flurry. She donned her own white nun's attire, her hair cascading untamed. Like a thief, she darted out, leaving behind a tableau of astonished Lolis and the familiar furious voice of Sister Moganson. Emerging from the corner of the corridor like a fugitive, the girl scanned her surroundings for any sign of danger before swiftly stepping out. She had already devised a plan to return to her quarters at the fastest pace possible, take a shower, and cleanse herself of any lingering scents. Although she could not detect any unpleasant odors, the acute senses of her pursuers were always attuned to her presence, as soon as Cyflint peeked out. She was confronted by a high-energy reaction not far ahead. Two figures clad in conspicuously deep crimson noble attire and dark blue sorcerer robes, their garments adorned with patterns denoting their identities, approaching her direction. Damn, Cyflint cursed inwardly, watching the two individuals draw near through a narrow gap, her anxiety mounting. Surely the prayers had concluded. Had all the rituals been completed? The girl was acutely aware that it was impossible to finish everything in under an hour. Had she truly dallied in the changing room for such an extensive period? How infuriating. She would never admit to having spent a significant amount of time watching the other girls change. That was a peculiar inclination she would staunchly deny. Yet reality demanded her attention. The two high-energy presences marked in red were closing in on her. Hiding in the corner, Cyflint's emotions were tumultuous. When had she begun to take detours to avoid two people? In her previous life, for someone who was accustomed to confronting problems head-on, this felt akin to a disgrace. However, the current situation was different. Apart from her quick wit, she seemingly possessed no other talents, save for the attribute of being a transmigrator, albeit one with a semi-hidden trait currently deemed unusable. Cyflint cursed 1,000 times in her mind. Yet reality compelled her to make a swift choice. To remain here or retreat back to the changing room and seek an opportunity to escape did a multiple-choice question. In my day, I was reputed as a master of such questions. How could a query with such an evident outcome possibly be my foe? The girl felt a surge of pride as she decisively opted to return to the changing room, her petite form crouching low as she stealthily made her exit. However, fate had a way of thwarting her plans at critical junctures, and allowing Cyflint to escape did not align with the author's preferences. Cyflint, what are you doing? Just as the girl reached the door of the changing room, ready to enter, she was met by Sister Moganson, who had intended to seek her out for a lecture. The unfortunate girl rolled her eyes, knowing that this woman would soon embark on another lengthy tirade. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't have been particularly troublesome. She would let the words flow in one ear and out the other, allowing her to proceed with her own affairs once the woman had finished. But this time was different. There were two exceedingly dangerous entities behind her, and being caught would lead to a disastrous outcome. There was no way she could remain here to endure the lengthy lecture. Moreover, she sensed the approaching presence rapidly drawing closer, likely due to the woman's admonishing voice serving as a precise beacon. How many times must I educate you? Must I reiterate every time? Sister Moganson lowered her gaze, brewing a reprimand, only to find Cyflint raising her head with an expression of innocence and purity, employing a tone she had long deemed nauseating, sweetly proclaiming, "Actually, your angry demeanor is simply enchanting." Taken aback, Sister Moganson froze, having never heard such words directed at her before. It was the first time someone had expressed such sentiments. She momentarily pondered the implications of this statement, struggling to decipher whether it was a compliment or an insult. But this did not prevent her from concluding that Cyflint was merely attempting to amuse herself at her expense, as similar experiences had occurred more than once in the past, thus adding her previous grievances to the mix. She swiftly decided to punish the girl twice over, her anger eclipsing the faint blush that had recently graced her cheeks. The little girl, who had prepared to unleash her wrath, was taken aback to discover that the very girl she had been confronting had vanished, only to find the imperial prince of the Pumin Empire and his guard appearing around the corner of the corridor. Her first instinct was to turn and close the changing room door, then compose herself before approaching the two. Although he was an imperial prince, being near a women's changing room could invite scandal, so Sister Moganson's intent in moving forward was not only to observe the necessary courtesies, but also to ensure that their conversation took place beyond the confines of the changing room. Meanwhile, Cyflint had returned to the changing room, reaching a window ledge over 2 meters high, beneath which lay a row of lockers. Assessing her surroundings, she figured she could climb atop the lockers and open the window to escape outside. Thus, under the watchful eyes of her astonished, lowly companions, Flint began her ascent. These girls had never witnessed another girl, especially a princess, disregard her appearance to climb like a boy, exposing her skirt in the process. Although they were all children of affluent families, both rich and noble, they were momentarily taken aback, merely watching Flint scale the lockers and approach the window before she clambered outside. Each of their minds echoed a singular question. Why did this princess not take the front door, but rather chose to escape through a window several meters off the ground? Some lowless gazing at this scene had their eyes sparkling with excitement. Once outside, Flint quickly realized that she was much higher above the ground than she had initially anticipated to this moment. She felt quite fortunate that the owner of this body did not suffer from acrophobia. Otherwise, succumbing to dizziness at a critical juncture would have been rather disastrous. However, lingering on the windowsill, exposed to the wind, was hardly a viable option. She needed to reach the ground swiftly and slip away before those individuals located her. Glancing around, she noticed a tree branch on her left that appeared to be within close proximity. A spark of audacity ignited within the inherently reckless girl, and she began to inch towards it. The windowsill, though not particularly spacious, was sufficiently wide for a child like Flint. With effortless grace, she positioned herself before the branch. Assessing the distance, a slight jump would surely suffice. Calculating her move, Flint propelled herself off the wall with her right leg, launching towards the branch, and with a deft maneuver of her arms, she secured her grip. Her petite frame swayed momentarily before steadying itself, while the branch held firm, merely shedding a shower of leaves in protest. Flint couldn't help but commend the superior quality of the flora on the holy mountain. After swaying in midair a few times and dislodging several more leaves, she managed to hoist one leg onto the branch, just as she prepared to catch her breath and attempt another leap. Two familiar figures appeared in the distance. With an exasperated roll of her eyes, she lamented the situation. It seemed these two were determined to find her, refusing to give up. If they couldn't locate her in the changing room, they would simply traipse outside as a prince of the empire. Surely he could have any woman he desired. Why was he fixated on a girl like her, who had yet to fully mature? While Flint sought concealment among the branches, the two figures approached. "Your Highness, it is getting late. Perhaps we should return," suggested Leontilla. Following the earlier events, he sensed that the seventh prince was persistently searching for someone he was eager to find. Unaware of the peculiar bond between their families, Leontilla found the prince's fixation somewhat perplexing and harbored no particular fondness for the individual they sought. After multiple fruitless searches, his patience was wearing thin. Aseroth appeared somewhat despondent. A familiar yet elusive sensation lingered nearby, yet he could not grasp its source. The fleeting glimpse he had caught in the hall still haunted his mind, but the individual remained stubbornly elusive. Was she deliberately evading him? He felt a twinge of frustration, yet he understood there were more pressing matters at hand. The seventh prince clearly refused to abandon his search, yet aimlessly seeking only resulted in futility. Leontilla, who could foresee the outcome, was reluctant to waste time on this endeavor, but he could hardly oppose the prince's tenacity, recognizing his subordinate status. After standing beneath the tree for a while, the reluctant seventh prince ultimately chose to relent. He sighed deeply, stating, "Let us go and check on my royal brother." "Indeed, Your Highness," Leontilla replied, exhaling a sigh of relief. The prince had finally made the most prudent decision, indicating he was not as possessive as his siblings. However, at that moment, a faint crack of a breaking branch resonated above. The ever-vigilant mage tensed, instinctively shielding the prince and pulling him into the shade. Amidst the rustling leaves and a startled cry, a small figure plummeted through a cascade of fallen leaves. Before Leontilla could discern what was descending, the seventh prince reacted with remarkable swiftness, darting past the mage and extending his arms to catch the flailing shadow midair. Only then did Leontilla recognize the figure that had fallen, a little girl with light golden hair. With a sense of relief, Leontilla relaxed his guard. This was merely a child who had climbed a tree. Yet, upon noticing the patch over her left eye, he furrowed his brow. To his surprise, he observed a shift in the prince's gaze upon seeing the girl. Could it be that this was the individual the prince had been searching for? Leontilla found it hard to believe. What could possibly captivate the prince about this one-eyed child? As Cyflint contemplated her predicament, having been drawn closer to the tree's foliage, she was dismayed by the persistent presence of the prince beneath her. After several minutes of waiting, the branch, unable to bear her weight, finally gave way, leading her to descend unceremoniously into the arms of the very individual she had hoped to avoid. She would have preferred to hit the ground rather than be caught by him, especially as he scrutinized her with an unsettling gaze that sent shivers down her spine. Cyflint's eyes twitched as she beheld Aseroth, who gazed at her with an intensity that felt both tender and unnerving. A minute later, an overwhelming sense of discomfort flooded her mind. She realized that if she did not act swiftly, she would find herself in a precarious situation. Almost simultaneously, she noticed the prince was preparing to move. I cannot let this boy have his way. While he had saved her from a graceless fall, it did not obligate her to reciprocate in any manner. Get away! Pervert! The childish exclamation erupted from her lips as though she had encountered something repulsive. Grasping the young man's collar with both hands, she kicked off his chest and propelled herself away in a rather ungraceful manner, landing a few meters away on the grass before fleeing without looking back. Leontilla could hardly contain his anger at the girl's violent outburst. The prince had rescued her, yet she repaid him with such disdain. Just as he began to voice his indignation, the seventh prince silenced him with a wave of his hand. Let it go. But your highness, this behavior undermines the dignity of the royal family, Leontilla protested, shifting his gaze to Aseroth, who appeared somewhat disheartened. Forget it, the seventh prince replied, waving his hand dismissively. The girl's reaction had caught him off guard, particularly the kick that left faint imprints on his pristine attire as he adjusted his rumpled collar, feeling somewhat dejected. It was evident that she held no affection for him and seemed entirely oblivious to the connection he felt. Had he misjudged the situation? Perhaps the familiar sensation was one he alone experienced. Since she clearly despised him, he saw no reason to persist, as coercing her into compliance was not in Aseroth's nature. Thus, he resigned himself to disappointment. Let us return. My brother's well-being is of greater concern. As he spoke, the hesitation that had plagued him vanished, replaced by clarity. Understood, your highness. The mage recognized the shift in his demeanor and admired the prince's ability to discern priorities. That evening, Cyflint dragged Melon into her small room. Faced with Melon's oblivious inquiries about the matter, Cyflint felt a wave of frustration and vexation wash over her. She had anticipated a clandestine adventure, but found herself unwittingly conscripted into a choir comprised of children her age. Tasked with singing sacred hymns, this realization sent her into a frenzy. Why was I not informed about the existence of a novice nun preparatory group? Cyflint endeavored to temper her tone, striving for calmness. Yet the throbbing veins on her forehead betrayed her facade. If it were possible, she would have relished the opportunity to bite Melon somewhere on her body, allowing her to choose the location. Now she understood that another building, where she had been learning doctrine, housed a preparatory group composed entirely of children, with whom she ought to have been associating, different from other girls' indignation. Melon looked at her with an innocent expression. Is it necessary? I believe you have not lived in that world for long. This body has been dormant for over a decade. You do not need to relive the experience of childhood, which is why you were placed in the formal nun group. Besides, you have already surpassed the age limit for the preparatory group. Sooner or later, you must advance your studies. Upon hearing Melon's words, Cyflint felt as though she had lost all semblance of privacy in the presence of the girl. Melon had even taken into account that she had spent a considerable time in that world. How profound her insights must be. However, Cyflint noted, Melon, you have been in a nun group for a year and yet remain unaware of the existence of the preparatory group. Melon only spared a fleeting consideration for Cyflint's obliviousness to the world beyond her window. But even that consideration was minimal. What have you been doing in class all this time? It is only natural that one would encounter each other during the comings and goings of classes. She has laid bare the majority of her bad habits. Though this was only in the presence of the two of them, Cyflint felt an overwhelming sense of shame for always being at a disadvantage during her verbal sparring with Malin. In a sudden burst of energy, she leapt up, tackling Malin to the ground amidst her exclamations, both of them tumbling onto the woolen carpet. Malin, you are so despicable. What have I done? Malin protested, laughter escaping her lips as she attempted to maintain her facade. The girl felt a peculiar tickling sensation around her waist, undoubtedly a result of Flint employing her nearly foolproof tickling tactic. Whenever she found herself at a loss for words, this was her go-to move. However, Flint was quite particular about the timing and location of such antics. She would never resort to this in public, as Malin was always very conscious of her image, and the girl was well aware of her friend's boundaries. Clearly, this time they were indoors, where image was of no concern, and she unwittingly fell prey to the situation. Rather than say she was caught off guard, it would be more accurate to say that upon entering this room, she should have been prepared to be toppled at any moment. You intend to mess with me on purpose, pretending not to know, Flint thought, clearly enjoying the sensation of being sprawled atop the soft form of the blossoming young girl. She indignantly complained about Malin's lack of transparency while pinning her down, her legs restraining Malin's movements, and her hands teasingly scratching at all the sensitive spots on her body. "Stop it." "Ha ha," Malin gasped, her laughter rendering her powerless to resist the playful assault. Her disheveled hair fell across her flushed face, and the uncontrollable laughter caused beads of sweat to form on her skin. Only when she could bear it no longer and surrender did Flint triumphantly roll off her, collapsing onto the woolen carpet beside her. "Now do you understand my prowess?" Flint declared proudly, inwardly reveling in the moment. Relishing the privileges that came with being a girl. "You certainly took advantage of me while tickling just now. You're truly wicked, Flint. Those areas don't even feel ticklish," Malin grumbled from her side. Still catching her breath from the earlier laughter which had exhausted her, in response to the girl's playful groping, she could only voice her protests. "Humph, this is a punishment for your cunning ways. So you want to be so sly in the future," Flint pouted, feeling no remorse for her actions. "What cunning?" Malin inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," Flint dismissed. "Now that you know my strength, if you try to tease me again, I won't let you off so easily, as if." Malin shot back, and in a swift motion, she flipped over, pinning Flint beneath her, her face flushed with triumph as she gazed down at her friend, who was just beginning to comprehend the turn of events. "Teasing me was enjoyable, wasn't it?" "Ha ha, that was a misunderstanding." Faced with the sudden shift in dynamics, Flint, despite feeling a strange sense of accomplishment and pleasure from having a girl atop her, had no choice but to acquiesce. Malin was not only older than her, but also considerably stronger. Her earlier triumph had purely stemmed from a surprise attack. Now, however, she found herself on the receiving end of a surprise. "Misunderstanding? Humph." Malin regarded Flint with an expression that suggested she was at her mercy, then suddenly aimed her hands at Flint's armpits. "Now it's my turn. Prepare to face your punishment for bullying someone who cared for you like a sister." As laughter bubbled over, Flint's expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Ultimately, unable to withstand the ticklish torment, she began a desperate struggle filled with both pain and delight. Naturally, she could not flip the tables. And faced with Malin's superior strength, all she could do was endure the retaliation. Thus, the night was spent in playful chaos, leaving both of them with dark circles under their eyes the following morning. In late autumn, the sweltering heat of summer had become a distant memory, and Flint was elated by this change. The reason was clear. Even in the hottest weather, as a nun, she was bound by rules that forbade her from exposing her body too much. Wearing a white gown in the oppressive summer heat was nothing short of torment. Now that the temperature had dropped, Flint could finally breathe a sigh of relief after months of restraint. Today marked her day of instruction under the Pope's guidance, a rare opportunity indeed. For the average believer, such instruction might come once in a lifetime, but for Malin, a student of the Pope, she could pose any questions concerning magic and doctrine during his private time. The Pope held Malin in high regard, patiently addressing all her inquiries, and this special treatment extended to Flint as well. In the early moments of her awakening, the Pope would routinely conduct thorough examinations of Flint. After concluding that she was definitively not a demon, the intervals between her treatments began to lengthen. Now, they merely checked in occasionally to observe any lingering aftereffects of a life-song spell, especially since its usage had prematurely expended nearly 20 years of her lifespan. Had she not cast the spell, she would not awaken for another 20 years. Thus, for the girl, this was not viewed as a loss. It was simply an unavoidable sacrifice, Manjolian's expertise in magic research was unparalleled among the popes of history, as he was proficient in multiple disciplines. Naturally, he provided numerous insights regarding Seyffelt's recovery. As Seyffelt put it, it was akin to a doctor's post-operative guidance, which she took seriously, much to the Pope's relief. He had been concerned that the child might harbor shadows of despair from the loss of her life potential. However, Mayleen's reassurances dispelled his worries. This child was far stronger than he had anticipated. Mayleen's ability to perceive the hearts of others was truly remarkable. "Master, I don't quite understand," she began, her interest waning in the subject of alchemy, which was the Pope's specialty, seeing the Pope gesture for her to continue. She elaborated, "If healing through divine magic is so much quicker and more effective than herbalism, why must we, the followers of the light god, study a subject that we may never use in our lifetime?" "My student," the Pope began, "while divine magic is indeed efficient, the precondition for healing often involves the rapid consumption of life potential to achieve swift results. This is not particularly effective for elderly patients, as it may hasten their demise. Herbalism, however, does not operate on such principles. While it too consumes life potential, it does so in a manner that is negligible, and herbs inherently possess their own restorative properties." Mayleen listened attentively to Manjolian's words, contemplating them deeply before nodding gently. Moreover, not all injuries can be healed with divine magic. While it is a potent method, as a nun, one should learn to alleviate another's suffering rather than exacerbate it. I understand now that I will diligently study the preparation and formula of herbs, even though I am not particularly skilled in it. Although Mayleen was not interested in herbalism, she recognized its potential to save lives and thus steeled herself to learn. Seyffeldt admired this tenacity in her friend. Mayleen would pursue knowledge beneficial to others, even if it was outside her expertise. Throughout their year together, Seyffeldt had come to see Mayleen as a person with a devout and compassionate heart, willing to alter herself for the sake of others. Her kindness shone brightest in moments of need, reaching out to anyone, even if they were merely a beggar or a despised criminal, enveloping them in her sincere, sacred aura, urging them to seek faith and rebirth in Seyfeldt's eyes. Mayleen was truly a figure radiating with the light of a saint. "Now, Seyffeldt," Pope Manjolian turned his gaze toward the girl, who was lost in admiration of Mayleen. "Yes, Your Holiness," she responded, snapping back to attention, ready to absorb the Pope's words. "That I hear from Mayleen that you are not particularly fond of the sacred nun order." A gentle smile graced the Pope's aged face, reminiscent of a kind elder conversing with his grandchildren. "What is the reason?" Seyffeldt glanced at Mayleen, who was struggling to comprehend the intricate herbal formulas laid out before her, seemingly oblivious to the Pope's inquiry. "Well, yes," Seyffeldt replied, unable to hint at anything further. "I find the life within the nun order to be rather monotonous and excessively quiet. I dislike such a tranquil existence." This sentiment was indeed true to her heart. She had grown accustomed to freedom in life, a shift necessitated by her family's circumstances. However, the thought of returning to the placid life of her childhood was both impossible and unnecessary. Rather than that, she would prefer to embrace a new environment and become a knight. Though this path appeared unconventional, it suited her nature as an unconventional individual. "That I have heard that the Holy Order of Knights is recruiting, and I aspire to become a knight," the chief physician of Seyffeldt. Manjorian is acutely aware that this child's soul had long resided within a male from another world, undoubtedly influencing her behavioral cognition. Thus, her current sentiments come as no surprise. While it is not unheard of for women to serve as military officers, he is yet to hear of a princess actively seeking a martial role. The Pope did not immediately acquiesce to her request. Instead, he pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Could you elucidate your reasons? Why do you wish to join the Holy Order of Knights?" "Because I believe it is where I truly belong." Seyffeldt replied, "That I have a restless disposition. I have lived this way for over 20 years in my own world. Isn't there a lack of freedom within the convent?" "That is not quite what I meant." Seyffeldt stammered, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. "Does it sound appealing? I cannot simply divulge my innermost feelings to him, can I? Perhaps your temperament is not suited for such a lifestyle," the Pope mused. "The Holy Order venerates the chivalric spirit and comprises free knights. Your aspirations are not without merit." However, to permit your entry based solely on that would likely be met with disapproval from the order's commander. After all, the training for knights is exceedingly rigorous, and without robust physicality and mental fortitude as a foundation, one's accomplishments will be severely limited. Seyflint felt somewhat disheartened by the rejection. Moreover, you have yet to demonstrate self-discipline. Manjorian continued as a principal force of the Holy See. The discipline required of the Holy Order is paramount, directly affecting the very survival of the unit, until you have thoroughly structured your personal habits. Even I would not sanction your request. The girl understood that her lifestyle was indeed irregular, and the Pope's observations were not unfounded. This realization quelled her earlier fervor. If the Pope were to accept her request on a whim, her subsequent performance would surely tarnish his reputation. Seyflint had always believed that while her own embarrassment was inconsequential, bringing disgrace to others was truly shameful. With this understanding, her enthusiasm for the order waned, at least for the time being. Nodding in comprehension, she acknowledged the Pope's criticism, since learning that the girl possessed more than a decade's worth of experience beyond her appearance. Manjorian no longer regarded her as a mere child. Seyflint, in turn, fully welcomed this perspective. She desired to be seen as such, especially on significant matters. Although she was not entirely prepared to become a holy knight, the Pope informed her that she could begin studying relevant theoretical knowledge. As for her mentor, it would naturally be Malin, who had always been by her side, providing care. There was no need to consider other candidates. I am genuinely curious. What exactly are your skills? Sitting on a comfortable woolen carpet, Seyflint observed the girl engrossed in her book, her feet occasionally brushing against the carpet, a sensation that brought her comfort. You can recite the doctrines with your eyes closed. You've never erred in alchemy. You possess comprehensive theoretical knowledge of light magic, and no one knows the continent's history better than you. You are kind-hearted and understanding, caring for those around you without overstepping. Honestly, in all my years, I have never encountered anyone with so many virtues. She remarked, Am I truly as remarkable as you say? Malin lifted her head, her beautiful green eyes shaped like a crescent moon gazing at the girl, who was sitting with her legs splayed. Be careful, where your underwear may be visible. Seyflint quickly covered her skirt with her hands. While her personality could easily dismiss such concerns, Malin's opinion weighed heavily on her mind, as she cared deeply about how others perceived her. But in my eyes, you truly are an exceptional young lady. Do you not see yourself that way? Or have you never heard others say so? The girl's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. It was not that she had never heard such praise, but it was the first time she had received such an extensive compliment. Should I thank you for that? Forget it, Seyflint replied habitually. I am merely curious about how you achieve this. Mastering everything isn't as easy as one might imagine. That if you calm your mind to engage in a task, regardless of your interest level, you can at least gain a general understanding of it. Perhaps in the process of understanding, you may even develop an interest. Malin inserted a flat feather into the pages of her book. Take your desire to become a holy knight, for instance. Perhaps it stems from a fleeting impulse. However, if you hastily decide on such a path, do you truly believe you can endure the rigorous training it entails? The reason I know so much is not only due to my fondness for reading, but also because I possess a clear goal. I wish to learn more. This objective enables me to swiftly find solutions whenever doubts arise. While my interests certainly play a role, it is my attitude towards nurturing those interests that is paramount. They form a kind of magical circle with my passion for knowledge at its core. While my earnest attitude acts as the driving force. Interests are important, yet they are not everything. They merely serve as a motivation. To sustain that motivation, one must also consider other factors, such as aptitude and diligence. Otherwise, once the initial excitement wanes, you may find yourself lacking the energy to continue. When that feeling intensifies, thoughts of giving up may arise. Of course, this does not imply that there is no merit to be found. At the very least, you learn that pursuing something cannot rely solely on interest, but must encompass a multitude of other considerations. After all, at just over a decade in age, Malin could only express so much. Yet the essence of her message remained unchanged. Point 1 must possess resolve. This is the insight Seyflint gleaned from Malin's words. If she truly wished to become a holy knight, she must wholly align herself with that ambition. Casting aside all personal vices, It is easy to speak such principles, yet how challenging it is to implement them. Moreover, did Seyflint genuinely aspire to become a holy knight? She acknowledged that her infatuation with the title stemmed from its appealing nature. Yet she felt reluctant to admit that such a juvenile notion fueled her desires. With Malin as a role model before her, she ultimately gritted her teeth and resolved to pursue this path. After all, attempting something is far better than never trying. At least she would not harbor regrets. How infuriating! I am over 20 years her senior, yet my sense of initiative pales in comparison. Seyflint thought in frustration. Thus, this 13-year-old girl made a momentous decision regarding her future. With great determination, she stood and gazed down at Malin, who met her gaze in kind. Then, with unwavering conviction, Seyflint declared, "Malin, tomorrow, take me to see His Holiness the Pope. I wish to join the Holy Order of Knights." "Oh, have you made your decision?" Malin regarded her with surprise, though her expression suggested she had anticipated this outcome. This left Seyflint, who had intended to impress her, feeling quite displeased. "Could you not at least feign an expression of excitement?" Seyflint frowned. "It's not every day I take charge of such a significant decision. Can't you offer me a bit of encouragement?" "Confidence must primarily come from within, rather than relying on others," Malin retorted with a smirk. However, she recognized the immense courage it took for Seyflint to make such a decision and thus offered her utmost support, bolstering the girl's confidence as she began to shed her childish attributes. "Having given you such high praise, if you dare to give up, just wait until I deal with you," Malin warned, ensuring her tone remained serious. "Rest assured, you shall not have that opportunity," Seyflint replied cheerfully, buoyed by her newfound determination. With her resolve to become a holy knight firmly established, the Pope assigned her to accompany Sir Norvide, the commander of one of the knight training camps, to their base. These auxiliary forces also provided a pathway for commoners aspiring to become holy knights, thereby serving as a ladder for their advancement. Initially, the Pope intended to place Seyflint in the noble district, but the girl obstinately insisted that she should not receive special treatment. Sensing the girl's curiosity about the surroundings, as she gazed about in wonder, the squad leader could not help but feel somewhat displeased. In principle, Norweed is at the youthful age of around 20. For a lively and petite girl, even if there are no romantic inclinations, one might feel an irresistible urge to draw closer. However, he evidently harbors no such thoughts. Although he is not particularly well-versed in the ways of women, he understands that the general fascination that females have for novel experiences is fleeting, much like a gathering of noble women engaging in discussions of fashion, where any interest is quickly dissipated. Thus, he does not perceive the Pope's consent to allow a girl who has yet to mature to partake in the sacred knight training within the military as a particularly wise decision. Furthermore, while there have been precedents of female members becoming sacred knights, this particular girl also holds the title of princess, and who knows whether she might exhibit some princess-like temperaments, something he is utterly unskilled at handling. He can only hope that this girl's interest is not merely a passing fancy. Casting a glance back at the girl trailing behind him, he reassures himself with this thought. The captain has indeed found himself a rather difficult individual to manage. For Norweed, who hails from a humble background, serving a noble lady has never been an agreeable endeavor. Rather, he is more inclined to favor those of his own class. "Did you just glance back at me?" The girl's voice rang out from behind, youthful yet tinged with a hint of maturity. Norweed found himself perplexed by this notion. Surely, a mere glance back should not warrant a response. Nobility can be rather incomprehensible at times. "I was merely confirming your Highness's presence behind me," he replied. Norweed is not accustomed to associating with nobility, and as a result, his squad predominantly consists of individuals from similar backgrounds. The presence of a princess with royal blood only adds to his sense of impending trouble. "That of course I'm behind you. I was just familiarizing myself with the surroundings, as we are about to commence our training," she retorted, a hint of displeasure evident in her expression. "Do you fear that I might become an inconvenience to you?" "Indeed, you are already becoming one," he mused silently. Despite his thoughts, he found it somewhat surprising that she wished to train here. He had expected her to be deterred by the sight of those drenched in sweat from combat. Yet, she remained undeterred. Gradually, he began to reassess his view of her. Now, if you were to join the Sacred Knight Order. You must prepare for a rigorous training regimen that IT is not something that the average person can endure. So before you make your decision, I need to ascertain your commitment, he stated. Not a problem. I will not withdraw, she asserted confidently. Her previous observations had led her to believe that swordsmanship was not as formidable as it was made out to be, coupled with her past experiences of brawling with ruffians. She did not exhibit the typical weakness that many women display upon witnessing a fight. After all, she's a princess, albeit one who is not particularly valued. Yet, how could a princess go back on her word? Her declaration indeed garnered Norweed's appreciation for her determination. Though he was well aware that many nobles are adept at making grand promises without the ability to fulfill them, it is the execution that truly matters. I hope you stand by your word, Norweed replied. While there have been noble women who participated in the Sacred Knight training before, many had ultimately succumbed to the hardships and withdrawn. Our team consists solely of knights from commoner backgrounds. If you can persevere, it would undoubtedly serve as a significant encouragement to other nobles. So, there are no noble girls here? The girl inquired. Correct, none. The female members of my squad are all of common birth. Norweed raised an eyebrow. He had initially thought that the absence of common topics might discomfort the princess. If you find this environment unsuitable, I can take you to the Lavelle squad. I recall they have noble women among their ranks. No need. Why would I want to go there? His Holiness entrusted me to you, did he not? Are you so eager to abandon me? Or do you doubt my ability to integrate into your circle? The girl halted, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. How could she not perceive the underlying implications of the squad leaderess words? After all, she had spent over 20 years among common folk. Was she not aware of their thoughts? Her words prompted Norweed to recall another moniker attributed to her, the sleeping princess of labels, said to be in slumber due to her soul wandering in another realm. If that is the case, it would not be surprising for her to have had such experiences during her slumber. And oh wonder her speech does not resemble that of an ordinary adolescent, setting aside the ambiguity of her words. Norweed inclined his head. Then, it seems you will find camaraderie here, that he resumed walking. I shall now lead you to my squad's encampment, where you may meet my comrades. Very well, the girl nodded in agreement. Also, please refrain from using formalities with me. Thank you. Understood, if that is your wish. According to the arrangement of the night training camps, which are distributed in 12 clock-like formations, the closer one is to the holy mountain of the church. The higher the rank. Norweed's camp lies far from this location, positioned at the 7th pointer in the northwest, on a small rise adjacent to the monster forest that a wooden fortress has been erected at the highest point of this area. Its scale is modest, capable of accommodating no more than 500 individuals. Surrounding the wooden fortress are 4 towers, which, from the ground, reveal little of their contents, but one can assume there are some light defensive weapons based on the size of the structure. The tops of the towers and the gates are adorned with the church's gold-trimmed white flags and the insignia of this unit. The environment here is relatively serene, though perhaps all encampments share this quality. As they traverse the stone path, they observe knights practicing charges and other drills, with knights nearby saluting Norweed, often casting surprised glances at the accompanying girl. The captain has returned, a soldier on duty called out. As the gates of the wooden fortress creaked open, revealing a white knight emerging from within. Upon approaching, the girl recognized the newcomer as a young woman, her skin slightly tanned, with long hair tied up, revealing a strikingly regal visage. She cast a quick glance at the girl before saluting Norweed. Captain, she greeted, her voice steady and resonant, tinged with a particular regional accent that lent her tone a pleasant quality. Gather, everyone. We have a newcomer in our ranks, Norweed replied, nodding in acknowledgement before issuing the command. The female knight promptly turned, and the two ascended the slope at a leisurely pace. As you can see, I'm the squad leader here, responsible for ensuring the safety of this area, preventing beasts and creatures from the distant monster forest from causing harm. The only trading post for daily necessities nearby is the small village we just passed through. Norweed explained as they walked. Your riding skills are commendable. Have you practiced before? I've ridden cattle, the girl replied nonchalantly, recalling her rural days that a smile crept on a Norweed's lips, as it appeared this princess truly lacked the temperament of nobility. Perhaps she simply had not yet developed it. I have ridden as well, he casually remarked. Dismounting his horse, he intended to assist her, only to find she had already jumped down gracefully. After handing their horses to the soldiers, the two continued onward. At that moment, the assembly horn of the wooden fortress sounded, its tone reminiscent of a trumpet. Given that this is a territory under the church, why do beasts still pose a threat? The girl inquired, puzzled. Although this large island belongs to the church, only a tenth of it is inhabited. The majority remains the domain of other creatures. Those beasts are not akin to magical beasts, possessing little intelligence, and tend to leave their habitats to attack humans during spring and autumn. Moreover, if we are to enter the depths of the trial altar, we are bound to encounter them. Is this the case for other encampments as well? The circumstances may vary in scale, but the targets differ only slightly, Norweed replied. While he spoke of trouble, he never truly regarded it as such in his heart. The church's provisions also included the ability to utilize animal resources for subsidies during the winter hunts and periods of heightened beast activity, all while training the troops and earning the goodwill of villagers. Truly a multifaceted advantage, in comparison to the formidable beasts of the Warcraft realm. Such a degree of menace posed little trouble for them. Durandal felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at being pulled from his focused training. He had been engaged in a spirited joust with a knight, honing his lance skills. The knight's prowess matched his own, allowing for an exhilarating exchange. However, just at the critical moment, the deputy's command forced him to abandon the contest, leaving a sense of frustration bubbling within him, which manifested in his sour demeanor during the assembly. In contrast to the blue-haired youth, Berryman displayed no extraordinary reaction to him. This gathering was merely a routine affair. Moreover, he had just secured a splendid victory in a swordsmanship match when the assembly call was sounded. He could not help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude for his comrade, whose bout had been abruptly interrupted. I have long said that you squander your time excessively, perpetually wasting it on trivial matters. Rarely does one find themselves in a position of advantage. It feels remiss not to deliver a decisive blow to reclaim lost ground, Durandal retorted, his competitive spirit ignited. That's so. I never anticipated you could maintain a fight with a man for such an extended period. Berryman replied, emphasizing the word fight with a mocking glint in his eye as he regarded his companion. In comparison, my duel with a woman today was rather straightforward, as soon as he uttered those words. A young woman who had previously engaged him in a strategic battle shot him an indignant glare, but her presence went completely unnoticed. Hearing this, Durandal found himself at a loss for words, unable to formulate a retort. Just as he was about to speak, the deputy's piercing gaze fell upon him, clearly having observed his earlier antics. Consequently, the youth merely shrugged, conceding, this time, consider a victory for you. Before long, his lingering irritation was dissipated by the entrance of a child onto the platform. About a child, or rather, a girl. What business does a child have here? Not just him, but the assembled soldiers shared a look of bewilderment. What purpose did the captain have in bringing a little one along? Today, I have gathered you all to announce an unexpected decision, Norweed declared from the platform, addressing the 200-odd individuals present. This girl beside me will commence her training with us, starting tomorrow. The moment those words left his lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was no wonder they were taken aback. The Holy Knight Order did not reject the inclusion of women. Yet there was a stipulation that they must be 16 years of age or older. Since the establishment of the order, no female members younger than 16 had been formally welcomed, and this girl appeared not to have reached that age yet. Hey, wait a minute. Whose child is this? Surely, she isn't a noble's daughter here for a brief experience, is she? I've heard rumors of similar occurrences with previous recruits. The murmurs of disbelief echoed, reflecting a blend of skepticism and derision. Norweed, the commanding officer, felt a twinge of annoyance at the chatter. While he held authority, he lacked the power to quell their words. Yet, he carried a sense of intrigue, wishing to ascertain whether the girl truly possessed the fortitude to endure the trials ahead. Hence he imposed little restraint on his subordinates' comments. I wonder what sort of madness has seized Captain Norweed this time. Both Durandal and Berryman expressed their surprise, having been assigned to this team for quite some time. They had come to understand their captain well and could tell he was not one to engage in frivolous jesting. How should I know? Perhaps there are other motives at play, Berryman speculated. exhibiting a more rational approach, that he refrained from mocking the new arrival and did not question the captain's intellect. Since what did the church have such a girl? Durandal mused, clicking his tongue. From the looks of her, she may grow into a beauty. She certainly appears quite endearing now. And then what? Do you think I would pass up such a splendid opportunity? Naturally, I shall seek a chance to get closer to her. Who knows what possibilities may arise? Though, alas, I'm left with but one eye, he added with a smirk. As his friend, Berryman grew weary of the conversation and redirected his attention to the stage. Eager to observe how the girl would respond amidst the cacophony of jeers, "It seems these fellows are far from welcoming," Femininity thought as she stood atop the platform, keenly aware of the ruckus below. "Do these insufferable brutes truly relish watching my humiliation? If I were a genuine child of 12 or 13, they would revel in their triumph. But now," a cold smile crept across her face. "Do you wish to see me falter? Indeed, I feel quite displeased by your derision. But having come this far, I have no intention of yielding so easily." With that resolve, she stepped forward confidently, addressing the soldiers below. "My name is Femininity, and I kindly ask for your support during my training here." In her mind, she understood that to become a holy knight, enduring hardships and setbacks was an inevitable part of the journey. Reflecting on her early days as a combatant, she had faced her share of discrimination, yet through sheer strength, she had silenced her detractors. The skepticism from the soldiers before her paled in comparison to the trials she had previously endured, and thus she had no intention of proving herself to this rabble. However, her mere introduction left a profound impression on two individuals in the crowd. Durandal paused mid-thought, noting the girl's remarkable confidence. In such an atmosphere, remaining composed at her age was indeed an impressive feat. Socialites, if I recall correctly, the surname is quite rare. Berryman pondered aloud. Could this girl possibly be connected to the kingdom of Rabbles along the eastern coast of the continent? His insight stemmed from the knowledge that the royal family of Rabbles was descended from the Psy lineage, a widely known fact. That is merely your imagination. Durandal waved off dismissively, exhibiting no sense of urgency. His principle was to act first and contemplate later. Such conjectures are merely speculative and seldom reliable. Besides, even if it were true, what difference would it make? You certainly have a knack for distancing yourself from potential concerns, Berryman remarked, patting his friend's shoulder. That said, my caution is not without merit. For instance, I possess the discernment to remain vigilant until safety is assured. Are you mocking me? Durandal retorted. Not at all. I am merely extolling my own virtues, Berryman replied. Yet compared to Berryman's cautious demeanor, the soldiers below, though aware of the Rabble's royal family, paid little mind to it. While the Psy family held some influence, it primarily affected a select few. Those who respected the name were often adherents to chivalric ideals or admirers. For commoners, they merely understood that individuals with Psy as their surname were not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, alongside a hint of admiration, a shadow of jealousy lurked. Why could they not achieve what those of noble lineage could? Moreover, none present hailed from Rabbles or its neighboring nations. Coupled with an odd psychological disposition, the complex sentiments surrounding the perceived Psy descendant, Femininity, transformed much of that admiration into resentment, regardless of whether Femininity cared. This atmosphere gradually influenced the soldiers' attitudes towards her. The girl's demeanor did not exude the strength one would expect from a martial practitioner. Rather, she appeared vulnerable and easily underestimated. On one hand, the soldiers revered strength. On the other, they generally harbored a classist animosity towards the affluent, compounded by the older generation's disdain for newcomers. Thus, the soldiers' gazes towards Femininity were tinged with condescension, far exceeding their usual indifference. Norweed, too, sensed the palpable hostility among his subordinates, yet he could do little to mitigate it. Most members of his squad were individuals from the lower echelons of society, possessing a particular skill set that had been honed into knightly potential through their own efforts and the guidance of a few mentors. Regardless of their backgrounds, they all shared a reluctance towards the nobility, himself included. While he was privy to certain details about the girl before him, he wisely chose to remain silent. If her identity were to be revealed, the resistance would only grow more unabashed. Moreover, These individuals hail from all corners of this continent, making it implausible for labels to wield such far-reaching influence. To be candid, after our previous conversation, I find myself harboring a modicum of affection for this girl. She possesses a uniqueness that sets her apart from other nobles, evoking an unintentional sense of familiarity. As a knight candidate, one is allowed to choose 2 melee weapons, and subsequent training will be tailored to the selected weaponry. Schlud, serving as the squad's deputy, addressed the girl, casting doubt on her ability to wield any significant weaponry. As a commoner herself, she harbors an almost instinctive aversion to nobles, unless the latter possesses a strength that compels her respect. However, given the current circumstances, such a belief seems unfathomable. Severinth's eyebrows instinctively arched, her outward politeness contrasting with an inner sense of belittlement. Yet this mattered little to her. Very well, I shall demonstrate to you all the gravity of underestimating me. Weaponry within the barracks is not strewn about haphazardly. To prevent skirmishes among knight candidates, stringent regulations regarding weapon possession are imperative. The training grounds are furnished solely with wooden weapons of roughly equal weight, making it reasonably easy to find a suitable one. Moreover, Severinth, troubled by the disdain she sensed from this group, felt it was time to showcase her prowess. However, what type of weapon should she select? In her deliberation, she bypassed daggers and short swords, as these lightweight weapons were too easily manageable for her. The soldiers eagerly awaiting the spectacle were equally capable of wielding them if she wished to surprise them. She could not opt for such one-handed weapons. Thus, she was left to consider two-handed armaments. The two-handed weapons permissible for holy knights include various models of greatswords, single-edged or double-edged battle axes, an array of war hammers, and various polearms. Although there were a few weapons custom-crafted to fit 1S specifications, Severinth did not feel the need to have one made for herself at this juncture. The training area was sufficiently spacious to accommodate 500 individuals, allowing for standard exercises. However, for conducting mock combat drills, the expansive plains outside the barracks would be far more suitable. Typically, the training ground features designated racks for training weapons. Unlike one-handed weapons, two-handed weapons are crafted from a blend of steel and wood, resulting in greater weight than their one-handed counterparts and enhanced durability. Such wooden weaponry is favored by those skilled in wielding two-handed arms, as the weight alone deters most from attempting to withstand its force. Severinth was determined to show these individuals the consequences of their contempt, hence her selection of this type of weapon. Having settled on two-handed weaponry, her next decision involved distinguishing between medium and heavy categories. Two-handed swords, polearms, and halberds fall under the medium category, relying more on reach than sheer weight. Conversely, heavy weapons such as battle axes, hammers, and poleaxes depend predominantly on brute strength. Severinth had no desire to be labeled as a brute like a powerful bull, yet she was equally unwilling to be dismissed. Thus, she decisively chose a medium weapon. However, she hesitated over whether to select a sword or a spear. The lance differs not only in range but also in usage, being considerably less versatile than a polearm. The lance merely requires one to maintain balance and charge forward. In contrast, polearms come with their own unique techniques. Although Severinth was intrigued by figures such as Zhao Yun, who wielded a spear, she had never trained with a polearm before. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided against the spear and opted for the two-handed sword, as she had prior experience with similar weapons, such as a machete or a katana, which could be somewhat related to the use of a two-handed sword. Setting aside Severinth's internal musings, the emotions of the over 500 soldiers who had been observing her varied greatly. As she passed through the rack of lightweight weapons, their reactions ranged from disdain to surprise and skepticism. Upon witnessing her linger momentarily over heavy weaponry before returning to the medium rack, their expressions shifted again, predominantly reflecting condescension. What is this girl doing? Does she truly believe she can lift a war hammer? Durandil wore a perplexed expression, while he did not partake in the group's derision. He found her actions utterly baffling. Bellyman was pleased to consider himself one of the few who viewed the situation differently. He discerned hints of determination in Severinth's behavior. Lightweight weapons would pose no challenge for her. He remarked, "Do you not see how dismissive they are towards her? And so what? If that is the case, then choosing lightweight weapons would fail to achieve the desired effect," Bellyman responded. "After all, we could wield those weapons too. Despite her youth, who in the military cares about age? I suspect that even if she were to select and manage them, the most we would muster is a slight raise of our eyebrows. He paused. Do you think you comprehend her motives? Durandal, not just a brute, had spent enough time with Bellyman to grasp the importance of reasoning, albeit he could only speculate. Are you suggesting she is throwing a tantrum because we look down on her? The thought amused him. Indeed, she still appeared quite childlike. Do you truly think she is merely a child? Bellyman countered. Yes, she not. To be bullied and react petulantly is a trait we all exhibited in our youth. Is it not? Then why does she not opt for heavy weaponry? Bellyman continued to pose questions, adding, Do not tell me you believe it is because she cannot lift them to... Durandal's face flushed. He had indeed entertained that notion. Could she possibly manage it? Naturally, the idea of how could a small girl lift a heavy weapon was easily dismissed. Not only you, but even I find it hard to believe she could. However, allow me to finish, Bellyman interjected. After observing her expression, I no longer hold that belief. She is hesitating. Hesitating? Durandal exclaimed in astonishment. Though I do not fully grasp her thoughts, I sense she is weighing the pros and cons. Questions such as, is this appropriate? Or will there be adverse consequences? Considering her age and physique, she has arrived at the barracks to undergo night training, bypassing more suitable lightweight weaponry that I would rather believe she is capable of wielding heavy weapons, but her reservations have led her to forego them. Bellyman regarded Durandal as if he were an oddity. As for what her reservations might entail, they likely stem from the implications of gender and body type concerning the choice of heavy weaponry. After all, you would not appreciate being labeled a savage brute, would you? Likewise, a girl would not relish such a title. Durandal's mouth twitched for a moment before he remarked, Are you certain you do not know her? Of course, my knowledge of her is limited to mere conjecture based on her name. However, I can discern the shifts in her expression, which speaks to my keen observational skills. Churns, your perceptive nature is indeed commendable. Durandal offered half in admiration and half in jest. While the two were engaged in analysis and banter, Severance had made her decision. She approached the weapon rack for two-handed swords and, under the gaze of the soldiers, reached for a great sword measuring 130 centimeters in blade length and 15 to 5 centimeters in width. Placing her hands on the 20-centimeter grip, she took a moment to appreciate the feel of it. At that instant, Severance experienced an ineffable sense of familiarity emanating from the sword. She was uncertain whether this was a remnant of her former world or an innate talent of her current body. But upon touching the blade, a long-lost sensation washed over her, as if the sword were an extension of her Yes, she withdrew the great sword crafted from steel and wood. The blade followed the natural arc of her arm, gracefully descending to rest at her right foot, the edge angled downward. The aura she exuded made the wooden blade seem to shimmer with a metallic gleam. This is intriguing, Durandal mused. This girl possesses a talent for martial arts. Indeed, for a girl of 12 or 13, the ability to lift a 10-pound weapon with one hand while maintaining steadiness is indeed remarkable, Bellyman concurred. It appears her family may be one steeped in martial tradition. Bellyman discerned that this was not the limit of her wrist strength. She was capable of wielding even heavier weaponry. As she casually swung the seemingly simple yet practical sword techniques, she observed the astonished and incredulous expressions of the surrounding soldiers, which filled Cy Flint with a sense of satisfaction. Humph, who made you all look down on me? Now that you've witnessed my prowess, do you dare to act so arrogantly? Having achieved her intended display and elicited the anticipated reaction, she sheathed her sword and approached Norweed. The ability to lift a weapon was one thing, but the capacity to wield it fluently was another matter entirely. Upon witnessing the girl's strength, most soldiers wisely fell silent, although some persisted in their belief that her abilities were merely a result of genetic inheritance. Months after her awakening, Cy Flint had discovered that she possessed strength incongruous with her current physique. Naturally, she had concealed this well, for she wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet, possessing such power without a means to express it was a source of discomfort. One of Cy Flint's ulterior motives for being here was to utilize her strength in a more effective and reasonable manner. As this was the first significant experience she wished to commemorate in this world, and she did not want it to go to waste. Initially dismissive of Sifflint, Shirley had no choice but to reconsider her stance. At first, she had been merely a spectator, but when the girl demonstrated through action that she was no mere ornament, the young deputy officer felt a mix of astonishment and a hint of admiration. The 10-kilogram two-handed sword was something she could wield with ease, yet not at the age of 13. As for those soldiers who remained unconvinced, they simply refused to acknowledge that the girl they had once belittled had shattered their prejudiced notions. With this in mind, she began to contemplate her strategy for the upcoming selection of the Holy Knights. Norweed was equally taken aback by Sifflint's capabilities. He could hardly fathom that a 13-year-old girl could possess such strength. At least he had lacked such abilities at that age. While he might have been able to lift a sword, he certainly could not wield it with such fluidity. Moreover, he noticed that she completed the entire set of movements without even breaking a sweat. What kind of stamina and endurance could achieve that? Had she yet to unleash her true potential? As the girl approached him, a desire to craft a fitting weapon for her ignited within him. So, you have decided to use a two-handed sword as your secondary weapon? Norweed inquired as he observed Sifflint walking towards him, seemingly at ease with her choice. The sight of a girl still in her lowly phase wielding a sword longer than herself struck him as peculiar. Indeed, the girl replied succinctly, her spirits buoyed by the realization that her modest goals had been met. Although the inexplicable hostility from the soldiers below irked her, the situation had ultimately resolved itself satisfactorily. As for her choice of a two-handed sword, it stemmed not only from her desire to avoid being labeled as a strong girl, but also from the profound confidence that surged through her when she grasped the sword's hilt. As if it were the instrument through which she could fully express her strength. Sifflint could not articulate why this was the case, but she chose to adhere to that instinct. Ultimately, her intuition proved correct. As a sword technique she had never learned but could execute effortlessly soon earned her the recognition of the squad leader. From tomorrow onward, you will officially participate in training, Shirley declared. She will arrange your accommodations and explain any necessary precautions. With that, he waved a hand towards the gathered soldiers. This concludes the introduction of our new member. I am quite dissatisfied with you muscle-bound fellows. You know the reasons well enough, and I cannot be bothered to elaborate further. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, Sifflint will join our training and underhanded tactics. You have all witnessed her capabilities, and should anything go awry, do not blame me for not warning you beforehand. That is all. Dismissed. As Norweed finished speaking, the assembled soldiers began to disperse, engaging in conversation about the earlier events while casting glances towards the platform. Sifflint paid them no mind. The initial triumph had bolstered her confidence, and she felt a sense of joy at the advantages of being a transmigrator. It seemed that the so-called protagonist's halo was gradually coming to life. As Sifflint indulged in her delightful musings, the deputy officer, having completed her discussion with Norweed, approached her. I am Shirley, the deputy leader of this squad and the commander of the support combat unit. The support combat team is composed entirely of women, and you will be assigned to my unit. After a brief introduction, she provided a simple overview of the squad structure. Finally, she turned her attention to Sifflint. Do you have any questions? What does support combat entail? Sifflint inquired, as she needed to understand the nature of her department since she would be spending time here. Support combat serves as a part of the auxiliary forces, encompassing all non-frontline engagements, including logistics. Our responsibilities include protecting logistics, providing range fire support, tending to the injured, delivering intelligence, and relaying information. Additionally, we may also serve as scouts. It is worth noting that the Pegasus Knight Brigade of the Kingdom of Gynus, renowned for its aerial combat, is a form of support combat unit. The primary principle of auxiliary forces is this: we do not confront adversaries head-on unless absolutely necessary. So, our function is akin to that of mages? Sifflint asked, surmising that mages would similarly avoid direct confrontation unless the situation was dire. Precisely. Mages are essentially advanced support combat units, not the perpetual protagonists on the battlefield, Shirley affirmed. Sifflint understood that she was now part of the logistics personnel. Yet she did not perceive this as a disadvantage. She was still in a learning phase and could not set her expectations too high. However, being part of an auxiliary unit did not mean that training would be lax. This was also a unit that would accompany combat forces into battle and must be prepared to engage when necessary. Thus, the training regimen would be as rigorous as that of the main combat units. This was a demanding process, and she hoped she was mentally prepared for it. In addition to mastering weaponry, auxiliary personnel needed to be well-versed in various logistical tools, with skills encompassing cooking, reconnaissance, medical assistance, organization, remote support, construction, and equipment maintenance. Because the unit was composed of women, it included cooking, reconnaissance, medical support, organization, remote assistance, and protection among its 6 specialties. To be a competent auxiliary soldier, one must excel in at least 3 of these areas or specialize in one, thereby maximizing their effectiveness on the battlefield. Shirley elaborated on the intricacies of her profession with a seriousness that made Flint unable to suppress her admiration. She had never been one to enjoy idleness. After all, she had made a vow that if she did not strive for excellence, how could she possibly show off in front of Malin? That concludes the explanation for now. For today, you should return to gather some essentials. You will be staying in the wooden fortress tonight to familiarize yourself with your teammates. Informal training will commence tomorrow. Do you have any objections to this arrangement? Shirley inquired. No. That sounds perfect. Flint replied in agreement. In that case, I suppose your form of address must change as well. Indeed, Captain, she responded. Newcomers must undergo this process. If you achieve results in the upcoming training, I will consider waiving the honorifics. Flint's cooperation pleased Shirley, fostering a sense of fondness for the girl. Later, I will introduce you to the squad members at the camp and issue your equipment. You may disperse for now. Watching the white-haired woman depart, Flint exhaled deeply, realizing that she would soon begin her life here. The days of ease were drawing to a close, and she found herself somewhat eager for what lay ahead. Norwede's unit comprised a total of 514 members, and her arrival brought the number to a neat 515. Not all of these individuals were knights. Nearly 2/3 were various types of infantry, with only 130 cavalry. After all, the consumption of cavalry could not support excessive numbers. And this was the standard composition for the ecclesiastical forces. A ratio of 4 infantry to 1 cavalry was already the limit on this continent. Flint's squad was part of those 130 knights, specifically the 30 under Shirley's command. Of course, as she had only recently ventured into the realm of knighthood, Flint's knight rank was naturally that of a squire, primarily consisting of female archers and spear throwers. As a rapid response combat unit, training encompasses not only long-range strikes, but also equestrian skills. The steeds ridden by the knights are sourced for nomadic kingdoms and regions renowned for their horse breeding, either through tribute or trade, thus ensuring a significantly higher quality. However, the consumption of fodder for these horses is considerable. Flint's dwelling is situated in the western part of the wooden fortress, where the female members of the team reside. The barracks are surrounded by a loosely constructed wooden fence, and not far from the main entrance stand a rudimentary trading post where essential supplies can be easily procured. The gate of the wooden wall stands ajar, revealing a dirt path that extends inward, and several simple targets are visible within her line of sight. Upon noticing the warning inscribed in the common tongue at the entrance, prohibiting entry to non-females under penalty of severing a 3rd leg, Flint couldn't help but chuckle. The humor of the writer was evident, suggesting that interactions here might be rather amiable. With that thought, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. She carried little luggage, having merely fetched a few changes of clothing and a hefty tome on continental history from the residence of the nuns, leaving no time to bid farewell to Malin. However, she had already briefed her prior to leaving, so she presumed there would be no resentment. Among her belongings, the only substantial item was the book. The fortress's entrance is positioned to the south, with residences to the west, south, and east, while the north houses the armory and stables, along with a previous assembly area where some training could also be conducted. Most individuals prefer to practice their riding and combat skills outdoors. The trading point is strategically located near the center, immediately visible upon entering through the southern gate. Upon entering, at the end of the dirt path, she spotted a row of tents accommodating 5 individuals. To her left lay a modest training ground, where the figures caught her attention. A tall woman with flowing wine-red hair tied into a ponytail and matching eyes, complemented by fair skin, donned a short leather skirt with iron plates for protection over her heart. She wore tall leather riding boots adorned with iron plating on the instep and outer calf. Faced with such a queenly figure, Flint found herself momentarily entranced. This woman, with her long legs and slender waist, epitomized the tall, elegant physique that Flint admired. The woman skillfully wielded a knight's sword, executing precise diagonal strikes. Her wrist movements, body rotations, and leg support demonstrating impeccable balance. Such proficiency could only be achieved through countless hours of practice, a fact that even a novice like Flint could discern. Beside her stood a girl with long, yellow hair, barely 16 years of age. Although her stamina paled in comparison to that of the red-haired woman, she attempted to replicate the same sword movements, albeit with far less finesse. Some of her actions were incomplete and imprecise. Yet she persevered, sweat trickling down her forehead. Flint could see her effort. The rhythm was beyond her grasp. Flint mused. She believed the girl should not force herself to keep pace with the red-haired woman. Considering her age and experience, the two were on entirely different levels. The yellow-haired girl was clearly struggling for breath, and such relentless encouragement would only lead to burnout. She ought to strive to practice at her own tempo, which would alleviate the strain. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, Flint could faintly hear the girl's labored breathing. Why persist when clearly exhausted? Observing the girl's unwavering determination, Flint shook her head inwardly. It seemed she lacked understanding of efficient training methods, simply imitating what she saw. Nevertheless, her earnest spirit was something Flint greatly admired. "Don't force yourself if you can't keep up," the red-haired woman remarked. She too had noticed the yellow-haired girl's fatigue. This newcomer, despite her serious attitude towards training, was being overly stubborn, seemingly coercing herself into the motions. Such an approach yielded no benefits. "You know, I'm older than you and have trained longer. My endurance is naturally greater. Stamina isn't something that can be developed overnight. Your current method might be counterproductive, I know," the girl replied breathlessly, clearly at her limit, with sweat-soaked hair clinging to her face. Her hands leaning heavily on the knight's sword, looking quite disheveled. "If I keep training like this, I can," Flint understood. The girl likely believed that increasing her training intensity would hasten her adaptation to such rigorous demands. But was this truly effective for her? Each individual's physique is unique, and while this notion might not be inherently flawed, its applicability varied from person to person. Truth be told, Flint always perceived such adaptive training as akin to self-torture. Although the girl's panting was melodious, it had become tiresome to her ears. "While I am unsure of your motivations for training so fervently, you must recognize that this method is ill-suited for you." "Who are you?" The two women finally noticed Flint's presence. The red-haired woman was taken aback by the sight of such a young child, while the yellow-haired girl, hearing her efforts dismissed by someone who appeared to be no more than 11 or 12, wore a rather displeased expression. "That I understand your intention to adapt quickly through high-intensity training, but clearly, your current stamina cannot meet that expectation. If you were to consider reducing your training intensity," Flint attempted to convey her thoughts and suggestions to the yellow-haired girl, only to be interrupted. "On what basis do you make such an assertion? Are you implying that all my efforts and training have been in vain?" The yellow-haired girl struggled to accept the direct dismissal of her thoughts and goals, her countenance darkening further. By asserting that her efforts were unnecessary, it indirectly invalidated the past month of her dedication, a sentiment that would be intolerable to anyone. The red-haired woman brushed her bangs aside, surprised by the bluntness of this seemingly youthful girl, who had articulated what she herself had hesitated to voice. Though they shared the same sentiment, the delivery was decidedly harsh. She had witnessed the yellow-haired girl's commitment over the past month and had provided subtle hints on several occasions. Yet that stubbornness was clearly beyond her influence. It was evident that the girl had her own objectives, which she relentlessly pursued, and though the red-haired woman remained oblivious to the underlying reasons for such fervor, she found the girl's directness somewhat disconcerting. Such bluntness is ill-advised, the red-haired woman thought, glancing at the indignant yellow-haired girl, feeling a slight headache coming on. Such directness can be troublesome. Hugo Dola has been putting in great effort. Flint observed both women, saying, "I am not denying anything. I merely wish to convey that your approach is misguided, that high-intensity training is not suitable for you. You could certainly explore alternative methods, that we're running out of time. If I do not grow stronger swiftly, this is the only method I know," the yellow-haired girl muttered, her stubborn demeanor and slightly reddened eyes hinting at some undisclosed turmoil. There are no shortcuts to martial prowess. Although Syphilint sensed that the girl's background was likely complicated, she was unwilling to overlook the potential for self-destructive tendencies. If one believed that such methods would suffice, then success would be a mere illusion. What purpose, then, would a decade of hard training serve? What value would experience hold? However, this statement thoroughly incensed the yellow-haired girl. "I challenge you to a duel," she declared, capturing the attention of numerous female knights in the vicinity. Either training or passing by. Isn't that the girl from earlier? She's really gone and provoked the mad cat. How amusing. Though Hugo Dola's combat skills were lacking, she had been training alongside Ren's for a month. And with that relentless training style, even she found it daunting to engage in combat against her. Ignoring the murmurs of the surrounding women, Syphilint noticed the fire of indignation in the yellow-haired girl's eyes. Clearly feeling that she had crossed the line, oh what? My thoughts are not erroneous. She simply misconstrued them. Hey, Hugo Dola, remember that she's just a child and newcomer who just joined. The red-haired woman gently patted the yellow-haired girl's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. Although this girl could lift a 10-pound sword and had undergone some foundational training, she was evidently much younger. How could her combat capability compare to that of the 16-year-old Hugo Dola? Fine, I accept. The girl's challenge nearly rendered the red-haired woman speechless, her expression one of exasperation as she glanced at Syphilint. Was this girl merely seeking to create chaos? Even if Hugo Dola's stamina was lacking. In a full-force battle, she could still be quite formidable in a short span. The intense hatred reflected in the girl's eyes serves as her driving force. A combat style fueled by such animosity is often more formidable than one powered by mere motivation. "Do you accept this?" The blonde girl, upon finishing her statement, sensed the impropriety of her words. After all, the opponent was merely a child. And no matter how one might argue, engaging in battle with a child seemed utterly unreasonable. Anyone with clear vision would perceive her actions as nothing short of bullying. Just as she contemplated using her senior's words to gracefully withdraw from the situation, she was taken aback by the girl's response. "What is this child up to? Haven't I already demonstrated my strength at noon? In terms of sheer power, I am not significantly inferior to her," Seraphine remarked coolly, thus establishing our equality in the realm of combat. "Is that so?" The red-haired woman mused as she stroked her bangs, then shook her head, saying, "That is still not sufficient. It is not merely a matter of this issue, but rather that your strengths are not on the same level. Regardless of circumstances, you are relatively new, especially when compared to Yggdrasila, who has been here for a month. In terms of training, the fledgling is ultimately sheltered by its wings." Seraphine's remark left the red-haired woman momentarily speechless. She inhaled deeply, feeling a pounding headache. What is this girl thinking? Can she not see that I am deliberately favoring her? Yggdrasila is known for her ruthless nature in combat. This has been proven in the weekly duels. And who knows what unforeseen incidents might arise during their duel? Previously, Captain Falois had approached to greet her and instructed her to take the girl to the tent when they next met, as he would introduce her later. However, given the current situation, it seemed unnecessary to hold a welcome ceremony for the new recruits, as most of the knights in the squad were already present, making introductions quite effortless. A fledgling. "Are you referring to me?" The blonde girl gripped the hilt of her knight's sword, her knuckles whitening, clearly displeased by such remarks. She longed to greet this arrogant individual in a more common manner. Yet her fierce pride and restraint ultimately held her back, although her facial expressions were quite expressive. "Before we engage in combat, why not establish a pact?" Seraphine's words diverted the frustrated girl's attention. "What kind of pact?" "A pact regarding who will win or lose." Seraphine extended two slender, pale fingers, stating, "If you win, I will publicly apologize to you before all these witnesses, acknowledge your training methods, and serve as your maid for a year. Enduring any beatings or insults, should I win, you will abandon that self-destructive training regimen for another, and serve as my maid for a year. How does that sound?" After speaking, Seraphine nodded to herself, deeming it a rather commonplace wager. Akin to the bets children make. Oh dear. The red-haired woman found herself at a loss for words. A princess wagering to serve a commoner for a year, albeit under the condition of losing, was a proposition that no noble would dare entertain. Nobles, after all, are inherently proud beings who consider extensive interaction with commoners as beneath them. To engage in such a wager could only exist in a daydream, akin to renouncing the luxurious life of nobility. A notion difficult for them to accept. Faced with Seraphine's audacity in proposing such a wager, the woman felt a newfound respect for her. Clearly, this princess did not take her status too seriously. Meanwhile, those unaware of Seraphine's true identity regarded the pact as an entirely normal wager, albeit a lengthy one. Aside from the previously informed red-haired woman, none recognized the girl before them as a princess. They assumed she was merely another commoner among them. Had they known, their astonishment would be unfathomable. The red-haired woman felt conflicted, burdened by the weight of a monumental secret she could not disclose. While only she was daunted by Seraphine's audacity. Upon hearing the condition of serving a maid for a year, the girl hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded. This action did not escape the red-haired woman's notice. Her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her features as she pondered the girl's unspoken thoughts. Very well, I accept. She yearned for the acknowledgement of others, yet first she must contend with the girl opposite her, who questioned her efforts. Thus, an inexplicable contest commenced. The fervor with which Yggdrasila trained was evident to the female knights present. They considered themselves lacking in such zeal, or rather, the drive to sustain it. Unable to comprehend why the girl exerted herself so fervently, Yggdrasila, both in training and competition, exhibited a wild intensity, earning her the nickname Mad Cat almost unconsciously. Originally, the girl had spent little time in their midst and had not made many friends. Even if her training methods were flawed, few dared to correct her, and coupled with her off-putting fervor, there was little willingness to engage with her. Nevertheless, this did not deter the onlookers from enjoying the spectacle. The red-haired woman had mentioned this issue a few times, yet Yggdrasila did not intend to elaborate. At least she could discern something from the girl's expressions, but as the subject remained silent, she felt it inappropriate to pry further. During today's training, Yggdrasila had not dared to use her full strength. Who knew what accidents might occur if she pushed herself to keep up with her opponent's movements? Faced with the intrusion of a newcomer, the red-haired woman felt little aversion. After all, the new recruit knew nothing, did she? Such individuals were best suited to challenge the status quo, so let her disrupt Yggdrasila's routine, allowing her to at least recognize the feasibility of her issues. With this thought, the red-haired woman silently stepped aside, yielding space for the two. On the vast plain, a narrow stone path stretched forth. Along this slender road, a supply-laden cart advanced slowly. Hammer sat beside the driver, scrutinizing the list in her hands. Although she had already reviewed it many times, the protracted journey left her seeking other means to pass the time. Their encampment was situated far from the nearest village, and there was little along the way to occupy her. After confirming that all items on her shopping list were present among the cargo piled behind the cart, Hammer concluded yet another 15-minute check. On this route, she had completed this task no fewer than 10 times, and no matter how many times she checked, the items would not multiply, would they? As she put away the list, the girl beside her spoke up. The driver, a 19-year-old girl, bore the unremarkable appearance of a peasant girl common throughout the continent. Her chestnut hair was tied into a short ponytail, and her leather armor bore the insignia of the logistics department. Having observed the amusing actions of the silver-haired girl beside her, she remarked half-jokingly, "You're quite accustomed to this, aren't you?" The silver-haired girl paused, seemingly having noticed something, and replied softly, "We'll reach our destination after we pass over this hill. Thus, this long journey will soon conclude." The girl at the reins stretched her arms, expressing her fatigue. I'm exhausted. Life at the encampment is certainly more comfortable. Aren't you tired?" Hamera shook her head, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. This level of journey was mere childish play to her. Yes, that's so. You really do have a remarkable constitution that I wonder what you are made of, despite the rigors of training. You never seem to tire. Take that last forced march, for instance. Everyone else found it grueling, yet you didn't emit even a single sigh. Hammer smiled. 80 times, I genuinely admire you. The girl mumbled to herself. Is having a healthy body really that good? Hamera clutched her abdomen, where a dull ache resided. If one were truly healthy, such discomfort wouldn't manifest so intensely, although the task of procuring supplies could have been delegated to someone else. She felt it would be remiss to back out after promising to assist. Pressing her hand firmly against her belly, the silver-haired girl felt somewhat better. Time is of little consequence to me. Incurring losses for the group due to my negligence would be a grave sin. Indeed, a dismissive tone that I ask this truly your attitude towards your responsibilities. In response to Hammer's chiding, the girl playfully stuck out her tongue and chuckled twice. While her tone may have sounded unkind, she understood that Hamra merely expressed herself differently. Hamra was a very earnest individual. Otherwise, she would not invite her along for every supply run. Those unfamiliar with her might perceive her as cold. But prolonged interaction would reveal that Hamra was far from that. She is composed and calm, commanding the respect of many within her team, were it not for the distant aura emanating from her silent demeanor. One could surmise that many would be inclined to approach her, that in truth, you ought to join our logistics team, that in contrast to her own moments of confusion, Hamra's unwavering dedication to her tasks is undoubtedly admirable. I do not believe I am suited for this. The silver-haired maiden gently declined the other's goodwill as the carriage entered the encampment. The perceptive Hamra immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. It seems there are some sparring matches taking place at our camp, the silver-haired girl remarked. Huh. Her companion only then noticed the absence of those who were supposed to assist with the unloading at the south gate, feeling quite displeased by their absence. Honestly, those fellows. Are they expecting just the two of us to haul all this in? Let us leave it for now, Hamra replied, jumping down from the carriage, that I'll go fetch them. The girl still in the carriage responded weakly. With graceful strides, Hamra maintained a steady pace toward the encampment. As she drew nearer, the sounds of clashing weapons became increasingly distinct, while she was curious about who was engaged in the duel. The silver-haired girl continued her steady advance. Upon reaching the gate marked by a menacing warning sign, the battle concluded amidst the spectators' gasps, and what she wished to discover came into view, given the scarcity of female knights. Even from a distance, the two combatants were clearly visible. Surrounded by onlookers. Point one was a blonde named Hugo Dola, a knight who had joined just a month prior, while the other was a child. Hamra was taken aback, surprised that a new recruit had joined her absence of less than a day. This newcomer was indeed quite young. However, Hamra would not display any disdain due to the girl's age. Hugo Dola's defeat had already proven that age did not equate to prowess, especially since the child wielded a sword nearly as long as her own. That you've lost, the girl said casually, reclaiming her sword with ease. The recent sparring had left her somewhat fatigued. Although she possessed certain advantages as a traveler in this world, her physical condition still limited her capabilities. Mere minutes of combat had drained a significant portion of her energy. It seems I still lack sufficient strength, the girl pondered, recognizing that her desire to join the military was to train and enhance her abilities. Hugo Dola, now on the ground, flushed crimson and made no attempt to argue with Saflint, as she lacked the energy to do so. The training had already exhausted much of her stamina, and after a fierce battle fought with equal fervor, merely remaining upright was a considerable feat for her. Though defeated, she was not one to shirk responsibility and held her integrity in high regard. After regaining a modicum of energy, the blonde sighed, acknowledging her defeat with an air of resignation. I concede. After a brief pause, she added stubbornly, but do not think this will alter my opinion. Hey you, she continued, while I admit my loss, I do not believe you can find a more effortless method than what I have done. Hugo Dola's expression soured. Admitting defeat was one thing, but the notion of her year-long servitude as a maid was truly embarrassing. As part of our wager, I agree to be your maid for a year. Very well, the girl replied succinctly. The recent bout had sobered her somewhat. She realized she had provoked Hugo Dola's ire, and even after defeating the blonde, she knew the latter must be seething with frustration. It was commendable that she was still willing to uphold her promise. Saflint did not consider herself tyrannical, believing that a mere skirmish could win over the other as hard. Although her time in this world had been brief, it had taught her this much. Perhaps sensing that her straightforward response had inadvertently bruised Hugo Dola's pride, she felt compelled to add, during this year, I hope you find a way to convince me. Of course, if you can find one, I would not mind giving it a try. Faced with Hugo Dola's inexplicable insistence, Saflint felt a swirl of confusion. What was this? A haughty lady showing signs of tsundere. Acknowledging the truth while simultaneously refusing to relent. How quintessentially tsundere. There's no need for two of us with such traits, she thought exasperatedly. All right, I admit my part in this. Let us consider this matter settled. Saflint planted her sword into the ground and raised her hands in a gesture of truce. After all, they would have to train together in the future. I am Saflint, pleased to make your acquaintance. Yugo Dola, she replied, the honor is mine. Your strength is not inferior to mine. To this point, Yugo Dola had regained some composure, the aches in her limbs gradually subsiding, and the pent-up frustration seemingly dissipating with the other's conciliatory gesture. In truth, her temperament was not particularly volatile. She only exhibited such behavior during training. Indeed, that is the correct attitude, the red-haired girl said, raising her hands as she approached Yugo Dola and helping her to her feet. It is best to resolve matters amicably. I despise resorting to violence. Although my prowess is commendable, I often appear indifferent during the monthly sparring matches. Initially, she had been concerned that Yugo Dola might harbor ulterior motives since the latter was the one who proposed the duel. But the girl's unexpected performance had caught her off guard. Least she isn't an entirely willful child. The red-haired girl nodded, finding Yugo Dola to be within acceptable limits, observing the reconciliation between the two girls. The surrounding female knights engaged in lively discussions. Yugo Dola's temperament was known to be rather off-putting, and in her first month, she had not made many connections, let alone friends. Her training and sparring had given others ample reason to keep their distance, and they only knew her as a rather eccentric girl. Yet now, it seemed she was not as they had perceived. At least she possesses some common sense, paying no mind to the astonished or contemplative knights around them. Hamura approached the two young knights. Marin, Yemi, it seems the two of you have forgotten something. Haven to you. The two girls, engaged in quiet discussion, jolted at the sudden remark and turned to find the silver-haired maiden clad in a white velvet knight's uniform. Ah, Hamura, you've returned. Yes, I am at the city gate, waiting for you to help with the unloading, she replied, her frustration palpable as she noted their diversion to watch the duel. We completely forgot, Marin exclaimed. Her expression one of sudden realization. We're heading there right now. With that, she hurriedly tugged the other girl along, racing toward the city gate. All right, everyone. The red-haired girl noticed Hamura and clapped her hands to regain attention. The logistics team has already procured the supplies. Those who have entrusted me with personal items, please assist with the unloading. And those with nothing better to do, come help as well. A group of female soldiers. Upon hearing this, gathered in small clusters, chattering excitedly as they made their way to the gate to collect their items, Saflint hesitated, contemplating whether she should join them. The red-haired girl approached her. Let them handle it. I need to retrieve my belongings as well. Yugo Dola can guide you to your tent. With that, she followed the main group. What are they going to retrieve? Saflint inquired curiously. Is it that the male members of the team are not allowed to assist with the supplies? Just some feminine products. You will need them once you reach the appropriate age, the girl replied, smoothing down her clothing and brushing off the dirt. Saflint's expression darkened as she grasped the implications. She might very well need those items herself. It seemed she had overlooked certain unavoidable realities since arriving in this body. Initially appearing as a youthful girl, as a female, that time will inevitably come, she lamented silently. What a vexing predicament this is. What's wrong? You don't look well, Yugo Dola observed, noticing the girl's distress. It's nothing at all, Saflint replied, shaking her head and pushing aside her strange thoughts. Are you already beginning to fulfill your duties as a maid? As she strolled over, the silver-haired girl, with her left hand pressed against her abdomen and a slight frown upon her brow, was the subject of playful banter in this life, as Veronet turned her gaze towards the sound, revealing a young lady clad in a white knight's uniform, her skin a healthy shade of creamy white. Her face bore a subtly rounded shape, exuding an air of confidence and modesty, suggesting that she could contemplate and resolve any matter in the most favorable manner. Each step she took seemed meticulously calculated, approaching them with an elegant demeanor that caught Veronet's attention. During her year-long stay, Veronet had acquired a considerable amount of knowledge about this world. The silver-haired girl's actions led her to believe that she hailed from a noble family with a commendable lineage. Unbeknownst to her, Baronet felt compelled to greet her with the dignity befitting someone of the rabble's royal lineage, just as a cultured individual ought not to behave in a boorish manner. To do so would undoubtedly demean oneself and evoke distaste in others. Even if Baronet were indifferent, she represented the rabble's royal family, and she had no desire to bring shame upon her kingdom. Hamila, you Yugadora are quite displeased with the attitude towards her. Such directness and expression is rather excessive. Baronet shifted her gaze to the silver-haired girl's abdomen, where her hand rested, her complexion pale and her brow furrowed. Had it been any other time, Baronet might have assumed the girl merely suffered from an upset stomach due to poor eating habits. But having recently experienced growing pains herself, she instinctively understood the girl's predicament. As her maid, she ought to act more and speak less, and when she did speak, it must be with respect. Hamila stood upright with her legs together, gazing sternly at Yugadora, questioning, "Are you truly unaware of this? Even if you have not been served before, you should have encountered some semblance of it." No? Such reproach rendered the girl speechless, despite her admission of serving Baronet as her maid for a year. She subconsciously preferred to avoid the topic. Hamila's forthrightness in addressing it left no room for ambiguity. Fulfill your duties is part of the agreement. If being a maid makes you uncomfortable, you ought not to have consented in the first place. Faced with Yugadora's silence, the silver-haired girl continued her unrelenting criticism, asserting that once an agreement was made, one must honor their promise. Who is this inexplicably troublesome person? As one of the parties involved, Baronet felt oddly detached. She observed the silver-haired girl, who approached Yugadora with unfounded accusations, sensing that she had entered a peculiar state. The girl felt compelled to interrupt, though it may have seemed somewhat rude. Noticing Yugadora's increasingly uncomfortable expression, she spoke up. "Madam, by your implication, Yugadora is currently my maid, and, as such, her subordination falls under my jurisdiction." Requiring no further explanation from Yugadora, "What is happening?" she exclaimed, despite her desire to avoid a quarrel. Yet, the girl's words were undeniably irksome. The notion that a subordinate reflects upon their superior's reputation applies equally to maids. Your insistence on criticizing her is akin to condemning her master. Is it not fair to conclude this? Baronet's timely intervention eased the tension in Yugadora, whose previously taut demeanor relaxed momentarily. She glanced at the little girl beside her, feeling an odd sensation in her heart. Although the girl had come to her aid, an inexplicable reluctance to express gratitude lingered. Hamila suddenly seemed to awaken to a realization, her pallid face flushing with a hint of color. Clearing her throat delicately, she retracted her earlier reproachful stance and spoke earnestly. "I apologize for my abruptness. I momentarily failed to comprehend the situation and spoke out upon seeing Yugadora's languid demeanor." Yugadora's expression immediately turned awkward. She was quite strict with herself, and to be labeled as lazy was a heavy blow to her pride. However, Baronet, oblivious to the girl's discomfort, found herself less irked by the silver-haired girl's apology. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the attempt to mask her blunder while striving to maintain a serious facade elicited a suppressed smile within Vernitita. Your stomach unwell." It was then that Yugadora noticed Hamila's distress. This was the first time she observed the earnest girl bravely admit and reflect upon her own mistakes, causing her to care less about the earlier reprimand. After all, wasn't she also a person of considerable seriousness? "Yes, I believe I caught a chill last night, hence the severity of my discomfort today, although it has improved compared to earlier." Hamila inhaled deeply, seemingly enduring pain, her brow furrowing even tighter, if to confirm their suspicions. She added, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you." With that, she hastily departed. "Seems quite serious indeed," Yugadora remarked, observing the silver-haired girl's retreating figure. "Last time, she didn't walk this briskly." Baronet gazed at her in surprise, pondering that the girl was not solely focused on martial training, but also observant. "Then, my lady, shall I escort you to your quarters? They are not far from here." Without lingering on that topic, Yugadora took the lead. "Ah, very well," startled by the blonde girl's decisiveness. S. Verinet noted there was nothing amiss. By the way, is that girl always like this? She inquired, hoping to engage in conversation. Indeed, quite often, Yugadora replied, though it is mostly with the logistics team. This is the first time I've been reprimanded by her. I sent Yugadora part of the logistics team? Quite evidently so, Yugadora clarified, lifting her left hand to display a shield insignia on her shoulder. The auxiliary troops are divided into various roles that I serve as a guard, primarily tasked with protecting key figures, such as commanders above squad leader rank. But for now, she glanced at S. Verinet, my duty is to protect you, Daha. I am honored. S. Verinet chuckled awkwardly. Due to her penchant for meddling in logistics, that girl has few friends, Yugadora remarked, for reasons unknown. She appears more invested in logistical matters than others, often growing irate over such issues. Sverinet understood this sentiment, recognizing that only those genuinely passionate about a subject would exhibit such fervor. Are you angry? What? Are you upset by our earlier remarks? Angry? Not quite. Merely feeling a bit disgruntled. I can empathize with her sentiments, especially since we were part of the same squad. Yugadora responded lightly, gesturing ahead. That's the tent. The distribution of auxiliary troops is calculated based on squad units, including a squad leader, with guards, medics, and scouts allocated according to tactical needs. Thus we reside together. As Verinet surveyed the tent before her. It was modest in size, yet surprisingly spacious upon entry. She recognized this technique as akin to advanced spatial magic. Think even a mere tent could be enhanced with such profound enchantments. Truly. The church's extravagant point, 3 sets of bunk beds were neatly arranged on one side, while several desks occupied the other, adorned with everyday items and a hefty stack of tomes in this space. She spotted the earlier silver-haired girl, now curled up on her bed. Noticing someone had entered, she hastily drew the bed curtain. It appears she is indeed in considerable pain. Does she fear being seen and tarnishing her image? S. Verinet felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sensing a gaze upon her back, she turned to see another girl seated on a different bed. The girl reclined in the far corner of the upper bunk, positioned just beyond the reach of the indoor magic lamp's illumination. Clad in attire nearly indistinguishable from the background, S. Verinet almost overlooked her that moment. The girl fixated her gaze upon her. The lack of any discernible emotion in her expression unsettling S. Femininity. Felt as though the girl regarded her as one would a lifeless entity. This moment tainted S. Verinet's impression of her significantly, though her appearance offered a slight amelioration. She had black hair. While the trope of finding comfort in familiar traits, such as black hair in a fantastical realm, might seem absurd, S. Verinet still made a conscious effort to take note of her. The young girl possessed an oriental visage, though it was not entirely characteristic of the East. Her eyes were elongated and exuded an air of indifference. Her lustrous black hair fell straight and smooth, framing her slender face, which featured a prominent nose and lips that were slightly fuller than average, glistening with a rosy hue. While her features harmonized beautifully, the rebellious expression that seemed to belong to a troubled adolescent perpetually irked Syphilint. In contrast to the typical complexion of Oriental people, her skin was remarkably pale, reminiscent of someone who had rarely seen the sun. Standing at approximately 172 cm, her slender figure was accentuated by a pair of notably long legs. In her wrists bore bracelets crafted from wrought tan, akin to those of certain ethnic minorities. The once vibrant colors had faded considerably, and the bracelets showed signs of wear, yet the remnants of their colorful designs remained. Perhaps the only hint of vitality about her. Syphilint quickly concluded that she must hail from a nomadic nation. He owed her knowledge. The nomadic peoples of this world possessed such distinct characteristics, yet this girl had seemingly chosen not to braid her hair at the temples. Nor did she wear a wrought tan headband. It is well understood that wherever one goes, the traits of nomadic tribes are unmistakable, steeped in a rich cultural heritage and historical background, representing some of the most traditional and ancient peoples in existence. Yet, this girl deliberately overlooked the proud traditions of her ethnicity. What could be the reason for this? As the two girls exchanged glances of mutual disdain, Yugadora broke the silence. The lower bunks are all taken. Do you plan to sleep on the upper bunk, or would you like to switch with me? That is perfectly fine. I can sleep on the upper bunk just as well, since I'm here for military training. I shouldn't be too picky about such trivial matters, Syphilint replied. not wishing to cause Dora any embarrassment, despite the fact that nearly everyone was now aware of the day's events. Then, shall I take the upper bunk? Dora inquired. All right, Cyflin consented, watching as Dora began to arrange her bedding. She intended to assist, but was rebuffed by Dora's insistence on upholding their agreement. At a loss for what to do, she noticed the black-haired girl continuing to stare at her intently. Cyflin felt a shiver run down her spine. No matter the circumstances, being scrutinized by a stranger was decidedly uncomfortable, especially when that individual emanated an unsettling aura, with the intention of making an acquaintance. Cyflin approached the last bunk. Hello, I am Cyflin. She introduced herself hastily before retreating, thinking to herself that being around such a girl was indeed quite stressful. The black-haired girl regarded her silently, making no response. Cyflin felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of her eye. Thus, they remained in a stalemate. The atmosphere within the tent was decidedly strange, punctuated only by the sounds of Dora organizing the bedding and the occasional groan of the silver-haired girl suffering from menstrual cramps. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes elapsed. You see, I've shared my name with you. Shouldn't you tell me yours in return? Cyflin inhaled deeply, striving to master irritation. It was unbearable to be in the company of such a rebellious girl. Izarian, the girl finally spoke. Cyflin turned to see the red-haired knight, who had trained with Dora. Entering with a cloth bag in hand, that I only learned that name from the new recruits list, she remarked casually as she tossed the bag onto the bed. The bag bounced softly on the mattress, revealing its contents. Several pieces of undergarments and a pack of sanitary pads. Cyflin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her gaze instinctively shifting away. Even if you talked all night, it would be futile. She is simply not worth the effort. The girl waved dismissively, her demeanor nonchalant, before unceremoniously shedding her uniform jacket right in front of Cyflin. The latter couldn't help but blink in shock. Having mostly encountered slightly older girls in the nuns' dormitory, she was taken aback by this bold display, and upon comparing the red-haired girl to Melon, she realized that Melon's attributes were utterly dwarfed in comparison. Had she truly been so naive in the past, she never anticipated having the opportunity to observe a more mature woman's alluring physique up close. And so unabashedly, for the first time, she felt a sense of unfulfilled longing. Smack! Ow! The girl crouched, cradling her forehead, while the red-haired woman retracted her finger, which had just playfully flicked her brow. What are you staring at? Little one? So enraptured. The woman teased. Cyflin, rubbing her sore forehead, remained silent. That flick had indeed caused her considerable pain. You'll have your turn someday, right, Hamila? The woman failed to notice the near-tearful expression on Cyflin's face. From within the bed curtains, the silver-haired girl grumbled. What is it to me? Just a little menstrual cramp. Ignore me. That is not quite right. I sent that akin to saying, am a fool. Don't correct me, Hamila retorted, and even Cyflin could hear the incredulous tone in her voice. Speaking of cramps, I could assist you. Assist me in pain. No, I meant a method to alleviate the discomfort that you're not planning anything peculiar. Are you? The silver-haired girl peered cautiously from behind the curtain, her hands clinging tightly to the fabric. Just a massage, I assure you, the red-haired woman replied earnestly, and Cyflin found herself irresistibly inclined to believe her. In response to the woman's goodwill, Hamila remained skeptical. Phaenelia, I appreciate your intentions, but you really should. Before she could finish, a shadow had already leapt into Hamila's bed. What are you afraid of? It's merely a little rubdown. With that statement and the vague silhouette emerging from the curtain, Cyflin momentarily forgot her discomfort. All right, my dear, this is not suitable for young ones. As those words were spoken, a pair of pale hands shielded Cyflin's view, obstructing her sight of the unfolding spectacle. But I'm just curious about how to treat menstrual cramps. I could manage it myself in the future. If you pay attention to your diet and personal schedule, you can avoid such issues, Dora replied, not easily swayed. After saying this, she guided Cyflin to the neatly arranged bed. The bedding is ready now. All right, I understand. May I have my hands back now? Upon releasing her grip, Dora revealed Izarian on the upper bunk, silently muttering to herself before turning away. Probably something along the lines of foolish idiot, Cyflin mused, fully aware that it was a mere guess. That evening, to welcome Cyflin's arrival, The female knights organized a simple gathering. Perhaps due to their youth, they all displayed considerable friendliness towards her, and the welcome party concluded in an atmosphere of harmony. Following that, the basic training commenced. As a newcomer, Flint was required to learn to stand with the correct posture, a task reminiscent of military training in her previous world, yet the regimen here was considerably simpler. Thus, she effortlessly passed and found herself in the preparatory lineup by the afternoon drill. What irked her, however, was that she had been placed at the far right of the front row due to her height, and in her frustration, Flint could only pray for a growth spurt. As the day's training concluded, Flint earned the approval of the reserve knights through her diligent efforts, for they had not achieved the status of formal knights on their first day. Ultimately, it was her past experiences that had aided her. Given the circumstances, Flint felt confident that she would thrive here, but first, she needed to familiarize herself with all the members of her dormitory. She took a bite of buttered bread and followed it with a generous gulp of spring water. Before her stood a raven-haired maiden, consuming her meal in a manner typical of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands. It must be said that although her actions appeared rather exaggerated, in the eyes of Flint, there was an undeniable aesthetic charm to it, leading her to find a raven-haired girl's behavior entirely normal. Perhaps the girl had paused for too long, for the raven-haired maiden noticed the petite figure across from her, who was intently observing her manner of eating, with a slight furrow of her brow. She returned the gaze, and thus began a silent standoff between the two girls, one large and one small. Flint offered a smile to her, asking, "Might you teach me your way of eating? I find it quite beautiful." Little did she know, this remark elicited peculiar looks from the surrounding female knights, as if they were beholding a curious creature. "Flint, you truly are one of a kind," remarked Fiania, her expression a blend of astonishment and amusement. "To utter such praise for someone's manner of eating is a first for me. This a unique dialect. Perhaps it carries some hidden meaning. Only you would think of eating manners as a compliment." "Flint, are you mocking her? Such behavior is unbecoming," added Hamera. "Preposterous. The master would never stoop to such trivialities," protested Igadora, her discontent palpable. "Oh, have you already become so adept at fitting in?" Fiania teased, a playful grin on her face. "Igadora does have her merits. At least now we can discern which category you belong to. What sort of compliment is that?" Igadora's delicate visage flushed crimson, a clear sign of her vexation. "Why do you interpret my sincere words in such a manner?" Flint mused, chewing her lip. It seemed as though she had only just arrived, yet she felt an inexplicable familiarity, a peculiar camaraderie that baffled her. Had she somehow acquired a charm she herself was unaware of? This notion seemed absurd, akin to the so-called protagonist's halo. To her surprise, she found herself possessing such a seemingly unfair advantage. However, if it were indeed a protagonist's halo, why was its effect predicated upon her being the subject of ridicule? Even a simple attempt at camaraderie was met with mockery. With the lively chatter of the women around her, Flint felt no inclination to contribute further. Iserine remained expressionless, munching on her bread as if the world around her were of no concern. Was this what one might call a threno attribute? Flint pondered as she withdrew her gaze. As the sun began its descent, Flint's squad concluded their day's training and returned to their encampment. They first reported to the military supply station established within the female camp to hand over their leather armor and weapons. She then observed the young maidens within the tents lifting wooden basins and towels. Gradually making their way outside, Flint was reminded of an important question. Where was one to bathe? She recalled that this wooden fortress lacked a bathhouse, meaning the women carrying their bathing supplies were likely headed to a nearby stream. A distance of 1 or 2 kilometers from here. Was this a post-training luxury? Flint felt a surge of longing. In that other world, she too had someone she cherished, yet due to various reasons, they never ended up together. Thus, such luxuries were mere fantasies in the past. In this world. However, her current body did not count. Hence, when Igadora entered the tent, Flint gazed at her with wide, starry eyes, causing the girl to feel uneasy. Unable to decipher what the little one was plotting. Why again? Igadora pondered as Flint broke the silence. "Igadora, it seems there is no bathhouse in the camp?" "Ah, yes, since it is built on elevated ground, fetching water is rather inconvenient." So we bathe in the nearby stream. Would you like to go now? Of course, this is the designated bathing hour, isn't it? The girl who had swiftly shed her leather armor indicated that she was ready to follow. Igadora felt a blush of embarrassment at the girl's eagerness. Was the little one anticipating something? Unable to fathom what a child might be looking forward to, she decided to ignore it, removing her armor and sword. Gathering her essentials before leading the girl out of the tent, it is worth noting that while the wooden fortress had strict weapon regulations, these did not apply to women, compared to men. The likelihood of female knight recruits engaging in brawls was evidently lower and more restrained. Furthermore, for their protection, the entire Holy Knight Order had maintained this policy, even in the subordinate training camp of 120 knights. This rule largely remained intact. On the other hand, the maintenance of their weapons was a responsibility they had to shoulder, as was expected of logistical support units. Approximately 1 to 2 kilometers west of the wooden fortress lay a stream. During the usual hours of 7 to 9, it was designated as the women's bathing time, while after 10, it was reserved for men. This regulation was taken seriously by all, especially since Deputy Captain Shilyud would often oversee the area, treating it as part of their daily training, alleviating any concerns of being watched. The bathing process was uneventful. When the little girl returned, her face was aglow, whether from the refreshing relief of washing away the day's exhaustion or something else entirely remained unknown. After returning to the tent and conversing briefly with Igadora, she climbed into bed and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Cyflint was awakened by a series of gentle shoves. Blurrily, she recognized Igadora's worried countenance. The girl's drowsiness dissipated almost instantly. Quickly, master, something has happened. By the time Cyflint hastily donned her armor and sword and arrived at the training grounds, a multitude of female knights had already gathered. What is going on? Upon joining the group, she noted that the young maidens seemed to be whispering amongst themselves. Words like missing and did not return piqued her curiosity. Malira and Eureka did not come back to the camp last night. A nearby girl succinctly explained the situation, her brows furrowed in concern and unease over her teammates' absence. Both were rather introverted individuals, making such behavior highly unusual for them. Cyflint contemplated the owners of those names, recalling 2 girls who spoke little yet trained diligently. And indeed, their absence was palpable. The notion of not returning for the night was akin to a schoolchild staying out all night at an internet CF. Especially under the watchful eyes of parents, Cyflint frowned. In a military camp far stricter than a school, the consequences for such actions would surely be severe. But what could have caused this? Amidst the murmurs, the squad leader, Shilyud, made her entrance, her expression dark, clearly displeased with her subordinates' disregard for military discipline. With a few succinct commands, she organized the formation, calling out, Enlina, Marjorie, Femi, Igwini. Her voice, resonant and clear, echoed with an exotic timbre. 4 figures of moderate height stepped forward, their expressions betraying a mix of fear and anxiety as they gazed apprehensively at Shilyud. Your 2 dorm mates have not returned all night. Are you completely oblivious to this? Her tone was accusatory, striking the 4 girls with a palpable force. Shilyud was furious. 2 of her subordinates had vanished for an entire night, and their roommates had not noticed a thing. Such negligence could have dire consequences on the battlefield, where losing 2 individuals could mean far more than mere absence. The thought of potential repercussions ignited her uncontrollable wrath. Commander, we are not entirely sure. When we returned, it was their turn to be on guard. We assumed they would return shortly. One of the girls, nearly in tears, explained with a tremor in her voice. Such situations were not unheard of. Due to the need for guard rotations, bathing times were staggered from the main troop. It was not uncommon for a dorm mate to return after their turn on guard. Everyone had grown accustomed to this routine, never expecting a situation like this to arise today. Habitual thinking indeed. Cyflint mused inwardly. Regardless of the circumstance, once a habit was formed, its detection and exploitation by others could be quite alarming. Look at your expressions. Can I truly rely on you in the heat of battle? Faced with the girl's trepidation, Shilyud felt a mix of exasperation and reluctant understanding, as she was well aware of the timing issues at play. Given the guard rotations, the 30 individuals were divided into 2 groups for bathing, which meant that the overall bathing time was extended. However, What left her dissatisfied were the expressions of these girls when confronted with problems. Such a mental state would hardly assure their survival in the face of actual combat, let alone the fate that awaited them if captured after a defeat in war. Phaeonia. The urgent matter at hand is to swiftly search for the two missing subordinates. Shiliud was too weary to utter further reproaches. Yes, Captain, given the gravity of the situation, the red-haired woman shook off her previous languor and quickly stepped forward to stand before Shiliud, saluting and awaiting orders. Take your squad along with Deputy Femi. Pointing to a terrified 16-year-old girl among the four subordinates. Search upstream along the eastern bank of the river. My squad will head upstream on the western bank. Imnu, you will go downstream on the western bank. Regardless of whether you find anything, maintain a radius of 30 miles. You must return here by evening. Shiliud promptly issued the operational orders. And Lina, you will accompany Lisa's team to inspect the place where they stood guard last night. Understood. The three squad leaders responded briefly and swiftly executed Shiliud's commands. Sifflin followed closely behind Phaeonia as they headed towards the stables. Captain, what about us? The two girls who had not been assigned duties inquired. You two will remain at the camp. If they return, bind them for me. We will deal with it when I return. Shiliud replied with a taut expression, feeling exasperated that Malir had been excused. Yet it was Murisa, as squad leader, who had taken the lead in making mistakes. Perhaps she had grown tired of her position. Yes, the two girls hastily agreed. Minutes later, the four-night squads hastily departed from the wooden fortress in search of their missing comrades. Sifflint rode atop her galloping warhorse, a young purebred steppe horse she had just received the day before. According to Yugadora, it was a tribute from the nomadic tribes of the northern plains. Being from the steppe, its quality was assuredly not lacking. Sifflint, though not well-versed in equine knowledge, could only recall the names of British and Arabian horses from her previous world. Thus, she resolved to seize an opportunity to thoroughly explore the equestrian lore of this realm. Though she rode a young horse, it was still swift, matching the pace of Phaeonia and the others. This was not due to any deliberate leniency on their part. Having previously ridden, she could gauge the speed akin to a gust of wind. And the others, preoccupied with the safety of their comrades, had no need to hold back. The sun shone brightly, yet none felt inclined to appreciate the scenery. The forests flanking the river were plentiful. And whenever they neared a patch of woods, the team members searched cautiously, for while larger beasts were absent, venomous snakes and other fauna still lurked. The presence of more individuals would create sufficient noise to drive them away. Nothing here. After searching a small grove, Phaeonia spoke with a hint of disappointment. And oh beasts, no blood, no scents or corpses. There is nothing here. That could be considered a good sign. After all, given the current situation, it suggests they are still alive, Yugadora remarked. Removing a pom-pom from her attire, we have exceeded the 30-mile limit. Two girls shooting tea have reason to wander this far in a single night. Hammerus stood up, noting that beyond lay the forest teeming with magical beasts, devoid of human presence. They could not have ventured further. Yet we have found no trace of them along the way. Phaeonia surveyed their surroundings. Her brow furrowed tighter. Two individuals simply vanished. It is rather peculiar. The wooden fortress was not far from the brook. Both locales were visible to one another and being situated on elevated ground. Torches illuminated the watchtower at night. They would not have gotten lost. The red-haired woman harbored a foreboding feeling, though she refrained from voicing it. Ahead lies the enchanted beast forest. Should we not take a glance? Sifflint suggested, reasoning that having come this far, it would be a waste of time to abandon such a possibility. The brief perusal of the outskirts would not consume much time, and if any clues arise, returning would still be feasible. I concur with Sifflint's proposition. A cursory examination of the periphery should pose no issues, stated Annie, her brown hair framing a face etched with concern for her comrades. Phaeonia glanced at the sky. We have at most 3 hours left, so it would be prudent to investigate. However, do not venture too deeply. Much of this land, Senglan, remains unfamiliar to us. Understood. The group responded in unison and continued their advance northward. A dirt path emerged about 1,000 meters from the enchanted beast forest, marking the final approach into the woodland. To the fore of the forest lay a patch of grass reaching half a person's height. The night squad, consisting of 7, formed a single line as they entered the thicket. Phineia led the charge, carefully reining in her steed while vigilantly observing her surroundings. Such underbrush would hardly conceal large magical beasts. Yet smaller predators like lynxes could still pose a threat. Yogadora trailed half a horse's length behind Cyflint, closely attentive to the sound around them. However, apart from the rustling of grass stirred by the wind, no other sounds prevailed. They halted at the perimeter, for the horses sensed the danger that lay ahead in the forest and were reluctant to advance further. Femi, you stay behind to tend to the horses. The remaining 3 will spread out to search, regrouping here in 15 minutes, declared Phineia. With her words, the 7 dispersed. Cyflint and Yogadora paired together, followed closely by Isa Rain, the black-haired girl from the steppe. Moving toward the west, the island of Senglan was largely uninhabited, resulting in lush vegetation that grew abundantly, and due to their shorter stature, the grasses that seemed only a head taller than others appeared as high as Cyflint. Thus, she resorted to clearing a path with her weapon, but her considerable strength rendered the task far from exhausting. After traversing over 100 meters, she felt her foot step upon something that was an old strap, caked in mud, rendering its original color indistinguishable. Cyflint crouched to pick it up, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Just as she began to recall its significance, Yogadora spoke the answer first at a belt. She remarked, glancing at her own leather belt that held her sword. Is there a way to determine whose it is? Finding such a commonplace item in this area stirred unease in Cyflint. Yogadora nodded, clearly grasping the implication of her words. Each person's garments would bear their names or insignias embroidered within, facilitating recognition after collective laundering. Even belts were no exception. Thus, by inspecting the inner embroidery, they could ascertain ownership. As they spoke, Cyflint had already turned the strap over. Through the weathered leather, she seemed to glimpse something. Albeit indistinctly, it appeared faded, likely from prolonged use. Perhaps it bore a pattern. I believe we should return and show this to Femi, the blonde girl suggested. Cyflint concurred, feeling it was indeed prudent. She turned to leave. However, Isa Rain, who had been poised to follow them, suddenly halted a few steps later, her pale blue eyes fixated on the expanse of grass behind them. Noticing their companion had not followed, the 2 turned to find her standing still, staring ahead. Did you discover something, Isa Rain? Cyflint inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. That is said that those who are silent often have vibrant thoughts. She felt that this reclusive girl must have noticed something. Yet, she did not expect a response, as she had learned from other team members that this girl rarely spoke. Regardless of how friendly the conversation attempted to be, it invariably concluded with the would-be conversationalist retreating in frustration. In private, they often speculated that this black-haired girl might be mute, as even her roommate had never heard her speak. There is something odd. A voice seemingly emerging from the void escaped the girl's lips. Perhaps due to a lack of use, her voice held a raspy quality, yet it could not conceal her naturally melodious tone. It is said that those from the steppe possess vibrant personalities, and thus their voices must be exquisite. Were she to speak as usual, her voice would surely be enchanting. However, Cyflint had no time to ponder such thoughts. She rose on her toes to follow the black-haired girl's gaze. Where only a sea of grass swayed in the wind, undulating like ocean waves, yet due to her short stature, even such movements remained unclear. There is nothing there, Cyflint confirmed, unable to discern anything at all. You are too short. Naturally, you cannot see. Little did she know, the words of the girl were profoundly disheartening. Cyflint rolled her eyes. Her short stature was not her fault. She cast a glance at Isrin, who possessed long, elegant legs and, despite her youth, had already begun to take on the semblance of a beauty. Among her peers, she stood half a head taller than Yugdaola. What is over there? At that moment, Yugdaola approached, equally oblivious to the situation. Growing up on the grasslands, I could not misinterpret the ripples caused by the wind. The dark-haired girl pointed towards a thicket ahead, indicating that something lay hidden within. The waves of grass there were conspicuously diminished. Despite her indication, neither of the 2 could discern what lay before them. Yet it did not hinder their judgment. I believe we should explain the situation to Phineia, suggested Cyflint. I concur. If there really is something there, it could be too dangerous for us, Yugdaola agreed. Have you made a discovery? Phineia asked, her expression one of surprise as she regarded Cyflint. Earlier, they had searched in another direction without finding anything, and yet now there was a lead on the opposite side. Indeed, that we found this in the grass, that I believe if this belongs to our missing companion, Femi should recognize it, Cyflint said, presenting the belt she had picked up, adding, furthermore, Icerin mentioned that there seems to be something beneath the thicket. Upon hearing Icerin's name, Phaenelia was further perplexed. This dark-haired girl had never spoken a word since joining their group, nor had she acknowledged anyone. Now, she had glanced at Cyflint, revealing a surprisingly competent side to her. Phaenelia then looked at Icerin, who was silently fixated on the direction she had previously indicated without paying any heed to her surroundings. As Femi examined the belt, her expression shifted dramatically, her hands trembling involuntarily. This was the captain's belt, adorned with the initials of her name, worn smooth from prolonged use. How could this be? She gazed at the tattered belt, struggling to comprehend how it could belong to Murisa, who had never ventured near this area, and how it could possibly appear at the borders of the monster forest, dozens of miles from the wooden fortress. The possibility was one she was utterly unwilling to entertain. The group exchanged glances, the flicker of hope within them gradually dimming. According to Femi, it seemed Murisa had likely met with misfortune. Icerin, please lead us to the place you mentioned, Phaenelia promptly instructed. The dark-haired girl said nothing, turning to lead the way ahead. As they moved forward from the spot where the belt was found, they noticed clear signs of being dragged through the grass. The undergrowth lay trampled to either side, revealing the earth beneath. The further they progressed, the more pronounced the trail became. When they cleared the obstructing vegetation, the sight that greeted them left everyone pale with shock. A figure covered in blood and dirt lay propped against the grass, its head unrecognizable for what appeared to be animal claw marks, tangled hair matted with blood, adhering to the skin. The body was riddled with wounds, the most conspicuous and fatal being a gaping hole in the abdomen, the depths of which were shrouded in darkness. Bloodied clothing concealed part of the injury, but the visible depression indicated the wound was far larger than what was exposed. Due to being dragged, the clothing was severely tattered, and both legs were twisted at unnatural angles. The right hand clutched a broken short sword, suggesting a struggle had occurred. As the group remained in stunned silence. The corpse suddenly stirred, and a mouse scurried out from the hollow of its abdomen, hastily retreating into the lush grass nearby. Cyflint swallowed hard, feeling her throat constrict as a gust of wind, laden with a strong metallic scent, swept across her face. Nausea surged within her. She barely managed to turn away before vomiting. Having been hastily awakened in the morning with little to eat, she expelled the remnants of her overnight meal. Doubling over in distress, tears blurring her vision, it was only when she had nothing left to purge that Yugduola's comforting presence helped her regain her composure, though her complexion remained ghostly pale. You look unwell. Allow me to help you away from here, Yugduola said, supporting the weakened girl as they moved toward the edge of the grass. Cyflint leaned on her for support, utterly drained from the ordeal. The ghastly scene they had just witnessed made her feel as though her very stomach might be expelled. She believed herself capable of enduring even the bloodiest of sights, presuming her possession of a male soul would grant her immunity. Yet the reality had struck her with crushing weight. Although she had managed to suppress her initial reaction to the gruesome scene, the scent had unraveled all her restraint. The pungent odor permeated her lungs, leaving her feeling irrevocably sullied. Even now, traces of that nauseating aroma lingered in her nostrils. How embarrassing, Cyflint murmured through tear-filled eyes, glancing at the equally pale Yugduola, who had managed to maintain her composure. Did the humans of this other world possess such resilient constitutions? Do not dwell on such matters. The more you think about it, the more vivid the memory will become. Yugduola attempted to divert her attention. Cyflint replied absently, too nauseous even to muster the energy to speak. You are still quite young. It is normal to have a low tolerance when witnessing such horrors for the first time. Yugduola reassured her. Nevertheless, it is nothing to be ashamed of. Everyone reacts differently upon their first encounter with blood. Have you seen such things before? Cyflint asked instinctively. I have, but there was a notable difference, the girl answered, having witnessed the deaths of many. Yet they had all been relatively intact. I have never encountered a situation quite like this one. Cyflint halted in her tracks, Indeed, I believe I should return. She continued. As you said, it is only natural to react this way upon seeing blood for the first time that I doubt anyone would flee in fear after such an experience that I cannot afford to retreat. Flint stated resolutely. After a moment of reflection, her demeanor had considerably improved, allowing her to think more clearly. She understood her reasons for joining the Holy Knights. Having made her choice, she must face the consequences. If she were to be frightened by the sight of death now, it would create a lasting shadow that could haunt her for a lifetime, and she had no desire to carry such a burdensome memory. This is merely stubbornness, much like what you previously accused me of. Yugduola smiled knowingly. Knowing full well you cannot endure, yet still insisting on your own way. Well, at least it is my own conviction. Since I have made up my mind, is it not commendable to pursue this path? Flint countered, realizing that her earlier words had been turned against her. She resolved to be more cautious in her future statements. Indeed, in this regard, we seem to have found common ground. After taking several deep breaths to compose herself, Flint and Yugduola turned to retrace their steps. Meanwhile, Phaenelia and the others were conducting a preliminary investigation of the discovered corpse. I need someone to return and report the situation here, the captain stated upon their meeting. The deceased has been confirmed to be Murisa. I intend to split the team into 2 groups. One will remain here, while the other will return to the base immediately to inform Captain Shiliud of our findings. She glanced at Flint, whose face was still pale, and added, Flint, you and Yugduola should head back to the base and relay everything that has transpired here to Captain Shiliud. Understood. Grateful for the consideration, Flint accepted the request and promptly departed. Half an hour later, Shiliud led the main group to the site. Witnessing the transformation of a former comrade into such a state brought tears to the eyes of many team members, particularly the remaining 4 from Eurice's squad, who were engulfed in fear and sorrow. Dispersing her subordinates in groups of 3 to search for valuable clues, Shiliud approached Phaenelia alone. Regarding the 2 missing individuals, we have yet to uncover any leads that you possess any information? None, Captain, the woman replied, her tone measured as she expressed her perspective. If they are not here, it is likely that finding them will be exceedingly difficult. Behind them lay the monster forest. Shiliud nodded in acknowledgement. Whether it be monsters or wild beasts, they would not reject free food. Having discovered one of the deceased here, the likelihood of the other being alive appeared grim. The worst-case scenario would be that the second individual was dead with no body to recover, a notion that would be unbearable for those with deep emotional ties, that I have cautioned the search team members to avoid approaching the beast forest under any circumstances. Prior to our arrival, I dispatched a messenger to notify Commander Norwade, and by now, you must be en route here. That would be for the best. To be frank, I have yet to fully grasp the current situation. How did Murisa and her companions manage to traverse such a distance? And what brought them here in the first place? It is all rather peculiar. Phaenelia expressed her opinion. How do you feel? Safer in the? You appear quite pale. Yugduola, seated nearby, handed a water pouch to the girl beside her. I'm fine now. Accepting the water pouch, the girl offered a wry smile and touched her face. It's still very pale? The blonde girl shook her head. Not at all. It's merely your mental state. Rest assured, I am not in any serious trouble. Dabbing her face with the water from her hands, her complexion improved slightly. When does Deputy Captain Shiliud intend to commence the search in the beast forest? It is uncertain. Currently, the Deputy Captain is conferring with Captain Norwade, and the search will only be determined after their discussion. The overgrown grass leading to the beast forest has been cleared to a considerable extent, with tents and wooden crates forming a makeshift encampment. Some knights are directing the soldiers in erecting a fence around the camp. The body of the discovered girl, draped in a white linen cloth, was loaded onto a cart and carried into one of the tents, accompanied by several soldiers. After a while, a priest clad in white emerged from within, making his way directly to the knight commander. After a brief, hushed conversation, Norwade's expression shifted subtly. The cause of Murisa's death has been determined. Norwade summoned his aide and conveyed the information, but then his brow furrowed. Unfortunately, you will not be able to intervene in this matter. What do you mean? The female knight inquired with a stern expression. Parasite worms. You must have heard of them, the young knight commander stated. They are merely a kind of parasite that feeds off the host's internal nourishment. Shilyud replied, appearing somewhat dismissive. Don't tell me Muriso was slain by such a parasite. Regrettably, that is indeed the case. However, this instance is slightly different. He remarked that the priest had just performed a divination ritual and fortuitously detected an interdimensional rift in this vicinity. The female knight's eyes widened in surprise. I know it may be difficult for you to accept that such occurrences can happen under the jurisdiction of the Holy See, but the emergence of interdimensional rifts is unpredictable, due to the varying concentrations of magical elements in the air. They can manifest anywhere in this world. Ever since the first demon invasion war, it has been that way. From another dimension, you mean the demon realm as parasites. To be precise, they do fall within the category of beasts. Hence, they are accurately referred to as phantom worms, Norwade stated. Although they are relatively low-tier beasts, their reproductive capacity is astonishing. Given sufficient sustenance, a single female can produce hundreds of larvae within a week. This is quite troublesome, Shilyud remarked. Shouldn't my team be needed now more than ever? On the contrary, the larvae require a suitable breeding ground, and according to the patterns of these beasts in this world, the human body is the most conducive for the parasites to proliferate, with females being the ones capable of nurturing the larvae. Though referred to as the female, the host is actually male. Requiring eggs, Shilyud involuntarily twitched her eyelids, recalling the gruesome state of her fallen comrades, their hollowed abdomens bursting outward. Within one of the tents in the encampment, 4 knights adorned in armor sat around a long rectangular table. They were members of Commander Norwade's squad. Berryman from the Knight Squad, Sabaka from the Heavy Armor Squad, Nieces from the Infantry Squad, and Shilyud from the Logistics Support Squad. Additionally, there was a middle-aged man dressed in pure white priestly robes. Their gazes were fixed upon Commander Norwade, seated at the head of the table. The current situation is that 2 female knights from our ranks have perished due to these worms, based on the growth cycle of the parasites. It is likely they were infected around a week ago. If we trace the timeline back, this interdimensional rift must have existed for at least over a week, and yet we were utterly oblivious. Norwade addressed the knights present, acknowledging the serious dereliction of duty on our part as the ones responsible for this region. However, we still have an opportunity to rectify this matter before it worsens. I believe my aide has already briefed you on the details. Even if you are not entirely clear, it suffices to know that your adversaries are the monsters. Except for Shilyud, the other 3 knights stiffened at the mention of monsters. The Holy See is dedicated to maintaining world stability, with its primary objective being the opposition against the demon race. So upon hearing the term monsters, their minds immediately shifted to strategies against them. I will now assign tasks. Our search area will encompass the forest. The trainee knight squad is ill-suited for combat in the woods. Your mission is to search the area extending 150 miles outside the forest. The Heavy Armor Squad and Infantry Squad will each retain a detachment to guard the camp, while the remaining squads will form a temporary combat unit, AS, for how to locate our targets. Priest Lean will dispatch clergy to accompany you. You will cooperate with the priest's divination to eliminate any monsters you can identify. The 3 knights nodded in agreement, while Shilyud's squad was left without an assignment. Casting a glance at her aide, who seemed to have something to say, Shilyud declared, "From this moment onward, we will handle this incident. You are to return with your team and draft an investigative report to submit to the Holy Knight Order." What nonsense! Upon hearing that she was to return to the rear, Shilyud immediately protested, revealing her strong side contrary to her usual compliance with orders that MY subordinates have perished due to this inexplicable incident. And you expect me to return without any explanation? How am I to justify this to my sisters in the future? Though her words were somewhat forceful, they were indeed reasonable, as a commander naturally seeks justice for her fallen comrades. Moreover, now that she was aware of the involvement of interdimensional monsters, she was seething with indignation. Norwade rubbed his temples, exasperated by the stubbornness of his aide, who was always right in her arguments, leaving him no room to refuse. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Very well, if you truly wish to participate, but the monsters are not easily dealt with. Furthermore, this batch of monsters is particularly unique. Our regular training is precisely for moments like this. My subordinates, and I will not hold you back. Captain, Shilyud donned her helmet with determination. Very well, You will form 4 teams. You shall lead one, and Berryman, Sabaka, and Nieces will each lead a team under your guidance. Norway did not linger on unnecessary words. Phantom worms are not just monsters. They belong to the insectoid category, renowned for their prolific breeding capabilities, and he had no time to dwell on these matters. If we can lure them out and eliminate them, I would willingly serve as bait. Let's not speak of such perilous things just yet. I believe it need not come to that. Norwade reassured her gently, indicating to the middle-aged man. The priest in white returned a warm smile. While the meeting was in progress, in another tent, Safarin was engrossed in a thick tome titled A Comprehensive History of the Continent. The pages had not been turned in quite some time, yet her attention was fixed on a few lines of text in the lower right corner of the page. Phantom worms, classified as parasitic beasts of the insectoid variety, are said to have been brought back and mutated by a demoness during the first demon invasion in this world. There exists a parasitic creature known as the parasitic intestinal worm, which, as its name suggests, resides within the human colon and feeds on the remnants of human sustenance. While a small number of these parasites can aid individuals suffering from constipation by facilitating bowel movements, an overabundance can lead to intestinal blockages, thus earning the disdain of physicians, herbalists, and alchemists alike, who classify these worms as pests due to their propensity to proliferate in large numbers. Under normal circumstances, one would not expect to contract such a parasite. Yet this notion left Cyflint perplexed. She absently toyed with her chin, pondering that bam worms thrive in the depths of untamed soil and enter a prolonged state of dormancy in the absence of a host. Even if ingested, they can be effectively addressed with various pills or herbal remedies, rendering them virtually harmless in this modern age. However, in the realm of magic, the situation diverges significantly. Unlike their passive counterparts, the illusion worms actively assault humans, typically emerging from overgrown grass or flowing water. Their limited jumping ability allows them to strike only when humans are at their most vulnerable, swiftly infiltrating the body and transforming it into a breeding ground. Within a week, hundreds can erupt from within, and the host endures excruciating pain, often leading to death. Saflin's face contorted in disgust at the memory of such grotesque imagery, reminiscent of the macabre games often found in the 11th district of her past life. Yugadora, who often sought relief in the wild, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden and embarrassing question posed by Cyflint. As a soldier, the act of relieving oneself during field marches was commonplace. She had shared such experiences with male comrades before and had always sought secluded spots when nature called, while male members would deliberately avert their gaze. However, Yugadora, as a girl, still felt a sense of shyness. Indeed, despite the difficulty in articulating it, Saflint's inquiry prompted an acknowledgement that relief had been sought amidst the underbrush. And no wonder, Cyflint mused, disregarding the girl's flustered reaction, as she began to piece together the circumstances surrounding the deaths of their 2 companions. It was likely that the illusion worms had seized the opportunity to infest their bodies. Even in the human realm, these creatures posed a significant threat. The situation was even more dire in another world, where the worms, tainted by magical miasma, underwent a complete transformation, both in appearance and essence. Suddenly, a thought struck Cyflint, as she turned her gaze toward the visibly anxious Yugadora. The blonde-haired girl flinched, fearing yet another bizarre question might follow. Yugadora, accompany me to meet Captain Silyud, Cyflint declared. What? Are you suggesting a physical examination for the entire team? Silyud questioned incredulously, as they were on the verge of departure. What was this girl trying to pull? Did Captain Silyud not wish to know how her comrades had been infected? Saflint's inquiry left her momentarily speechless, prompting her to reflect on how her companions had contracted the worm. What do you intend to do? She asked, lifting her head from contemplation to fix a determined gaze upon the much shorter girl, seemingly grasping her intent. Unfazed by the weighty scrutiny, Cyflint continued. Before my arrival, the unit must have been on the march. Correct? Without needing further prompting from Cyflint, Silyud turned sharply to her subordinates, commanding, "Fetch Priest Lean at once." After a moment of serious contemplation, she regarded Cyflint once more before hastily departing. The 28 female soldiers were summoned together, and after a brief explanation of the situation, several cloaked priests commenced their examinations. The results were unexpected. 6 out of the 28 were discovered to be carriers of the illusion worm, teetering on the brink of incubation. The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, and the infected 6 appeared ashen, perhaps having never witnessed the gruesome demise of their comrades, yet they were all too aware of the illusion worm's reproductive process. Grateful for the early detection and treatment, they cast appreciative glances at the flaxen-haired girl standing nearby. The hammer's complexion was pale as she pressed her right hand against her abdomen, completely taken aback to learn that the agonizing cramps she had experienced over the past few days were due to being infested by the illusion worm. Mistaking the discomfort for a mere cold due to her impending menstrual cycle, she felt fortunate to have discovered the issue early on. The church had long possessed methods to counter such infestations. If caught before incubation, there remained a chance for recovery. Given the urgency of the situation, Priest Lean decided to proceed with preparations for the expulsion of the parasites. Accompanied by trusted companions, the 6 were taken away for treatment. Being women, it would be disingenuous to claim they were unafraid. With the 6 accompanied by medical personnel, only 16 soldiers remained available for action. Minutes later, with Eugodora's assistance, Cyflint donned her leather armor and equipped her gear bag, a compact spatial pouch containing provisions. A change of clothing, flint, and a few medical supplies, while the weight was merely a quarter of what she carried. Grasping the oversized sword that towered over her, she felt prepared, due to the forest's impediments. Horses could not traverse the terrain and were left outside under the watch of ordinary soldiers. Fionalia, Isarain, Eugodora, and Cyflint, originally a small team, were reassigned to the unit led by Nises. Their primary objective was to scour the outer 15 miles of the monster forest. Comprising 24 combatants and 4 priests forming a cohesive unit, venturing into this perilous territory. Nises, in his 50s, was no longer fit for frontline combat in the church's ranks, which typically consisted of younger warriors in their 20s or 30s. He was acutely aware of his value in other capacities, and his wealth of experience from his youth had earned him a promotion to officer. He now commanded this mixed squad as they navigated through the forest. Surrounding him was a small infantry unit he commanded, consisting of 12 soldiers strategically dispersed around the team. Their role was to clear a safe path for their comrades, ensuring that even in the face of danger, these lightly armed soldiers could swiftly retreat to the protective formation of heavily armored infantry. The heavy infantry, clad in formidable armor and known as the Heavy Shield Squad, served as the frontline bulwark in battle. However, their cumbersome nature necessitated ample maneuvering space in the forest. The mobility of heavy infantry was severely constrained. Ordinarily, such units would not be deployed, yet the monster forest posed risks beyond their primary target, including various mutated beasts lurking within the dense foliage. Without the support of heavy infantry, no team could endure in such an environment, and they were equally responsible for safeguarding the 4 central priests, the only ones capable of utilizing divine techniques to detect and purify the primary target AS for Cyflint and her companions. They were currently fulfilling their roles as logistical support, positioned 3 meters apart at the forefront of the group of scouts. Having received prior warnings from the priests that illusion worms would only target females, they maintained a safe distance from the main unit, well within the infantry's maximum visibility range, which also fell under the priest's divine awareness. Under this dual layer of protection, Cyflint and her companions felt relatively secure, yet due to the priest's inability to sense threats beyond dark creatures, the girls proceeded with utmost caution, perhaps due to their special consideration as newcomers to such treacherous territory. The day's expedition unfolded without incident until they established a campsite, allowing Cyflint to exhale in relief after a day spent on edge. As the warm campfire crackled to life, Cyflint rediscovered the tranquility that the forest offered. The temperature gradually dipped, and a gentle evening breeze brought a refreshing chill. Weary from the day's exertions, the girl instinctively stretched and squinted, akin to a cat reveling in the caress of the cool air. "Are you tired?" Eugodora inquired, handing the girl a flatbread as she settled beside her. Initially motivated by a bet, she now expressed genuine concern as a friend, though their time together had been brief. They found an exceptional rapport, a bit, Cyflint admitted candidly, chewing on the bread with muffled words that I hope we can complete our mission swiftly. This forest gives me an unsettling sense of depth. What have you sensed? The girl observed the dimming surroundings, feeling only a slight chill. Nothing, Merely a feeling as Seaflint took another bite of her food. She couldn't help but think that girls could be quite troublesome, taking so long to eat something. If it had been in the past, Yugadora would have brushed off such remarks, perhaps not giving them a second thought. However, Seaflint's feelings had always been more complex, and her seemingly casual conversation today had indirectly saved the lives of 6 individuals, including Hamura, and garnered the goodwill of her teammates, even winning over Yugadora. Thus, the girl's offhand comment had piqued her interest. There's no cause for concern. Fianlia and Izarin have set up traps, so we'll be aware of any dangers beforehand. After all, this is our duty as support soldiers. With this statement, the 2 mentioned women approached, with the red-haired Fianlia speaking up. Following closely behind was the silent Izarin. Captain, Senior Rains, the 2 stood to greet them. No need for such formalities. The red-haired woman waved her hand dismissively as she approached them, plucking a piece of bread and stuffing it into her mouth. Her carefree action elicited a wave of envy from Seaflint, who, due to her status, could not afford to act so freely. Seaflint, you've been with me for a month now. There's no need to be so formal. Just call me Fine from now on. We're all part of the same team. There's no need for such restraint. Yes, all right, that's settled. Fine nodded with satisfaction before turning her gaze to Seaflint, observing the young girl for a moment before earnestly stating, "Thank you for saving Hamura and the others. If you hadn't prompted them to check, we might not have realized the issue was so severe. In truth, we all overlooked the infection route of the phantasm worm. Your keen observation is truly appreciated. There's no need to mention it. I merely did what was expected of me." Seaflint hadn't anticipated that her actions would yield such results. It seemed she had fully shed her identity as a newcomer in the team. As they began to acknowledge and accept her, "Don't be so modest." Although Captain Shilyud hasn't voiced her gratitude directly, I believe she appreciates you in her heart. Fine continued. Hamura, too. Her situation was the most critical. If it weren't for you, she might not have made it through tonight. After everything settles down, make sure to hear her thanks in person. With a smile, she grabbed another piece of bread and waved goodbye as she headed towards the camp behind them. Yugadora, you're with me for the second watch. We'll switch off shortly, so take this time to rest properly, or I'll be right there, the girl responded, watching Fianlia slip into a small tent before turning to Seaflint. I'm going to rest now. If you find it too much, come find me to switch. Don't overexert yourself. Yes, I understand the importance of guarding. I'll be careful. Seaflint nodded. This was her first experience camping in the wild. Despite her lack of experience, it was a necessary endeavor, and she didn't wish for this rare opportunity to end abruptly. After watching Yugadora leave, Seaflint turned her gaze to Izarin, who was silently nibbling on her bread. When their eyes met, Izarin chose not to maintain the gaze, instead turning away, leaving Seaflint puzzled. What could she be up to this time? Did she not even want to make eye contact? The 2 continued to eat their food in silence. But before parting ways, Izarin pulled a packet from her pocket and tossed it to Seaflint. Apply this to any exposed skin to ward off mosquitoes, she said in a somewhat hoarse voice. Seaflint had no reason to refuse Izarin's kindness, and with newfound understanding of her previous actions, she realized that Izarin's reluctance to make eye contact might not stem from dislike, but rather from acknowledging their camaraderie. She happily accepted the offering, saying, "Thank you," before making her way back to her spot. Izarin glanced at her retreating figure before departing. With her teammates' recognition, Seaflint's spirits soared high today. However, deep within the forest, a beast paw stepped upon a withered tree, as dark shapes began to emerge from the shadows, signaling that this night would be one of unrest. The forest at night was particularly dim. The towering trees had long blocked out the sunlight, and by 4 in the afternoon, visibility had already dwindled. Once the camp was set up and the sentinels assigned, the surroundings faded into darkness. The clock barely striking 6.3 campfires were lit in a clearing cleared by the soldiers, who sat in small groups around the flames, eating bread and sipping cool water, occasionally sharing jokes to lighten the mood. An hour later, aside from those on patrol, the rest of the soldiers gradually went to rest, leaving only the crackling of the fire. Another hour passed, and Seaflint found herself growing bored. Indeed, keeping watch seemed entertaining, but was, in reality, rather dull. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and she had to concentrate for 6 hours, Remaining vigilant until the shift change at 1 in the morning. 6 hours felt like an eternity, Seaflint thought to herself, but soon reminded herself that this was her responsibility. Shirking her duties would be contrary to her character. Thus, despite the monotony, she persevered. During her watch, Izarin made a silent visit, handing her a piece of fragrant betel nut for stimulation before quietly departing. Holding the betel nut in her hand, Seaflint was surprised to see something familiar in this place, although she had never enjoyed it in her past life, finding its lingering taste dizzying. Yet, to stay alert for a longer duration, she had no choice but to indulge. As true night fell, the surroundings grew silent, save for the whispers of the wind. This time was when nocturnal beasts roamed, though the outskirts of the monster forest were mostly home to low-tier creatures, whose intelligence remained at a primal level, still harboring a fear of fire. With the betel nut invigorating her senses, Seaflint remained alert. Although Fianlia and Izarin had laid out warning traps ahead, she had no intention of relaxing her vigilance. If a beast crossed her perimeter, the responsibility would fall heavily on her. Suddenly, she sensed a slight movement below, causing her to tense up. Oh, it's just one of ours. With that thought, a small illumination flared beneath her, revealing a middle-aged man in a priestess robe, who smiled apologetically. I drank too much water. I'm just stepping out for a moment. My apologies. It's no trouble. Just be cautious out there. Seaflint replied, watching as he carefully treaded away over the vegetation. It seemed the priest had intended to relieve himself nearby, but, upon realizing a girl was on watch, sought a different spot. Hopefully, he wouldn't wander over to Izarin. Seaflint thought with a hint of mischief. The surroundings returned to calm, and moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting a hazy outline of the forest. When her gaze shifted to another area, she caught a glimpse of something amiss in her peripheral vision. Quickly turning her head, she scrutinized the peculiar spot with puzzled eyes. There, it seemed something had just darted past. What could it be? In a typical scenario, surrounded by the monster forest, one would first think of beasts or monsters. And only after dismissing those two would ghosts or other supernatural entities come to mind. Although Seaflint felt some discomfort being alone in such darkness, she was not afraid. Thus, upon sensing something unusual ahead, her instinct led her to consider the possibility of a beast. After waiting so long, had something finally emerged? The drowsiness that had begun to creep in was instantly shattered before it could invade her mind. However, after gazing for a considerable time, apart from the initial unintended flicker, there was no further movement, leaving her with the unsettling impression that everything that had just transpired was merely an illusion. As she pondered this perplexity, she suddenly sensed a shift in the air behind her. Before she could turn to investigate, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon her, and as she realized the enemy was lurking just behind her, she was violently toppled, losing her balance and tumbling down from the tree alongside the shadow that had assailed her. Two shadows landed on the ground short distance apart, and perhaps due to a stroke of luck, the shadow that had attacked her lost its grip at the last moment. Her body met the earth with a jarring thud, the unpleasant scent of damp soil and a hint of rust filling her nostrils. Injured, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Falling from a tree was hardly a pleasant experience. Fortunately, she could still move her limbs without any fractures, but before she could ascertain the nature of her attacker, a pair of powerful claws pinned her firmly to the ground. Damn it! As a lowly, being knocked down once was already too much, and now it happened twice. In the dim light, she caught a glimpse of a beastly silhouette. What was it? A magical beast. The darkness was too profound for her to discern the true form of the creature, yet she was acutely aware that she was in grave danger. The beast was not particularly large. Shrouded in an aura of darkness that obscured its features, with strong foreclaws gripping her shoulders, where she expected to see a head, only a pair of glowing green eyes pierced through the shadows. Fixated upon her, that moment, Seaflint had no weapon within reach. Her large sword remained lodged in the tree, and the dagger at her waist was inaccessible due to her immobilized hands. She realized that if she did not take decisive action to save herself, she would soon find her neck bitten through, becoming prey for the very beast that threatened her. In a desperate bid for survival, she pressed her legs together and, summoning all her strength, kicked towards the beast's abdomen. This primal strike, fueled by her instinct to survive, elicited a mournful cry from the creature as it was sent reeling backward, crashing violently into the tree from which she had fallen. This entire sequence unfolded in a mere 10 seconds, transforming the beast's assured assault into nothingness. Regaining her freedom, Cyflint wasted no time in blowing the emergency whistle and sprinting toward the campsite with utmost urgency. She understood all too well that the shadow she had just encountered was merely a decoy. In other words, there was not just one beast lurking in the forest. Her survival hinged on sheer luck. The whistle not only served to alert her companions, but also compelled the beasts, initially planning a stealthy ambush, to initiate a coordinated assault. She had to return to the campsite in a matter of moments. If a single beast had nearly cost her life, she had no doubt that a pack of them would tear her to shreds in their fury. Thus, the best course of action was to converge towards the campsite, leveraging the advantage of numbers to maximize her chances of survival. The shadow, observing from the darkness, let out a low, menacing growl, its words indecipherable, and the surroundings erupted into chaos. To her horror, she discovered that what she had thought to be a solitary figure was now accompanied by over a dozen pitch-black silhouettes, racing towards the campsite with unhesitating ferocity, interspersed with what appeared to be humanoid forms in flight. The piercing whistle immediately stirred the previously tranquil campsite into a frenzy, given their proximity to the magical beast forest. The soldiers, even in slumber, were clad in armor. The moment they heard the whistle, they surged forth from their tents. However, before they could clearly identify the attackers, the shadows had already breached the hastily erected barricades and invaded the camp. Igniting the flames of battle under such dire circumstances, Cyflint sprinted toward the campsite at breakneck speed, but the sounds of her running were accompanied by the heavy footfalls and labored breaths of beasts. 3 of the creatures, cloaked in darkness, were fixated on her. The girl refrained from glancing around to assess their positions, knowing that doing so would inevitably slow her down if she were to be surrounded. Escape would become nearly impossible. Fortunately, Cyflint's body seemed to have been enhanced by her status as a traveler, as her stamina did not appear to be depleting significantly. Otherwise, as a 13-year-old girl, she would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. The dagger at her waist was now firmly gripped in her hand, and she remained acutely aware of the movements of the beasts forming a triangular encirclement around her. They had completed the formation. But due to their comparable speeds, the 3 beasts maintained a steady pace. Thus, they were not in a hurry to strike, likely believing that her current speed was merely a byproduct of her survival instinct, waiting for her to tire. However, their simplistic reasoning failed to grasp her capabilities. If it came down to pure stamina, Cyflint could easily reach the campsite before the beasts could claim her life. Their expectation of exhausting her was destined to be thwarted, as the sharpened edge of the makeshift fence loomed before her. The pursuing beasts finally comprehended the futility of their strategy. The beast on her right, in a fit of rage, veered off from its pursuit, launching itself from a nearby tree toward the girl who had deceived them with her appearance. Realizing there was no escape, Cyflint instinctively prepared to defend herself. But the creature knocked her down, sending her rolling across the earthy ground, scattering dry leaves in her wake. The other 2 beasts, witnessing their companion's success in toppling the girl, hastened toward her location. Cyflint's situation became dire. She now faced 3 ferocious beasts. Although 2 of them had yet to arrive, the brief respite would scarcely last 3 seconds. Within that time, she had to deal with the one intent on severing her neck. Or else, in that moment of panic, Cyflint's will to survive remained unyielding. Her only solace was that this beast was not feline in nature, thus less likely to shred her with its claws, resulting in only superficial injuries to her exposed skin. The beast relentlessly assaulted her, its sharp teeth attempting to bypass the hasty defense formed by her youthful hands. In this perilous moment, she found it nearly impossible to mount a counterattack. Killing the creature without sustaining injuries proved exceedingly challenging. Yet as the other 2 beasts closed in, facing death's approach, Cyflint opted for injury over demise. Gritting her teeth, she thrust her left hand, encased in a thin layer of iron-plated gloves, into the beast's mouth. Taking advantage of its momentary hesitation, she plunged her right-hand dagger deep into its abdomen. The beast, which had intended to deliver a lethal bite, emitted a whimper akin to that of a dog, thrashing in a desperate bid to escape the fatal blow. However, Driven by the same instinct for survival, Cyflint would not allow it to flee. With a swift motion, she flipped onto the beast's back. Her dagger slicing mercilessly within its gut, rapidly depleting its strength. Yet before it could succumb to death, the roar of another beast echoed from behind her. Cyflint barely had time to turn her head when she saw the approaching creature. A distance of less than half a body length away. Its menacing three-layered fangs were all too clear to see Hakati that moment. Her left hand remained lodged in the beast's mouth, and the dagger still buried in its belly. The second beast's attack was imminent. There was no time left. Instinctively, Cyflint leaned back as the beast lunged. Time seemed to freeze, her gaze transfixed on the gaping maw drawing ever closer. Just then, a foot struck the beast's mouth from the side. Distorting its shape, a black boot, adorned with iron plates, appeared in Cyflint's field of vision. Following the leg upward, a slender figure came into view, with flowing black hair dancing in the air, tightly furrowed brows, and a hint of urgency in her gaze. It was none other than the girl from the prairie. Iserene, Cyflint, having narrowly escaped death, had no time to appreciate Iserene's timely intervention as the remaining beast lunged at her. Iserene retracted her kicking leg and, using it as a pivot, elegantly spun around to face the beast charging at Cyflint. With her right hand, she effortlessly slashed through the creature's abdomen with her curved blade, severing its spine without resistance. Cleaving the beast in two. Strangely, the dismembered creature did not spatter blood or entrails. Instead, it rapidly transformed into two clouds of black smoke, vanishing before they could even touch the ground. As Cyflint noticed this phenomenon, she felt her own burden lifting. The beast she had subdued also dissipated into black mist. Only the beast that had been kicked away remained, struggling to regain its footing on the ground. What manner of monster was this? A summoned beast. Upon witnessing the scene, Cyflint felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Could it be that those who attacked them were akin to summoned creatures? Ignoring the girl's query, the ebony-haired maiden swiftly turned after dispatching the beast, grasping Cyflint's hand, and together they sprinted towards the encampment. Just as Cyflint was about to inquire about her companion's urgency, she caught sight of 5 or 6 similar beasts leaping from the thicket behind them. Prompting her to silence her curiosity, the camp was now within sight, and their flight had reached a critical juncture. With a burst of speed, they successfully vaulted over a spike barrier taller than themselves. Tumbling into the safety of the camp, the beast that pursued them, having leapt too late, was impaled by the sharp stakes, letting out a whimper before dissipating into a cloud of black mist. "Are you all right?" Iserene inquired, brushing aside the hair that obscured her vision and reaching to assist the girl. "Yes, I'm fine," Cyflint replied, stretching her left arm. Fortune seemed to smile upon her, aside from some abrasions on her limbs. The only source of lingering apprehension was the fact that her hand had not been severed, though the iron plate protecting her arm bore numerous bite marks. "Those creatures will be upon us shortly." "We must depart," Iserene urged. However, Cyflint held her back. "Rushing over now would only lead the pursuers to us," Cyflint explained, meeting Iserene's puzzled gaze. "That I believe the beasts that attacked us are less animals and more akin to summoned beings. Therefore, I have an idea." After sharing her thoughts with the dark-haired maiden, Iserene's expression turned grave. "Oh, you truly believe so?" "Indeed, that I suspect the distance between the summoned creatures and their summoner is not great. With their support, they can summon even more beasts. Instead, while most of the creatures are drawn away by our main force, we should take this opportunity to circumvent them, locate the source, and eliminate it." "Your idea is sound, but is it feasible?" Iserene's apprehension was palpable. They were but 2, yet they were to gamble their lives on a chance. Despite being a descendant of the prairie nomads who revered the celestial wolf, she was not keen on entrusting her fate to an unknown deity. That one's destiny must be self-directed. She had come to this profound realization long before leaving her tribe. "You understand the role of a summoner, I presume," Cyflint continued. "But as far as I know, summoned creatures possess only rudimentary intelligence, relying heavily on their summoner to control them. Their melee capabilities are also limited. While we may not be able to vanquish them, we can disrupt their focus on controlling the summoned beasts. Furthermore, should we successfully locate and repel the summoner, we could create an opportunity for the main force to retaliate." Iserene gazed at the young girl with surprise. astonished that someone so young possessed such strategic insight. After a moment's contemplation, she recognized the merit in Seyflint's reasoning. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a jubilant shout broke the tension. "Seyflint, Iserene, how wonderful it is to see that you are unharmed. Ugudala, how are you? Are you injured?" Seyflint exclaimed, pulling the blonde girl in the shadows. "I am unscathed. Thanks to your warning, we suffered minimal losses after dealing with the first wave of summoned beasts. Fiamlia had sent her to find them." Ugudala wiped the dust from her face and smiled. "Shall we return?" "I'm afraid we may not have time," Seyflint replied, shaking her head. "You were able to emerge earlier because the enemy had not yet surrounded us. Now," she gestured towards the distant sounds of battle and shouts. "If we return now, we would only collide with them head-on, but we must draw their attention away first." "What should we do then?" Ugudala asked. Clearly perplexed, her thoughts solely focused on bringing the two back without considering other contingencies. Seyflint did not rush to answer, but turned to Iserene, smiling as she uttered a phrase that left Ugudala bewildered. Now we have three deep within the forest. A group of enigmatic figures cloaked in the pelts of beasts stood in the clearing. They raised their hands, murmuring incantations in an unfamiliar tongue, while a few simply observed. Their gazes fixed intently on the distant clash of battle. There, the summoned beasts they controlled were attempting to breach the defensive line formed by armored soldiers wielding weapons. Yet despite their commands, the beasts could only utilize their teeth and claws, inflicting little damage against the well-trained soldiers, who, despite their numbers, could not deliver significant harm. However, Nises and his contingent of humans dared not grow complacent. They were well aware of the nature of their adversaries. Summoned creatures could not be slain. Even if cleaved into dozens of pieces, they would return, vibrant and whole, upon being summoned once more. There were two types of summoned beings. Contract summons, which included magical beings whose physical attacks were ineffective and could only be harmed through opposing magical elements. And physical beings, such as those summoned by defeating flesh and blood creatures. The second type was soul summoning, a method that had become increasingly rare and now existed solely in texts, with few humans capable of performing such magic. Moreover, summoned beings possessed various attributes, subject to elemental interactions. The priest's magical attacks were evidently insufficient to inflict advantageous damage upon these summoned creatures. They only gained an advantage against dark beings, and when faced with creatures of the same dark attribute, a healing light might harm them. But the disparity in their numbers and the priest's obligation to heal injured soldiers rendered them incapable of taking the lead. Ordinary weapons, lacking magical enhancements, dealt minimal damage, merely delaying the summoned creature's recovery and re-summoning back to their original plane. To break this stalemate, the only effective solution was to eliminate the summoner controlling the beasts. However, one must first ascertain the whereabouts of the enemy summoner. The adversary was not foolish. They understood the need to maintain distance from their troops to avoid detection. Nises' attempt to probe had all ended in failure, with one of his men falling to a summoned creature's opportunistic strike. At this juncture, Nises recognized the enemy's intent. Knowing they could not yet contend with him, they aimed to prolong the conflict until his resources were exhausted. In battle, the priest's magic was indispensable, yet there would inevitably come a time of mental fatigue. Although the previous waves of attacks were repelled with the priest's assistance, they had incurred significant mental strain. Compounding their difficulties, they had lost a priest prior to the conflict, severely diminishing their magical support. While the ordinary soldier's physical stamina was equally depleted, both sides understood that once the priests were drained of their mental energy, it would be time for a full-scale offensive. Yet, what vexed Nises most was that, even now, he remained ignorant of who was orchestrating the attacks against them. Sanglon was a vast island, so expansive that it could be described as a small continent. However, this island was governed solely by the church, the only human authority and religious institution present, while the rest of the land was either impenetrable mountains or forests teeming with beasts. Consequently, since the church's establishment, it had only managed to control a fraction of the island's eastern region, with much of it remaining unexplored, leaving the nature of the land a mystery. What incensed him further was that the church's forces had thoroughly surveyed the forest numerous times. The periphery of the beast-infested woods was, in fact, a buffer zone between the church and the unknown regions. Thus, to suffer an attack from beyond this boundary was a disgrace, he could only surmise that the locals were responsible, in truth. He was only partially correct. Avoiding the areas of intense conflict, Cy Flint and her companions cautiously navigated through the tangled underbrush, striving to minimize any noise. After a considerable detour, they finally glimpsed the presence of the enemy summoner around a bend. As predicted by Cy Flint, the summoner's attention was wholly captivated by the distant battle, leaving them oblivious to the trio's presence. Cy Flint. This group appeared as stars illuminating the darkness, drawing their focus. There must be more lurking in the shadows. Yet we lacked the time to investigate each one. With her head tucked behind a large tree, Cy Flint whispered to Iserine and Gutla, "We should strike immediately, while they remain unaware, to restrain them. This way, they cannot control their summoned creatures at will. The commotion from our battle here is certain to capture the attention of our kin. As long as we can draw them in, our objective will be achieved. Speak, what shall we do?" Iserine remarked coolly. Ever since she had accompanied this madcap girl, she had already accepted her command in her heart. Meanwhile, Eudora gazed at the dark-haired maiden with a look of astonishment. As if seeing her for the first time, it is known that Iserine's temperament is one that dismisses others. Yet now she was listening to Cy Flint without reservation, which inevitably stirred a sense of admiration within Eudora. What had transpired between these two during my absence? When we charge out, you must swiftly eliminate those threats lurking in the shadows. The dark-haired girl smiled, a rare expression, and reassured, "Fear not, as a child of the plains. It is exceedingly difficult to forget the art of archery." "That is excellent," Cy Flint responded with a smile of her own, then turned to Eudora. "Follow closely behind me. I shall lead the charge. Rest assured, my fortunes have always favored me, and I intend to enjoy your service for the year to come. Are you prepared?" "Ready, charge." With a brief, sharp command, Cy Flint darted forth like a nimble cat. Min observed the distant battlefield. Under the relentless assault from their side, the human front was on the brink of collapse. Moments ago, through the shared soul with the phantasmal beasts, he discerned that their priests had exhausted their spiritual energy and could no longer be of service. Thus, the situation was shifting in favor of his side. Once the magical enhancement from the priests on the soldiers dissipated, the only fate awaiting the humans would be slaughter. Yes, slaughter, just as you treated my ancestors. As memories of the past surged within him, Min clenched his teeth, revealing elongated canines unlike those of humans, and his once normal pupils transformed into those of a beast. This is retribution. Who are you to obstruct our path? However, as foes who have battled for thousands of years, I will afford you the respect you deserve. Yes, afterwards, I shall offer prayers for the souls of the fallen. An exceptional apprentice priest of his tribe. A candidate for the temple priesthood, Min possessed formidable soul abilities that he could summon more than 10 beast souls to fight alongside him and skillfully control them, or combine them into a singular, powerful beast soul whose strength rivaled that of knights, and even that summoned by formal priests could contend with the holy knights of humanity. Even if a beast soul were to perish, it would not inflict any substantial harm upon him. After a period of rest, he could summon anew. However, relatively speaking, their physical prowess was lacking. After a beast soul was defeated, the majority of priests would be no stronger than an ordinary soldier. It should be noted that the majority of them were as a distinguished apprentice priest and favored disciple of the tribal high priest. Min had some knowledge of swordsmanship, ensuring that he would not fall victim to the tragic fate of a rigorously trained priest being easily slain by a common soldier. Being highly valued by his tribe, it was natural for him to contribute to their cause. His performance in this trial had been outstanding, earning him the respect of the tribal altar warriors leading the team. In this encounter with humanity, his beast souls had proven immensely beneficial, restraining numerous human soldiers and their priest's magic. From the outset, Min had regarded this battle with indifference. To him, it was merely a seasoning for the journey. Yet, as an adversary, he harbored a trace of admiration for their audacity to confront the servants of the mighty beast god. Standing beside him was the leader of their expedition, the elite warrior Bobber, who served the soul altar. Every warrior of the soul altar was an elite of the tribe, and Bobber was no exception, towering around 2 meters with a physique resembling a fortress, clad in armor fashioned from the shells and pelts of magical beasts. He wielded a massive axe crafted from the fangs of an unknown creature, its serrated edges rendering it a terrifying weapon. Unlike Mean, Babur also possessed a beast soul, but his was more suited to augmenting his physical strength. Not all beast souls were fit for priestly duties. A singular type would make one vulnerable to exploitation. Thus, it was not solely the priest who served as ranged combat support. Beast souls could also unleash their formidable power under the command of the melee altar warriors. The combat prowess of an altar warrior was astonishing, as could be inferred from the disdainful glances he cast towards Nice's battle squad. In his view, even without deploying the priest's phantasmal beasts, he could easily tear apart the seemingly formidable human defenses with just a few ordinary tribal warriors, reducing them to mere pieces. However, as Mean was a promising member of the new generation and the altar sought to cultivate him, Babur would naturally express no dissatisfaction. Priests held a noble status within the tribe. Their roles intertwined with the future development of their people. The primary purpose of this expedition was to hone their skills. Aside from Babur and Mean, there were 6 apprentice priests and 12 ordinary warriors from the tribe. Although their numbers were comparable to those of the humans, the combat effectiveness was significantly heightened due to the dozens of beast souls summoned by the priests. Despite the initial surprise at encountering this human squad, they viewed it as an opportunity for training and to enhance their experience in combating humanity. Setting aside their primary objective, the deep-seated enmity between the two races would also drive them to attack the humans. Thus, as the magical effects on the humans' weapons and armor began to fade, all the tribespeople's gazes turned towards the battlefield, eager to witness the blood of their ancestors' enemies spilled on the ground. However, at that moment, figures emerging from the side caught them off guard, stifling the cheers of some tribal warriors and priests. "Quick! Block them!" In the next instant, the experienced Babur reacted swiftly, shouting commands to the warriors positioned at the fringe to confront the foes. With a swift stroke, he felled a hapless warrior poised to cheer, as Seyflint charged towards the area where the 6 priests were stationed, her sword stained with the blood of her adversaries. A warrior clad in beast hide rushed from the side, but before he could raise his spiked mace, he heard the twang of a bowstring. An arrow pierced his skull, causing him to stagger and fall. "The enemy has archers. Divide a few to deal with him," Babur shouted, then turned to Mean, who was still reeling from the sudden turn of events. "Brother, be cautious and protect yourself. The human's target this time is you." With that, he brandished his axe and charged forward. Mean snapped back to reality. His face paling, he had been deceived. He cried inwardly, realizing that the humans had employed the simplest of tactics to distract them, leaving everyone, including himself, unprepared for their audacity to split their forces under such adverse circumstances. Where had the plan gone awry, as he hurled a dagger, like a throwing knife, at an approaching warrior, only to have it deflected. Yugadora swiftly followed up with a stab that pierced his heart. As the two eliminated their second foe, they immediately spotted a towering figure clad in beast armor charging towards them. Flanked by several others, the sight of his muscular physique and battle axe made them wary. This opponent would not be easy to handle. The newcomer paused upon seeing the audacity of this girl daring to assault his flank, realizing that the 3 beast souls pursuing him had not vanquished her. Mean had believed his strategy flawless, planning to ambush the human squad under the cover of night, yet the current situation was decidedly unfavorable. It seemed the humans had also noted the shift in the intensity of the summoned beast combat, and if the commotion continued to escalate, reinforcements would soon arrive, faced with a sudden breach in their defenses. The other apprentice priests were thrown into disarray, their control over the summoned beasts faltering significantly. After all, their melee capabilities were exceedingly poor, unable to withstand a direct confrontation. In their panic, several of them even recalled their summoned beasts to shield themselves. Thus, the pressure on Nices was significantly alleviated, and the clamor of battle around him diminished. He soon discerned that the sounds of fighting and the retreat of summoned beasts originated from the same direction. This led him to surmise that Sephirinti and her companions, who had previously failed to regroup, might have uncovered the whereabouts of their adversary's summoner. He promptly commanded his team to converge swiftly. When Mean, seething with indignation, ordered his reckless companion to withdraw their spirit beasts from the front line to reorganize and fend off the pursuing human forces, their movements were entirely laid bare to the enemy's gaze. Defeat. This was Mean's immediate reaction upon spotting the gleaming swords and blades. His strategy had been utterly dismantled by a human squad that had emerged from the flanks. The sudden reversal of the tide of battle left this ambitious youth momentarily in disbelief. Yet, no matter how difficult it was to accept, he had no choice but to confront this outcome. Upon witnessing the architect of their near demise, Nises and his comrades unleashed their pent-up fury upon the hastily assembled summoned beasts. Meanwhile, the already exhausted priests strained themselves to bolster a portion of the soldiers with magic. The ongoing skirmishes and the lurking threat of archers concealed in the shadows rendered it exceedingly challenging for these novice priests to fully control their summoned beasts. As their spirit beasts were once again dispatched into the ethereal realm, the priests found themselves fully exposed to the humans, and despite the considerable distance of over 10 meters, it was negligible for the relentless pursuers. "Run!" cried an unknown novice priest. The time for a new summoning was utterly insufficient, and they turned to flee. Although their spirit beasts allowed them to summon spirits almost without limit, each summoning still consumed a significant amount of mental energy. Akin to how a mage expends mental fortitude to cast spells, the previously summoned spirit beasts would not require any further mental energy to sustain their existence, but upon their demise, the need for a new summoning would incur such costs. The battles prior had nearly drained the novice priests of their mental energy, leaving them akin to exhausted priests who could no longer muster even a fragment of mental strength to summon spirits. Moreover, they had no time left for summoning. Thus, for a tribe that prided itself on honor, the act of turning and fleeing, despite the disgrace it entailed for those holding the title of junior priest, was the only correct choice available at that moment. Mean, despite his self-proclaimed excellence as a new generation of the tribe, had no option but to retreat. However, he was clever enough to realize he should meet up with Babur, who was stationed at the flank, to ensure his protection while escaping. Yet, the direction in which the others fled posed significant problems. In moments of panic, it is often difficult to accurately assess the situation at hand, and the fleeing novice priests, resigned to their fate, scattered chaotically without converging towards Babur, who led the melee soldiers. Instead, they fled deeper into the forest of beasts, while traversing in a group might have posed no issues. The current predicament saw the magical beasts confronting a disorganized, mentally exhausted assembly of novice priests. Even the most brainless of beasts would instinctively know how to at this juncture. Nises dared not pursue further. After a symbolic chase of a novice priest, he hastily made his way towards Sephirinti. Clang. Deflecting Babur's axe strike, Sephirinti staggered back several paces. Despite her extraordinary strength, capable of wielding a great sword with the grace of flight, she found herself outmatched by Babur's sheer power, the clash of their weapons rendering her unable to maintain her footing. The disparity in their physical statures was staggering. Aside from her remarkable strength, Sephirinti was no match for this beastly figure. Never would she have expected that a mere human girl could possess such might. You truly believe you can slay me?" Babur taunted, his battle axe glistening in his grasp. A glint of murderous intent flashing in his beast-like eyes, he was astonished that such an unassuming girl could wield strength beyond her stature. While engaging in battle with her was undeniably exhilarating, it also instilled an unavoidable sense of threat. Unlike humans, his tribe lacked numerous innate abilities. Their only gift was their spirit beasts, which required an extraordinary level of experience to enhance. Conversely, humans, with their vast numbers, could produce an astonishing array of gifted individuals. Much like the extraordinary strength exhibited by this 13 or 14-year-old girl, a disadvantageous reality for a tribe already in a precarious position. "I have no intention of killing you," he said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and gesturing to stop the well-meaning Yugadora, who had nearly met her end beneath his axe. "I merely require enough time to delay you." Babur's expression shifted as he turned, spotting Mean approaching with an injured warrior in tow, while the other novice priests had vanished from sight. The situation caused his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Meanwhile, a commotion from above only heightened his fury. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his axe skyward, producing a sharp metallic crack as Iserin, clutching the half of her curved blade, was sent sprawling against a tree, though she escaped a broken spine. The impact left her legs throbbing painfully, and she collapsed to the ground with a muffled groan. Yet Bobber's desire to finish her off had dissipated. His plans had been thwarted by 3 unseasoned young women. This was a bitter pill for a tribal elite warrior to swallow. If given the chance, he would gladly eliminate these 3 individuals who were destined to become formidable in the future. The stronger humanity grew, the more of a threat they posed to his tribe. However, at this moment, preserving the priests was far more critical than vanquishing the trio. Priests were the tribe's most valuable resource. Although novice priests were weak, they would eventually evolve into capable altar priests. Every member of the tribe was acutely aware of the perils lurking in the forest of beasts, and they could not afford to lose valuable resources within its depths. The imminent threat posed by humanity paled in comparison to the immediate need to safeguard their own, and the only recourse was to retreat and seek out the scattered novice priests to mitigate their losses. Quickly, he made his decision. Everyone must withdraw, and swiftly. At the same time, Min nearly lost his composure upon realizing that the assailants were merely 3 girls. Just 3 underage girls had brought his side to such a dire strait. While humanity posed a threat, their lack of unity often resulted in them squandering time and energy on internal strife far more than they expended against external foes. Throughout history, countless capable humans had met their demise due to infighting. The ratio was far greater than the wars of their ancestors. Finally, Bobber cast a deep gaze upon Sephirini, who was barely standing with her great sword. "You have spared your life. Human, should I thank you for your mercy?" As he observed the towering figure swiftly vanish into the shadows of the forest, Sephirini felt her body weaken. Sinking to her knees, she glanced at her similarly wounded companions and the allied soldiers who had approached, grateful for her survival. Following the night's battle, both sides had suffered considerable losses. The enemy, eager to regroup, hastily retreated, having lost their scattered novice priests, while the humans, hindered by the darkness and lacking the strength to pursue, returned to their original encampment to regroup. Each soldier bore injuries, hastily bandaging wounds, while those with minor injuries were tasked with repairing the damaged palisade. After all, none could predict whether another retaliatory strike would ensue. The previous battle had heavily relied on the fortifications, which were now significantly compromised, leaving the camp vulnerable to further assaults. The priests also required rest, as their mental energy had been entirely depleted during the conflict, necessitating assistance to return. The fallen soldiers would also need time for gathering and burial that, in short, this period proved exceedingly sensitive for the small contingent. Any unforeseen event could spell disaster for the entire group. In such circumstances, Sephirinti could hardly afford to rest any longer. Although exhausted from the exertion, she noted that even Yugadora was supporting her, leaving no room for idleness. Initially, Sephirinti had been perplexed as to why they did not hastily vacate the area post-battle to avoid attracting beasts drawn by the scent of blood. But after Yugadora provided some clarification, she finally understood. This was merely the periphery of the forest of beasts. Even if they encountered monsters, they would only be of the 1st or 2nd tier. Their arrival would serve as nothing more than a supply of resources for them that, of course. As a precaution, they scattered medicinal powder around the camp as perimeter, which would deter beasts of the 3rd tier or higher. Sephirini had no desire to inquire about the rationale behind shielding against more formidable creatures, a question that would undoubtedly be deemed foolish. After all, how many 3rd-tier beasts could possibly inhabit the outskirts of the forest? From the very beginning, the 4th-order beasts possessed an intelligence remarkably akin to that of humans, rendering such trivial tricks ineffective against them. With this realization, the girl promptly joined the task of scattering powder. The night watch had been taken over by Yugola and Fine Leah. Although both were weary, the soldiers were obliged to adhere to their assigned duties. Fine Leah, being a senior member of the team, required no concern. After a brief bandaging, she departed, her agile movements eliciting admiration from Cy Flint, who couldn't help but respect her vitality. In contrast, Yugola bore the remnants of old wounds from previous battles, and thus, Cy Flint resolutely insisted on taking her place in 3.5 hours. Moved by the girl's persistence, Yugola had no choice but to acquiesce. After bidding farewell to Yugola, Cy Flint entered the small tent to visit the injured Isarian. The black-haired girl had sustained injuries due to Seyflint's decisions, and the latter felt a twinge of guilt. Upon entering the tent, She hesitated to look at Isurian's face, her gaze inadvertently falling upon the exposed, fair skin of the girl. However, Isurian's legs appeared somewhat swollen and red due to her earlier injuries. Detracting from their beauty, "Can you still move your legs?" Flint inquired, her heart heavy as she observed the bruises on the girl's long legs. "It's a bit troublesome," Isurian replied generously, showing no sign of blame. Perhaps touched by the pain, the girl's brows knitted tightly. "I'm sorry for causing you such a serious injury. It was my reckless ambition. Not your fault," Isurian stated calmly, reaching for the medical kit, but Flint preempted her action. "Let me apply the medicine. You just lie down." Holding the medical kit to her chest, Flint looked at Isurian with an expression that seemed to say, "Leave it to me," which made Isurian feel a bit uneasy. Filled with skepticism, Isurian found a pillow to cushion her half-reclined position. She quickly grasped what this little girl was really after as Flint opened the ointment and began applying it to her leg. Isurian's hair stood on end. The girl's gaze was akin to that of a child who had discovered a cherished toy. The areas touched by her small hands felt delightful, yet Isurian found herself unaccustomed to such caresses. "Are you really applying medicine?" Of course, Flint's response, though initially subdued by Isurian's confusion, soon faltered in the face of the girl's smooth, long legs, and her hands began to wander again. "Forgive this little imp." She simply never had the opportunity to touch anything like this before. Even though she could indulge in her own body when idling in this world, it would eventually feel tiresome. Today presented such a splendid opportunity, and there was no reason to let it slip away. Consider it a post-battle indulgence. Naturally, Flint wasn't the type to overstep her boundaries. Once her curiosity was satisfied, she began to bandage in no time. The swollen areas were enveloped in white gauze. Isurian finally exhaled, as Flint's earlier touches had set her heart racing, the contact igniting a peculiar itch on her skin, leaving her bewildered about her own feelings. She found herself torn between wanting to stop Flint and not wishing to halt the pleasant sensations. Previously, it was Flint who couldn't bear to look at her. Now, Isurian felt similarly shy to gaze upon the girl. When Flint inadvertently lifted her head, she found Isurian tilting her head away, a rosy hue gracing her delicate face. This moment left Flint momentarily speechless. Then, guilt washed over her. Had she perhaps gone too far? The atmosphere in the tent grew oddly tense. Isurian, Flint stammered, searching for a diversion. "I heard that the nomads of the plains, due to their constant migrations, often live on horseback, causing their legs to become deformed." "Why are your legs?" The topic felt rather foolish, a sensitive issue to broach. Upon realizing this, Flint prudently fell silent, "Because I never had the opportunity to ride a horse during my time on the plains." To her surprise, Isurian answered, a response Flint hadn't anticipated, bringing her a sense of relief that it seemed Isurian bore no ill will. However, the bittersweet smile on Isurian's face hinted at a deeper story. "Why?" Flint inquired curiously. It seemed implausible for someone raised on the plains to have never ridden a horse, akin to a government official never having embezzled funds. While the analogy might be somewhat off, the essence remained. Both scenarios were inconceivable. "Have you ever seen a plains dweller with skin like mine?" Isurian gestured to her own complexion. Her face was exquisitely delicate. If her expression were softer, it would be even more beautiful, though now her gaze bore a hint of fierceness rather than gentleness. "Indeed, I have never seen one," Flint responded honestly, then added, "But I haven't encountered other nomads either." "In no way." This time, Isurian appeared astonished. "As far as I know, the nomads are more active in the north than in the south." "Are you from the south?" Flint, unsure of the distinctions between the north and south, replied, "I hail from Labels." "Labels Kingdom?" "Quite a renowned land, famous for its gemstones. Some of my kin serve as mercenary cavalry there." "But that's in the north." Isurian chuckled. "Don't tell me you don't even know whether you're from the north or south." Feeling helpless, Flint scratched her head. "Though I am from Labels, I have been in the church since I awakened. So I am unclear about such matters. The books don't mention these things," she silently added. "After all, unofficial information is unlikely to be recorded in that tome, which was titled A Comprehensive History of the Continent rather than Chronicles of Worldly Experiences." "Oh, so you are the sleeping princess of Labels?" That might be me." Flint smiled, She had learned of this title last year, yet no one had called her that in a long time, making the sudden mention feel unexpectedly endearing. In that case, I completely understand. Isarian nodded, then steered the conversation back. On the plains, due to the absence of tall trees, my people have long been exposed to the sun and strong winds, causing them to age prematurely, resulting in yellowish-brown skin. However, she pointed to her face, entirely different from that of a plains dweller, and left her statement hanging. Flint understood. She could surmise the unspoken part and why people do not believe I belong to their tribe and refuse to accept me. Thus I was cast out, that I was not yet 6 years old. Gently brushing her hair away from her forehead, Isarian spoke matter-of-factly. It was fortunate I stumbled upon a merchant caravan entering the plains, and I left with them. Little did I know that the merchant was not a good man. He sought to sell me as a commodity. Along the way, I worked as a child laborer, then as a maid, and to survive, I even begged for half a year. Ultimately, I was rescued by a wandering knight who brought me here. The various life skills I acquired were learned during that time. Flint felt profound sympathy for her companion's plight. Beyond sympathy, she could express little else. Whether Isarian was truly a plains dweller remained debatable, but to abandon an innocent child at their doorstep was no different from condemning her to death. It was fortunate that she was ultimately rescued by a wandering knight and brought to the church. Otherwise, her fate might have been far more tragic. Though Flint had endured over a decade of misfortune in her slumber, it paled in comparison to Isarian's lived experiences. She had simply been asleep, unaware of the world outside, while Isarian had felt the darkness of the world firsthand. In contrast, Flint's awakening, shrouded in ignorance, bore no resemblance to Isarian's situation. How could your people treat you this way? It is utterly outrageous, Flint exclaimed, her anger flaring. Had it not been for Isarian's ignorant kin, she would not have endured such suffering if they abandoned you. Why do you still wear the vine ring that belongs to the plains people? Even though they cast me aside, I was born on the plains. This is an undeniable fact. Keeping these tokens holds no harm. At least they serve as a reminder. Besides, had I remained there, I would likely have been a mother of several children by now. A self-deprecating smile crossed her face. I certainly do not wish to settle down so early. That would be dreadfully boring. Moreover, if that were the case, I would not have had the chance to meet you all. Indeed, this is the truth, Seraphine thought deeply, often reflecting upon herself, and she felt a sense of joy at being able to befriend Malin. However, the anguish of being unable to return home was something she could not empathize with. People of the grasslands marry at such an early age. This is not merely the case for the grassland dwellers. Perhaps it is a rare occasion for an outsider to reveal their true emotions. Isarian appeared less disdainful at that moment, radiating an unusual vigor of youth in all the human nations across this continent. It is customary for families to seek a suitor for their daughters once they have their first menstruation. With that, she cast another glance at Seraphine, and returning to the topic, has your first menstruation arrived? It would be for the best if it never came at all. Seraphine's complexion paled, for she had been struck at a sensitive point. Yet the other misunderstood her meaning, saying, I heard you had been asleep for over 10 years prior to this. So perhaps your first menstruation will not arrive according to the norm. I do not wish to marry. Seraphine gritted her teeth in response. Nor do I. Isarian. Seraphine suddenly grasped her hands, startling the young girl. What is it? Let us vow to never marry, for our entire lives, shall we? At that moment, Seraphine's gaze appeared remarkably innocent, though the true implications behind it were known only to her. Isarian, unaware of the little one's thoughts, responded with trust and a complete disinterest in marriage after a moment's hesitation, readily agreeing to the pact. After exchanging a few more words, Seraphine naturally fell asleep in Isarian's embrace. Though the girl was unaccustomed to such close proximity, she ultimately accepted this sticky situation out of trust, smiling wryly as she draped a blanket over them. The forest returned to its original tranquility, yet on the other side, a multitude gathered around a fire. Nises sat beside the fire, his serious gaze fixed upon the roaring flames, his face still glistening with the sweat and oil from the recent battle. The bloodstains on his armor had been wiped away. Yet a faint metallic scent lingered in the air that a group of individuals stood silently around the fire, waiting till a soldier approached from the direction of the woods, his ironclad gloves stained with fresh crimson. the viscous liquid slowly dripping onto the ground with each step he took. "Captain," the soldier first offered the customary salute to his superior before expressing his regret and frustration. The captured prisoner proved to be exceedingly stubborn, and we could not extract any information from him. Nises remained silent, tossing a twig into the fire. He felt dissatisfaction with the soldier's report, yet he understood that his subordinate's interrogation could only go so far. Further attempts would yield no results. Even though no useful information could be gleaned from the captured prisoner, Nises had acquired some intelligence. He had a vague understanding of the enemy that had attacked him. It was the age-old adversaries of humankind. The forces of the church had been assaulted by foreign entities and were nearly overwhelmed. This matter needed to be reported to the Night Order. The captured prisoner would also be handed over. "Bring a few men," Nises gestured casually. "Take that prisoner back to the base. If we cannot pry information from him here, I refuse to believe that the instruments of the Inquisition cannot extract anything from him." "Captain, it is already quite late, and it is uncertain whether those who attacked us are still lurking nearby," his deputy tactfully suggested. "The soldiers are all quite fatigued. Perhaps it would be best to let the prisoner remain here for now and escort him back after the mission concludes." Nises pondered for a moment, realizing that while he had emerged victorious today, a significant portion of the enemy had managed to escape. If they were to escort the prisoner back now, they could easily be intercepted en route. "Very well. Ensure he is kept under strict supervision and securely bound." His subordinates promptly set to work, yet Nises felt no elation from the punishment of the assailants. The war between humans and foreign races had persisted for ages. As humans gradually gained the upper hand, the once formidable adversaries began retreating into the shadows, no longer vying for dominion over the continent. Although minor skirmishes still erupted, the overall existence of both sides remained relatively peaceful. Ceylon Island was vast. He had never before heard of any foreign races dwelling upon it. Yet today's battle compelled him to believe that humans were not the sole inhabitants here. Those defeated and scattered across the world also lived here. Today could be deemed a victory for humankind, yet the battleground was within an area they had already traversed. Had he not been attacked, would those foreign entities have assaulted human villages dozens of kilometers away? The responsibility for that would undoubtedly fall upon the station forces here. Fortunately, one attacking unit had been defeated. Nises dared not let his guard down. For every such unit of foreign entities, there were likely many more to prevent further casualties. It was imperative to have the Night Order dispatch reinforcements, seal off the area, and delve deeper into the beast forest to locate and eradicate this enemy stronghold. In his view, this was the most prudent course of action. The war between humans and foreign races had been a bitter rivalry since ancient times. Thousands of years of conflict had long transcended mere hatred. Everyone regarded each other with disdain, believing the other to be the most deserving of extinction. Although humans had suffered a devastating defeat during the campaign against the Elven Empire and had tempered their attitude towards the elves, it could not be ruled out that many still held such sentiments. It must be said that the auxiliary forces had performed admirably. In such circumstances, they had managed to pinpoint the command location, disrupt the enemy's operations, and create opportunities for the main force. This new recruit was truly remarkable. He had initially only thought her to be slightly stronger than average. Nises contemplated this, realizing that upon his return, he ought to suggest to the Order that she be properly nurtured. Meanwhile, the Seraphine he had been thinking of was still fast asleep in Izeran's embrace. Several kilometers away, dawn was gradually breaking, and the beast forest welcomed another day. The serene woods were occasionally interrupted by the calls of birds, and for the shadows emerged two figures, their bodies still marked by wounds and blood. With leaves clinging to their hair, following this signal, over a dozen more figures emerged from the darkness. "How is the situation?" the leader, Bobber, inquired. "It is dire." One of them gasped. "We arrived too late. Brother Ram has already perished. We dared not linger there, and only brought this back." With that, he presented a string of jade necklaces he had found. The companion beside Bobber, Mean, accepted the relic of his fallen comrade, his beastly eyes now a shade of crimson. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he not discovered the human camp and sought to launch a surprise attack, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. The other apprentice priests who had accompanied him were all gone, and his fellow warriors were all injured. "I am sorry, brothers," "This is all my fault," he lamented. "There is no need for such self-reproach." Baba replied solemnly, "I too consented to this attack, that if there is blame, I share it equally, that we all underestimated the humans, never anticipating that they would have someone break through our encirclement and strike at our rear." As he spoke, he could not help but recall the three human women, most vividly the one wearing an eye patch, small in stature yet extraordinarily skilled. "What shall we do now?" Min hesitated, no longer daring to act recklessly after such a painful lesson. Babur contemplated for a moment. "The best course of action now is to return to the tribe immediately. This is no trivial matter. We have discovered human tracks in the beast forest, and we must report this to the elder prophet at once." Fully aware of the consequences if their tribe were to be discovered by humans, Min nodded in agreement. "The enmity between our race and humankind has existed for millennia. Today's battle will undoubtedly reach the ears of the human nation soon. We must prepare ourselves." The two reached a consensus, both acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Although they had lost several precious priests, the trouble that would arise from humans discovering their race's existence would be far greater. Just as they were preparing to return, a figure stumbled out from the underbrush, causing the surrounding soldiers to tense and draw their beast-bone daggers immediately. "It's one of ours." The newcomer hastily declared their identity to avoid being mistakenly struck down by their own comrades. "Anger, why are you in such a hurry?" Babur furrowed his brow as he recognized the soldier. "Our brother," the soldier gasped, pointing the direction from which he came. "Yama is in human hands. He has been captured." "What?" With a startled cry, Mien exclaimed almost instinctively, "Yamamu is our tribe's precious priest. We absolutely cannot allow the humans to take him away. If he is coerced into revealing our tribe's dwelling place, then Mien's concerns are not unfounded. According to the records of the sacred altar, humans are notorious for torturing captives, employing various cruel methods to force them into betraying their allies. Now that one of our companions has been captured, it is certain that the humans will resort to such tactics. Should they truly uncover any vital information, their vengeful nature guarantees a frenzied retaliation. There shall be no surrender from the Mu Weian people." Babur growled in anger, yet uncertainty gnawed at him. Yamamu, being a young apprentice priest, possessed little experience and might easily succumb to interrogation. However, attempting to rescue him with the current group would be tantamount to seeking death. The prospect of returning to gather reinforcements was equally bleak due to the constraints of time. Babur found himself in a quandary. Yamamu will undoubtedly struggle under human interrogation. Their cruelty surpasses our imagination. I believe we must rescue him at once. Aware of the stakes, Babur wrestled with his thoughts for some time before reluctantly conceding to Mien's perspective. "Brother, you are right. I shall take my warriors to rescue him. But you are the hope of our tribe. I implore you to return to the tribe immediately and inform the esteemed prophet of this matter, so he may prepare in advance." Babur's intentions were clear. Mien was the last remaining priest within their ranks, and the priest's role in the tribe was both unique and invaluable. Training a priest demanded far more energy than that of a tribal warrior. His recent blunder had already cost the tribe numerous promising youths, and Mien was the disciple of the current high priest. Further elevating his significance, he could only safeguard this singular priest to atone for his mistakes. If successful, he would also mitigate some punishment. "Are you certain?" "My summoned beast could assist in restraining the humans. With my presence, this rescue mission could become significantly easier to minimize unnecessary casualties among the brave warriors of Mu Weian. I ask that you allow me to join you in this endeavor." It must be acknowledged that Mien was indeed an exceptional youth of the tribe, fully aware of his responsibilities and unwilling to evade them. He understood the gravity of the situation, but to retreat now would mean facing the families of his fallen comrades without honor. "I possess a sufficient number of summoned beasts for self-protection. Moreover, you require assistance in restraining the humans, do you not?" Mien's reasoning was sound. Babur recognized he had no grounds to refuse, ultimately agreeing to his request. "Angie, you must return to our village at once and report the matter truthfully to the altar priest. If we do not return to the tribe within 3 days, you need not concern yourself with us." Babur issued his instructions, leaving no room for dissent. This was a command. The warriors, equally aware of the stakes, had no choice but to comply. As dawn broke on the following day, the human soldiers, burdened with their mission, could not afford to rest. This time, they proceeded with heightened caution, scouring the forest periphery. Yet, unlike the previous night's ambush, they encountered no further incidents, save for a few unwitting first-tier magical beasts that stumbled into their ranks, which the soldiers promptly consumed as a sumptuous meal. Perhaps the events of the previous night had drawn all misfortune away. As today unfolded with remarkable ease, without any external interference, the designated area, which was initially expected to take 3 days to search, was thoroughly scoured by the second day. The phantasmic worms discovered by the priests were swiftly eradicated by holy water or magic, successfully completing their task. After the last phantasmic worm disintegrated into putrid blood under the corrosive effects of holy water, Cyflint sighed in relief, knowing the task was accomplished. Next, they would return to the camp to regroup with the remaining soldiers and, after 3 days, head back together. Rubbing her tired eyes, she stifled a large yawn. Having stood guard for several hours to assist Hugo Dola, she was utterly exhausted. However, the thought of their close bond made it all worthwhile. Although her motives may not have been entirely pure, she justified her actions under the banner of not allowing even lilies to be taken advantage of by men. Cyflint's twisted mindset could be gleaned from this perspective. Observing Hugo Dola as she surveyed the forest nearby, Cyflint mischievously pondered. Meanwhile, Izarian stood to the side, engaged in simple conversation with Fianlia. Fianlia was taken aback by the seldom verbose opponent's transformation, and upon learning that it was Cyflint who had encouraged her to speak, her astonished gaze shifted toward the distant girl. Gather up. At this command, the group quickly assembled and calmly withdrew from the area. Let us move. Let us move, the little girl jubilantly exclaimed before turning and running off. After marching for 2 days and nights, her greatest desire was to return to the base, take a refreshing bath, and then collapse onto a comfortable bed for a good night's sleep. Upon waking, she would still be full of energy. Hugo Dola watched her frolic away, chuckling to herself. Perhaps it was indeed fitting for a child to behave, so don't run so fast, she called out, hastily following behind. Yet as she took her first step, her foot unexpectedly sank, accompanied by a startled cry and the chaotic rustling of leaves and soil as she tumbled into a hidden, treacherous pitfall. This pit was concealed beneath a dead tree lying horizontally in the forest, perfectly camouflaged by fallen leaves and twigs, leaving no trace visible from above. Fortunately, Cyflint was not far behind. Upon hearing Hugo Dola's startled cry and noticing her absence, she instinctively recognized the presence of the pitfall. Hugo Dola, Cyflint called into the dark abyss, but received no response. The depths remained hidden from view, leaving her uncertain of Hugo Dola's condition. The commotion attracted the attention of others, and a few soldiers from the squad rushed over. What happened? Nises inquired, parting the crowd. Hugo Dola has fallen into this hole, Cyflint replied, her face etched with worry. Hugo Dola was her dear friend, although they had not spent as much time together as she had with Maylin. They shared a genuine bond that transcended mere servitude for a year. Naturally, the peril faced by her friend caused her immense anxiety. She could not ascertain the situation below. It appeared to plunge into unfathomable depths. She had heard tales of extremely hazardous terrains, such as underground rivers, and myriad dangers flooded her mind. It was possible that the depths were not as perilous as she imagined. However, the sheer depth posed a significant threat to life. Even those with considerable skill could succumb to the perils of nature. Even seasoned knights had drowned due to minor accidents, let alone Hugo Dola, who had yet to attain knightly standards. Search the area for any other openings. Nises promptly commanded the nearby soldiers. Such unforeseen accidents were unpredictable. The geographical conditions of Ceylon Island were exceedingly complex. Each year, soldiers and ordinary citizens alike fell victim to various mishaps, much like the current sinkhole. All he could do was to fulfill his obligations. There is no time to waste. Cyflint extended her hand toward the pit, feeling the airflow emanating from the hole. Gradually regaining her composure, she voiced her fears. There must be a cavern beneath this sinkhole that I worry for Hugo Dola's safety. You must find another entrance. There has to be a passage. Then, before the eyes of the gathered, Cyflint took a deep breath, steeled her resolve, and leaped into the abyss, provoking a chorus of gasps. Has this girl gone mad? By the light's grace, She must be insane. How could she dare to jump without knowing how deep it is? Is this how one rescues someone? The onlookers were left in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief at such a reckless act. Even those who had lived for decades would never have contemplated such madness. Fionlia, too, was astonished, but her concern for Flint outweighed any admiration for her actions. What on earth could possess her to do this? Even if she intends to rescue someone, shouldn't she at least lower a rope? If Yugodola is injured, wouldn't it be prudent to pull her up? By jumping down like that, she is gambling with her own life. What a foolish girl, as she lamented the reckless behavior of Flint. A sudden scream pierced the air, jolting her back to reality, only to discover that Izarian had vanished from her side. This girl wouldn't have. Fionelia swallowed hard, glancing around at the soldiers whose faces were awash with a myriad of expressions. Her ominous premonition had already been largely validated. This is truly madness, she murmured. Could this insanity possibly be contagious? The soldiers had gathered around a hole barely large enough to accommodate a frail figure, whispering amongst themselves, and eventually their gaze inadvertently shifted toward the still-present Fionelia. "What are you staring at me for?" The crimson-haired woman shouted at the soldiers surrounding her, fully aware of the absurdity of the situation. Just because the children have gone mad, must I, as an adult, join in their folly? I suppose it's likely that something is stuck somewhere. Someone muttered, quickly garnering the support of the majority. Fionelia felt a surge of frustration. Her thoughts far more complex than those of the two girls, especially given her role as the appointed assistant captain of the squad, which demanded she maintain a level of responsibility. Youth truly has its advantages. Fionelia could only muse inwardly. To be fair, had she been of the same age as those two impulsive lunatics, setting aside her current responsibilities, she might have succumbed to the same madness. For now, she could only pray that these two reckless individuals would emerge unscathed. Nice's expression had darkened to that of a soot-laden pot. The actions of the two girls had completely caught him off guard, leaving no time for intervention before calamity struck. That on the very first day that Flint joined the ranks, he had been present as well. Although he was unaware of her true identity, his experience had led him to surmise that she was of noble birth. What astonished him was that this noble dared to engage in such reckless behavior. If a person of noble status were to suffer harm under his command, while they would not be required to pay with their life under the protection of the Holy Knight Order directly governed by the Church, his report would certainly reflect the incident. Quickly, search the vicinity. There must be an entrance. Nice's, in that moment, felt an overwhelming urge to smack the heads of these two fools, hoping to instill some sense of caution in them. As the dagger in his right hand embedded itself into the earth, slowing its descent, Flint felt a sudden weightlessness as she slid down a slope at a 75-degree angle, tensing her muscles. She promptly adjusted her position, rolling forward a few times to harness the momentum of her fall. Once she regained her footing, Flint relied on her memory to return to the spot from which she had descended. Intending to familiarize herself with the darkness before illuminating her surroundings, to her dismay, her head collided with something that showed no regard for her intentions. Just moments ago, Izarian had wished to clarify to Yugadora that it had merely been an accident, and she had indeed intended to rise immediately. But she had suffered a cramp. I saw everything, including Izarian aiming that embarrassing maneuver directly at our master's face, and even pressing her weight upon it. Yugadora interjected, her voice frail yet laced with boundless resentment, effectively dismantling the fragile defense that the shy and introverted girl had painstakingly constructed. Izarian covered her flushed face with her hands, although she had experienced a moment of comfort. It was indeed the cramp that had prevented her from moving away in time, intensifying the sensation of comfort and the desire to remain in that position. If anyone is to blame, it is the cramp, entirely the fault of that wretched cramp. What cramp? Yugadora questioned, perplexed by Izarian's unconscious mutterings. However, she quickly grew irate, wondering if this reclusive girl had truly reached the point of ecstasy that resulted in a cramp. If the situation allowed, Yugadora would have relished the opportunity to impart a lesson on modesty to Izarian. Feeling wronged, Izarian sought refuge in Flint's nearby presence, hoping she could vindicate her and prove that she had indeed suffered cramp. Having narrowly escaped from a perilous situation, Cyflint noticed Isarian's pleading gaze and felt compelled to clarify for this outwardly indifferent yet inwardly shy girl. Yes, she opened her mouth. Her lips felt slightly moist, prompting her to lick them. Actually, Isarian is not quite as you described her. Very well, Master. We can certainly discuss this matter later. Yugadora waved her hand dismissively, signaling her disinterest in explanations. Isn't it more pressing to help me reattach my broken bones? The painkillers are wearing off. You truly have my sympathies. After a moment of silence, Cyflint expressed sincerely. Upon seeing the grotesque curvature of Yugadora's left calf, she instantly comprehended the depth of her grievances. The young girl hastily approached the two, retrieving a medical kit to administer treatment. Be careful. Isarian, don't apply too much pressure. Master, take it easy. It hurts. Isarian, you're making it hard for me to breathe. Ah, not there. It should be a bit lower. All right, this is merely a standard bone-setting procedure. Cyflint reassured herself. Yet each of Yugadora's pleas and hints caused her mind to wander elsewhere. Was her focus really so easily disrupted? While ostensibly engaged in the task of setting the bones, her heart was already in tears. Forget it. I'll leave this to Isarian. I can't continue. Ultimately, unable to shake her strange thoughts and concentrate on the task at hand, the young girl relinquished the responsibility to a more qualified individual. I'll hold her steady. Isarian, you take over. Thus, under Yugadora's watchful gaze filled with concern, Cyflint encircled the girl from behind, their hands clasped tightly together. Let us begin. After administering another pain relief pill to Yugadora, the girl carefully cut the laces of her long boots, cautiously removing the footwear to reveal legs clad in thick white stockings made of compressed cotton. With dark crimson seepage oozing from the wound, the exposed bone pressing against the fabric, Cyflint tightened her grip on the girl's hands. Such an injury must be excruciating, if not treated promptly and thoroughly. It could easily result in a disability. Remarkable that she had endured thus she cut through the cotton fabric. The scent of blood grew more pronounced. The stark contrast between the pale skin of a leg and the vivid red of the wound and broken bone was jarring. Faced with such an injury, Cyflint realized that her decision to step back had been entirely justified. Even in her previous life, such injuries were quite troublesome. Furthermore, she had not studied medicine. At most, she had a passing interest in human anatomy, merely knowing how to reset a dislocated bone. Watching the girl wash the blood from the wound, Cyflint felt a wave of apprehension wash over her as she recalled her earlier actions. Both girls simultaneously cast hopeful glances toward Isarian. Do not fret. I still have the secret herbs from the plains, specifically for treating fractures and injuries. It is customary for those from the plains to carry a supply when they come to work as hired cavalry. Isarian produced a seemingly inconspicuous vial, revealing that its contents were dwindling. This is crafted from rare herbs. I wonder if they can still be found after more than a decade. More than a decade? Cyflint's eyelids twitched. What does it mean when the left eyelid twitches? Yugadora expressed her doubt, yet no amount of skepticism could overshadow the reality of her broken leg. Better to sustain a disability than to perish. Trust me, my kin once had their sternum crushed by a horse's hoof, and with this medicine, their bones healed swiftly. The girl from the plains declared earnestly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Cyflint felt somewhat speechless. And what of your kin? She inquired. Naturally, they're alive and well. However, they can no longer serve as soldiers and are likely confined to less strenuous tasks, such as tending to cattle and sheep. The girl said, her hands never pausing as she removed the core from the vial, sprinkling a bit of white powder over Yugadora's broken bones, a fragrance of herbs wafting through the air, providing a modicum of comfort to the two anxious onlookers. Believe me, once I set your bones, in 10 days to half a month, you will be as good as new. I assure you, the wound will not pose any problems. And I am perfectly fine. Thank you, Yugadora jested, displaying a remarkable spirit despite her predicament. Indeed, Isarian beamed a genuine smile, and it was undeniable that she looked exceptionally lovely when she smiled. Yet, Cyflint felt a gnawing worry within her. The current ease did not guarantee that the forthcoming events would unfold as smoothly. The exposed bone would eventually need to be reattached. This surgery is no less perilous than the treatment of dislocations. A single misstep could potentially result in further injury. Should bacteria find their way into the body, it would only hasten one's demise as the scalpel sliced through the flesh surrounding the wound. The medicinal powder was meticulously applied to both the wound and the bone, and an immediate wave of anxiety washed over Seyflith. The tension in the young girl's body also influenced Yugduola, who found herself increasingly apprehensive. "Cover her eyes," she instructed. Iserine, tie a clean piece of dampened and wrung-out pantyhose into a knot and place it in Yugduola's mouth. If it hurts, bite down hard. Imagine it as the person you despise the most. It might help distract you. After uttering these words, she washed her hands again and applied another layer of the powder. If possible, I would prefer to wear gloves, she thought, with Yugduola's eyes covered and a cloth stuffed in her mouth. Her breathing grew rapid, and the tension in her heart communicated itself to the girl behind her. I feared she would murmur a low plea for help. Her fragile spirit laid bare. "It's nothing to worry about. It will only hurt for a moment, and soon you shall heal." Seyflith could do no more than offer her verbal reassurance. Enveloping her in a comforting embrace, I hastened my movements. Before the girl could finish her words, I suddenly exerted force, allowing no chance for a response. Gripping Yugduola's left calf, I pulled and pressed, realigning the fractured bone with precision, then swiftly scattered the remaining powder over the bleeding wound. Next came the stitching of the flesh with a thread of meat, applying ointment and a splint, finally wrapping it all in bandages. Yugduola, with the cloth lodged in her mouth, emitted a scream that resonated from the depths of her throat, her body instinctively recoiling in resistance. Thankfully, the two held her firmly, and she understood the importance of the treatment, daring not to struggle too fiercely. And fortunately, it all came to an end. Seyflith felt the struggle of the girl in her arms gradually diminish before glancing back at Iserine, who was now expertly wrapping bandages around her. Overcome with trepidation, she could not bring herself to watch intently as Iserine worked. Instead, she turned her gaze away, gleaning the process from the girl's intense reactions and her silent, pained cries, vowing never to endure such injuries again and to leave her healing to Iserine. Yugduola harbored similar thoughts, though hers were more focused on the relief that it was finally over. "See, I told you it would be quick," the girl said triumphantly after washing her hands. "Iserine, you deceitful one. That hurt terribly." Yugduola spat out the saliva and blood-stained claw from her mouth, tears and sweat mingling on her face. "Why did you suddenly exert so much force? I was utterly unprepared." Had you been prepared, your tense muscles would have caused more harm. Realigning the bone cannot be done perfectly, Iserine explained, with a whimper. Yugduola buried her head in Seyflith's comforting embrace. I understand what you mean by cramps now." Iserine nodded knowingly, observing Yugduola's body, racked with pain. The moment the bone was realigned, I truly experienced a fleeting illusion of seeing my deceased father. Yugduola had regained some composure, her pale face breaking into a relieved smile that I vowed to outlive that old fellow. "Perhaps the god of light has heard my pledge." "That is indeed certain," Seyflith concurred. She produced some food, and the three of them shared a meager meal. The three girls, one in front and two behind, groped their way forward. Though they had rescued Yugduola, they found themselves ensnared in this tranquil, deep natural cave, and one could guarantee they would find an exit, so it was imperative that they conserve their supplies of food and water. Due to obstructed light, the height of the ceiling was indiscernible in some areas, while in others, they had to crouch to pass through, greatly inconveniencing the injured Yugduola. Thus, Seyflith and Iserine combined their efforts to assist her, much to the girl's chagrin. "That I'm so sorry. If I hadn't panicked. Perhaps my leg," Seyflith, drenched in sweat as she climbed a slope, longed to shed the constricting leather armor that hindered her body's heat. Upon hearing Yugduola's words, she waved her hand dismissively. "You needn't blame yourself. Had I been in your position, I too would have failed to think of adjusting my landing. I was supposed to take care of you." Yugduola gently touched the splinted calf, acknowledging that her leg was now useless. Without the assistance of the two, she would be unable to traverse even a few steps. "If you hadn't come to rescue me, I would have." Suddenly, the girl was electrified, gazing incredulously at Seyflith, who had leaned closer, her face contorted from the pressure of grasping hands. "Don't think of such things. We are friends, right?" As friends, of course, I would come to your rescue. The little girl declared earnestly. But it was perilous. Yug'ola murmured indistinctly. When I saw you fall, my mind went blank. All I could think was that you mustn't come to harm. I didn't consider anything else. Seyflinth understood the meaning behind her words. Her own sentiments echoed her thoughts. Upon uttering them, Yug'ola was immediately touched. Thank you, she sniffled, deeply moved by Seyflinth's display of concern, a kindness she had never received even from her father. Therefore, let us focus on how to escape, Seyflinth suggested, releasing her hold and surveying their surroundings. I have no idea if there is an exit nearby, and while your wound has been temporarily treated, it remains perilous if left unattended. Who knows what bacteria may lurk in this cave? She dipped her finger in her mouth, moistening it before raising it to gauge their direction. Yug'ola sipped water nearby. Seyflinth's strength and independence instilled a sense of security in her. The rustling sound grew closer, and Iserene, holding a torch, ascended the slope, whispering to the two girls pressed close together, I have some bad news to share. As she spoke, she extended a piece of something she had found. Where did you discover this? Seyflinth inquired, examining the gray-brown shell in her hand, suspecting it to be some creature's exoskeleton. It was on the wall just ahead. I reached out, and it was within my grasp. The flickering light illuminated half of her face, obscured by bangs, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. It seems we are not alone here. The size of the shell did not escape Seyflinth's notice. Iserene was quite tall, standing over 170 centimeters, and with her arm's reach, it was evident that the creature was sizable. This could only imply that they were likely dealing with something formidable. But this also serves as a clue. Iserene queried, puzzled as she failed to grasp what purpose the creature's shell could serve beyond signaling danger. However, after Seyflinth's explanation, she began to understand. Creatures that dwell in caves for extended periods, deprived of sunlight, gradually lose melanin through generations, ultimately becoming nearly transparent. You mean, indeed, the color of this shell indicates its owner is not a native of this place. Therefore, if we follow the path where this item was found, we may have a chance to return to the surface. But it could also lead us into the jaws of danger, Iserene cautioned, acknowledging the validity of Seyflinth's words, yet harboring concerns, especially with an injured companion among them. The prospect of engaging in battle with a creature of such size seemed implausible. Yet if we do not proceed, we remain oblivious to how long it may take to find an exit. Seyflinth did not dismiss the possibility of danger, but she reasoned that without attempting to discover the truth, they could never know. That makes sense. Ultimately, Iserene acquiesced to the proposal, recognizing it as the only viable means of swiftly escaping. Thus, under Iserene's guidance, the trio ventured towards what might be an exit. The corridor was lofty, extending over 2 meters into darkness. After pausing momentarily at the entrance, Seyflinth mustered her courage and stepped inside. What do you think this resembles? The oppressive silence of the cave was unbearable for Yug'ola, prompting her to initiate conversation as a means of alleviating the tension, glancing at the sharp object swaying in Yug'ola's left hand. Seyflinth shook her head. It surely cannot be anything good. It resembles some creature's shell. What do you think? It must be the scale of some creature, Yug'ola replied, hopping along the dirt and stone path on her remaining leg. This course of action was born out of necessity. Her own sword had been lost during her fall. Seyflinth was not considerably taller than herself, and while she could lend a hand to support, carrying her on her back proved somewhat challenging for Iserene. Her height was indeed sufficient, yet her strength was lacking. She could manage for a short while, but over time, she would struggle to bear the weight. Thus, it was not a matter of putting her in a difficult position, and Seyflinth had no choice but to support Iserene's right arm to prevent her from falling, while Iserene took the lead to scout ahead. Yug'ola shared the same thoughts, yet the sight of such massive scales raised questions about the actual size of this beast. Seyflinth felt a sense of unease, having only perused a single comprehensive history of the continent. The accumulation of knowledge she possessed stemmed from her past life, and in terms of experience in this realm, Yug'ola undoubtedly had far more insight than she did. Indeed, Yug'ola mused, fiddling with the shell in her hands. Her expression filled with confusion. I have never encountered scales of such magnitude before. I wonder what tier of creature this might be. Generally speaking, higher-tier beasts do not necessarily correlate with larger sizes. She then shifted the topic with a smile, remarking, "But my master seems quite knowledgeable about caves. I essayed a given that one hailing from a mountainous nation would possess knowledge of caverns." Yagdullah retorted, unconvinced, "So, from which mountainous nation does your master originate?" "Rabbles," Siflint replied, believing there was no need for concealment among friends, and acknowledging that her current nationality was indeed there. Yagdullah was momentarily taken aback, her gaze directed at Siflint with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. After a pause, she murmured, "The sleeping princess of Rabbles." Siflint shrugged nonchalantly. The secret of her princely identity had initially been known only to Norvade, Shilid, and Fiania. However, after forming a bond with Yagdullah and the others, she gradually disclosed this information out of trust in their friendship. Now, within the ranks, only Isarin and the currently dazed Yagdullah were aware of her royal status. "A princess? Your name is actually Sai? I always thought it was a—" Yagdullah muttered, appearing as if she had lost her wits. Although she had previously been intrigued by Siflint's name, she had assumed it was merely a matter of phonetic similarity, rarely considering deeper implications. She had questioned it before, but who would have imagined that the figure standing before her was truly a princess? Who would think a princess would forsake her privileges to join the military? Siflint was startled. Could it be that Yagdullah was struggling to accept her identity, or was she simply overwhelmed by the shock of serving her? When had her princely status become so significant? "Hey," Siflint began, intending to clarify matters and at least halt any wild imaginings that I cannot believe I treated the princess of my nation this way, requiring her to support my injured self and risk herself to save me. How utterly rude. Yagdullah's reaction far exceeded Siflint's expectations. She had not anticipated that her seemingly inconsequential identity could elicit such a response from Yagdullah, who seemed momentarily unable to cope with the weight of assisting someone of higher standing. However, the fact that Yagdullah was from Rabbles surprised Siflint as well. "Can we take a moment to compose ourselves?" Siflint observed the girl, who was retreating from her as if struck by an electric shock. With a slight headache, the ingrained social hierarchy of this world had evidently taken root in Yagdullah's psyche, making her feel apprehensive about being in such close proximity to a princess from her nation. "I apologize, Your Highness, for the previous offense. I feel terribly," Yagdullah stammered, overwhelmed. "Honestly, it's quite a challenge to find a fellow countryman in a foreign land, yet you seem so distant." Siflint squeezed Yagdullah's delicate face with a look of exasperation. "First and foremost, I am genuinely delighted to meet a compatriot in this unfamiliar place. Might you not express a similar sentiment when facing me, a fellow countryman?" Yet, Yagdullah hesitated to grasp Siflint's hands, feeling unworthy, opting instead to lean against the wall for balance. The notion that a princess would act in such a manner left Yagdullah, who had been raised under traditional education, at a loss for words. Having always been in service to the upper class, she now found herself being served, and this shift was bewildering. "It is quite all right. I am not concerned with such matters, even though I possess the title of princess. I am, above all, a person, am I not? Indeed, it seems so. All humans require friends that I am merely a commoner without any noble status. How could I possibly associate with someone of your stature?" Yagdullah sought to present herself as more relaxed. Yet under Siflint's gentle caress, she found it impossible to do so. Her mind was consumed with the thought, "The princess is touching my face. I have heard that you are of noble descent." "Yagdullah, correct? It is merely due to your gender that you cannot inherit title, and the changes in your family circumstances led you to join the military. Is that not so?" "Ah, speaking of her family." Yagdullah's mind began to clear. "So, even for the sake of revitalizing your family, you ought to cultivate a good relationship with me. Should you not?" "That is not permissible," Yagdullah earnestly explained, yet her voice dwindled under Siflint's piercing gaze. "I do not wish to approach you for such reasons. Besides, when we first met, you were unaware of my identity, correct?" "Yes, that is true." Yagdullah managed a smile, seemingly worried that Siflint might misconstrue her intentions. "I know that you, Yagdullah, are a responsible individual. I can see that." Your smile reassured the girl somewhat, and I also recognize that you are diligent in your endeavors, never one to abandon a task halfway. Even when faced with difficulties, you rise to the challenge. You helped me immensely when I arrived. That it is truly wonderful that your highness understands. Yugdullah felt a surge of gratitude. Thus you cannot renege on your promise to me. Correct? Safelin's voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper, akin to a mischievous uncle luring a young girl into a trap. You pledged to be my maid for a year, working tirelessly and without complaint. How could you abandon that commitment? Yugdullah recalled her vow. It was indeed the case, and she could not deny it. Yet, there is no need to reiterate your circumstances. I am already aware of them. Flint interrupted. Although I am a princess, I do not have any attendants, and I am indifferent to the status of my servants. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with your lineage. Put plainly, I now require you to be my maid, and that is a promise you made, so there is no escaping it. Well, I know you were once of noble birth, and you must have never served anyone before. Rest assured, I am quite easy to please. Yugdullah contemplated for a moment. Indeed, she recalled that Flint was not difficult to serve. Besides, consider this. You will be a maid to a princess. What could be better than that? I have no such intentions. The sudden implication startled Yugdullah, prompting her to hastily clarify. I know, but have you ever thought about it? Would you still worry about your family's revival while being by my side? At the very least, think of it for the sake of your family. That does make sense. After a moment's deliberation, Yugdullah ultimately resolved to remain steadfast in her original intention. If your highness can assist me in restoring my family, I would willingly dedicate my life to you. Agreed, then. Now let us revert to our previous roles. With that, under Saflin's crafty persuasion, Yugdullah began to appear less reserved in Saflin's presence. Once she set her mind on a task, Yugdullah would strive to see it through, allowing Flint to draw closer and support her once more. Had she been any more rigid in her thoughts, Flint might have found herself with a headache. As the interlude concluded, Icerin had been waiting a considerable distance ahead. I apologize for the wait. Flint called out from several paces away. No problem. Icerin replied with an amused smile, glancing at Yugdullah. She had not anticipated that this seemingly strong girl would possess such a captivating side. Yet upon reflecting on herself, she found it challenging to muster a smile. Much like Yugdullah, when faced with Flint, she found herself unable to don her usual disguises, and she felt an inexplicable ease in the presence of this girl. The moment she turned her head, an abrupt change behind her caught her off guard. As if the very air around them had solidified in that instant, a massive shadow loomed ahead, obstructing their path. This colossal figure nearly filled the entirety of the passageway, and in the bright glow of the fire, the densely packed brown scales reflected a menacing warning. The enormous silhouette appeared less than a body length away from Icerin. Yet the keen-eyed girl remained utterly oblivious. In an instant, the disparity was stark. A monster, and not of a low rank. Given Icerin's perceptiveness, she would typically sense the presence of a third-tier beast, but the fact that this one had stealthily approached so closely was unprecedented, leaving her momentarily stunned. However, this distraction was swiftly overcome. It was not she who regained her composure first, but the beast, less than a meter from her. A pair of yellow eyes suddenly snapped open, resembling two beacons of light emerging from the dark sea, bright yet exuding a profound danger. The black-veined pupils constricted sharply under the firelight's stimulus, only to quickly return to their original state. It circled briefly in air before locking its gaze onto the girl before it, its proximity causing the eyes to bulge comically. In the shadows, several tails, adorned with barbed scales, agilely extended towards the front, sealing off the girl's retreat. The protruding spikes occasionally glinted ominously, and one tail even swept across the girl's fair neck, effortlessly severing strands of hair with its weight. Flint was rendered speechless, her mind struggling to process the scene before her, which far surpassed her expectations. This was no mere science fiction. It was a stark reality unfolding right beside her. An unknown, perilous beast now stood in their way. Fixated on Icerin, who was equally ensnared in its gaze, when she witnessed the sharp tail glide across the girl's neck, her heart leaped into her throat. Perhaps the beast was puzzled, wondering what manner of creature stood before it. But soon its instincts kicked in, informing it that these three, akin to ants, fell within the category of prey. And if they were prey, they were just the right size for a meal that a moist sound emanated from between its eyes, followed by the grotesque parting of countless layers of lips, revealing hundreds of jagged teeth within, filling the passageway with a foul stench. Iserene, Cephalin's terror intensified as she noticed the widening distance between those eyes, until they were nearly facing opposite directions, and the gaping maw revealed rows of enormous, sharp, insect-like mandibles. That moment, the girl facing it stood frozen, not moving a muscle, which only heightened Cephalin's anxiety. Just as that terrifying mouth prepared to engulf its unsuspecting prey, a burning roll of parchment was hurled towards its left eye, obstructing its vision. The monster, taken by surprise and stung by the searing flames, emitted a piercing shriek, instinctively recoiling to eye. In that instant, Iserene rolled away, narrowly evading the grasp of the retreating tails that threatened to tear her apart. Yet one tail, positioned lower, managed to graze her arm, leaving a wound. At this critical juncture, the girl, who had just escaped the jaws of death, had no time to tend to her injury. She clutched her bleeding arm and rushed toward her companions, shouting, "Run!" In truth, Cephalin had already hoisted the injured Yugatala and was retreating rapidly, even before Iserene's urgent warning. Although the way she was being carried by the shorter Cephalin was uncomfortable, it was certainly preferable to being devoured by the pursuing beast. What on earth is this thing? Cephalin thought frantically as she ran. Utterly shocked, she dared not look back. The hellish monstrosity, rumored to reach nearly 7 meters in length when fully grown, was as large as a juvenile dragon. As they fled, Iserene, now pale and shaken, remarked, "I've seen records of this creature in the library of the Holy See. It is said to be a guardian of the gates of hell. I'm not going to hell." "Why is this thing here?" Cephalin shouted, bewildered. "Shouldn't a three-headed dog be the one guarding the gates of hell? When did this thing take its job?" The prairie folk believed that the 13th son of the celestial wolf guarded the gates of hell. It was hardly surprising, Iserene thought, though she had intended to point out cultural differences. However, upon hearing Yugatala's terrified exclamation, she fell silent. Dodging a sudden thrust, Cephalin exclaimed, "At this rate, we'll be caught. Do you remember that open area we passed before? We can circle back through there." Before she could finish her sentence, an enraged roar erupted from behind them. Accompanying this roar, the ground trembled violently, and rocks of varying sizes rained down from above, severely hampering their escape. To make matters worse, the roar disoriented them, leaving them dizzy from the shockwave. The effect was immediate. Their speed faltered, and Two Tails lunged rapidly towards Cephalin, who struggled to run quickly while bearing Yugatala's weight. The sonic blast from the beast's roar made her feel nauseous, inflicting internal damage as well. The beast, too, recognized her burden. Killing this one would yield more meat, so it momentarily prioritized Iserene instead. One tail proved too much for her to counter, and as blood flowed steadily from her arm, Cephalin could only watch in horror as the creature attacked. After several exchanges, she was forced back into a naturally formed crevice within the passage. As she deflected the strikes from Two Tails aimed at her, she was shocked to discover that her sword, an elite weapon equipped only by soldiers of the Holy See, bore multiple clear scratches from the encounter. Such was the formidable nature of the beast's weaponry. Recognizing the peril of lingering in this spot, she glanced at Iserene not far away and resolved to take a drastic step, risking injury. She hurled the incapacitated Yugatala towards a gap in the wall. Knowing that Iserene would be able to protect her, Cephalin understood that she could not contend with the tails any longer. Delaying would allow the beast to close in. Thus, she had no choice but to transfer Yugatala to the now safe Iserene. Even though this method might inflict further harm on Yugatala, it maximized her chances of survival. The impact on her chest caused the girl to emit a muffled groan as she hastily dragged Yugatala into the crevice, then flipped to assist Iserene, whose situation was evidently dire. The monster, enraged by the escape of its prey, unleashed all its tails, launching a relentless barrage that quickly shattered the weapon in Cephalin's hands. Left defenseless, she had to rely solely on her reflexes to evade the assault. At that moment, her instincts were heightened to their peak, yet she was acutely aware that such reactions could only provide temporary reprieve. Swiftly, she moved toward Iserene, narrowly avoiding several thrusts in a daring leap. Cephalent dove into Iserine's arms, and while the latter rejoiced at her survival, she braced for yet another impact. They tumbled into the depths of the crevice, followed closely by several tails that, however, could not penetrate further due to their length. Outside, the beast roared, while the three huddled together in the crevice, grateful for their continued existence. After the relief, they faced the pressing issue of how to escape, each filled with trepidation. Outside loomed a powerful beast, and even with their full armor, they could scarcely contend with it, let alone in their current state, weaponless and injured. Though the crevice provided safety, it could not shield them indefinitely. They had some food and water, which might last 2 or 3 days if rationed, but if they remained trapped beyond that, death would be inevitable. It's my fault. I've led everyone into a dead end. Cephalent lamented, lowering her head in self-reproach. Confronted with the beast's overwhelming power, she felt utterly helpless. I've led you all to the gates of hell. It's my wrongdoing. Even if you hadn't taken this path, I can't guarantee that any other route would lead to safety. Iseren remarked that the bleeding from her right arm had ceased, while Yuguduo tied a knot in the bandage, her brow furrowing slightly. If you don't tie it tighter, it won't hold, she thought, mindful of the tearing injury that made her hesitant to move, fearing that the hard-won cessation of blood would be undone. In truth, I find myself in agreement with your perspective. It is not that there haven't been opportunities, merely that we encountered a demon beast. Our luck is indeed quite remarkable from hell. Cephalent repeated her earlier words, suddenly struck by a thought. From hell? Is hell a place of light? What does that imply? The two women gazed at Cephalent, perplexed by her musings. An living soul has ventured there, hence no one truly knows. Eyes. Have you not noticed? Cephalent sat up straight, as if she had found a breakthrough, her demeanor becoming animated. You recall the reaction of that beast upon seeing the flames. The contraction of its pupils in response to light indicates it possesses sight. If it has sight, it must reside in a place illuminated by light. Are you suggesting? Yuguduo inquired, puzzled. Where it originated may indeed be an exit, Iseren continued, but could also be hell, the actual hell. No, that cannot be, Cephalent asserted with conviction. Setting aside the variability of the beast's attributes according to its environment, even its appearance could change based on compatibility. Hell is, after all, a realm from another dimension. Thus, it can only serve as an exit. Curse it! I was just dwelling on such negative thoughts, Iseren lamented. Is it true that one is influenced by their surroundings? Indeed, it appears so, Iseren's pale face rare to display a hint of a smile, suggesting that fortune still favors our side. The fact that the demon beast body was neither pitch black nor crimson indicated that it was not a purebred hell demon beast, but rather a species likely found within this forest of beasts. Yuguduo also began to analyze, a spark of anger flickering in her eyes. If possible, no one wishes to perish in such a place. This may merely be its lair, and it just happened to return. The three of them engaged in lively conversation, the previous despondency dissipating entirely. Yet we must remain cautious. Even if it is a hybrid demon beast, it is not easily dealt with. After all, it still bears the title of demon beast. Yuguduo cautioned, based on the earlier attack, it clearly possesses the intelligence of a beast. According to the Church's records, hell demon beasts are classified as intermediate beasts of the 5th tier. This one must be of a lower tier. Otherwise, we would have all fallen at the first encounter. Even if it were of the 4th tier, none of us could contend with it. Bringing our entire squad would not suffice as well. Iseren's words did not surprise Cephalent. She was already well aware of the power dynamics between beasts and humans. Beasts are a mutated branch of animals, and such mutations are difficult to predict. Though in most cases one can infer based on the environment of the animal's habitat, such as the presence of crystal mines or rare herbs. For instance, Cephalent's homeland, the Kingdom of Rabbles, is renowned for its crystal mines, capable of sustaining the operations of an entire nation solely through its mineral wealth. The mines currently in operation only account for 1/5 of the nation's mineral veins, while the remaining areas are confirmed to harbor dangerous mid to high-tier demon beasts. First-tier demon beasts are the lowest rank. However, they still require a small team of several individuals to defeat, and the difficulty varies based on the original species of the beast. The strength of higher tiers is the square of the previous tier. And beyond the fifth tier, numbers cease to play a decisive role. That it is hard to fathom the situation when a ninth tier dragon clan descends. Now that we know the exit lies outside. The three of them were still undecided on how to proceed. What if I draw the beast away? Isaren proposed, being the most agile among them, possessing a significant advantage in speed, while Cyflint, tending to the injured Yuguduo, would not be able to move quickly. Thus, she resolved to lure the beast away to buy time for the others to escape, but Cyflint vehemently opposed this idea. After several rounds of disagreement, the girl suddenly became agitated, uttering an unexpected declaration. "You mustn't go. Every inch of you belongs to me. We just did that, and now you want to abandon me? No way." In the next moment, the girl's expression shifted from pale to flushed, from resolute to bewildered, and ultimately, she offered no rebuttal, no longer considering the idea of acting as bait to distract the beast. "Fine, do as you wish." She lowered her head, unable to meet Cyflint's gaze, fearing it would only quicken her heartbeat. Just as Cyflint was deeply concerned for Yuguduo, Yuguduo's regard for Cyflint was equally profound. Their relationship was far more complex than mere master and servant. In fact, Yuguduo, who had little in the way of friends, gradually developed a social circle after meeting Cyflint, leading her to harbor admiration for the girl who facilitated her integration into this circle, viewing her as the most loyal and cherished friend. Although the revelation of Cyflint's identity erected an invisible barrier between them, it was swiftly dismantled by Cyflint herself. Yuguduo was astonished by Cyflint's actions, yet she was more elated to maintain their friendship. Isaren, too, belonged to the unremarkable category within this group. It was only due to Cyflint that the two truly connected, and she remained entirely unaware of how they had come to know one another. Observing the two converse without regard for their surroundings, Yuguduo's expression turned peculiar. Though the previous incident had been a misunderstanding, the current exchange was laden with implications beyond mere friendship. However, this was not the time to delve into such matters. There is no need for that, Isaren. You're injured as well, and cannot take such risks. That I do not wish to owe my life to the sacrifice of a comrade. Yuguduo firmly opposed. Oh, what should we do? We must draw it away somehow, right? It is not imperative to draw it away. Cyflint shook her head. There's another passage on the other side of this gap. Let us attempt to traverse it and see if we can find another exit. Isaren pondered for a moment. Proceeding forward might not lead to death, but escaping might result in imminent peril. Very well. I shall go first. With that, she took the lead towards the narrow passage. Cyflint, supporting Yuguduo, followed closely behind. I dislike this place, Yuguduo remarked, fatigue evident from her prolonged walking. The constant repetition of the same environment was beginning to irritate her. I share your sentiments, Cyflint concurred. We must find a way out swiftly. Can we truly escape by going this way? The girl asked anxiously. Absolutely, did I assure you. Cyflint's confident demeanor instilled a measure of hope in Yuguduo, revitalizing her spirits. Yet, the girl remained apprehensive. Yuguduo's state had been far from optimal, primarily due to the injury on her foot draining her strength and energy, bringing her close to her limits. I hope this wretched gap leads us out soon. It has already been over 10 minutes. Perhaps the girl's discontent was heard, for shortly after, the gap reached its conclusion, connecting to yet another dark passage. Thank heavens, it's finally over. The three of them exhaled in relief, though the gap had been relatively safe. Prolonged confinement in such a narrow space had been stifling. After briefly discerning their direction, they continued onward. I guess it's safe to proceed here, Yuguduo inquired, puzzled. Yes, the direction is parallel to the cave we previously came from. At least it appears so for now, the girl explained, her sense of direction proving adept. Otherwise, she would have been as confused as Yuguduo by the lengthy, winding path. Isaren, leading the way, suddenly halted. I feel the flow of the wind. It seemed there must be an exit nearby. Really? The two perked up, the earlier fatigue and anxiety lifting, bringing a glimmer of hope. Yet before their joy could fully settle, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the cave. This creature truly is relentless, Cyflint remarked with a stern countenance. How does it know we are here? Perhaps it caught our scent on the wind. Its sense of smell is remarkably keen, the girl replied. We must move swiftly on the ground. Bobber and his companions lay in ambush along the path that the humans were destined to traverse. Prior intelligence had indicated that they would pass this way, although the reasoning behind their circuitous route remained a mystery. Nevertheless, this presented an opportune moment. If all went according to plan, exterminating them here would not prove excessively challenging at this juncture. They resembled hunters awaiting their prey. Silently poised for the arrival of their quarry, a flowing robe enveloped Mean, who grasped a short staff embedded with a luminescent magical stone. Having learned from past missteps, he was now fully prepared for any close-quarters combat that might ensue, ensuring that he would not succumb to panic when faced with an onslaught from swordsmen. The remaining 10 tribal warriors were also strategically positioned, prepared to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy at the first opportunity. As anticipated, the human contingent entered their line of sight. For reasons unknown, the number of sentinels guarding the perimeter was significantly diminished compared to previous encounters, a development that bode well for them. Yet Bobber remained vigilant, scanning the ranks for the diminutive figure that had caused chaos during their last attack, leading to its unfortunate failure. He was determined not to repeat that error. However, despite thoroughly surveying the group, counting them multiple times, he could not locate the individual who should have been present. This sparked an unsettling premonition within Bobber. Humans were notorious for their cunning. What tricks might that girl have devised this time? Though he harbored doubts, he would not squander the chance to strike at the humans. With a decisive gesture, he signaled for the assault to commence. He watched his warriors charge forward, roaring with fury. He resolved to address whatever scheme she had in mind later. Initially, the humans quickly regained their composure in the face of the ambush, forming a small defensive formation despite suffering the loss of 1 or 2 members. As before, they managed to keep several summoned creatures at bay. However, this time, the adversary had come prepared with a clear objective, and the unrelenting offensive began to expose vulnerabilities in the human defenses. With every advancing step, the passage trembled, and clumps of hardened earth cascaded down. Izarin dodged the falling debris. Though it was merely dirt, its solidity posed a significant risk of injury. Siphlant tightly clutched the injured Yugdora, stumbling forward as she was pulled by the girl ahead. The illumination cast a radius of 3 to 4 meters, a distance that felt insufficient while running, especially with the greatest threat looming just behind them. Izarin, quick to react, took the lead, ensuring that any obstacles would be detected in advance. The pursuing beasts were relentless. There was no choice but to flee. Faster! Izarin gasped, urging Siphlant onward, despite the latter's swift legs. Her shorter stature and the burden of carrying another hindered her pace. The tunnel was tall enough for them, yet proved a tight fit for the relentless sin beasts in pursuit. Their size restricted their movement, allowing the trio to narrowly escape time and again. The devastation left in the wake of the sin beasts was palpable, the tunnel itself teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet, these were merely latent dangers. Being caught would lead to certain doom that a wise person would choose to flee frantically to survive. Watch out! Siphant's urgent warning prompted her to release Izarin's hand just as a massive rock fell between them. Although they narrowly avoided catastrophe, their speed inevitably diminished. They had to navigate around the obstructing stone, with Izarin helping Siphlant squeeze through AG. And no sooner had they made a few strides than the sound of brutal impacts echoed behind them. Moments later, the rock was shattered under the assault of the beasts, reduced to rubble and kicked into the dirt. Which way now? Izarin called out, panic evident in her voice, as 2 paths appeared ahead of them. To the right, Siphlant directed, and the trio darted into another passage just as the beast collided with the fork in the path, shaking off the dust before resuming its pursuit. How about this time? Not long after, another fork emerged before them, still to the right. Without further ado, the girl clutched Siphant's hand tightly, propelling them into the new tunnel. Siphlant gasped for breath, her heart racing from the exertion. Despite her efforts to inhale deeply, an oppressive sense of suffocation loomed, as if her body were being crushed, forcing the air from her lungs. Izarin was also feeling the strain. Her stamina was nearing its limits. The relentless roars of the pursuing beasts echoed behind them. "Put me down, Yugdora," she implored. "Without me, at least you can—" "Enough," Siphlant interrupted, breathless. "With you, we can still make it out. That don't make me reiterate. But silence." I lack the energy for this conversation. Flint tightened her grip on the girl. Even if it meant dragging her, she would ensure Yugdora returned safely, just as they had agreed from the outset. Yugdora opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately complied, resting against the girl's back as they rounded yet another fork in their escape. Izarin, do you have any magical potions in your space pouch? Flint inquired. I do. What are you suggesting? Izarin rummaged through her pack and produced 2 small vials, .1 for each of us, that we drink it and sprint with all our might. That I believe the exit cannot be far off. Flint's suggestion had been carefully considered. Recalling their previous direction, she was certain this was the path they had initially chosen before being thwarted by the Sin Beasts. Perhaps a final surge would allow them to shake off their relentless pursuers. Yet, these were not herbal remedies, despite her reservations. Seeing Flint down the potion without hesitation compelled Izarin to follow suit, albeit with a furrowed brow. And a fragrant aroma filled the air as the potion coursed through her, revitalizing her weary body. While the effects of the potion were unmistakable, Izarin could not shake her discontent. If given the choice, she would prefer to avoid such contrived concoctions that defied the natural order. Every substance bore potential side effects, varying only in severity. Magical potions were no exception. A single vial could afford them a hasty escape, but failure to do so would leave them at the mercy of their foes. This potion would extend the recovery of their bodies, which would normally heal in a matter of days, to potentially weeks, for it operated on the principle of consuming life potential at a rate far exceeding natural recuperation. For instance, an injury that would typically require 10 days to heal could be mended rapidly through magical treatment. Yet this would undeniably hasten the degradation of life itself, and accelerated metabolism could lead to bodily dysfunction. And with prolonged use, the adverse effects would become increasingly pronounced. This phenomenon contributed to the appearance of age in many inhabitants of this world, despite significant differences in actual age, particularly among mercenaries compared to the relatively better-off nobility. Unaware of Izarin's resigned expression, Flint, temporarily revitalized, felt emboldened to confront the beasts tailing them, even as the distance closed and the threat of falling debris lingered overhead. Yet with the passage brightening, their hopes soared as the exit came into view. "It's the exit!" Flint exclaimed in delight. Previously, she had harbored doubts regarding the possibility of phosphorescence, yet she swiftly dismissed this notion. By that time, the unmistakable scent of freshly cut grass carried by the wind had become detectable. Confronted by the scant but fiercely formidable warriors of the Muvian tribe, Nises felt no trace of fear. The battle of the previous night had obscured her vision, preventing her from discerning the enemy's appearance. But the captured foe had revealed their identity. The frenzied golden eyes, the cool-toned hair, and the pair of fur-covered beastly ears unmistakably indicated their adversary's lineage, the Muvians, once the rivals of humanity on this continent thousands of years ago. They were the arch-enemies of all humankind. However, they had been vanquished by humanity millennia prior, utterly defeated like all other races that once dared to challenge humankind. The majority had either perished in battle or were slaughtered, with some reduced to slaves sold across the world. The remnants of their power faded into obscurity, only occasionally surfacing in the continent's remote areas. Despite their collapse as an empire and race, the Muvians continued to inhabit this land, posing potential troubles for nearby humans. What was unexpected was the existence of such a resilient race on the island of Samlin, the headquarters of the Holy See. The revelation from the previous night filled this staunch racist, whose mind was dominated by the belief in humanity's supremacy, with profound rage that he found it utterly inconceivable that such filth could exist in the very heart of the human spiritual center. The seed of the Holy Seed, he had already resolved to report this matter to the church as soon as their mission concluded. In a similar predicament, the human soldiers did not exhibit much pity when facing foes akin to their ancestors. For the enmity born of centuries of warfare had ingrained a reflexive hatred towards the other race. Under the fierce assault and distraction of the warriors of the Holy Altar, the human line of defense was perilously close to collapse. Although the human soldiers fought valiantly, their ability to withstand the sharp fangs of summoned beasts and the bone knives of their adversaries was hampered by their inherent disadvantages, leading to increasingly severe casualties. Perhaps 2 or 3 human warriors, with the support of a priest or mage, might eliminate a few Muvian fighters, but the exhaustion of the priest's mental stamina proved to be a significant blow. The series of unforeseen events had drained the already travel-worn priests of most of their energy, and facing the onslaught of the other race had completely depleted their remaining strength, without the beneficial magical enhancement from the priests. The humans, who initially held some advantage, began to show signs of fatigue. Yet their united front made it difficult for the Muvians to gain the upper hand in the meantime. Babul, the leader, was acutely aware of his mission, to rescue the captured comrades. His priority was to extract those surrounded by human soldiers using the limited number of warriors at his command and the beast spirits summoned by Mean, rather than exterminating all the humans present. He understood that annihilating this force would be a daunting challenge, and even if he succeeded, his own losses would be considerable. However, should the humans persist in their obstinate resistance, he would not hesitate to send them to reunite with their ancestors. The endurance of humanity could not match that of the Muvians, who bore the blood of beasts and could fight for 10 hours without rest. In contrast, humans, deprived of magical support, would not last long. In the past wars against humans, the few victories for the Muvians were due to the absence of magical backing for the human armies, which led to their overwhelming defeat by the robust Muvian warriors. Since humans were bestowed with the secrets of magic, the Muvians had seldom triumphed. This was not to imply that the Muvian shamans were inept. Rather, the magic granted by the divine far surpassed their own. Had it not been for the favoritism of the god of light, the outcome of that war thousands of years ago could have been uncertain. At the very least, they might have shared the continent with humanity. All of this was due to the god of light's partiality. Babul tightened his grip on the handle of his battle axe, his eyes ablaze with deep-seated hatred for humanity. Living in this land guarded by numerous deities, he felt powerless to argue with the gods, and thus his fury shifted towards the humans before him. With a roar that resonated with mighty vigor, Babul charged into the fray. The Muvian warriors of the holy altar responded with their own battle cries, attacking their foes with renewed ferocity. Under this assault, 3 human soldiers fell immediately. The remaining humans were dwindling in number. This is the Muvian soul howl. Everyone, be cautious and do not engage recklessly. Nises sensed the anomaly emanating from the enemy. His nerves taut with apprehension. The soul howl was a capacity possessed only by the elite warriors of the Muvian tribe. Akin to magic, it enhanced the abilities of all kin within a certain radius. Such a figure was a hybrid of a holy knight and a half-mage. Even in the past, a foe with such abilities was formidable. The emergence of a holy altar warrior, a class comparable to a human holy knight, posed a significant challenge to Nisa's side, where nearly all but himself bore the title of mere soldiers. This imbalance rendered them ill-equipped to contend with the enemy, had the priests retained any mental fortitude. They might have managed to hold off the adversaries for a short while, buying time for their retreat, but now, Babul advanced alone, his massive axe clearing a path through the human soldiers. Each foe he encountered was severed asunder by his overwhelming might. The deaths of comrades only spurred the remaining human soldiers to retreat in terror upon realizing their inability to withstand his onslaught. The Babul's assault team, led by him, surged forward into the heart of the human formation. Marin, protect the priest with the heavily armored soldiers. As the formation threatened to disintegrate completely, Nises commanded his subordinates guarding the priest and charged towards the oncoming Babul, calling for a few brave souls to follow him. Remarkably, 2 soldiers rallied behind him. A knight. How could he be the first to retreat? Holding on to this conviction, Nises swung his knightly sword against the towering Babul. Such courage was commendable. Babul noticed the approaching warrior from the corner of his eye. Although younger, the age difference between the 2 races was not merely superficial. At over 50, the human was in decline, whereas for the Muvians, this age signified prime maturity. Courageous, yet ultimately inconsequential, as a holy altar warrior of elite status. Babul could easily sense the disparity in strength. The challenge posed by this foe was trivial. Thus, he paid little heed to the advancing Nises, continuing his prior assault to dispatch a human soldier who had failed to retreat. With a casual flick of his wrist, his axe sliced through the air. With a resounding crack, Nises' steel longsword shattered into fragments, and he was hurled away by the force of the blow. The impact sent a surge of pain through his body, causing him to spit blood. His once rosy complexion turned pale as he realized that a knight lacked the divine protection of a holy knight. And engaging a 6th-level holy altar warrior without any external support was indeed a reckless display of courage. The remaining 2 human soldiers, witnessing Nice's being struck down, immediately lost their composure. They had believed their commander could hold the enemy at bay for a moment, only to witness his swift defeat. With no time for further reaction, Babul cleaved them in half with a single stroke, their blood staining the earth beneath them, turning to see several soldiers escorting the gravely injured Nice's back. He intended to advance, but suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. The sensation intensified rapidly, drawing the attention of both sides to this unsettling phenomenon. Babul's expression shifted multiple times as a foreboding sensation arose within him. Accompanied by a roar, he quickly confirmed his suspicions. Beasts above 3rd tier. It seems that my battle here has drawn the attention of a formidable opponent. Mien crouched beside a large tree, the tremors of the earth causing him to wobble slightly. Compared to the experienced Babur, Mien could not gauge the rank of the beast, yet he sensed that the newcomer meant trouble. The 2 summoned beasts guarding him were on edge, their fur bristling as they anxiously scanned their surroundings. However, amidst the dense forest, it was challenging to discern the source of the noise at that moment. A massive beast, cloaked in a grayish-brown hue, burst onto the battlefield. It rolled forward like a toppled heavy truck, crushing trees and uprooting grass along its path. No one found the beast's clumsy entrance amusing. Once they caught a glimpse of its true form through the gaps in the foliage, it was difficult for anyone, save for perhaps a madman devoid of fear, to find humor in the situation. Those present were far from being mentally unstable. Babur's heart sank as he realized Mien was nearby. He saw the young priest get knocked down without even having time to cry out for help as the beast barreled through. The enormous creature slowly rose, shaking its massive head as if regaining its senses. It then spotted a group of people not far from it, the scent of blood igniting its excitement, and the prey before its eyes finally reacted. A subspecies of the sin beast? A knowledgeable priest in attendance gasped, for those who dedicated their lives to studying sacred scriptures were acutely aware of what a sin beast was and its destructive capabilities. Though the creature before them was merely a hybrid of a typical beast, its destructive potential was undoubtedly on par with that of a true sin beast. Nice's, who was receiving aid from the priests, wore an expression of disbelief. The appearance of Mu Weian filled him with anger, while the emergence of the subspecies sin beast instilled pure dread. Faced with such a beast, he and his companions had no means of resistance. They would need to deploy the elite forces of the Holy Knight Order, but that was contingent upon his survival to report the matter. He had no time to ponder why Mu Weian and a sin beast would appear in a territory directly governed by the Church. Marlin, he grasped the arm of his heavily armored subordinate with determination. I command you to take the remaining men and leave this place immediately to report this matter to the Church. But my lord, his subordinate protested, in my current state, it is impossible for me to leave, so this task must fall to you. Perhaps having expended too much energy, Nice's trembled from labored breaths. He met his subordinate's gaze earnestly. Can you do it? Yes, Commander. The subordinate understood that the situation was unchangeable and responded loudly to his superior's final command before quickly leading the remaining men away from the scene. Meanwhile, beneath the mountain cave where the sin beast had appeared, Flint raised Izarian. They had leapt out of the cave just in time, pressing themselves against the angle formed by the rock wall and ground, narrowly escaping the fate of being crushed. Yet, in that moment, they had no time to marvel at their survival. The sin beast had been drawn to the distant sounds of battle and commenced its hunting, temporarily forgetting about the 3 of them, presenting the perfect opportunity for escape. Are you injured? Flint inquired. Just a few scrapes. Nothing serious, Izarian responded, glancing at her bleeding arm and promptly wiping away the blood with her clothing. She wished to avoid triggering any memories of the beast. I hope Finlia is safe, Flint said, her expression complex as she looked in that direction. Having narrowly escaped, she felt a twinge of guilt knowing that the battlefield beyond had become a site of disaster. A situation she could not have foreseen. Let us circumvent and regroup with them, Dot agreed, as the number of her kin dwindled. Babur felt an increasing sense of despair. even as a holy altar warrior. He knew he could not contend with the beast before him. Yet, if he were ruthless enough to use the lives of his companions and fellow humans to divert the beast's attention, he might have a chance to escape. Ultimately, however, he rejected this possibility that MUAN was a united race, and during the millennia of oppression by humans, they had cultivated this spirit. If he were to flee now, abandoning his brothers in arms, he could never return to the tribe with a clear conscience. Even if his kin might accept him, he would never forgive himself for such cowardice. The beast god above would surely exact punishment for his actions. The Muwayan people held a profound faith in their ancestral deities, devoutly worshipping them, and in turn, received blessings and protection. Thus, he chose not to flee but to stand with his subordinates, resisting the seemingly insurmountable foe and awaiting death. When the three battered and filthy individuals rejoined the main force, Fyanlia could not suppress her joy and excitement despite the turmoil of accusations and dissatisfaction bubbling within her. The priests, using the last remnants of their spiritual energy, cast healing spells upon the most grievously injured Yugo Dola. Izarian, however, declined the offer of healing, retreating to her tent to tend to her injuries with herbs. Siphlant set Yugo Dola down and turned to the lightly injured Fyanlia, about to speak when she suddenly felt a wave of darkness wash over her and collapsed into Fyanlia's arms. Having lived for so long, she was now merely the frail body of a child, her physical burden reaching its limit. Without the support of medicinal effects, she swiftly lost consciousness. When she awoke again, she found herself lying on a soft and comfortable bed. The sunlight streaming in through the window enveloped her in warmth. Awake? A familiar voice chimed as she emitted a contented murmur. She turned her head to see a golden-haired girl clad in white nun's attire, sitting beside her with a smile. Malin, Siphlant felt a surge of joy at the arrival of her friend. "What brings you here? What about the church?" "Just relax and lie there," the girl replied. "I came over to check on this restless girl that I've heard some news from His Majesty, and I assume the investigators have been assigned." "Ah, I heard you encountered a sin beast." Malin's face was filled with alarm. "How did it go? Are you feeling unwell in any way?" "No, just some scrapes here and there. Nothing serious," Siphlant answered, raising her bandaged arm covered in ointment. "Besides, it was merely a subspecies of the sin beast. Thankfully, that allowed us to return alive." Malin sighed in relief, but then spoke earnestly. "Do you know, if it had been a purebred sin beast, even approaching it would result in general creatures becoming tainted by its deathly aura, leading to rapid decay. Only those with the protective light of the Holy Knights could have a fighting chance." After a pause, she asked with a puzzled expression, "How did you attract such trouble?" "We encountered it underground. How was I to know my luck would be so unfortunate?" "Underground. It happened like this." Siphlant recounted the events, explaining why they had entered the beast forest, the mysterious race they encountered along the way, their fall into the cave, the encounter with the subspecies sin beast, and finally how they managed to escape. Naturally, she omitted certain details that were better left unsaid, as she was unsure how to articulate them, and some things simply had no merit in discussion. Just listening to Saflant's account sent shivers down Malin's spine, leaving her with lingering dread. "Regardless, the important thing is that you are alive." Malin pressed a hand against her chest, praying inwardly, as a close friend, she naturally wished for Saflant's safety, though the girl's appearance, adorned in bandages and ointments, was somewhat alarming. The fact that they could converse without harm signified that her life was secure. "Now do you understand?" After expressing her concern, Malin couldn't help but feel a twinge of discontent. If Siphlant hadn't been so insistent on becoming a knight, all of this could have been avoided, and she wouldn't have suffered so many injuries, although these wounds could be entirely healed by magic. The process of being injured was not something easily accepted by a girl. The path of the Holy Knight is not an easy one. After this experience, you should grasp it a bit better, don't you think? Siphlant fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, Malin was right. Becoming a Holy Knight was not something one could simply wish into existence. Moreover, she was still merely an aspiring knight, and to ascend to the rank of Holy Knight, she first had to traverse the path of knighthood. The title of Holy Knight is exclusive to the ecclesiastical hierarchy, and not every knight can easily ascend to this rank. Moreover, not all knights are destined to become Holy Knights. The core strength of the Holy Knight Order comprises solely of Holy Knights and quasi-Holy Knights. which aligns with her ambition to excel in all endeavors, thus necessitating her elevation to the status of a Holy Knight. Presently, as a member of the auxiliary forces of the Holy Knight Order, she has a considerable journey ahead before advancing from squire to full knight, let alone achieving the status of a Holy Knight. Has she set her aspirations too high? Such thoughts crossed Seyflint's mind. Perhaps she had not fully grasped the uniqueness of the Holy Knight rank and naively believed she could attain it. The Holy Knights represent the pinnacle of power on this continent, a challenge that is evident. If she were to lower her expectations, merely becoming a knight might not be devoid of hope. Malin interjected, noting that, despite lacking the divine shield technique, her combat abilities were commendable. How formidable are they? Seyflint inquired. Although Malin possessed keen insight and discerned her inner turmoil, Seyflint required clarification at this moment. In general, within the continent, individuals from large nations could attain mid to high-ranking military positions, while those from smaller nations might secure respectable official roles of significant responsibility. Even within mercenary companies, one could become a pivotal combatant. Malin reflected, articulating her thoughts candidly. So, while knights may not possess the prestige of holy knights, their rewards are still quite substantial, correct? Seyflint remarked. Indeed, Malin affirmed without hesitation that it seems rather excessive. Seyflint pouted, acknowledging that despite various setbacks, she understood the value of gradual progression and recognized her own stubbornness. Despite her current status as a squire, her ultimate goal remained that of a holy knight. After all, she did not wish to provide Malin with grounds for amusement at her expense. Such a vain girl, though she can no longer be referred to as a girl. Malin chuckled. Seyflint stuck out her tongue at her, adding, moreover, I do not believe my time spent here has been in vain. At the very least, I have made numerous new friends, an opportunity that would have eluded me had I not attended the training camp. It is evident that you have formed strong bonds. Malin nodded in acknowledgement. During your unconsciousness, they visited several times. I had the pleasure of meeting them. Truly remarkable friends. They came? Indeed, there were about a dozen that, I don't recall having so many friends. Perhaps there are those teammates wishing to express their gratitude. How long was I unconscious? Seyflint pondered another question. 3 days. That is not particularly long. Seyflint mused internally, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts, considering that they had cared for her during that time. Saying otherwise might displease Malin. Malin, I am quite bored that you still have that comprehensive history of the continent. The girl displayed a hint of exasperation, as Seyflint seemed eager for another story. Of course, it is in that spatial pouch. Seyflint indicated the small package hanging on the coat rack. Following Seyflint's guidance, Malin retrieved the thick tome. Regarding the attack you mentioned earlier, based on your description, I believe it was the Muian tribe. What is that? Seyflint, having read her fair share of fantasy novels, was unfamiliar with this novel term. Was it perhaps a race unique to this world? Malin regarded her with an expression of knowing disapproval, ready to impart knowledge. The Muian tribe is an extraordinary race with bestial lineage, a creation of the primordial deity. Like humankind, they were once favored by the Creator, but for various reasons, they renounced the Creator thousands of years ago to establish their own pantheon. Their physiology is that of a humanoid mammal, half human and half beast. They are not hybrids of humans and beasts, as the two are entirely distinct. They are born with traits of both beasts and humans. Capable of thriving in forests, mountains, grasslands, and even shallow seas. Their physical appearance varies according to their environment. Regardless of where they reside, they share a commonality passed down since ancestral times. They possess beast souls. The beast soul is unique to the Muian people, and each member is born with an ancestral beast soul as a symbiotic entity. Depending on the strength of the beast soul, they may train to become melee warriors or ranged priests. The beast soul remains ever present, and its symbiosis is not hereditary. In most cases, the beast soul accompanies them throughout their lives, and the Muians believe that upon death, the beast soul guides them on their journey home, to become a new beast soul that attaches itself to a newborn of the tribe. For the Muians, death is not perceived as terrifying. Becoming a beast soul is merely another form of existence. Therefore, throughout the tumultuous era of war between the two races, humanity faced numerous defeats against the fearless Muians, and had it not been for the Muians' high racial hierarchy leading to a lower birth rate, coupled with the divine church teaching humans the use of magic, the outcome of the war might have been uncertain. Although humanity ultimately emerged victorious, the Muians always regarded this triumph as an inevitable victory influenced by divine intervention, harboring lingering resentment toward humankind. However, after millennia of conflict, the Muians' desire to restore their former glory is now unattainable, and their animosity towards humans cannot be easily resolved with mere words. Additionally, it is worth noting that over a century ago, there were differing perspectives regarding when the Muians renounced their creator. Some believe it occurred before the conflict for dominion over the continent, while others contended it was after they were thoroughly defeated by humanity. Each side has valid reasons for their beliefs, yet the former viewpoint has become the prevailing narrative. Because of the Muians' betrayal of the deity, the still weak humans waged war, and with the aid of the light god, ultimately triumphed over them. Is that intriguing? Flint expressed a hint of disdain, perceiving the truth as a consequence of divine favoritism leading to the Muians' defeat. In pursuit of faith and spiritual solace, they naturally sought to establish a new pantheon. Mayleen's expression shifted slightly. Flint immediately sensed a shift in the atmosphere, realizing her unguarded remarks had provoked this devout follower of the light. On that note, I cannot refute your argument, Maylin replied, considering the historical context. Humanity was indeed very weak, yet they managed to secure victory in the war between the two races in the era when the deities were active. Such a possibility was not entirely implausible. However, as a follower of the light, I must respond appropriately to your statements. With that, Maylin stood up. What are you doing? Flint watched as Malin approached, seated herself on the edge of the bed, and leaned her head closer. Then, thud. Clutching her forehead, Flint gazed reproachfully at Malin, who returned to her seat with an air of nonchalance, leaving Flint to wonder if this girl had a head of iron. Does it hurt? Yes, if you understand pain. You should be cautious with your words. Malin reopened the book, her brow furrowed, clearly having suffered a minor setback from the earlier encounter. If the Inquisition hears your words, I would only be left to visit you at the execution grounds. Flint shivered, grasping the weight of Maylene's implication that it was a warning to herself. After all, this was the headquarters of the Church of Light. While sharing her thoughts with Maylin was harmless, any word of it reaching others could lead to serious consequences. This realization instilled in her the understanding that some matters are best kept discreet. The two continued to converse on mundane topics until a knock at the door interrupted them. After 3 rhythmic raps, a young man in his 20s entered, clad in knightly attire with intricate magical patterns adorning his silver breastplate, emanating powerful magical auras. The distinctive garb of a holy knight immediately caught the girl's attention. Is this regarding the inquiry into the mission report? Maylin rose and greeted him politely. I am a quasi-holy knight, the young man corrected with a smile. Greetings, Sister Passin. I apologize for interrupting you at this time. A figure approached and nodded slightly in acknowledgement, returning the gesture. Yes, you are aware. The Holy See regards this incident with utmost seriousness, and the headquarters requires a comprehensive investigation report to inform forthcoming actions. Hence, I find myself here at this moment. My name is Moncathroms, and I have come to listen to and document your department's testimonies regarding the encounters with hostile races and sin beasts during the execution of your mission. With that, he presented an investigation permit and requested a detailed account of the events. There is no need for excessive concern. Simply recount the occurrences as they transpired, seeing the girl's nervousness. Maylin spoke soothingly that it is not that Flint is anxious due to the other party's rank, but rather she struggles to keep pace with such a brisk tempo. Nevertheless, she recounted the events. After attentively listening to the testimony, the young knight nodded appreciatively, expressing gratitude for your assistance. I believe the team will soon be assembled to vindicate your department. With that, he swiftly exited the room, just as he had entered. What a race against time. Flint mused. I find his fervent work ethic somewhat overwhelming. Every member of the Holy Knights like this? Not exactly. It is merely the nature of Sir Rome's. There is no need to dwell on it. Do you know him? In a sense, yes, he is a rising star among the younger generation of the Holy Knights, rumored to be on the verge of officially entering the ranks of the Holy Knights before turning 30. Is he truly that remarkable? As far as Flint knows, being inducted into the Holy Knights before the age of 30 is indeed an impressive feat, while there are many Holy Knights in this world. The number of young ones is relatively scarce. Precisely, so you might aspire to follow in his footsteps, Malin remarked with a smile. The recent surge of hellish races and otherworldly beings near the Holy See is no trivial matter. Barring unforeseen circumstances, troop movements are likely to become more frequent. However, you must focus on recuperating. Indeed, given my current condition, participating in any missions is out of the question, Flint replied that a knock resonated at the door once more. The individuals who entered were acquaintances of the girl. How are you feeling? Are you any better? It was Hugo Dola who spoke. Yes, I'm quite all right now, Flint replied honestly, glancing at the individuals behind the girl. Apologizing for causing them concern, as long as you are safe. That is what matters. It was Isarain who spoke, her dark circles revealing she had not slept well in days. You have certainly stirred up quite a bit of trouble, Phaenelia said with a wry smile, though relief was evident in her expression. They ultimately managed to escape, but at the cost of nearly half their forces, including the experienced Captain Nises, who perished in battle. While Flint and her companions did lure out the subspecies of the Sin Beasts, without the Sin Beasts' assault, they would have been annihilated by the Muvian tribe regardless. Nonetheless, they escaped in the end, thus completing their mission satisfactorily, though at a significant cost. Flint attempted to find the right words regarding that matter, but ultimately conceded, I feel deeply sorry. She had gathered some understanding of the events that transpired with Phaenelia upon waking. And if her actions had led to harm befalling this forthright older sister, she would find it difficult to forgive herself. Once I have recovered, I intend to pay my respects to Captain Nises and the others. Despite your brief time here, Captain Nises was one of the more seasoned members of this squad, Phaenelia stated. Even without that beast, we would have suffered considerable losses due to the Muvian tribe's attacks. Thus, this incident cannot be solely blamed on you in that case. Phaenelia shifted her focus, stepping aside to reveal a silver-haired girl, who grasped her shoulders and pushed her forward. Accept her gratitude. Huh. The girl was momentarily taken aback by the sudden shift. What are you doing, Phaenelia? Why the sudden? Hamera turned her head away, unable to see Phaenelia's mischievous grin. She had been contemplating how to express herself, yet now stood in the spotlight without having formulated her words. Did you not say you wished to properly thank Flint for her life-saving intervention? Now is the perfect opportunity. The red-haired older sister patted the girl on the back, playfully emphasizing her point. While Flint marveled at the difference in strength that comes from training, saying, Come now, let us witness your sincere gratitude. Honestly, it feels rather uncomfortable to appear so earnest. Hamera frowned in dissatisfaction, though she bore no ill will. She glanced at Flint, who sat at the edge of the bed, adjusting her mindset. I am sincerely grateful for your assistance. The debt of my life cannot be repaid by any means. With that, she deeply bowed to the girl, expressing her heartfelt thanks, which mirrored the sentiments of all those whose lives have been saved by her words. Flint looked at the serious Hamera and found it challenging to accept her own nonchalant demeanor. Yet, she understood Hamera's motives. Her unintentional actions had saved so many. To be frank, Flint felt a sense of joy, especially considering Hamera was her companion. There is no need for such formality, she implored, glancing at Malin, uncertain of how to respond. Upon seeing Malin's approving nod, she felt emboldened. Although our acquaintance is brief, I can discern that you are a person of sincerity. If I were to gloss over this, it might displease you. Thus, Flint straightened her posture and solemnly declared, I accept your gratitude. This serious demeanor truly feels rather uncomfortable, she admitted. Well then, having expressed your thanks, ought we not to discuss other matters? Phaenelia interjected in a tone, suggesting the formalities were done and it was time for some fun. Other matters? Flint raised an eyebrow. I mean the events that unfolded in the cave, Phaenelia replied. Though she had heard the accounts from Hugo Dola and Isarain, it was essential to hear a third version as well. That Hamera's posture slumped slightly. Did this woman have an insatiable appetite for stories? Hadn't she heard the same tale twice already? She glanced at the two girls, noticing their discreet gestures hinting at something. Flint suddenly understood. After all, discussing some secret from the cave is rather difficult. even in a room full of girls. While it was an encounter for her, considering both girls were somewhat shy, Cyflint decisively chose to omit certain key details and recounted the story for the third time to the ever-curious Phaenelia. The red-haired woman rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought for a moment before looking up with a skeptical expression. Young lady, while your accounts are quite similar, I can't shake the feeling that you are all concealing something from me. The hearts of the three girls sank. Their unspoken bond was indeed strong. Could it be so apparent? Let us set aside the fact that you all became inseparable in just a few days. During your unconscious days, these two appeared utterly lost, and even Hammer's complexion suggested she had been troubled for several days. Why am I being dragged into this? Hammer exclaimed, having merely intended to express her thanks to Cyflint. Enough of this. Let us drop the subject that you're used to it. Phaenelia waved her hand dismissively, brushing aside Hammer's grievances. What do you mean by lost? Isarane stepped forward, expressing her own displeasure. It was rare for this reserved girl to speak up. Indeed, it seems you must have experienced something extraordinary, Phaenelia concluded, though I fail to comprehend why it feels as if. Let us not dwell on that. There is nothing wrong with girls being close. Cyflint sensed that Phaenelia had grasped some crucial insight and hastily interrupted. If she continued down this path of thought, she might stumble upon something amusing. After all, Phaenelia often teased Hamera, did she not? Ah, is that so? Phaenelia feigned innocence. If memory serves me right, this is only the second time I've teased Hammer in your presence. Are you secretly observing me? Cyflint's face suddenly twitched. So, you do this when I am not around as well. Just how much do you enjoy teasing her? Oh, I see. Phaenelia suddenly let out a loud cry, startling the three individuals in the room who were filled with trepidation. What have you realized? Eugodora asked nervously. So, Sealant, it turns out you like this, Phaenelia observed knowingly. However, Sealant surmised that this revelation was likely not a good thing. Though unaware of the specifics, it was presumed to pertain to something Phaenelia herself favored. Ah, I see. Phaenelia glanced at Eugodora, then at Isarane. Something beyond friendship, perhaps? The two women shivered at the implication. This woman, has she succumbed to corruption? In such a perilous cave infested with monstrous beasts, who has the leisure to engage in matters beyond friendship? Speaking of which, how is your leg, Eugodora? Have you been all right during this journey? At this point, Sealant recalled that the young girl's leg had been broken. Yet, she appeared to be perfectly fine now. The church has exceptionally skilled priests. And expediting the healing of broken limbs is hardly a challenge. Melon interjected to clarify. Eugodora nodded in agreement with Melon's statement, asserting that indeed, the healing process was progressing well. However, the priest had advised against any vigorous activities for the next few days. But I believe a short walk should be manageable, she remarked, glancing at Isarane, that I must express my gratitude to Isarane. Had she not swiftly set my bone, I would still be confined to bed. While magic can facilitate rapid healing, I still believe allowing for natural recovery is preferable. Isarane offered her perspective. Regardless, your safety is the most favorable outcome, Sealant remarked, eliciting a profound nod of agreement from the two listeners. For the next few days, Eugodora, it would be best to refrain from excessive movement until your wound is healed, she advised. Very well, the young girl consented. By the way, it seems my injuries could also be treated with magic. She noted, glancing at the bandages adorning her body, it is better to allow for natural healing rather than resort to magic. Isarane reiterated, It seems we have attempted to persuade her in a similar manner. Yet the outcome was entirely different. Phaenelia gestured helplessly. It appeared she was more inclined to heed her master's words. That's because I'm concerned. You should occasionally worry about yourself as well, the girl thought warmly. Observing her chatty companions by the bedside, she cherished such lively scenes. However, Hamela stood to the side, her hands resting flat against her uniform skirt, only occasionally responding when prompted, remaining otherwise as still as a statue, which puzzled the girl. She wondered what role this young woman fulfilled, her posture resembling that of a maid. Sealant paused, and the resemblance grew more pronounced with each glance, as the unexplainable curiosity from their previous encounter began to find its rationale. Did the Holy Knight Order recruit maids? From Melon's earlier descriptions, Aside from the allocation of quotas by rank from various nations, the church also sought potential individuals from the populace. Moreover, given the church's vast influence, many individuals have historically vied for entry. It seems the composition of the auxiliary forces is quite intricate, comprising individuals from diverse backgrounds and professions. Yet, the strength of this Maid-Knight remains an enigma. She had yet to witness it firsthand, having missed an opportunity due to also being afflicted. The anticipation of her impending discharge invigorated Sealant, knowing she would soon have a chance to meet her. Meanwhile, within the church's internal meetings, discussions regarding this incident were underway. Without a doubt, the high-ranking officials of the church were profoundly shocked by the simultaneous discovery of foreign races and interdimensional beasts on Sanguine Island. Believing such malevolent species should not exist under the sanctifying light, they attributed the occurrence to the church's insufficient outreach, resulting in weakened faith within the sacred mountains, prompting the radicals to deem this a grave threat and suggesting it warranted a holy war to placate divine displeasure. In contrast to the radicals, the conservatives deemed the alarmist rhetoric of the bishops, who merely sat indoors in contemplation, to be overblown. This stance was not without justification, as the church's most formidable armed force. The Holy Knight Order and its auxiliary legions were stationed around the church, tasked with safeguarding the sacred mountain. Since their inception, they've been engaged in continuous battles against native tribes and beasts. Although the emergence of interdimensional monsters had posed a challenge for the auxiliary forces, the military leadership still considered it akin to previous setbacks, believing that deploying elite knights would suffice to resolve the issue without necessitating exaggerated claims of crisis of faith or the instigation of a holy war. In their eyes, while holy wars were indeed sacred, the current situation did not warrant such drastic measures. Despite the conservatives' viewpoint, the radicals maintained that this presented an opportunity to spread the sacred light to savage races and guide them out of darkness. In terms of upholding the church's mission, they had a point. As previously mentioned, the continent of Sulgula had once been subjected to demonic assaults. Although the attacks ultimately failed, the spatial coordinates of the Slyranth world and the Telesthylos world were preserved. The protective aura of the divine light surrounding this world meant that should faith falter or diminish, the demonic forces might very well invade again. Despite the initial invasion being ill-prepared, it nearly toppled the world's established order. Thus, the preservation of the faith in the divine light has been a paramount objective for successive popes. The radicals' proposal resonated well with the current doctrines of the Church of Light. Consequently, even though the current pope, Majorian, felt displeased by the notion of spreading divine light as a pretext for aggression, he could not chastise them. We shall defer the ultimate decision to His Majesty. Both factions acknowledged the situation's occurrence unanimously, yet diverged on the measures to be taken. After prolonged debate, they finally realized there was an individual present who could provide a definitive resolution. Thus, both factions ceased their arguments and turned their attention to the Pope. This matter has been entrusted to the Holy Knight Order for resolution, has it not? Majorian inquired, disregarding the direct issue at hand and posing a seemingly irrelevant question to those beside him. Upon receiving confirmation, he continued, the Church's long-standing practices have encountered no issues and will require no alterations moving forward. This matter shall be handled exclusively by the Holy Knight Order. I trust they will deliver a satisfactory response. This declaration was acceptable to the conservatives, but the radical representatives, elected from nations with strong expansionist tendencies, found it difficult to accept. However, given that the decision originated from the Pope, despite their dissatisfaction, they could only lament the loss of a divinely bestowed opportunity. After a few days in the sanatorium, Sealant returned to the original base. Naturally, she was met with greetings from several teammates, reflecting on how interpersonal relationships naturally formed while immersing herself in training. Due to the losses sustained during the previous battle, the Knight Order issued a reprimand to Norway for his mishandling of the situation, yet he retained his position as acting commander of the unit. As he possessed some capability. A week after the deployment of the Holy Knight Extermination Squad, Sealant, training at the Wooden Fortress, received news of their successful slaying of a subspecies of demonic beast, along with the information that their return route would pass through this location. Perhaps they would clarify something in person, the girl mused. Contrary to her thoughts, the members of the auxiliary forces expressed keen interest in their revered knights. speculating about the bravery and formidable strength of the holy knights who had slain the beasts. Nevertheless, they still needed to accomplish one task: prepare a welcoming reception for the holy knight's arrival. Since Norway's auxiliary unit was unlikely to undertake such endeavors, the responsibility naturally fell to the auxiliary forces led by Shilled. Before dawn, these young women busied themselves with preparations, as logistics also fell under the purview of auxiliary forces. Some girls, studying logistics, set out early to procure ingredients from the town, while others began decorating the wooden fortress to provide a venue for the gathering. "Sealant, pass me that floral arrangement." "Certainly." The girl handed over the item at hand and proceeded to move wooden tables and chairs. Despite her brief time with the team, the young women had fully embraced her as one of their own, not merely due to Sealant's timely rescue of many, but also because her dedication during training earned their genuine admiration. Even the seemingly stern Miss Shillud has acknowledged her efforts. Everyone enjoys her company, which has endeared her to many. On one hand, she possesses a genuinely petite and charming appearance, and on the other, her affability is undeniably strong, as evidenced by Iserian and Eugodora. Before Sifflin appeared, they were hardly approached by anyone. "My lord, my master," Eugodora, who had been trailing behind, caught up with Sifflin, who was holding a chair. "Such tasks are better left to me." "How could that be?" Sifflin replied. "Everyone is busy. I cannot simply halt my duties for special treatment." After placing the chair down, the girl shook her head. Although this was not incorrect, the young lady hesitated. It always made her, who had grown up under the strict teachings of loyalty, feel conflicted when the princess engaged in tasks akin to her own. Should she acknowledge her, or deter her? Having a one-year agreement with Sifflin as her maid, her usual responsibilities consisted mainly of guiding and answering queries, and some tasks hardly classified as servitude. Even she felt that her position as a maid was somewhat inflated. Considering she had once been served by her family's maids and understood the magnitude of their workload, in Hammer's words, she was an inadequate maid, and in noble families with venerable lineages, Eugodora's work ethic would have cost her dearly. After all, maids are often seen as a reflection of their family's social standing. Nobility are particularly concerned with appearances. "Actually, I understand your feelings, Eugodora. I can't surmise them." Sifflin began to speak further when Hamera approached from the side. With her impeccably synchronized steps and movements, she appeared remarkably composed amidst the bustling crowd. "And I have procured numerous items from the town. If you have a moment, could you assist with the—" "Of course, we shall proceed immediately." In the northern part of the wooden fortress, a contingent of about 50 individuals was advancing steadily. Clad in silver armor, they were mounted on exceptional steeds, all of which were tributes from the horse-rich northern territories. The banner-bearers held aloft the white flag adorned with a golden-edged holy cross, fluttering in the wind. The entire procession was silent and orderly. All the knights were of the holy knight caliber, as demonstrated by their impeccable gear. Even after executing their mission and slaying the subspecies of the demon beast, their equipment remained pristine. The holy light not only deflected attacks, but also insulated the holy knights from the outside, preventing blood splatter and maintaining their immaculate appearance. "My lord, we are nearing the camp of the auxiliary troops." A knight galloped in from the distance, followed closely by two others. The leading knight wore armor distinct from the other holy knights. In addition to the primary color, intricate patterns were embroidered on the chest piece, and the feathers on his helmet were noticeably longer. Upon hearing the response, he remained non-committal, while a knight beside him stepped forward. Appearing to be in his late 20s, sporting a short beard and slicked back hair that revealed a sharp face and a pair of snake-like, eerie eyes, he spoke with a hint of sarcasm. "Has no one come to welcome us?" "No, Vice Captain Flews," replied the knight. From afar, they seemed to be setting up the area, besides which, "Do not seek so many excuses," the vice captain interrupted, clearly displeased with the knight's words. "Lord Affadillo has personally come to slay the demon beast that endangered your troops. They should have come to greet us 10 miles outside the city. It seems these lowly knights have forgotten their duty to serve their masters." "Vice Captain, just ahead, I said do not seek so many excuses. Preparing our camp and provisions is mandatory, but a welcome is equally essential. Is this not a duty of the auxiliary troops?" The vice captain tried to continue, but the team leader beside him raised a hand to silence him. "Not if they will not come. We shall go to them. A muffled voice emerged from beneath the helmet, indistinct yet laden with dissatisfaction that Flews could clearly feel. Shortly after the Holy Knight contingent came into view of the wooden fortress's watchtower, Norway arrived at a gallop with his adjutant and several subordinates. Humph, the standards here are rather lacking. It is truly hard to imagine. I have little expectation for the hospitality here. In response to the vice-captain's mockery, some knights imperceptibly furrowed their brows, while more remained indifferent. Even the knight leader Affadilo, who stood close by, made no acknowledgement. Norway naturally overheard Flews' derision. Though distant, the latter did not attempt to mask his volume. Although he felt displeased, he had to feign ignorance. It seems yet another troublesome noble has arrived. With that thought, he extended a knightly salute to the leader of the Holy Knights. I am Norway Drex, captain of the 77th Division of the Auxiliary Holy Knights. I sincerely thank you for the support from headquarters and extend a warm welcome to all esteemed guests. Behind him, Shilyud remained silent, merely maintaining a salute as her captain announced their unit number, her silver hair obscuring her vision as she fixed her gaze upon the vice-captain's unkind face. She harbored a strong dislike for such individuals and preferred to avoid interactions with the nobility, yet her role as an adjutant left her no choice. She knew her captain shared her aversion to such exchanges. Since the captain could endure, she felt she should not shy away either. Fortunately, this time, Flews did not overstep his bounds, and no need for excessive formality, and why people have traversed the demon beast forest for 4 days to locate and eliminate the threat to your unit. However, the exertion has taken its toll. My troops are in urgent need of rest, and I trust a comprehensive report will be delivered shortly. Shilyud frowned. When knights of similar rank met, the removal of helmets was customary. Even with existing rank disparities, it was basic etiquette to at least raise the visor during conversation to show respect. The lack of such courtesy indicated that her comrades were regarded as insignificant in the eyes of the other party, which infuriated the female adjutant. The so-called formalities were merely superficial gestures. After exchanging a few perfunctory pleasantries, the contingent followed Norway toward the wooden fortress. After serving the last piece of roasted ham onto the table, Flint completed her tasks. Are you tired? Seeing the girl shaking her hands in apparent fatigue, Eugedora couldn't help but inquire. Just a bit, the girl replied. After all, I've been busy since early morning. It's hard to say I'm not tired, but given my unique constitution, it won't be too exhausting. This was indeed the truth. Flint was not particularly accustomed to lying, a fact Eugedora could easily discern that you've worked hard. Hamera approached with an air of calm confidence. Flint couldn't help but admire the girl's stamina. She had witnessed Hamera actively participating in the lifting and cooking, and after such a lengthy period, she showed no signs of fatigue, maintaining a perfectly upright posture. Her attire always appearing pristine and unblemished. This maid was rather sharp. Flint had lost count of how many times she had been impressed by Hamera. Well, I wouldn't say I'm exhausted. I just wish to find a place to relax my limbs. Flint remarked, Do you have any methods of relaxation, Hamera? The girl pondered briefly before shaking her head. None, unfortunately. How is that possible? Flint felt disappointed by the response, but Hamera's subsequent words left her feeling embarrassed. When I was young, if I made mistakes due to fatigue, the head maid would punish me quite severely. Typically, I would miss out on that day's meals, Hamera said with a smile. However, I believe that doesn't apply to you. Indeed, it does not. The corporal punishment would have no effect on Flint, a soul who had already matured and would only serve to increase her rebelliousness. Moreover, her constitution rendered her unfazed by such levels of work. Engaging in conversation with Hamera also confirmed her identity as a maid, which could be seen as a small victory. Yes, Flint contemplated this. An unsettling noise abruptly interrupted her thoughts. What happened? The girl furrowed her brow, as sounds emanated from the dining area, suggesting some commotion. Oh no! Hamera, a girl with chestnut short hair, hurried over, exclaiming, Lelina has caused a mishap. What transpired? Hamera supported the young girl and inquired. She had spilled the soup, which provoked the knight's ire, compelling him to insist on punishing her. Upon hearing this commotion, Flint hastened towards the scene. Before reaching the site of the incident, the girl could already hear the furious reprimands. Parting the crowd, Cyflint pushed her way in, only to witness a man clad in gleaming silver armor chastising the girl, who stood with her head bowed in apology. The soup lay still on the ground, not yet dried, with an aluminum plate overturned beside it. "Look at what you have done." The man appeared exceedingly enraged, one hand pointing accusatorily at the girl, while the other wiped the stains from his attire. "You dare to insult the honor of the sacred night. How do you intend to atone for such a transgression?" "I am sorry. I did not mean to," the girl replied, evidently unaccustomed to such a severe interrogation. She could scarcely bring herself to meet the knight's gaze, merely lowering her head and repeatedly apologizing. Yet the knight remained unmoved by her retreat, standing there imperiously. "This is the sacred emblem of the church, and you have sullied it in such a manner. Even selling you would not cover the cost of cleaning it. Do you truly comprehend the gravity of your actions, you fool?" Cyflint noticed a leaf clinging to the knight's armor, which shone brilliantly under the sunlight, a glimmer which could be attributed either to its fine material or the grease from the spilled soup. Indeed, Cyflint felt that her teammates' accidental mishap had caused this trouble. But the knight's merciless tirade was unbecoming of someone of such a noble rank. Behind him stood several colleagues, not to offer counsel, but rather to observe with cold indifference, leaving the girl feeling deeply dissatisfied, her brows furrowing slightly. Though surrounded by the members of the encampment, they hesitated to step forward due to the prevailing atmosphere. "I sincerely apologize, noble knight," Hamera said as she approached, accompanied by the girl who had originally come to relay the message. "I am sorry for the offense caused. It was merely an accident, and Lelina did not intend for this to happen." The knight dismissively waved his hand, interrupting her. "I care not for your excuses. That is your affair. I.S. the auxiliary force, not tasked with logistics. Can you not even manage such a trivial matter? If you cannot properly serve a plate, how can the church justify spending so much on you worthless lot? You dare to desecrate the sacred emblem of the church. You must take responsibility for this matter. Did blood not splatter when you executed heretics? Even when not adorned, does dust not gather upon your armor?" Though Cyflint longed to retort, she refrained, recognizing the need to avoid further escalating the situation. "What do you intend to do about this, my lord?" Hamera inquired, striving to maintain her composure. The girl behind her trembled in fear. "Naturally, I will hand her over to the Inquisition. Her actions have violated divine authority. She must be brought before the tribunal for judgment." "What? You scoundrel! What sort of jest is this?" "The Inquisition. Once inside, one might as well be condemned. Lelina merely spilled some soup. Why must she face heresy trial?" As soon as the words left his mouth, discontent and outcry erupted among the auxiliary force members, though most had not witnessed how Lelina had attracted the knight's ire. They understood she was not the type to offend the divine, nor would she dare do so in this place. The knight's unreasonable behavior had ignited their strong dissatisfaction. What of a plate adorned with the church's emblem? Lelina did not intend to spill hot soup. How does that constitute a desecration of the divine? Such sentiments reached the ears of the holy knights present, yet they remained silent, casting grim glances at the onlookers. The man who instigated this incident laughed derisively. "Do you not comprehend the situation? We are sacred knights, direct members of the Holy Knight Order. We possess the privilege of speech if we declare her guilty. She is guilty. If you disagree, feel free to step forward, and I shall take you all as well. Do not forget, you are merely the auxiliary force of the Holy Knight Order, your highest rank being that of a knight. Elsewhere, a knight may fare well, but this is Sanglon. Your role is merely to tidy the battlefield during wartime. What difference are you from local militias? How much can you truly achieve? Take this recent monster incident. Was it not only resolved at the last moment with our assistance? Otherwise, when the monsters invade, it will be you who perishes." The knight's words were scathing, yet the onlookers could only express their discontent through angry glances. Though knights and sacred knights differed by a mere letter, the disparity in strength was far from trivial. Moreover, he was a knight of sacred rank, even higher than that of a paladin, being a direct force of the church. Even if they could overpower him, they would still face the judgment of the Inquisition, not to mention that apart from Norwade, who had only recently risen to the rank of knight, the others were merely knights or ordinary soldiers. Yet, the man's arrogance was excessive, Cyflint thought indignantly. Does he truly believe that being a sacred knight grants him the right to look down upon others? Is this the noble ideal I aspire to? With such thoughts, the girl's regard for these individuals diminished significantly. Although they had successfully vanquished the monster, their haughty demeanor prevented her from feeling any gratitude or admiration. Noble knight, your words are utterly excessive. We began preparations at dawn to welcome your esteemed presence. Moreover, Lelina's actions were merely a momentary lapse, and she has already apologized to you. Despite Hammer's typically submissive demeanor, she could no longer restrain her anger at the knight's unreasonable tirade. Though her instinct as a maid urged her to suppress her irritation, she found herself unable to maintain her composure in this instance. Furthermore, Lelina had not committed such a grievous offense. This baseless accusation left her deeply dissatisfied. A resounding slap echoed as the man struck Hammer's face, effectively silencing her explanation. The force of his blow, augmented by the gauntlet he wore, was merciless and nearly caused her to stumble. Fortunately, Lelina caught her from behind. Yet the left side of Hammer's face instantly reddened and swelled. "Close your mouth. Did no one instruct you that as a servant, you should speak less and work more?" the man remarked, flexing his wrist. This provocation ignited fury among those surrounding them. Several impulsive soldiers, if not for their comrades restraining them, would have rushed forward. They were acutely aware of the knight's identity and strength, and though they did not dare engage, they encircled him, the original circle tightening considerably. "What do you intend to do? Do you understand your position? The crime of surrounding a sacred knight is sufficient to annihilate your entire kin. Step back." Observing the crowd's reaction, several knights could no longer sit idly, and shouts of reprimand erupted. "Damn it!" Cyflint snapped back to her senses, her mind consumed by boundless rage. She cared not for the hesitance of others. Hammer was not only her comrade but also her friend. Seeing the left side of her face so grotesquely marred ignited her fury. "If Hammer's face is ruined, you shall commit seppuku in atonement. Where did this barbaric girl come from? Step aside." The man had not anticipated such a vehement response, and what could have been a simple resolution had spiraled into complexity. Yet, as a noble, he did not consider it his fault, and felt trapped in that moment. Cyflint's appearance, however, provided him with an outlet for his frustration. Despite Cyflint's quick movements to the knight of sacred rank, they appeared exceedingly slow. He effortlessly sidestepped a wooden stool and, with one hand, seized her by the throat, flinging her aside. Unbeknownst to him, whether by design or accident, he cast her toward a large pot of boiling lamb stew. By the time those present realized the miscalculation, it was too late. Yet just before she fell into the cauldron, the timely arrival of Iguodala allowed her to shove Cyflint aside. The two tumbled across the ground several times until they finally came to a halt. Alleviating the collective anxiety of the onlookers with genuine concern, Iguodala inquired, "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Not bothering to brush off the leaves clinging to her, Cyflint intended to return, but at that moment, their superior, Fiamlia, arrived, guided by Izarin. Amidst the chaos, the commander of the auxiliary force, Shilyud, was also drawn to the scene. Now, all were present. Shilyud, Fiamlia instinctively called out upon spotting her commander nearby. "Deputy Captain Pharoas, I was unaware that sacred knights had a penchant for abusing children." The silver-haired woman emitted a voice laced with suppressed fury. "Could it be that you are heretics infiltrating the Holy See? Preposterous. This is sheer slander. You are insulting the holy knights. I challenge you to a duel." "Ignorant woman, you shall be sent to the Inquisition for your libelous accusations. The charge of heresy is no trifling matter. Once substantiated, even a holy knight cannot escape its consequences." Naturally, several holy knights could not refrain from stepping forward to defend their honor, some even resorting to counter-accusations. "Isn't that so? I witnessed it myself, and my colleagues present can attest it." As soon as Shilyud finished speaking, she was met with a chorus of agreement. She cast a disdainful glance at the battered Hammer, who had also attacked the station soldiers. "With just these 2 points alone, I could report to the Holy See and have heretics apprehended." "Scoundrel, you are spewing venomous lies. The holy knights shall not tolerate your defamation." "And what of it? In my eyes, you are no different from heretics," Shilyud bellowed, her discontent erupting fully. "I care not why the conflict arose. I only know one thing. My people cannot be at fault. While the situation remained dire, the morale of the gathered individuals had improved significantly, as they no longer hesitated as they had before. The sound of drawn swords from the holy knights responding to Shilyud's words echoed sharply. In the distance, Norweed and his companions on patrol sensed the disturbance. It appeared that their side had encircled several holy knights. Norweed's companions took note of the unfolding situation. Your people are quite something. Captain Norweed, surrounding the holy knights with such a large group, Furious remarked, casting a cold sideways glance at the young knight commander. I hardly believe they are exchanging pleasantries if they dare encircle the holy knights today. What will they do tomorrow? Before the matter is clarified, your words seem rather grave, my lord. Norweed, uncertain of the events, instructed his aide to investigate. However, upon failing to receive a response from Shilyud, who had stepped into the fray herself, he had no choice but to intervene. As he pushed through the crowd, he beheld Shilyud leading a group confronting several knights. The sight of spilled broth on the ground darkened his expression immediately. His first instinct was not to believe that Shilyud possessed a nature inclined to provoke trouble. He had never thought that way. The soldiers nearby recounted the events. Their team members, fatigued from a morning's labor, had inadvertently spilled soup on the holy knights while serving them. Such was the origin of the incident, yet could not be resolved as usual. These holy knights were all nobles of high pedigree or newly ennobled, each bearing their proud status as holy knights. Norweed loathed dealing with such individuals. Fearing situations would become intractable, he saw no immediate solution. Yet surrendering his men to the Inquisition at their demand was utterly out of the question. Even without fault, could not their noble status fabricate some accusation against them? He had witnessed this too many times. Apologies yielded no results. Hamera had even been struck. The impetuous young girl, Flint, was further exacerbating the situation. While Shilyud, protective of her subordinates, had uttered several inflammatory remarks, leaving the opposing party with no choice but to pursue retaliation against Lelina, effectively closing any avenues for de-escalation. Realizing that summoning Shilyud had been a grave error, the pressure from the nobles would only incite her further. Who do you think you are? Just a bunch of commoners. Do you believe you can become holy knights? What a joke. At most, you can aspire to be ordinary soldiers. Do not think that we fear you just because of your numbers. Let me be clear. Even without our steeds, we can utterly defeat you. Know your place and do not embarrass yourselves here. The knights surrounded felt a surge of spirit upon the arrival of their commander. And no matter what, their leader would never stand idly by and allow the situation to escalate. Let me return your last words to you. Flint, nearly transformed into a stew herself, was not one to be outdone and retorted immediately. You think you are impressive. To me, you are merely a bunch of incompetent fools, lacking even the most basic codes and virtues of knighthood. Unworthy of the title, you are a disgrace to all knights. Even as holy knights, you are nothing more than foul-smelling bones wrapped in rotten meat, beasts of a duplicitous nature. I suggest you petition the Holy See to revoke your titles and scurry back to the refuse pit where you belong. Do not tarnish the honor of the holy knights. It must be said, Flint hailed from a nation renowned for its rich vocabulary, where a particular form of invective was unmatched by any other country, let alone this world. The decision of these temple knights to engage in a verbal altercation with Flint was, without a doubt, a profoundly ill-advised choice. What did you say? You little brat, completely lacking in manners. Flint, having cast aside all restraint, lifted a large pot filled with hot soup, her diminutive stature belied by her audacity. In a moment of madness, she hurled it towards the knights, her voice ringing with defiance. You are the ones without manners. Your entire family is ill-bred. Seeing a child raise a pot as wide as her height, brimming with hot broth, the knights had no time to close their mouths. Only able to shield their faces, the scalding pot descended upon them. Even with the protective radiance of the holy light, which mitigated most of the boiling liquid, the humiliation inflicted upon them was a far deeper wound. Before a gathering of subordinate soldiers, being drenched in soup by a girl not yet 15 was a disgrace too great to bear. The thought flickered through the mind of the man who had instigated this chaos. And in the next instant he charged towards Flint, seizing her by the throat. This action transpired before the surrounding soldiers could even react to her defiance. Seyflint's face flushed crimson as the knight showed no mercy, his grip cutting off her air supply. "You foolish girl, if you wish to die, I shall oblige you." The knight's face contorted with rage, clearly infuriated by her actions. "Be careful. Your Highness." "Ah, Seyflint, let her go, you fool." The onlookers finally reacted. Yet in the next moment, two knights appeared behind him, their weapons poised dangerously close to his carotid artery. "Cease your actions immediately, or you shall find yourself dead before her." The knight behind him spoke in a chilling tone. "Big fellow, I suggest you heed his advice, for I share the same sentiment." The knight before him wore a facade of sincerity, his smile devoid of warmth. "Despite our camaraderie, anyone who dares to attack our nation's princess must be dealt with, even if they are a brother." "Princess?" The onlookers turned their astonished gazes towards the knight's captive, Seyflint. This girl was, in fact, a princess? How could this be? The situation had shifted once more. Seyflint's demeanor, her personality, appearance, and daily conduct was entirely at odds with their preconceived notions of a princess. No one would associate that reckless girl with a dignified and virtuous royal. Just moments ago, they had ventured into the monster forest together on a perilous mission. Which princess would risk her life in such a manner? "Princess?" The knight stood dumbfounded, completely unaware of the truth. Reflecting on earlier, someone had indeed called her Your Highness, but in his fury, he had overlooked it. Given the current situation, he realized he had taken a member of royalty hostage. Though the holy knights were noble, they were not above royal authority. Provoking the royal family could lead to dire consequences. The state supported the existence of the church for the sake of faith and governance, and in return, the church protected the legitimate rights of these nations. This is not merely a single royal family, but rather a representation of the collective interests and tacit understanding acknowledged by the entire aristocracy of the continent. While acts of usurpation are not unheard of, no populace would willingly accept a ruler who attained their station through such means. Consequently, the ultimate fate of such individuals is seldom favorable. In this era, one must possess a legitimate cause. Only a usurpation backed by a justifiable claim will garner recognition and respect. Moreover, the stability of the continent directly influences the strength of faith, which in turn relates to the stability of the seals guarding interdimensional portals. The actions of this temple knight are undoubtedly foolish. First and foremost, the kingdom's protest to the Holy See is already a considerable headache for him. Should the allegations be substantiated, the Holy See may strip him of his title as a holy knight and revoke his sacred status, potentially implicating his family as well. If he were to kill this girl, he would become a pariah across the continent, inevitably hunted down by her nation. It is essential to recognize that the consequences extend beyond mere titles, as he would also lose the protective power he painstakingly mastered. The Holy See possesses instruments specifically designed to revoke such abilities. Thus, upon hearing her words, he immediately released Seyflint, raising his hands in surrender and retreating to the side under the hostile gaze of the young man behind him. As for the idea of masquerading as a princess, it had never crossed his mind. "Your Highness, how do you feel?" The red-haired knight knelt before the incessantly coughing Seyflint, wishing to assist her, yet hesitating due to the constraints of his status. "I have failed in my duties. It was only upon clearly seeing your unmask that although he and his companions were within the ranks of the Holy Knights, he was aware of his princess's general condition, albeit only in the early stages. Later, due to his training, he had not pursued the matter further and only knew she had been protected by the sisterhood. He never expected to encounter her here. I saw death beckoning me," the girl thought, relieved to be alive, her protagonist's halo perpetually activated as she inhaled the long-missed air. "You seek death." The blue-haired youth, who had been watching the man's actions, was instantly enraged. Raising his knight's sword to strike at the man's throat, "Stand down. This is my affair. One day, I shall redeem myself through my own strength." The girl, having regained her composure, halted him, an unspoken authority evident in her words. "You have spared a life, sir." The blue-haired youth sheathed his sword and stepped back. "I shall reiterate, we cannot be heretics. If you insist on such an accusation, I will defend my rights to the utmost." Seyflint dared not acknowledge her status as a princess before so many, as her previous actions had been too extraordinary starkly contrasting the image of royalty. Moreover, she was uncertain how those around her would perceive her identity. Several holy knights pushed through the crowd, and Fruz, with a stern expression, shot a fierce glare at the knights. The knights nearby quickly circumvented him and apprehended the troublesome man. Had the group merely been commoners, he might have acted differently. However, with the princess present, they had no choice but to take measures. Punishment aside, they had to at least adhere to protocol and appearance. "I sincerely apologize, Your Highness. It appears this is a misunderstanding. I trust we will soon provide you with an explanation that I hope your assurances are not mere whims, and I anticipate a fair resolution to this matter." Due to her near brush with death, Saifalint did not afford them a pleasant demeanor. "If you intend to be lenient, I shall directly petition the Inquisition for an arrest warrant." After all, even the noblest of holy knights cannot equate their status to that of a royal family. Can they? The expressions of the knights shifted. Taken aback by the girl's tenacity, the atmosphere suggested she would not relent easily. "Indeed, Your Highness, we understand what must be done." Yet the knight, seemingly oblivious to the threat, spoke as if reciting a script, escorting the man away. Saifalint turned her attention to the two knights beside her. To be frank, she had no recollection of them, nor was she certain if they genuinely recognized her identity or were simply acting out of a sense of duty. Now that the situation was resolved, she seized the opportunity to inquire. "I am Ariside Greenkim. This is Gredo Yahario." The two knights introduced themselves, clad in the silver armor issued by the Holy See. Saifalint noticed that one side of their armor bore an insignia. Members of the Holy Knight Order hail from various regions. Their nationalities are distinguished not only by the Order's emblem, but also by the insignia of their respective countries. While small, the emblem was still discernible. "This is the emblem of the Rabel's royal family, a two-handed sword." Saifalint recalled carrying a similar accessory upon her awakening, having initially mistaken it for a cross. "My companion and I were fortunate to receive training as holy knights at the Holy See. We are currently undergoing trials with our assigned team," Ariside explained. According to him, he had not anticipated encountering his nation's princess in such proximity. As a commoner, he felt elated to meet her, especially since their ascension to Holy Knight candidates was largely due to Saifalint's circumstances, making it a matter of personal significance as well. However, while he was not one to fuss over trivialities, he was also not so indiscreet as to reveal how he became a holy knight in front of her. After all, their positions had been agreed upon under the premise of Saifalint's unclear condition, making it inappropriate to divulge such details to the person involved. Thus, when she inquired, he could only deftly sidestep the question. Gredo Yahario appeared far more composed than his companion, having received a superior education due to his family's background. Upon meeting Princess Saifalint, he exhibited a solemn demeanor, his every action indicative of a person who adhered to decorum. Despite his family not being noble, he nevertheless exuded refinement. Although Saifalint was not entirely comfortable with such formality, her impression of him was not unfavorable. This interaction allowed her to glean some insights into her own nation. "Your Highness, it is getting late. We must take our leave," Ariside remarked, having noticed the main contingent preparing to depart. "Very well, let us conclude for today." After expressing her gratitude for their assistance and exchanging a few words, Saifalint found no reason to detain them. "Please take care of yourself, Your Highness. Should anyone bully you, do not hesitate to inform us," Gredo Yahario advised, harboring a fondness for the young Saifalint. Despite her royal status, he found her to be quite amiable during their conversation, unlike her father, the king, whose demeanor was rather stern. This realization eased his mind. There exists an invisible chasm between commoners and nobility. A congenial noble can more readily garner the goodwill of the lower classes. "Rest assured, I am well here. Everyone treats me kindly." Saifalint smiled, gesturing toward the distant Yugodola and others. "I have many friends here. There is no need for concern. Focus on your training. I am capable of taking care of myself. Then we shall take our leave." With Holy Knight training still ongoing, it was neither appropriate nor feasible for them to remain and attend to her. Hearing her words, the two felt a sense of relief. After performing a knightly salute to her, they departed. "Saifalint, are you unscathed?" Hugo Dola approached with concern. "I am fine. I sincerely apologize for failing in my duties," Hugo Dola admitted, feeling ashamed. The prior scene had left her with no room to retaliate. It was as if in an instant, Seyfalint had found herself in peril. "It matters not. Our abilities are insufficient," which was to be expected. The girl gestured for her not to dwell on it, emphasizing that protecting her was the duty of the guards, while Hugo Dola's role was merely to care for her. "Then I would prefer to serve as your guard," Hugo Dola declared earnestly, her expression revealing her sincerity. The girl's resolute demeanor reminded Seyfalint of the first time she witnessed her wielding a sword. Seyfalint, at a voice from the side, interrupted her reverie. "Yes, please come to my office shortly and report the events that transpired." Norway turned and departed. The girl then addressed Hugo Dola. "I will clarify the situation and return shortly. Please remember to save me some food." "Certainly, Your Highness, Seyfalint." Following these events, although the feast continued, the majority did not allow their spirits to be dampened. Any displeasure quickly transformed into appetite. Amidst discussions of Seyfalint's valiant deeds, the crowd indulged voraciously in their meals, as though devouring a bitter enemy. The silhouette of the wooden fortress had long vanished, yet silence reigned within the ranks. Abruptly, the commander raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to a man beside him, one of the troublemaking knights. "This is Sanglan, not Baratova." In the face of his subordinate's astonishment, a chilling warning from within the helmet transformed the man's bewilderment into sheer terror. "If the one involved were a princess from one of our neighboring nations, your actions could undo years of diplomatic efforts. I understand, Your Highness. I vow never to repeat this mistake." The commander remained non-committal to his subordinate's contrition, his expression concealed beneath the weighty armor. "What is the name of that princess?" "Your Highness, I believe I heard someone refer to her as Seyfalint." Fruz interjected at that moment. As the armored knight uttered the name, he added, "So, she hails from Rabbles. Their glorious era is long past, and their current king resembles nothing more than a parvenu. There is little to worry about. That's so." Dak Fruz attempted to inquire further that a symbolic reprimand is warranted. While the princess's demands can be disregarded, we must prioritize diplomatic considerations. Indeed, within the office at the garrison, the commander's workspace bore little embellishment, contrasting starkly with the immaculate quarters of Seyfalint, separated merely by a desk. Norweed sat across from her, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the wooden surface, one hand propping his chin. Sunlight streamed through the window behind him, obscuring his expression, though it was unlikely to be favorable to that moment. Seyfalint and Shiliud sat on a long bench, approximately 2 meters away from their superior, awaiting his inquiry. Yet only the sound of tapping fingers filled the air. The earlier incident had almost escalated into chaos, and now, seated in the spacious, well-lit room, the girl couldn't help but marvel at the drastic turn of events. She glanced at her superior, whose neatly combed white hair and healthy, sun-kissed complexion failed to convey vitality. Having witnessed Shiliud's prowess that day, she felt a deep admiration for her superior, who consistently defended the interests of her subordinates. Currently, Shiliud sat with her eyes closed, silently resisting the incessant tapping of the commander's fingers. Without her superior's initiation, Seyfalint dared not speak. Thus, the three of them lingered in a contest of patience. "Shiliud, do you have anything to report to me?" Ultimately, Norweed could no longer contain himself, finding himself less patient than her silent defiance. "Report, Captain. We thwarted the enemy's brazen schemes and safeguarded the lives of our subordinates," Seyfalint exclaimed, bursting into laughter. She hadn't anticipated that the stern-faced Shiliud could engage in jest. However, upon reflection, considering the auxiliary troops were all women, often too gentle to assert themselves, it became clear that their captain, Shiliud, must stand up for them. The team members were far too timid. Only their captain could truly take charge. Thus, Seyfalint felt Shiliud's actions were entirely justified. "Nonsense," the commander rolled his eyes. "Even if your statement holds truth, such vague remarks are only comprehensible to yourself." Noticing the girl stifling a giggle beside him, he swiftly shifted his focus. "And you, Seyfalint, as a princess, cannot you consider your own image? Your actions have a direct impact on the nation's reputation. And what of it?" In response to Norweed's admonition, the girl leaned forward defiantly. exuding an attitude of indifference, clearly still aggrieved by the earlier incident that I was nearly cooked alive. Is it so wrong to vent my frustrations? Norweed felt a headache coming on. He found dealing with nobles to be particularly vexing, as their thoughts were often inscrutable. This proud little lowly was even more challenging. Despite her noble title, punishing her truly seemed out of the question. Typically, she exhibited exemplary behavior, yet this time, he found himself at a loss. I know, I was merely frustrated. Why should they bully us? Moreover, we have already offered our apologies. Siflint sought not to further embarrass Norweed, striving to reflect earnestly. Yet they persist in holding on to this grudge and even struck Hamera. Her face is still swollen. I understand you would not provoke conflict without reason, but your adversaries are nobles, and no matter how justified the commoners may be, they invariably find themselves at a disadvantage. Norweed sighed, acknowledging that it was utterly unreasonable not to understand the temperaments of the soldiers under his command. However, knowing did little to ease the complexities of the situation. Many matters were not so simply right or wrong. Had Siflint not revealed her identity today, the situation would not have been so easily resolved. This world operates thus. Everything exists to better serve the upper echelons. What nonsense! They are merely a bunch of nobles. Just a group of flesh and bone, yet they act as if everyone owes them something. Because they are nobles, Shiliud interjected, "S-O-M-I, yet I do not possess such a foul temperament." The girl pointed to herself indignantly. This point left Norweed at a loss for words. Siflint was not a typical noble child. She had slumbered for over a decade before awakening, having not been nurtured in such an environment. Thus the constraints of aristocracy held little sway over her. Yet, this was merely an exception. It could not represent the entirety of the noble class. At times, he even felt that such an innocent child should not be thrust into the noble sphere, where she might develop the same entitled demeanor as her peers. She was perfectly fine as she was. You are an exception. After much contemplation, he could only utter those words that, "Yes, that's so." The girl beamed, her smile brightening her demeanor. Not being on the same level as those she despised brought her genuine joy. Let us set that aside for now. Norweed continued, "Your identity as a princess has been exposed. Have you considered how to confront them?" Siflint fell into contemplation. Today's revelation of her identity had been unavoidable. The two knights from her homeland had acted out of necessity, utilizing the power of the state to rescue her. Yet in doing so, they had inadvertently thrust her true identity into the limelight. Naturally, her close friends would not utter a word against her, but she remained uncertain how others might perceive her. They were commoners, while she belonged to royalty. The disparity in status would only serve to alienate her from them. A reality she was reluctant to face at present. There seemed no effective way to bridge that gap. For it was the nobility that governed them and oppressed them. To coexist harmoniously with those who held dominion over her required immense courage. Nobles could act with impunity. Who could guarantee that one day she would not act similarly? Living in constant trepidation, who would dare to forge a friendship with her? In that moment, Siflint pondered extensively. This is indeed a challenging predicament. Siflint hesitated, her expression troubled. The situation is not as dire as it seems. Shiliud interjected, "Your efforts during this period have not gone unnoticed. Setting aside your military accomplishments, throughout the continent's history, very few nobles have lowered themselves to engage with the common folk during peacetime. And royals are even rarer. Just this alone places you ahead of any other noble. Even if they do not embrace you, at the very least, they will not reject you. Yes, that's so." Siflint mused, her spirits lifting slightly. After all, she had committed no wrongdoing. "You have only done good," Norweed affirmed. "The team is well aware of your contributions. Though their tempers may be somewhat unruly, they are not unreasonable and will not deny your efforts. Given today's events, I doubt they will trouble you." Indeed, Siflint reflected, a smile gracing her lips. The incident that had arisen from Hamera's beating had inadvertently yielded a positive outcome, one she had not anticipated. What she had yet to realize was that upon returning to her squad, her comrades did not distance themselves from her due to her noble status. Instead, they perceived her daytime actions as indicative of a princess who did not possess the haughty airs typically associated with nobility, interpreting her behavior as an earnest effort to defend their common interests. Although that had not been her intention, The others believed their interpretation to be accurate, finding her amicable and eager to engage with her. Even the male soldiers approached her to express their respect and admiration. Believing she had avenged them and their squad, it appears that this small group endured considerable disdain from the self-important nobles before any of the aristocracy chose to join them. This led Flint to ponder why No Wide had not attempted to recruit some nobles. Surely, if the team had even one or two members of the noble class, perhaps a baronial rank, they would not have faced such bullying. After much contemplation, it was Phaenelia who ultimately clarified her doubts. She revealed that their team had previously included a few individuals of noble birth. Phaenelia's furrowed brow suggested that this was not a fond memory, and her subsequent words confirmed the girl's suspicions. Not long ago, a distressing incident involving one of the female members of their team circulated. Although the perpetrator was eventually identified, he faced almost no repercussions due to his noble status, merely being reassigned elsewhere. Back then, Shilud nearly drew her sword to confront the man, but the matter was ultimately left unresolved. The subsequent influx of female nobles was met with resistance, as many believed that all nobles were debauched individuals. And those women were hardly any different. Lacking a congenial disposition like Flint's, they naturally chose to leave when they could not fit in. Indeed, as Izirin remarked, it was rare for her to speak. But as newcomers, you and Eugedora were unaware of the previous circumstances of our auxiliary forces. Most of the personnel here are commoners or a handful of proletarians hoping to find fortune through military service. Yet, even with some wealth, they could never compare to the nobles. The injustices they suffered were beyond their means to rectify. Flint suddenly grasped the situation. On one hand, they resented and excluded the nobility. On the other, they were in dire need of their assistance. Moreover, with few nobles like Flint willing to advocate for them and past experiences to consider, no one could ascertain whether their inclusion would truly benefit them or safeguard the team's interests. Trusting unreliable nobles seemed far less appealing than relying on their own strength. Through their conversation, she indirectly learned that although they were affiliated with the Holy Knight Order, the treatment between the main and auxiliary forces was entirely disparate. While hard work could lead to opportunities for advancement within the main order, such chances were exceedingly slim, far more stringent than any quota system. In most instances, the ordinary troops served merely as vanguards and cannon fodder. Although the auxiliary forces fared slightly better, they were still in a perilous profession. You could easily leave this place, Phaenelia remarked, observing Flint's contemplative demeanor. You are a princess of a nation, and there are far better places, such as the Holy Nun Order of the Church, where you could go. It truly is unnecessary for you to remain here. The conditions are far too harsh for someone of your status. Upon hearing about the Holy Nun Order, Flint could hardly admit that she had just escaped from there. Well, I suppose I did flee, she supplemented in her mind, although she was unsure of the Pope's intentions in placing her here. It could not be denied that it presented an opportunity for personal growth. After all, under the Church's oversight, the likelihood of war was minimal, rendering their roles difficult to implement. In the meantime, her duties consisted merely of the standard training of a soldier, which was undeniably less strenuous than engaging in battle. Why should I leave? She stated, I am quite content here, and I have also made your acquaintance, which I would have never achieved had I not come here. For me, nothing brings greater joy than being among companions with whom I share a bond. These heartfelt words warmed the hearts of those present in the tent. Indeed, Hamera said earnestly, my time spent with Flint has particularly uplifted my spirits. The swelling on her face had healed thanks to the priest's care, leaving no trace of her previous injuries. Today, Flint had stood up for her, fostering a newfound affection within Hamera. While I am unclear as to why Eugedora and Izirin have become so popular, I believe you played a significant role in that. Certainly, I too have noticed that they have become more sociable since meeting you, which has alleviated a dilemma for me, Phaenelia agreed, glancing at the two girls and observing their varying expressions. Flint, you possess an inexplicable charm that draws us to you. Is that so? Flint responded, feeling slightly embarrassed by the unanimous praise. I do not plan to leave just yet. After all, we seem to get along quite well. Do we not? Indeed, the others responded in unison. Then, why not celebrate this? Phaenelia suggested eagerly, clasping her hands together. Since everyone enjoys Safeland's company, how about we have a barbecue tonight? We still have plenty of provisions prepared for those insufferable nobles that would otherwise go to waste. I have no objections, Hamura said with a smirk. Neither do we, Yugadora and Izirin chimed in one after the other. All eyes turned toward the girl. Well, if you all have no objections, I am indifferent. I was quite full from lunch, but since everyone is so eager, I would gladly partake, Siflint said with a smile. Then it's settled. I will fetch those girls. They will surely be delighted to spend time with our commoner princess. Tonight will undoubtedly be lively, Phaenelia declared as she exited the tent, her voice trailing off. Oh, and don't forget about Shilid. Siflint watched the exuberant girl leave the tent, then turned to the equally spirited young women around her, feeling a sense of contentment in her decision to stay. Her choice was evidently vindicated. Instead of departing, she had won the favor of the station soldiers through her actions against the nobles. Fully integrating herself into this community, days passed as she trained and socialized with others, enjoying a life that had become surprisingly comfortable. Time slipped away unnoticed, bringing the season of autumn. After this autumn, she would have been here for 2 years. Now, she should be 13 years old. What had she been doing at this age in her past life? Reflecting on her younger self, she remembered being in middle school while her parents engaged in relentless arguments. Day and night, shattering belongings, each unwilling to relent. Her father, a staunch traditionalist, would never soften before a woman, while her mother feared that yielding would only incite his wrath further. Her childhood had been largely spent amidst their quarrels, and whenever they fought, she would take her younger brother and leave for a neighbor's home. The neighbors were a kindly couple of similar age, with a daughter close to her own age whom she affectionately called sister. While referring to the couple as godfather and godmother, they always welcomed them, providing a sense of familial warmth to the young girl and her still naive brother. She wondered how her brother was faring now. Witnessing their brother's murder at their father's hands must have left him deeply scarred. Having crossed over to this new world, inexplicably inhabiting the body of slumbering princess, she had been told that she belonged here all along. Regardless, her previous life had not been filled with happiness, so she embraced this new existence as if she had simply moved to a different city, allowing everything to start anew. Initially, she had held on to this perspective. Now, she found this place agreeable and was surrounded by a group of like-minded friends. Having adapted to this life, perhaps it was time to consider fully integrating into this world. Integrating into this world? Surely, she could manage that. Siflint gazed quietly at the water's surface, the river's clarity revealing her perplexed reflection. Her damp hair cascaded down, brushing against the water. She was so lost in thought that she remained oblivious to the movement behind her. My little beauty, what are you pondering? A hand slipped around her waist, accompanied by a teasing yet deliberately restrained voice. Pulling her into an embrace, the startled girl let out a shriek, but soon calmed as she recognized the familiar presence of Phaenelia behind her. That won't do, Siflint. Phaenelia chided with a mischievous grin as she held the squirming girl. We are currently on the march, and if you do not hurry to finish your bath, it could become quite dangerous once night falls. I found myself momentarily lost in thought as she explained that the surrounding light was gradually dimming. Despite it being merely afternoon, the dense foliage of the forest had already obscured most of the sunlight, leaving the only visible glimpse of the sky through the narrow, 3 to 4 meter wide stream. In response to the recent incident involving Mu Wan's attack, the Holy Knights Order decided to conduct a comprehensive search of the nearby monster-infested forest, with the aim of locating and eradicating Mu Wan's hideout. Given that the attack occurred in proximity to the unit station at Siflint, her auxiliary squad was naturally reassigned to the search team, led by Phaenelia, consisting of over 10 members divided into 2 smaller teams. This time, they were not tasked with reconnaissance, but rather served as logistical support, responsible for overseeing the army supplies and similar duties. The Holy Knights Order also had provisions for promoting knights from subordinate units, and while this mission would not immediately elevate them to the rank of formal knights, it nonetheless provided a rare opportunity for growth. For those who aspired to the might of the Holy Knights, this arrangement was indeed beneficial. Following the previous incident, the Holy Knights also needed a chance to restore their faith in the order. After all, individuals like that were exceedingly rare within the Knights, and it was evident that the order did not intend to allow its reputation to be tarnished in such a manner. Flint, however, had no desire to criticize their intentions. Seizing the opportunity during the camp's construction, she and a few others from her team ventured to the stream to cleanse themselves. They had been traversing the forest for several days, and the accumulation of sweat and dirt had become quite uncomfortable for the young maidens. The bathing arrangements were still divided into two groups. She was in the second batch, primarily to prolong the enjoyment of bathing. However, she found herself distracted while bathing, inadvertently giving Leah an advantage. Hee, the sight of Flint makes one want to tease her. Leah chuckled as she scooped water with a wooden bucket and poured it over the girl's head. With a playful grin, she remarked, "It's mainly because Flint is just too adorable. Even her dazed expressions are captivating." The icy water slightly alleviated the previously restless mood. The girl, with water dripping from her hair, glared at the mischievous woman, who now seemed to be the one causing trouble, as if she were the one needing to cool down with cold water. What a bully! Her words were even more exasperating. "Is it really a mistake to be so charming? Your statement hardly brings me any joy," she retorted. "Ah, Your Highness, is that you?" Eudora's voice called from the riverbank. She glanced at Leah and inquired, "Captain Renz, you haven't been teasing the princess, have you?" "Of course not," she replied. "I was merely concerned since I saw her daydreaming alone in the water." "Eudora, what brings you here?" "Naturally the same reason as you. To check on her." Eudora, without a hint of suspicion, extended her hand to help the girl out of the water, taking a long towel to dry her hair. "Senpai, you should come ashore quickly. If you delay any longer, others will arrive." "Understood." She ruffled Flint's hair, donned her shoes, and winked at her before departing. Flint shivered slightly. "Come, put on your clothes." As Eudora dried the girl's body, she assumed Flint was feeling cold and hastily grabbed the dry clothes, only to find her lost in thought again. "Your Highness?" Flint's heart skipped a beat as she quickly dismissed those strange thoughts and donned her attire. "What were you thinking, so lost in thought?" Eudora asked, observing the girl's flustered demeanor with curiosity. "Nothing," she stammered. "Really? In that case, could you please calm down? You're wearing your clothes inside out," the girl remarked, retrieving a pair of light-colored shorts from the ground. Before she could finish, Flint swiftly snatched them away. After a flurry of activity, she finally finished dressing and let out a sigh of relief, the earlier tension finally dissipating to, the feeling after a bath is delightful. "Let us head back." "Have you finally finished? I thought you would insist on scrubbing your skin off before you were satisfied," Izarian quipped as they just arrived at the camp, not allowing the girl a chance to respond. She served her a bowl of hot soup, stating, "The weather has turned chilly. Warm yourself up first." "Thank you." Cautiously sipping the fresh fish soup, she immediately felt warmth envelop her. She sighed contentedly. "This is delicious. I feel utterly rejuvenated." "How did you make it?" "Not me. I'm not that skilled," Izarian denied. "That I can cook, but I'm clearly no match for Hamera." "Where is she?" The girl glanced around, failing to spot the maid. Izarian pointed. "She's serving food. She has to deliver supplies to several officers of the Night Order, and time is running short." Just as she spoke, Hamera returned with a few young maidens. Just in time. "Flint was just praising your fish soup." Izarian waved her over with a small gesture. "Really?" Hamera appeared delighted as she sat down, stirring the ingredients in the pot with a spoon, displaying her usual simplicity. Though it seemed simple, it was quite the opposite, that a girl nearby remarked. "I used to do housework before joining the army, and I've made plenty of fish soup, but I could never achieve Hamera's level." Indeed, food made by Hamera always tastes exceptionally good. The maidens chattered, casting envious glances at Hamera. These women, why do they fixate on such matters? Flint observed the girls with bemusement. It's merely a reflection of our differing social classes, as they have their own aspirations and desires, wanting to fulfill their duties and return home to be housewives. Meanwhile, we have far more to consider. Eudora interjected, expressing her wish to join them in discussing mundane topics. But her responsibilities left her no time or energy to do so. "I suppose ideals come in various sizes," Flint mused. "Though they may differ in scale, there is no distinction of superiority or inferiority. They all simply wish to live better lives, with the only difference being in how they express it. They merely want to fulfill their roles as commoners. And what about me? Should I focus on fulfilling my role as a princess?" After contemplating how to be a good princess, Siflint decisively abandoned the thought. "What are you pondering, Your Highness?" Eudora inquired with concern. Given that everyone present was familiar with Siflint's royal identity, Eudora felt no need to conceal it any longer. She had also vowed to protect Siflint as a knight, naturally altering her form of address. "I'm merely reflecting on what ideals someone in my position should hold," Siflint replied casually. "Your ideals?" Eudora pondered for a moment, realizing it was indeed a challenging question. Siflint was a far cry from the princess she understood. While she had heard of princesses taking up arms, those examples typically arose from the downfall of a kingdom, resulting in a forced response, and they were invariably suppressed swiftly. Without exception, they were tales of failure. No princess was known to possess remarkable military prowess. Even in militarily strong nations, there was no record of a female general. Eudora found it difficult to articulate her thoughts on this matter. However, she had heard of a former princess of a certain kingdom who made significant contributions to her nation in domestic or diplomatic affairs. Yet Siflint did not seem like the type to be idle. After much consideration, the girl struggled to find the right words. Seeing Eudora's contemplative expression, Izarian couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "Do not laugh." Eudora, frustrated at lacking a suitable way to alleviate Siflint's concerns, shot a glare at the dark-haired girl. That remark was quite effective, and Izarian promptly ceased her laughter, obediently sipping her soup. Eudora, having pondered for a long time without arriving at a comforting reason, turned to the girl beside her for solace. "Please provide me with a tangible ideal. I am in need of reassurance." Eudora was now quite conflicted. She was an honest girl, always had been from a young age. She had been taught to submit to the strong and to embody humility as a subject of the kingdom, making her incapable of deceit, a very pragmatic individual. Suddenly being asked to fabricate a baseless compliment was perplexing. Honestly, she found it impossible to articulate. Yet, not wanting to disappoint the hopeful girl, she held her breath for a moment and finally declared, "Your Highness is a good person, a truly great person." As soon as the words left her lips, she felt utterly humiliated. Esferint's expression bore no trace of satisfaction or joy upon hearing the statement. Instead, it grew even more unsightly. Was it truly that difficult? A rather candid assessment. Esferint believed herself to be no villain, and Yugodola was not entirely mistaken. However, the crux of the matter was, what did this have to do with her ideals? Could it be that her aspirations were so simplistic? Such ideals were akin to the sentiments expressed by a girl receiving a confession of love. Moreover, Yugodola had particularly emphasized being a good person, which felt like an additional blow, amplifying the hurt manifold. And why sincerest apologies, Your Highness, Yugodola thought, observing Esferint's melancholic demeanor. After much contemplation, she expressed her genuine thoughts. "Feeling utterly helpless in providing any comfort, I truly regret not being of any assistance." "Well, that is indeed one of your admirable traits, your honesty. You are a good person, too." Esferint glanced at her, and that conflicted expression prompted Yugodola to reciprocate her comfort. "Indeed, I shall strive to improve." Oblivious to the true connotation of being a good person, Yugodola accepted Esferint's reassurance with utmost seriousness. Strive for what? At that moment, Fianlia returned from her perimeter patrol. Overhearing Yugodola's words and noticing the glum expressions on both ladies' faces, her curiosity piqued. "Nothing much, just enjoy your soup." Isaren handed her a bowl. "Did little I personally serve this? How delightful." The red-haired woman accepted it and took a sip, savoring the flavor. This your handiwork. Hamra, how did you guess so accurately?" Esferint inquired with surprise. Fianlia beamed with pride. "I have been with her for over a year. This girl cannot stay idle for even a day to make tea that time. She had a particular fondness for cooking, so I encouraged her to prepare meals. You may not have noticed it after consuming her dishes frequently, but once you compare with others, the distinction becomes clear to as." She took another sip. Reminiscing fondly, she added, "She has many more signature dishes you have yet to try." "Is that so? Now I comprehend why the logistics team is always eager to recruit you." Esferint nodded, acknowledging that while Hamra may not excel in combat skills, her prowess in logistics was undoubtedly exceptional. Whether it pertained to tidying up the quarters, organizing documents, or managing supplies, down to the minutiae of cooking. Yet, she had chosen to serve as a guard, focusing on swordsmanship, which was indeed perplexing. Regardless, Hammer's familiarity and adeptness in logistical matters would earn praise, even from Shiliad. I yearned to have such a splendid maid by my side, Esverint silently exclaimed, suddenly filled with an unwavering determination to claim Hamra for herself. Meanwhile, the maid remained blissfully unaware of being scrutinized, slowly savoring her soup. In the early morning of the beast forest, as dawn broke, wisps of smoke began to rise from the camp. To ensure the team's sustenance, Esverint and her companions in logistics were already up and bustling about. Glancing at the large pot boiling over the fire, where mushroom soup simmered, she tossed a few logs beneath the flames, estimating how long until their meal would be ready. Having heard tales of Hammer's culinary prowess, she eagerly anticipated the mushroom stewed. Esverint was not adept at cooking. Her training focused on guarding and scouting. Thus, a large pot of stew was not a novel sight for her. Approximately 40 minutes later, batches of soldiers began to arrive for breakfast. Today, they had received orders from the task force leader, knowing that these soldiers were to attack the village of Muvian as an act of retribution against humanity. Their last battle had resulted in the loss of comrades, and regarding these sudden intruders, they bore no fondness. Some members of their group harbored deep resentment. Many of their companions viewed this expedition with a sense of impending doom for their adversaries. The notion of the Holy Knights losing was not even on the table for consideration. Speak candidly. Esverint did not harbor a strong dislike for this race, yet the memory of their previous ambush in the forest lingered painfully, a near-fatal encounter that no one would easily warm to after such an experience. As she observed the soldiers finishing their meals and assembling for departure, she contemplated whether they, too, should move to the front lines. However, Fianlia insisted it was unnecessary. They were merely logistics personnel and need not partake in such combat. Yet, she cautioned that should the situation escalate to the point where they were required to fight, it would signify considerable danger. If the Holy Knights could not conquer even a small outpost like Muvian, their reputation as the finest amongst humanity would be irrevocably tarnished. It seemed she had been overly concerned. She shook her head. Guards tasked with logistics. They bore the responsibility of patrolling the surrounding forest for any signs of disturbance. After finishing their meal, she, along with Isaren and a few others, commenced their safety patrol of the area, simultaneously tending to the traps they had set the previous day to gain some experience. Upon inspecting several locations where traps had been laid, they found no signs of triggering or damage, indicating that the surroundings were still secure. This area is safe. Let us check elsewhere. Be cautious of that rope. Isaren turned to venture toward another location. There appears to be no danger here. However, we have unexpectedly caught a rabbit. Isaren scrutinized the creature, realizing it was merely an ordinary rabbit, and declared, "Perfect, we can have a stew of rabbit meat." The rabbit, quite large, squirmed in Isaren's grasp, its appearance evoking an irresistible urge to pet. Is it possible for animals to inhabit this place? Esverint pondered, perplexed by the appearance of the small creature. Though it was called the Beast Forest, it was implausible for it to be entirely populated by monsters. The mutation of animals occurred with a certain probability and ratio. If all creatures were mutated beings, they would never have been able to enter, having long been dispatched by the insects and plants lurking within the forest. Such entities were the most numerous. If they had all mutated, Esverint envisioned herself being engulfed by a horde of insects and plants, sending shivers down her spine. There is another possibility. Isaren weighed the rabbit in her hands. This plump rabbit is likely a domesticated animal raised by Muvian, and we have captured it. Does that mean Muvian's village is nearby? Esverint mused, recalling having read something regarding this in a book, which stated that the distance for Muvian's livestock varied, depending on the terrain, with some being as far as nearly 100 miles. However, due to the abundance of beasts and the complex terrain in this forest, they would not be permitted to roam too far. There is no need to worry. At this hour, no one will come looking for this rabbit. Isaren sensed Esverint's apprehension and continued, "By now, our forces have likely encircled their village." "Indeed, I have been overthinking." Esverint chuckled lightly, acknowledging her concerns while realizing Isaren had already anticipated the situation. "All right, let us return swiftly and prepare the rabbit stew. We should be back just in time for lunch." The rabbit offered a token struggle. Through the gaps in the foliage, a modest village came into view. Villagers clad in rudimentary burlap and animal skins, adorned with pointed beast ears, toiled in the fields, while a few children scampered about. Further in the distance stood rows of wooden fences, enclosing houses constructed of timber, elevated between 3 to 7 meters above the ground. Approximately 40 guards were stationed, with auxiliary infantry assigned to containment. As for the other monsters, a well-coordinated assault would suffice to vanquish them. Focus on your targets. Eliminate all creatures daring to obstruct our path, and obliterate this village. Let these primitive savages witness the consequences of provoking humanity. May the holy light protect us. May the divine favor us in the forest. Hundreds of human soldiers had stealthily infiltrated the vicinity of the village, encircling it completely to ensure that no one escaped. Several holy knights were stationed in each area. As the command to attack was issued, the fate of the villagers was sealed. As the human soldiers charged forth with battle cries, the villagers could only flee into their homes, their faces etched with terror as they shouted incomprehensible words. In an instant, the entire village erupted into chaos. The Muian people, who had fought alongside their ancestors, were acutely aware of the formidable nature of their adversaries and understood the implications of their incursion into the village. Many male villagers seized their weapons. These individuals, adept in both agriculture and combat, swiftly formed a considerable battalion. Under the guidance of the village priest, they engaged in battle against the advancing human soldiers. Faced with the unexpected assault, the Muian were not entirely unprepared. Although they had recently suffered significant losses among their warriors and priests, many well-trained tribal fighters remained, and indeed, all male members of the tribe were considered reserves. Moreover, the peculiar circumstances of their situation had heightened the village's vigilance. However, the humans were fortified by the presence of holy knights, having removed sentries and defensive traps along their path. During the sudden attack, several guards fell, yet the remaining warriors swiftly formed a defensive formation. They fought while retreating, breaking through the human encirclement and regrouping with a team that had pushed forward to provide support, ultimately retreating back into the village. They were not unscathed. Fewer than half of the 40-member guard returned, yet they had managed to slay an equal number of humans, even in the absence of their own priests, while facing human clergy amongst their foes. Berendiel, the commander of the assault, a holy knight in his 40s, was somewhat dissatisfied with the performance of his allies. Despite having the advantage, they had lost nearly 30 men, and while they faced the enemy's professional troops, such losses still felt excessive. The initial intention to pin down the enemy had inadvertently allowed them to re-enter the village, thereby bolstering the enemy's combat capacity. The inadequacy of the auxiliary forces weighed heavily on his mind. Even with the provision of equipment and priests, they had failed to contain the enemy for even 10 minutes. Truly, they were a race that had battled against humanity for millennia, and he realized they should not be underestimated. Montgoat, his aide-de-camp, spoke up. Having observed the situation closely, he understood that the outer guard of the Muian was the village's most formidable armed force and posed a significant threat, thus warranting priority attention. Yet, even with a detachment led by a knight captain and several semi-holy knights sent to execute an encirclement, they could not prevent the enemy from reuniting with their allies, offering further insight into the strength of Muian's combat capabilities. Given that the Muian had been dormant for millennia, their presence was scarcely felt across the continent. This generation's understanding of the race was derived solely from written descriptions and preserved artifacts, devoid of real combat experience. Therefore, under any unexpected circumstances during a frontal engagement, Montgoat would not be surprised. Berendiel scoffed. Feeling contempt for his aide's concern for their adversaries, he did not regard the Muian as formidable. Their ancestors had been vanquished by humans, and he believed their descendants would surely be no less feeble. Regardless of Montgoat's apprehensions, he was certain these enemies would crumble under the onslaught of the holy knights. To bestow undue significance upon an inconspicuous foe was a sheer waste of time. Ropus, he commanded another aide trailing behind him, take the semi-holy knights and charge into the village. Yes, the young man named Ropus replied loudly before promptly departing the command post. Montgoat, Berendiel continued, you will take command of the 58th squad led by the knight captain, following closely behind Ropus' team to prevent the Muian from sealing the breach. Understood, Commander, the young man saluted before organizing his troops. The Muian defense utterly crumbled under the onslaught of the Holy Knights. Even the sturdy barriers designed to repel monstrous incursions could not withstand the enemy's advance. A mere charge flattened the barricades that had previously resisted the efforts of ordinary soldiers. With this battalion as the spearhead, they surged into the village, the semi-Holy Knights exhibiting exceptional martial prowess, while a few Holy Knights radiated a more potent aura of sacred light. The makeshift forces composed of Muian kin were utterly unprepared, collapsing under the initial clash, and even the altar warriors could not endure for long. Only the altar warriors, the final melee troops of Muian, were capable of engaging the Holy Knights, while the destructive capacity of the altar warriors exceeded that of the human Holy Knights. The demographic limitations of their race restricted their numbers. Clearly, this Muian village lacked such combat capability. The human forces, led by the Holy Knights, advanced relentlessly towards the village altar, where the last vestiges of resistance remained. Observing the encroaching human forces, several elders exhibited visible panic, with the remaining altar warriors protecting them as other kin fell tragically beneath the enemy's blades. The cries of anguish echoed in their hearts. The pain of their bloodline causing them anguish. Elders, let us use that. One priest, unable to bear the sight of his comrades perishing around him, shouted to a very elderly Muian priest, "Even if we must die, we shall take these murderers with us." The elder, named Nyen, withdrew his gaze from the altar's exterior, surveying the remaining survivors within the hall. Their expressions ranged from terror and helplessness to anguish and farewell. Yet some were filled with hatred and mania. Upon hearing the priest's words, the resolve in their eyes solidified, and their actions validated the elder's determination. From the crowd emerged a young girl with soft purple curls and wolf-like ears. Though her body trembled slightly, her gaze was resolute, and her brightly colored linen garb indicated her notable status. As anticipated, she approached the priests and bowed deeply. "Elder Tull, my grandfather, I wish to offer my beast soul and my life for the tribe." "Yashta, my granddaughter, I am proud of you," the elder replied, stroking the girl's hair with a sigh. Truth be told, he had never wished for his granddaughter to be the sacrifice. In fact, Yashta was a promising beast soul wielder within the village, a rarity among females in the Muian, who were held in relatively high regard. Had circumstances been different, she would eventually have become a priestess of the Muian. However, with the village facing imminent destruction, her chances of becoming a priestess were dwindling, and worse still, capture would lead to unimaginable torment. Yashta's parents had passed away, and the elder had raised her. Now he was forced to witness his granddaughter as a sacrifice. A heart-wrenching predicament. There was no time for sorrow. The priests exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They took their positions according to the established formations and began chanting ancient incantations. As the incantations flowed, the stone statues surrounding the altar trembled, revealing grooves resembling blood vessels, inscribed with magical sigils. The statues and the altar itself transformed into a colossal magical array. Berendil sensed impending doom. As a holy knight, he could feel the ebb and flow of magic. Just moments ago, he had distinctly perceived the magical elements around him coalescing in a rhythmic manner. Magic, from where? He thought, suddenly alert, a tremor resonating within him. Instinctively, he could predict the immense power of this magic, though he could not discern its nature. Yet he understood that magic released under such circumstances would undoubtedly be driven by desire for mutual destruction. Mutual destruction? You dare. After the shock came an overwhelming fury. Berendil, who considered himself superior, was incensed by the audacity of the Muian to contemplate annihilation alongside him. Such presumption only deepened his contempt. Yet, the battlefield was still a considerable distance away, and reaching it would take time. Yashta positioned herself at the center of the altar, allowing the gathering magic to envelop her, illuminating the surrounding statues. She began to summon her beast soul, a massive wolf-like specter materializing behind her. A torrent of magic surged into the beast's soul, causing it to visibly expand at an astonishing rate. In mere breaths, it grew to several times its original size. The magic coalescing from the surrounding statues soared into the air, weaving a vast net. The beast's soul on the girl's back was bizarrely distorted within this magical web, its head slowly being drawn into a black hole at the center. The incantations continued, and the remaining tribespeople were feud at a dozen altar warriors exchanged determined glances before resolutely charging into the fray, sacrificing their lives to buy precious time for the priests. Yashta's once rosy complexion turned pale as she endured the agony inflicted by the magical conduit. The bee soul was an integral part of every Muian's being. The gravitational pull exerted by the void in midair was tugging at her bee soul, a torment akin to the tearing and scorching of one's very essence. Despite her resolve to sacrifice for her kin, she found herself writhing in agony through such an ordeal. Humanity was their arch-nemesis, a threat that loomed even larger than the most ferocious beasts in this forest. Regardless of any internal strife within the tribe, all conflicts could be set aside when facing the humans. The commanders stationed at the periphery of the battlefield sensed the anomaly, and it was inconceivable that Mont and Lopus, who had fought their way to the vicinity of the altar, remained oblivious to it. Lopus, having recently ascended to the status of a holy knight, was acutely aware of the perilous energy contained within the magical forces at play, while Mont, though not yet a saintly knight, was a near saint and equally sensitive. They both understood that their adversaries were prepared to fight to the death. A formidable spell was undoubtedly being cast at the heavily guarded altar. Strategic-level magic? Mont was taken aback. In the face of such a life-and-death crisis, even this budding saintly knight felt disoriented. No, historical records indicated that Muvian could not wield strategic-level magic. Lopus dismissed his junior's speculation. Yet his countenance darkened further. Surely it was that, the forbidden spell of Muvian. They were confronted by a high priest of the altar. Each tribe of Muvian typically harbored one or two of the most potent combatants, whether they be altar warriors or a high priest. If given a choice, he would prefer an altar warrior to be present, for he had dozens of knights of similar caliber to exhaust the opponent. But a high priest was a different matter altogether. Their summoned beast could inflict significant suffering upon his forces of that moment. The magical fluctuations had escalated to a level perceptible even by the average soldier. The soldiers could not help but grimace. Above the altar, a pitch-black void was forming, slowly but irrevocably. Warriors! At this critical juncture, Lopus's timely voice rallied the panicked hearts of his comrades. He pointed towards the altar. Inspiring courage. If you wish to escape the clutches of that unknown magic, muster your final ounce of bravery and strength, and join me in dismantling their defenses. The Holy Knights issued a resounding battle cry. Charging alongside their commander towards the altar, fiercely defended by a dozen altar warriors, while the soldiers allied with the Holy Knights, spurred by the instinct to survive, frantically surged toward the final line of defense leading to the altar. Though the altar warriors fought valiantly, they were not altar knights. Lacking the protective embrace of holy light, they struggled against the onslaught of the Holy Knight squad. The additional movements of the ordinary soldiers further compelled them to fall in resignation. Individual human soldiers were no match for the altar warriors, but the sheer number of ants could indeed overwhelm an elephant, and soon they were being slain. Some human soldiers, with eyes wide and bloodshot with frenzy, burst into the confines of the altar, as the men fell. The remaining Muvian women and children bravely positioned themselves before the advancing human soldiers. Perhaps lacking the combat prowess of men, it was nonetheless customary for women to take up arms in this militarized culture. Thus, when the soldiers believed they would face no obstacles, these women delivered a vivid lesson. Lopus severed the head of one woman with a single stroke. Her body, arms outstretched, continued to run forward for a moment in the momentum before losing its balance and collapsing. Nearby, a young child, wailing in a language Lopus could not comprehend, rushed towards him. But his longsword preemptively cleaved the child in two at the abdomen. He did not pause, continuing his ascent towards the altar steps, simultaneously commanding the holy knights beside him, "Do not halt. Leave those behind to the infantry. Focus on attacking the priests at the altar and disrupt their incantations." Ultimately, one holy knight broke through the layers of Muvian defenses and ascended the steps, striking down a Muvian priest who had been chanting with his back turned, utterly defenseless against the holy knight's assault. The priest's anguished scream echoed as he collapsed, lifeless. Following suit, a second priest met the same fate. Had they possessed the strength to unleash their beast souls, they might have engaged in a struggle for several rounds. But they did not, despite their formidable magical power that even knights feared. They stood as mere targets, effortlessly dispatched by the humans, who needed only to approach and execute a simple sword stroke to sever the priests' heads from their bodies. Once all the priests were slain, the magic lost its direction, spiraling into chaos. The magical elements panicked and scattered, and the entire magical array collapsed in an instant. The void in the air vanished, and the black hole dissipated into the atmosphere. Within the magical circle, the wolf-like beast soul behind the Muvian girl was partially drawn into the black hole, resulting in a backlash of magic that surged back into her body, utterly shattering the remaining portion of her wolf-like beast soul. In that moment of dissolution, the girl let out a mournful cry, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The mutually destructive magic was halted, and the surviving humans unleashed their fury upon their foes. The elder faced the same fate. He failed to demonstrate the prowess expected of a high priest, instead being pierced by the weapons of multiple soldiers. His unique status and attire set him apart from his fellow tribesmen, rendering him a target for the frenzied soldiers. As he fell with regret, the soldiers scrambled to sever his head, believing it a triumph. Those who were slow to act resorted to plundering his adornments, while those who left empty-handed quickly turned their attention to the priests slain by the Holy Knights. The Holy Knights, focused solely on disrupting the magic, had no time for extraneous matters, inadvertently benefiting the second-tier soldiers. Despite their disdain for such behavior, the Holy Knights were compelled to overlook it for the sake of stabilizing the panicked emotions of the survivors. Astar's weakened hands supported her frail frame against the ground, her eyes vacant as she observed the humans' actions, her heart heavy with bitterness, a final effort thwarted. If only she had acted more swiftly, she could have summoned her familiar. If only she had acted more swiftly. These murderers would have paid for their deeds with their lives. Just a moment more, and she would have succeeded. Her golden pupils blurred, crimson tears staining her vision. She tried to summon her beast soul, but to no avail. Her beast soul had been obliterated by the magical backlash, and she was now devoid of its protection. My power. Through her dampened sight, she could only witness the atrocities committed by the humans. Bereft of her beast soul's safeguard, the girl was engulfed by a profound fear. Without the protection of her ancestors, her faith crumbled. She knelt, bewildered, gazing around her, disoriented and unsure of her surroundings. The sound of steel boots striking the ground echoed behind her, and as she sluggishly turned her head, she was met with a heavy blow to the back of her skull. This kick propelled her forehead into the altar's hard stone slab, blood gushing forth instantly. Before she could recover from the disorienting impact, a hand seized her hair and yanked her upward, revealing a face twisted in rage. The visage before her seemed inverted, and she felt the searing glare of the sun. "You filthy foreign mongrel! You almost brought about our demise." Lopus's trembling form betrayed the tension of his near escape. As he clutched the girl's hair, nearly wrenching her neck, he pressed his sword against her throat. "Do you believe I won't pierce your throat with this blade?" Seeing the tension etched upon his face, Astar fell silent. It appeared he too feared death. The slayer of her kin was afraid of dying. Their souls carried the weight of terror. You fear as well. You too are creatures afraid of death, just like me, the girl murmured softly. "Bastard!" A sharp pain shot through her back as he mercilessly kicked her spine, and she was certain her bones had cracked. From her abdomen down, she felt no sensation. Am I to perish too? Her hands moved aimlessly, seeking to grasp something, anything. Behind her, the knight's sword was raised high. Just one stroke, and this detestable foreigner would be cleaved in twain, dead beyond recovery. Lopus thought to himself, swinging his sword. Clang! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the knight's sword halted mere centimeters from the girl's neck. Intercepted by another knight's blade. "Mont, what do you intend to do?" Lopus growled, irritation lacing his voice. "She is my captive. According to regulations, I have the right to deal with her as I see fit. She poses no threat now. To strike at a defenseless captive is a violation of the knightly spirit." The young near-saintly knight stood resolute, gesturing to the ordinary soldiers behind him. "You are not those second-rate soldiers. Senior, we are unlike them. The corners of Ropus's eyes twitched as he glanced behind at the ordinary soldiers exacting revenge on the captives, then at the Muvian's girl sprawled at his feet, and finally at his resolute junior, as he let out a cold snort and sheathed his sword. Montgoat was not mistaken. They were the Holy Knights, a cadre more noble than the Paladins, an elite force directly under the aegis of the Church, transcending all nations on the continent. How could they be compared to those base soldiers who rose to power through the heads of their enemies and the spoils of the dead? "Holy Knights, fall back," he called out to his unit, then addressed Montgoat, saying, "You may keep that foreign woman if you wish. Even if I do not slay her, she will soon meet her end." With that, he turned on his heel and departed. After watching him leave, Montgoat knelt beside the girl. Her erratic breathing revealed that Ropus had not exaggerated. She was on the brink of death. Dislocated bones impeded the transmission of her nervous system. Yet he was determined to make one last attempt to help her. His hands explored her back before applying pressure, causing a series of audible cracks. The girl could not suppress a low moan, and her previously labored breaths began to steady. Montgoat invoked the holy light to commence her healing. Though her lower body remained immobile, at least she had regained some sensation. Subsequently, he summoned his subordinates, freeing up a stretcher to carry the girl in the face of her near-death experience. Yasta felt no sense of relief. Instead, her eyes flickered with deep sorrow, and unsettling premonition gnawed at her heart. To survive might lead her into even greater peril. She dared not meet the gazes of the soldiers passing by, wishing to avoid the despair lurking in the depths of her soul. As long as she lived, she could only passively choose to endure a life of humiliation. Compile the battle results, and instruct Ropus and Montgoat to report back to me immediately upon their return to camp. The crisis has been averted. What remains is for the auxiliary troops to conduct a thorough cleanup of the battlefield. Baron Deal's task now is to devise a plan based on the casualty statistics and prepare an extensive report. Severinth learned of her troops' victorious return in the evening. Amidst the influx of injured soldiers being brought into the logistics department's medical unit, Izerin, who was studying nursing, found herself utterly occupied. Hamera, in addition to preparing the usual evening meal, had to cook for the wounded soldiers and would not return until the early hours of the morning. Severinth herself remained occupied, as the daytime battle had left vulnerabilities in the perimeter's guard. After deliberation, it was decided to maximize resources, assigning Fianlia's squad not only to patrol the rear camp during the early hours, but also to extend their patrols around the entire encampment. Thus, she retired early for dinner, seeking rest to avoid fatigue during the midnight patrol. The vast encampment, housing hundreds, required considerable time to traverse. Having rested well, Severinth was in good spirits, and after switching shifts with her exhausted comrades, Fianlia led them in their patrol around the camp. In truth, there was little to be wary of. They had sprinkled potions to repel magical beasts around the perimeter and set traps. Their side was strong in both numbers and capability. Even if a large magical beast approached, it would wisely choose to retreat. Their primary concern remained the captives and any enemies who might attempt their rescue. Despite having destroyed a village and slaughtered its able-bodied men during the day's battle, the Muvians were a nation of warriors, where even children and women posed a threat. It was also conceivable that Muvians who had ventured out to hunt earlier might return to rescue their kin. Therefore, even in the absence of a magical beast threat, they could not afford to be complacent. The night patrols varied from 3 to 7 individuals. Izerin remained in the medical station attending to the wounded, while Hamera had just fallen asleep after a long night of labor. Consequently, Severinth and Yugdora found themselves with some leisure, augmented by the presence of soldiers originally assigned to the early shift. As they progressed, they encountered a patrol team of 5, exchanging greetings as they passed. Not long after, they came upon a gathering of individuals in an area of roughly 100 square meters. Illuminated by bright lights, there stood a child, a Muvian's boy, sporting a pair of fluffy short ears atop his head. Though he appeared no older than 8 or 9, his true age undoubtedly exceeded that. Clutching a stick in his hand, he was encircled by soldiers, one of whom was engaging him in a contest. "What are they doing?" Severinth inquired casually a duel. "It seems so," Yugdora replied, observing the scene with a nod. The battle had ended during the day, yet these soldiers were clearly deriving amusement from the captive's plight. Yugdora had witnessed such occurrences before, Human beings often reveled in the spectacle of duels between slaves, or even between slaves and beasts. Initially, she had found it repugnant, but over time, she had grown accustomed to it, as it was a societal norm across the continent. Yet the girl beside her held a different perspective. "What is this?" Severin frowned, noting that the child was clearly no match for the soldier. Although both wielded sticks, the human boasted advantages in strength, speed, and mental acuity. Amidst the cheers and laughter of his companions, the soldier wielded his stick mercilessly, striking the child on the head several times. The sound of their laughter grated on Severin's ears. Leah exhibited little reaction to the scene. After all, the Muvians had killed several of her comrades in a recent ambush, and she harbored a deep-seated hatred for their initial assault. Watching the enemy suffer brought her a sense of satisfaction. However, she quickly noticed the expression on the young girl's face and signaled to Yugdora, indicating that she should take her mistress away. Severin initially intended to leave. She found such scenes distasteful. She believed that once defeated, one should not inflict further violence. However, what transpired next left her in shock. The soldier repeatedly toppled the child, yet after each defeat, he would say, "Get up, defeat me, and you can take your sister away." Each time the Muvian child heard this, he seemed bewitched, rising once more, only to be knocked down again. As the soldier's stamina waned, the intervals between the child's attempts to rise grew longer, and the man gradually lost interest. After once again knocking the child down, he discarded his stick, turning to draw a sword from a nearby comrade, and immediately swung it at the Muvian's boy as he stood up. The sharp blade met no resistance, blood sprayed forth, and the headless body was kicked aside, convulsing for a moment before becoming still. The soldier, calm and composed, accepted the cheers and accolades of his companions as a victor, an impressive strike. The soldiers exclaimed, reveling in their excitement, "Well done!" Accepting the praise from his comrades, the soldier felt a swell of pride and self-satisfaction. As he basked in the adulation of those around him, Severin struggled to comprehend how these individuals could engage in such casual cruelty, reveling in the slaughter before an audience, in a confrontation between two armies. Regardless of the victor, Severin would not harbor such thoughts. Even if the winner were the enemy, she would feel a sense of respect for them. Yet this scene unfolded after the battle, and in the treatment of captives. She witnessed her own people exhibiting such behavior. It was utterly intolerable. Even in her former world, the mistreatment of captives would provoke the ire of global public opinion, deemed morally reprehensible. Yet here, she observed a complete absence of moral or societal restraint. Here, people took pleasure in tormenting captives, relishing in it as a point of pride that it was a barbaric world, though she understood that this realm existed in a time of slavery and feudalism. Severin, having lived in a new age, could not remain indifferent to such conduct. "Fools! I merely jested, and yet he takes it to heart. Truly, the foreign races are a bunch of dim-witted fools. A mere rabble of beastmen dares to challenge humanity. What utter hubris!" Hearing them continue to insult the dignity of the deceased with their words, the girl could no longer remain passive. By the time Leah noticed and attempted to restrain her. It was already too late. Do you even realize what you are doing?" A furious reprimand cut through the soldiers' laughter, and they turned in confusion, only to see a young girl of around 10, clad in light leather armor, striding purposefully towards them. The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom the girl's intentions. The red-haired girl covered her face with her hand, brimming with a sense of justice. "Ah, Your Highness!" Yugdora attempted to intervene and pull Severin back, but was halted by Leah's outstretched arm. "Captain, she will understand," Fiania remarked as she gazed into the eyes of the young girl. Yugdora hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from stepping forward. "Where did this little brat come from?" Under the admonitions of the adults, Seyflin approached them. "How can you treat a child this way? Deceiving her with your words? Is it not shameful? Moreover, they are captives. Your behavior is utterly outrageous." Seyflin was incensed, uncertain as to why such fury consumed her. Was it the clash between their actions and her own beliefs? Yet, given her nature, she could not simply ignore such occurrences. She expressed her profound discontent at what she witnessed, but the soldiers responsible for such conduct regarded her with the vacant gaze of an imbecile. "Miss, while I am unsure of your identity, you are certainly meddling far Too much, one soldier interjected, interrupting Seyflint's rebuke with a tone of indifference, laced with a hint of displeasure. Naturally, they were displeased at having their amusement interrupted. That orc bastard from Uvian is Wood's property, a personal possession. According to the continent's explicit regulations, handling one's private property is beyond the interference of outsiders. Another soldier's words were met with agreement from those present. Indeed, this is a tradition that has endured for millennia. We are merely upholding the wishes of our ancestors. You, a mere child, ought to remain ignorant rather than flaunt your naivety. What a farce! Which noble lady do you belong to? In truth, these men were not ignorant fools. The rules of thousands of years were deeply ingrained in every heart, even among the uneducated ruffians of the streets. What they found laughable was that this young girl appeared entirely oblivious to it all. Not only was she ignorant, but she also dared to criticize those who were justified in their actions. Was it not absurd? Faced with the soldier's unabashed scorn and ridicule, Seyflint's expression was telling. Her face flushed crimson. Her fists clenched tightly. Despite her dissatisfaction with such behavior, no one cared for her thoughts. They merely deemed her overly naive. Seyflint understood that this was not naivety. However, she had no means to elucidate this to the group. She could only endure their mockery, her face a portrait of resentment. Yugdoola could no longer bear the sight. Initially intending to stop the girl due to her stubbornness, she realized that Seyflint's situation demanded her intervention. She swiftly stepped forward to halt the girl as further protests, and led her away from the scene. No1 found this scene inappropriate, as if a child had thrown a tantrum only for a parent to escort her back home. They departed swiftly, silence enveloping them until the clamor behind faded, replaced by the ruckus of soldiers from other camps. After completing their patrol and bidding farewell to the other soldiers, the trio turned to return and prepare for rest. Just as they neared their camp, the girl finally could not restrain her curiosity and asked Yugdoola, "Do you think I was meddling? Given your highness's nature, it is inevitable that you would intervene." Yugdoola replied ambiguously. She could not assert that Seyflint was meddling, yet she could not deny it either. Perhaps this is simply my character? I confess, I have a penchant for interfering. I find it impossible to remain indifferent in the face of such circumstances. They treat a surrendered foe with such disdain. Does that not diminish their own dignity? Yugdoola was at a loss for words. She was too honest. She could not refute Seyflint's words, yet she could not lie either. After all, she had witnessed duels in the arena before. Tacitly accepting this reality, if she agreed with Seyflint, would she not be denying her own existence? Fiania spoke a seemingly harsh yet pragmatic truth. In this era of high mortality, if soldiers are not compensated or given an outlet for their stress, who would willingly enlist? Not only soldiers, but even ordinary people would seek other means to relieve their pin-up frustrations. That I understand that we are arch-enemies with Muvian, each wishing to strangle the other. Yet, since they have lost, why not extend the courtesy of respect? How can one find amusement in trampling upon another's dignity? Such behavior is intolerable, Seyflint retorted, pausing momentarily before continuing. The essence of a soldier's existence is not for this. Yugdoola was no fool, nor was Fiania. It was not her place to educate them. They fell into silence, and Seyflint did not see herself as a saint who could alter their perspectives with mere words. Although everyone recognized this truth, their understanding was entirely different. For you, you have done nothing wrong. And for them, it is the same, Fiania stated before stepping into the tent. Seyflint recalled that Fiania had friends, teammates who had perished at the hands of the enemy. That it was not unreasonable for her to despise the people of Muvian. Continuing this conversation seemed futile, that a sense of inexplicable loneliness began to envelop her. To put it plainly, it felt as though someone aware of the truth stood amidst those still in ignorance, the latter holding their own modes of thought and understanding, dismissing the former's revelations as inconsequential. Seyflint never considered herself particularly clever, yet she did not wish to be a fool. She could not tolerate such occurrences, yet felt powerless to prevent them. According to Yugdoola, she would ultimately become accustomed to it. This was the most unacceptable aspect, transitioning from resistance to apathy. She could not accept such a process. For a moment, she felt utterly exhausted. Yugdoola could not comprehend why Seyflint reacted so strongly to the matter. She longed to do something for her, at least to alleviate the sorrow etched upon her face. Yet the girl was not inclined to speak further. "I am going out for a walk. Do not follow me." As she uttered these words, she stepped out of the tent. Yugduola took a few steps before halting. Now was the time to grant the other some space. Seyflint was deeply troubled. She still had not integrated into this world. What she had assimilated was merely the surface. It was laughable to think she had become entirely familiar with it. What a vivid lesson this was. Reflecting on her experiences, Seyflint could not help but feel a tinge of self-mockery. In just over a year, did she believe she could adapt? If it were Maylin, would she understand her sentiments? She thought of the girl who regarded everything with gentle eyes. Whenever she had questions, she would confide in her, gradually developing a dependency, leading to her yearning for Maylin after today's events. She would surely listen to her woes. Yet now, she was not present with this thought. The girl couldn't help but shrug her shoulders. "I miss Maylin," Seyflint silently lamented. A noise nearby drew her attention, and she realized that, unbeknownst to her, she had wandered to the soldiers' stables. Moreover, she noticed two soldiers gathered around a wooden cage. And through the bright firelight, she discerned that the cage did not contain an animal, but rather a person clad in tattered robes. She could also see that the two soldiers appeared to harbor ill intent. Despite the earlier incidents weighing upon her, she felt an impulse to meddle once more. In fact, she did just that. Taking a few steps forward, she vaguely overheard their conversation. The two soldiers were so engrossed that they failed to notice Seyflint's presence. As she advanced a few more steps, the inattentive duo finally reacted. However, upon seeing a mere child approach, they showed little restraint. I wondered why no one was on guard at the stable's entrance. Seyflint shook her head. "What are you afraid of? There's a paladin here. Even if we slack off, it matters not." One soldier grinned wickedly, adding, "Besides, there's something far more entertaining here." Seyflint beheld a wooden cage behind them, within which appeared to be a Muin maiden. "Are you not afraid of being bitten, standing so close?" she inquired. Another soldier brandished a muzzle from his pocket, shaking it with a flourish, asserting that it would suffice to restrain her. "If she is clever, she will understand that this serves her no good," he replied dismissively. "After all, she is merely a Muin sow. Should she resist, we can easily sever her limbs. Such a mongrel would not evoke sorrow, even in death. If she fears not death, why would she dread humiliation?" Seyflint pressed further. "Even in the presence of others, you show no restraint. I am a lady, and yet you brazenly discuss such vile topics before me." The soldier shrugged. "We are but common folk. Even the lofty knights among us have dallied in brothels and taken lovers. If you wish, you could take her place. What say you?" He appraised Seyflint with a lewd grin. "Though he may be a tad young, we would surely compensate you well." They mistakenly presumed that Seyflint shared their disdain for the other races and their desire for their extinction, employing such crude methods of seduction. Though she wore a smile, inwardly, her fury was ablaze, especially with their presumptuous demeanor. Did they think her great sword was merely for show? As a noble, she was indeed of considerable worth, and she feared they could not afford her. With a sardonic smile, Seyflint drew her great sword and plunged it into the ground. "I have another method that could be quite definitive. I wonder what you think of that." The soldier's expression shifted, finally realizing the gravity of her words. "Rest assured, I am quite confident in my skills," Seyflint cheerfully assured them. Lifting her great sword, "I guarantee a complete eradication." With a swift flourish, she effortlessly severed a wooden post that held torch. "Now, while I'm still in good spirits, I suggest you vanish from my sight." The two men shivered, awkwardly chuckling as they hastily retreated. Even in their hunger, they lacked the audacity to target a noble. The aristocracy possessed the privilege of life and death, and merely uttering a few words could erase those associated with them overnight. Thus, they fled swiftly, fearing that lingering even a moment longer might lead to their demise. Is the quality of humanity truly this deplorable? After dispatching the two oblivious soldiers, Seyflint sheathed her sword and approached the cage that held the foreign maiden. Upon closer inspection, she noticed the girl possessed a pair of wolf-like pointed ears, their fur quivering gently in the breeze. She wore a tattered short-sleeved garment resembling a nightgown, and beneath it lay a frail physique. Seyflint instinctively glanced behind her, but found no bushy tail. Yet, The canine ears atop her head were undeniably endearing. Lost in her thoughts, the captive suddenly lunged toward her, and before Safelynt could react, they were mere inches apart. "Are you not afraid of me?" the girl queried, raising her shackled hands. "With a mere stretch, I could turn your eyes into my delicacy. Yet you would need claws to extract my eyes," Safelynt retorted, observing the dried blood on the girl's fingertips. And sighed. "Your grasp of the common tongue is quite commendable, as long as I desire," the girl replied. "Well then, I appreciate your restraint," Safelynt responded, momentarily leaving the Meween girl speechless. However, she quickly regained her composure as an enticing aroma wafted from the girl's hand. It was the scent of food, and Safelynt noticed her lips move. Having gone a day without sustenance, it was no wonder she was famished. "What do you mean?" the captive asked, eyeing Safelynt warily, sensing that the girl had no reason to offer her food without motive. "Are you not hungry?" Safelynt countered instead of answering directly. "Indeed, humans are beasts far beneath even the lowliest creatures. Even a young girl has been raised to relish such barbarity. You cannot be ignorant of the implications when humans offer food to female captives." "Can you?" The girl's expression was peculiar, making Safelynt feel uneasy. "Did I ask? Cannot you humans learn something virtuous? A mere favor allows you to act as you please." Initially, Safelynt did not comprehend, but soon recalled the actions of the two soldiers. Feeling a surge of indignation. "What do you take me for?" She furrowed her brow, pointing at the girl. "Do you think I offered you food for some ulterior motive?" In a surprising move, the Meween maiden bit down on one of Safelynt's fingers. Instantly halting her dissatisfaction, she slowly grazed her teeth along Safelynt's index finger, instilling a sense of caution in the girl. Safelynt swallowed hard, realizing she may have underestimated the situation. If the girl chose to bite down fiercely, her finger would be lost. She wished to convey that this was a finger, not a chicken claw, but feared the girl might not grasp such a dark jest. Fortunately, the girl eventually released her grip, leaving no marks aside from saliva. "I shall tentatively accept your honesty," she said, observing Safelynt for a prolonged moment, which made the girl uncomfortable. The girl then revealed her sharp canine teeth, the four distinctly non-human fangs causing Safelynt to flinch. "You speak truthfully. You are quite sincere." Otherwise, a silence enveloped them before she finally extended her hand into the cage. This time, the maiden did not refuse, accepting the rice ball and hastily stuffing it into her mouth, only to choke as she did so, doubling over in a fit of coughs. Though it was merely a rice ball, it restored a measure of her strength. "I have heard of your plight. To be honest, I never imagined it would come to this." Safelynt leaned against the cage, her back to the girl, feeling despondent. An emotion the girl could readily perceive. It was a clash only encountered when one's ideals collided with reality. Perhaps in my mind, war had seemed too simplistic. Even having witnessed corpses, I instinctively thought it was not so dire. Yet, recalling my experiences in other prisoner camps, she covered half her face with her hand. The horrors they faced were so vividly real, so close to me. I never truly anticipated it would unfold this way, that I cannot help but ponder, if those who were humiliated were I and my friends, how frightful that would be. Should the tables turn, we would surely endure similar fates, would we not? Though we humans are sworn enemies, we have never treated captives in such a manner. We honor the fallen with great respect. But they are not you, and you cannot take their place. The truth is, we have lost. What awaits us is unending humiliation and torment, even if we manage to escape the hands of these humans. We are still destined for a life of servitude. The girl spoke coldly. Perhaps my fate will be slightly better than theirs, sold to some noble human household to serve as a lifelong slave. I do not know what the human who saved me thinks, but his actions have already condemned me to death. Is there any way to save you? Safelynt turned, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. I wish to change this situation, even if it's just for you. Save me. The girl gazed intently into Safelynt's eyes, realizing she was not jesting. Perhaps she could indeed save herself. She had claimed to be of noble birth, and thus she possessed the means to rescue herself. Safelynt's words undoubtedly struck a chord deep within her heart. But what of the others? I cannot save my kin. Their fates remain unchanged. You can save me, that is certain. Yet, you can only rescue one. The destinies of the rest are beyond your reach. You may change what lies close to you, but when you realize that similar tragedies unfold across the world at the same time. What then? To do nothing is to change nothing. Safelynt replied, I will alter what I can. Even if I stand alone in this thought, if I save you, will you aid me? Me? The girl pondered. To be frank, I do not wish to continue down this path. Even if it is the rule of this society, I refuse to submit to it. I have heard it said that the most heinous of crimes is to witness wrongdoing and refrain from intervening. Am I not, then, an accomplice in such a scenario? Regardless of your perspective on me, I am acutely aware of one truth. In matters unseen, I remain voiceless. However, when I bear witness, I must take action. The girl's words undeniably resonated within the heart of the young woman. Though such sentiments may appear naive and absurd, one must ponder, if all individuals actively sought to thwart evil, would such malevolence persist? The notion of being an accomplice compelled her to carefully reconsider her choices. She believed herself incapable of the lofty ideals espoused by the girl, yet she also dreaded being branded an accomplice. For even her kin might begin to harbor resentment against her. After all, the girl had explicitly stated that she could save herself. I am the most esteemed priestess of my tribe, she spoke calmly, her expression momentarily darkening before being replaced by unwavering resolve. Yet my pride as a member of the Muian clan has never wavered. I have always taken pride in being Muian. Thus, I accept your seemingly childish proposition. Rescue me, and together we shall alter the rules of this world. Many years hence, she would remain perplexed as to why, having once resigned herself to her fate, she found hope rekindled by the mere words of a girl younger than herself, and why she would accompany her in what seemed an unattainable dream. Yet even in her final moments, she could vividly recall the joy that illuminated Seyflint's countenance upon hearing her response. It was undoubtedly sincere. After the announcement, Seyflint entered the tent alone. There, she beheld a young man seated at a desk, a stack of documents before him, clearly engaged in official matters prior to her arrival. If my memory serves me correctly, I encountered you 2 months ago in the 7th Brigade's Cavalry Division, Montgoat remarked, setting aside the papers and smiling at the golden-haired girl. Your name is Seyflint, is it not? Indeed, you possess a remarkable memory, Seyflint replied with a smile, offering a perfunctory compliment that I also heard that you dealt with a few troublesome individuals from Fluse's team. Who is that? I have no recollection, Seyflint admitted, unable to recall Fluse, though she suspected he referred to the previous conflict at their encampment. It was not so much a matter of dealing with them, merely a case of my discontent. I have a penchant for meddling. Then, Your Highness, what brings you to my quarters? Indeed, I have a matter to discuss, Seyflint nodded, removing a pendant from around her neck. Facing the perplexed Montgoat, she explained, that Muian girl, I wish to take her with me. However, I lack the funds to pay her ransom. This pendant is the most valuable possession I own. You could exchange it for 3,000 rabbles in gold, according to the regulations regarding the sale of captives. I believe my request is not overly presumptuous. This price was relayed to her by Yugdora, who had expressed considerable reluctance at the thought of Seyflint sacrificing such a precious necklace for the sake of the Muian girl. Yet Seyflint was indifferent to these concerns. Her only desire was to fulfill her promise. You wish to purchase her from me. Montgoat's smile faded, his demeanor growing somewhat displeased. Seyflint, unsure of the cause of his discontent, pressed forward. Yes, she is not a commodity, Montgoat replied, a hint of anger in his voice, emphasizing his point with a serious expression that I rescue her out of pity, not with the intention of profit. He shook the pendant in his hand, preparing to return it to her. In that case, could you enlighten me as to why you do not release her? Or, at the very least, provide her with a small tent, or place her in a location distant from the stables? Seyflint retorted, if you regard her with respect, why not extend that respect? It is precisely because I respect her that I have placed her in the stables, though it may be somewhat unsanitary. It is far preferable to death, Montgoat sighed. This is the best I can manage at present. Are you aware that there are many racial factions within the Holy Knights? This entails a multitude of other issues, and I cannot afford to take such risks. Placing her in a tent would only invite trouble. Racial factions? Seyflint expressed surprise, as Melon had not mentioned this to her. You may inquire privately with Sister Passon. I can only inform you that this act of retaliation was initiated by them. Did His Holiness agree to this? She questioned, unable to believe that the gentle elder could be involved in such matters. Certainly not. However, His Holiness cannot oversee every detail. Someone must be held accountable for that attack, Montgoat replied, noting her skepticism. Seeing that he was reluctant to delve further into this topic, Siflint shifted the conversation. Very well, let us set aside the matter of racial factions for now. Since you have isolated her, why not assign someone to guard her? Are you aware that 2 men nearly... Montgoat interjected, springing to his feet. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? Had I not been patrolling that area, they may well have succeeded, Siflint replied, her irritation palpable, perhaps exacerbated by her own experience of harassment. Montgoat's expression darkened. He had initially rescued her out of compassion, without much forethought regarding her placement, yet the current developments were diverging sharply from his intentions. Damn those infantrymen, he muttered under his breath. I always knew you were not so callous, noble knight, Siflint remarked. Pre-noble knight. He corrected tersely that I am aware, but does it truly make a difference? She dismissed his correction that my offer of payment is merely to ensure you have a suitable explanation should you be questioned. After all, my primary objective is the Muian girl, but you face more than this dilemma, do you not? Indeed, intercollegial relations can be quite burdensome. You'll find this money useful that it is merely a transaction, one that benefits us both. Could you inform me of your intended course of action regarding her? Montgoat, observing Siflint's earnest demeanor, began to deliberate. His family was in dire need of this sum. Although he was a holy knight, the expenses of maintaining his weaponry consumed a substantial portion of his monthly income. The remaining funds barely sufficed to support his family, let alone cover the educational fees of his younger siblings. Siflint's 3,000 gold coins would undoubtedly alleviate his pressing concerns. For a typical family of 3, 10 gold coins could sustain them for a month. Thus, 3,000 represented a fortune for Montgoat. Yet his original intention had not been to profit from this transaction. Despite the pendant's considerable value, he had resolved that if Siflint's words felt deceptive, he would forego the offer altogether. I can assure you on my honor that I will not harm her. She will not be treated as a slave, nor will she endure abuse. Rather, she will be regarded as my friend, indeed, a dear friend. After the events of the previous night, her thoughts had matured significantly, and her words now bore a weight of seriousness. After Montgoat thoroughly assessed her sincerity, he found himself inclined to trust her. He had gleaned some insights about the girl from various colleagues. Although she was young and of unique status, she was remarkably easy to engage with. Moreover, her demeanor suggested she was not fabricating her claims. May you uphold the knight's oath. Frankly, your views are quite progressive. Even His Holiness would not articulate them so bluntly, as they pertain to numerous sensitive issues. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from openly discussing them. While equality is a noble aspiration, achieving it in our current society is an impossibility. Nobles deem it disgraceful to be on par with commoners, and even the commoners would not wish to associate with slaves. As your elder, I must caution you. You are a princess, and your actions should not undermine the interests of the realm. Your position signifies not only your individuality, but also the countless citizens beneath you. Understand that they care little for lofty rhetoric, focusing instead on their immediate interest. That I believe I comprehend your meaning, noble knight, Siflint replied, carefully considering Montgoat's words and nodding earnestly. She was no fool. She understood the implications woven into his discourse, and Montgoat recognized that her intellect far surpassed her youthful appearance. Pre-noble knight, Montgoat reiterated. Moreover, consider this sum as a ransom. The concepts of ransom and purchase are distinctly different. I have rescued her. Although she is my captive, I do not intend to treat her as a slave. She is merely a captive. Since you wish to redeem her, she may be free now. Of course, appearances must be maintained. As he spoke, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. After all, he was exploiting a loophole in the regulations. Although it was a commendable act, he couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Given his strict adherence to rules, I understand. Siflint bowed to him, realizing that he had considered matters more thoroughly than she had. This way, even if someone inquired about her, she would have a clear explanation, illustrating how the manner of expression directly influences the success of negotiations. Thus, The young girl would now belong to me. Well then, I shall not disturb your work any longer. I bid you farewell." With that, she vanished in an instant. Montgoat pondered her words, finding the girl to be quite intriguing. Yet he could empathize with her sentiments, having once been a student of the Pope for several months, receiving his guidance. However, this pendant was merely a temporary collateral left here. Once she returned to the Holy See to exchange it for money, he would promptly return it to her. Is it finished? Upon stepping out of the tent, Cyflint appeared relaxed, and Eudora inquired. Yes. The girl nodded and suggested, "Let us proceed to the Muvawin girl and bring her back to our camp." At the stables, the master and servant once again encountered the girl. Shionaldal. Eudora rummaged through her mind for Muvawin greetings, struggling with the awkward pronunciation. Dalpritsu. I can speak your language. A-Star concluded her sentence with a much swifter grammar, adding a rather embarrassing remark for Eudora, saying candidly, "Honestly, your Muvawin is atrocious." Eudora's face flushed instantly. Who would take the trouble to learn such an obscure language, except for those who specialize in it? The reason Eudora knew a bit was that her father was a scholar of Muvawin, possessing a book on the race, but no amount of practice could match the fluency of a native Muvawin speaker. "I thought you were merely making conversation last night." The Muvawin girl expressed surprise at Cyflint's arrival. "It seems you have already come to an agreement." "Indeed," Cyflint nodded and smiled at her. "You are now my maid, so do behave yourself, Dada." "I understand." The other girl returned a smile, unlocking the cage. Cyflint released the Muvawin girl, saying, "I will take you back to my quarters. You will be safe there." Handing her a collar, she explained, "Put this on, just for appearances." Eudora, fearing a misunderstanding, added, "This is merely an ordinary collar, devoid of any binding magic." A-Star shrugged nonchalantly and complied, donning it. "Very well. Let us return." Cyflint assessed the girl, revealing a satisfied expression, and murmured to herself as she approached the cage behind her, "Since this is the case, this item is no longer necessary." Just as she was about to follow the girl back, she noticed Cyflint kick the cage before departing. With a sharp crack, the wooden post she had struck splintered instantly. To the astonishment of the Muvawin girl, the sturdy cage that had confined her moments ago was swiftly demolished by this girl's foot. "Rest assured, you are quite safe by my side. No one will attempt to capture you again," she assured the girl. "From now on, you shall be my maid. This girl a monster." The thick wooden post was effortlessly broken with a single kick. At the same time, she felt fortunate, realizing she had aligned herself with someone formidable. "Yes, my mistress." Cyflint claimed she could protect her, and although she possessed considerable strength, her identity was sensitive, preventing her from causing insurmountable troubles for the girl. Thus, she tacitly accepted the girl's arrangement. Eudora regarded the Muvawin girl with a complex expression. However, since it was Cyflint's decision, she refrained from voicing any objections. The girl, however, seemed quite fascinated by the Muvawin, continuously observing her, especially the beast-like ears on either side of her head, which twitched in response to the surrounding sounds, eliciting her exclamations, in contrast to Cyflint's evident excitement. A-Star found the situation somewhat perplexing. Upon returning to the camp, she greeted a few passing teammates and entered amidst their discussions. Izarian, upon entering the camp, the girl spotted the black-haired girl emerging from a tent. Naturally, the latter noticed Cyflint and the Muvawin girl with wolf-like ears trailing behind her. "Good afternoon," Izarian remarked, eyeing the girl behind Cyflint, seemingly puzzled about their relationship. Humans have long harbored a penchant for enslaving and keeping other races as pets. It was uncertain when this girl had developed such an interest. Having once shared a similar fate, Izarian instinctively felt repulsed by such behavior. She turned her gaze back to Cyflint and said earnestly, "You will explain this one to you?" "Of course, I was just about to introduce her to you." Cyflint met Izarian's gaze without flinching. Inside the tent, 6 girls sat in a circle. Even Phionelia, who would have typically fled at the sight of a Muvawin, was now seated opposite Cyflint, holding a cup of water. Her head bowed in contemplation. "Now that everyone is present, please feel free to speak your mind." Hamera broke the silence first. Cyflint rummaged within herself for the right words, stating, "I believe the identity of the one beside me requires no further introduction." "Does it?" "Muvawin," humanity's sworn enemy. I am aware of this. Not only do I know, but even children are indoctrinated with the notion that Muvuin are the enemies of all humankind from a young age, Isarian responded. Indeed, they have fought against us in the past, and continue to do so, but have you ever considered that they were once our allies? What are you trying to say, Cyflint? Phynelia replied coolly. You may speak plainly. Eudora felt a pang of anxiety. Although Phynelia often appeared carefree and playful with her subordinates, it did not mean she lacked seriousness or concern. This was not the first time she had witnessed such a situation, and each occurrence brought her closer to the brink of fury. What I mean is, since they were once our friends, why shouldn't we continue to maintain that friendship now? The girl discerned her superior's displeasure. But in order to fulfill her promise, she needed to convey her determination at this moment. During her recovery at the Hospital of the Holy See, Melon had shared some legends about the Muvuin with her. The most striking being that after the creation god discovered the ancestors of humanity, he simultaneously created the Muvuin race, indicating that they had co-evolved from the very beginning and had enjoyed a long period of amicable alliance. Regrettably, humanity ultimately chose to ally with the Tull, the present-day beastmen, during the Five Races War over territorial claims, resulting in the defeat of their former allies. However, the victorious humans then turned against their allies, the Tull, ultimately securing dominion over this continent. Despite humanity's eventual triumph, Cyflint found the incessant betrayal of allies repugnant, while also feeling sympathy for the Muvuin who had been betrayed. Thus, she did not harbor any animosity towards the Muvuin girl as Phynelia and the others did. A brief silence enveloped the tent following this statement. So, and died in vain, Phynelia remarked, her tone unmistakably harsh. Eudora could understand the sentiment, having arrived earlier than Cyflint and knowing the depth of their bond. Not only her, but the soldiers stationed there who were acquainted with both girls were well aware of it. None of us wished for Anne's death, but ultimately, if we had not harbored such hostility towards the Muvuin, how could they have attacked us? If we were to reckon with these matters, what about the ancient Armor and Tizan, who were betrayed by humanity, and the later Tull? The Armor were ultimately annihilated. After all, are you suggesting that this is a result of humanity's inherent flaws? Phynelia's emotions began to escalate. Throughout history, how many rulers have risen to prominence through the betrayal of former allies? Even the once mighty Lorenville Empire, where the father of the inaugural emperor was merely a general of the preceding dynasty, cannot escape scrutiny. I possess no authority to critique such matters, nor is it within the capacity of one so young as I. What I wish to express is this. We, once inseparable friends with Muvuin, why must our generation continue to be mired in the animosities of the past, to rise to power through conspiracy and betrayal? Yet you humans take pride in it. I truly cannot fathom your mentality. As the two debated this, the previously silent Muvuin maiden finally spoke, fixing her silver-hued gaze upon Phynelia, who had been drawn in by her words. She continued, though Muvuin may have lost the war, it was not due to a lack of strength, but rather was buried by your human machinations. In contrast, Muvuin has never wronged humanity for a considerable duration during your betrayal. Many in the Council of Elders believe that you would ultimately choose us. The maiden's calm and straightforward words silenced the bickering duo and those around them. Indeed, Muvuin had adopted a defensive posture against humanity in the early stages of the Five Races War, a fact well documented by the Church's historical accounts. Yet the perspective of this Muvuin girl, rooted in her racial allegiance, was something they had never encountered before. Your loyalty to your friend is admirable. Your friend will surely take pride in having someone like you in her life. However, do not forget that my kin, my family, and my friends all perished in yesterday's attack. Should I, too, scream for vengeance like you? Confronted with Phynealia's silence, she continued, Cephalent rescued me not to enslave me, but because she believes we can still be amicable partners. That as for this collar, I suppose it serves as your last compromise. It is of little concern. I have worn such an item before. The first to respond was Isarian, who, having grasped the situation, regarded Cephalent with newfound warmth. I have no objection to this matter. Cephalent has her own ideas, which are always refreshing. I think I would gladly indulge her whims. Friends? Phynelia exclaimed, turning in astonishment towards Cephalent. This girl's thoughts are so erratic. She had never heard of befriending a Muvuin, and judging by the tone of that Muvuin maiden, It seemed she was not merely speaking for effect, that of course, having one more friend is preferable to having another enemy. The girl's response left her speechless, yet she added, Fian, I know it is difficult for you to accept her immediately. But trying is always worthwhile, isn't it? Fianalia's expression shifted repeatedly before she finally exclaimed in exasperation, Ah, I truly cannot comprehend what is swirling in that head of yours. Moreover, it is astonishing that you people find her actions entirely unremarkable. I do not mind, as I am simply idling about. The prince's thoughts align with mine. That does seem rather intriguing. The trio's responses caused Fianalia to falter. Even Hamra seemed to side with her. This, perhaps, is personal charm. Cephalent was taken aback by Hamra's agreement, for her understanding of Hamra was the least among them, and she was uncertain how Hamra would react to her words. However, it appeared that Hamra was in favor of her approach, which was significantly advantageous for her, as she had firmly resolved to recruit the maid knight, who was also quite pleasing to the eye. This terrifying charm, Fianalia muttered, I can overlook your affairs, but it would be wise for you to temper your enthusiasm. Furthermore, how do you intend to manage your public relations? Have you considered what to tell Captain Sillid? Just say, she is my maid. Cephalent had already reached a conclusion regarding this matter and answered without a second thought. I acquired her from Mongoat. Hamra's eyelids flickered at the mention of the word maid, but this subtle reaction went unnoticed. A quasi-holy knight. While it is understandable for a princess to desire a maid for her service, why does it still feel so awkward? Fianalia furrowed her brow in contemplation, grudgingly accepting this explanation, though her heart could not swiftly embrace this foreign maiden. Cephalent discerned this well. Then allow her to introduce herself. Given that none present expressed vehement opposition, the topic continued. Esteemed humans, my name is Astha. Under the gaze of the five, the foreign maiden appeared remarkably composed and gracious, having undergone training as a priestess. She felt no discomfort being the center of attention. As you can see, I am of Muian descent, and was once a priestess of Muian. Priestess? Fianalia queried in confusion. As far as I am aware. The occurrence of female priests among Muian is exceedingly rare. Given your status, you should have been a protected member of your race. Indeed, that was the case, but now I am merely an ordinary Muian. Facing the puzzled looks of the girls, she continued, When you attacked us, we fought you with the resolve to perish, and they almost succeeded. What do you mean? We have endured in this world for so many years. Surely, you cannot believe we possess no means of survival. Astha replied, nonchalantly, We Muian revere the spirits of nature, and the beast souls that inhabit us are manifestations of these spirits. We can utilize this for many purposes, including the summoning of a small-scale, forbidden spell. The mention of forbidden spells. The maidens present were taken aback that Astha's assertion of nearly succeeding likely referred to the brink of triggering such a spell. The power of forbidden spells is considerable. Even a minor one could annihilate everyone present without granting any opportunity for resistance, including the Muian themselves. But the outcome was your failure, Fianalia stated with a frosty expression. Having nearly been at the mercy of the enemy, her countenance was hardly one of ease. This can only be attributed to divine will. In response to the taunt, Astha expressed her regret, but did not allow it to show overly on her face. You mentioned you were once a priestess of Muian. How does that come to pass? Hamra inquired at This was because at that time, I existed as a sacrificial offering to channel magic. Sacrificial offering? Astha showed little reserve. As this magic had appeared multiple times in human texts, it was no secret to humanity. However, due to the strict hierarchical structure of this world, only those in higher echelons would be privy to such knowledge, rendering these maidens unaware until now. Using my beast soul as a sacrifice, in conjunction with other priests, to summon a spirit that transcends all beast soul powers, I trust the subsequent events require no elaboration. Because summoning a being far exceeding one's level results in the summoned entity rejecting the summoner's control, unleashing destruction upon everything in its vicinity, correct? Cephalent articulated her understanding. This was not particularly difficult to grasp. It felt akin to playing Pokemon, where initially traded high-level creatures would disregard their trainer's commands. You are truly astute, my master, Astha remarked with a slight smile. Cephalent found this girl's expression to be rather mischievous. Embracing the notion of mutual destruction, Your hatred for humanity runs deep, Isarian commented, lamenting the animosity between their races. Yet ultimately, you failed. Your kind breached our defenses. Astha shook her head, appearing somewhat despondent, her wolf ears drooping. The ritual failed, and the price of that failure was my beast soul being shattered by the magical turbulence caused by the imbalance of power. Currently, I am weaker than an ordinary person. Does this mean you can no longer regain your strength? Indeed, she replied candidly. Regardless of the outcome, the beast soul used as a sacrificial offering in the summoning will never be restored. I have heard of similar magic. Humans possess such summoning spells, albeit leaning toward the dark arts, and using them disrupts the elemental balance of the surroundings, thus being expressly forbidden. Hamra recalled having heard such discussions during her time working at a manor. This summoning magic originally bore no such side effects prior to the first invasion of the demon race. Then I truly apologize. Fianlia promptly retaliated against the mocking behavior of the alien girl towards humanity. Flint waved her hand, signaling for both of them to quiet down, that I understand that accepting Yasta may be somewhat challenging, yet I still hope everyone can coexist peacefully. After all, it was Flint who had come forth to plead, and the girl held a certain degree of respect within the group. Moreover, Fianlia did not harbor any disdain towards her, ultimately choosing to acquiesce to her words. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Holy Knight Brigade were preparing their final summary report regarding the recent assault. In this attack, we have eliminated 113 of the enemy, capturing 44, most of whom are children, along with a few women from Uvian. Our losses include 21 dead, 25 severely injured, and 32 lightly wounded, alongside some logistical supplies. Reported a middle-aged officer on the battle's toll. Berendil listened with a furrowed brow, deeply dissatisfied with the outcome of the attack, the significant losses sustained by his side, even with the intervention of the Holy Knights, seemed to indirectly reflect his incompetence as a commander. Although they had ultimately secured victory, he desired minimal casualties. This was not out of mourning for the fallen soldiers, but rather a disdain for Muvian's desperate struggle to drag humanity down with them. The only consolation lay in their victory and the acquisition of a substantial number of prisoners. It had been a long while since Muvian captives had circulated in the market. They ranked as a higher class among slaves. And the supporters of the church were eager to possess Muvian individuals as servants and slaves, just below elves in status. After millennia of conflict between humanity and Muvian, the armies that fought were indeed commendable. Yet those privileged individuals living leisurely in the background also wished to satisfy their vanity through different means. Owning Muvian slaves would not only allow them to trample on the dignity of their foes, but also earn them widespread recognition among other nobles within their social circles. The compensation for the deceased soldiers was nearing completion, and the military merits will be tallied by tonight, ready for distribution upon their return to the brigade's headquarters. The secretary interjected, separate the male and female Muvian captives. Aside from the higher-ups in the headquarters, the ambassadors from various nations supporting our retaliation also require a batch of live prisoners, with just a few words. Berendil determined the fate of this batch of captives, and several officers present exchanged knowing smiles that only men could understand. Montgoat, the Grand Knight Commander, turned his head towards a young man at the forefront. I heard you captured a Muvian priestess, the one sacrificed at the altar? The fair-skinned youth paused momentarily, then nodded. Yes, Senior Ropus entrusted her to me. Berendil continued. It is said that the birth of female priests among the Muvian is exceedingly rare, and they hold a prestigious status among their kind that if you are willing to sell her, I believe His Eminence, Cardinal Barbaria, would be most pleased. After all, Hanuai City is in need of a holy knight to oversee it. I can write you a letter of recommendation. Montgoat comprehended the implications even before Berendil finished speaking. The young girl had merely acted out of compassion for the weak and had not considered any ulterior motives at the time. Feeling fortunate that Flint had intervened, he found his resolve to refuse strengthened. Indeed, earlier, Princess Rabbles approached me privately. Coincidentally, I needed to support a few of my younger siblings in their education, so I transferred 3,000 Rabbles gold coins to her. Before he could finish, a collective gasp resonated around him. 3,000 Rabbles gold coins were no trivial matter. Everyone knew that the kingdom of Rabbles was rich in crystal mines, and those coins were made of pure gold, heavy in weight, and far more valuable than those from neighboring countries. Even if a Muvian priestess were worth 5,000 permanent gold coins. The quantity lacked purity. To sell for 3,000 Rabbles gold coins was undoubtedly a windfall. In that moment, the gazes directed at him brimmed with various, complex emotions. Noticing the unusual reactions from his colleagues, Montgoat soon understood after Ropus explained the situation, realizing why Cy Flint had emphasized Rabbles gold coins. The exchange rate was outrageously high, and he had unknowingly stumbled upon a great fortune. This was not a favor owed to him by Cy Flint, but rather a significant debt he owed her. After all that discussion, it turned out to be mere air, and Berrendel's frustration was palpable. However, Montgoat remained a valuable subordinate and trusted aide, although it was only a matter of time before he would lead an army independently. The bond of mentor and student could not be severed. He shifted the topic, addressing those present. Yesterday's battle was merely a beginning to in the time to come. We shall explore the vicinity and launch retaliatory actions against the barbaric and foolish assaults of the Muvian. You all must unite your efforts to utterly annihilate these savages that should have long since vanished. Yes, the officers responded with a renewed sense of determination. Following a day of rest, the troops set out once more. Due to the severe injuries sustained in the last battle, some soldiers could not accompany them. The commander decided to dispatch personnel from logistics to escort the severely injured back to the church. A task naturally assigned to Cy Flint's squad to prevent any unforeseen incidents. A contingent of 30 infantrymen was dispatched alongside them, with Berrendel specifically assigning a holy knight as the leader. Yasta was undoubtedly fortunate. She did not experience the same treatment as her compatriots and enjoyed nearly equal standing with Cy Flint's team. In contrast, the other Muvian exhibited a much more tragic plight when the troops set up camp on their return journey. The soldiers forced the boys out to toil, while the food consisted of hard, inedible bread and cold water. Although the soldiers did not engage in more egregious behavior, Yasta observed it all, her heart aching at the sight. Given the short distance, the imprisoned Muvian could see her. Aware that the girl enjoyed relative freedom of movement, they all hoped she would find an opportunity to rescue them. And one wished to be led to the human world, squandering their lives in the identity of slave. This girl, who had once volunteered at the altar to sacrifice herself for her entire clan, instilled hope that she would not allow them to perish in such a manner. In their minds, Yasta must have employed some means to lower the humans' guard against her. Should a chance arise, she would undoubtedly come to save her kin. Yasta was acutely aware of this sentiment. Yet, she also understood that it was impossible to rescue her people solely by her own strength. If her beast spirit were still with her, even alone, she would have an 80% chance of creating some chaos among the human soldiers, allowing her to facilitate their escape amidst the turmoil. However, that was not the case now. She attempted to summon her beast spirit, but the once familiar power remained unresponsive. She was now weaker than a mere child. A slight exertion left her feeling utterly drained, and to push herself further would bring excruciating pain. This was precisely why humans paid her no heed. A Muvian without a beast spirit posed no threat. Rather than remain vigilant over her, it was wiser to focus their attention on the Muvian captives, who still possessed their beast spirits. Though weak and untrained, they remained a potential threat. Who could guarantee that one of them wouldn't suddenly transform? Wielding formidable strength? This was yet another reason Yasta found herself at a loss. The human soldiers kept a vigilant watch over the captives, and any action she took could easily trigger their nerves. Not to mention that formidable Holy Knight, on par with the tribal paladins, bereft of her beast spirit, even making eye contact caused her to tremble involuntarily. Yasta worried for her kin to the extent that even the fragrant wild mushroom meat soup placed before her failed to stimulate her appetite. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of her people's safety, their hopeful gazes haunting her, leaving her restless. Perhaps I should seek assistance, Yasta mused, her gaze fixed on Cy Flint, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with others. Once this thought had taken root in her mind, it became impossible to dispel. The girl had previously stated she would help her. Surely, she would agree to this request. Clinging to this notion, when she returned to the tent to rest, she seized the opportunity during Yugodora's and the sentry's absence to muster her courage. My lady. She knelt before Cy Flint as she turned around, almost prostrating herself with her head pressed against the ground. This act signified submission to a stronger force. Despite once holding the title of priestess, she was now a defeated individual, and that title held no weight in this moment. Please, I implore you, I need your strength to rescue my people. Severnette, regaining her composure from an initial state of astonishment, recognized the significance of the kneeling gesture by A-Star, having been compelled by Sister Morgenstern to study etiquette for over a year. However, she was equally aware that A-Star was imploring her to agree to a request that was nearly impossible to fulfill, to save the people of Muvian. Indeed, Severnette harbored a strong desire to do so. She had witnessed on numerous occasions how soldiers treated their captives and had contemplated rescuing them. Yet, the pressing question remained, what means did she possess to effectuate such a rescue? These individuals were the spoils of those who had attacked the villages, and according to the laws of the continent, they did not belong to her in any manner. Were they her captives? It would be a different matter entirely, easily resolved with a mere wave of her hand out of course. She could also purchase their freedom from the soldiers, but she lacked the necessary funds, and whether the soldiers would be amenable to such a transaction was another matter altogether. Furthermore, Severnette did not believe she could successfully negotiate for their release. The captives from Muvian must surely have other uses as dictated by the Church. These were conventional methods employed across the continent. As for unconventional means, Severnette had never entertained such thoughts. However, upon witnessing A-Star kneeling before her, her heart softened. Severnette had never considered herself a villain, as she could not bear to refuse the requests of others, especially those that displayed such humility. Yet, this particular request placed her in a most uncomfortable predicament. Logically, she had previously articulated her ideals when negotiating the terms of her redemption and had made a pact with A-Star. Now, the request did not contravene that agreement, but was rather a necessity. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware of her inability to fulfill this promise, as conventional methods were ineffective. Unconventional methods were ones she was reluctant to pursue, as they would entail considerable complications. Yet, to refrain from acting would constitute a breach of her commitment, leaving Severnette with a heavy conscience. She was a person who placed great importance on promises and upheld them diligently. What ideas do you have? Severnette found herself in a quandary regarding this matter. I have already considered it. When it is time for the Master to change shifts, A-Star will reveal her entire plan, having not even contemplated the possibility of Severnette betraying her. This would provide me with the opportunity to approach the encampment where the captives are held and subsequently release them. A-Star conveyed her thoughts, anxiously observing the changes in Severnette's expression, fearful that the latter would dissent from this course of action. Severnette was indeed reluctant to acquiesce. She did not perceive this as a prudent plan, for the Holy Knight had specifically accompanied them to prevent the escape of the captives, and he was not easily deceived. Anticipating that Severnette would likely refuse, A-Star had no choice but to invoke their agreement. Pleading softly, "Have you forgotten our pact? Your actions would indeed aid us, and we are not without a glimmer of hope. As long as the Holy Knight does not quickly discover that my kin have fled, he will not trace it back to us." A-Star's words struck at the very heart of Severnette's dilemma. After much hesitation and clinging to a sliver of hope, Severnette ultimately consented to A-Star's request. "Thank you, my mistress. A-Star is willing to dedicate her life to express gratitude for all you have done for Muvian." The young girl sighed in relief, repeatedly swearing her devotion to Severnette in a tone of reverence. This, in turn, moved Severnette, who, despite her reluctance, felt touched by A-Star's willingness to risk herself for her people. "Severnette, have you lost your mind?" Just as the two were preparing to act, Fianlia burst into the tent. Pulling aside the curtain, her complexion was pale, as she had overheard their entire conversation. Initially oblivious to the situation, Fianlia had merely come to assign the night watch duties to Severnette. However, she had stumbled upon a matter of great consequence. Severnette was momentarily taken aback by Fianlia's sudden intrusion, but irritation soon followed, realizing that her conspiracy with A-Star had been uncovered. "You fool! Do you wish for us all to perish?" Fianlia hissed in anger, seizing A-Star, whose face had turned white from the revelation, and pinning her to the ground. Just as Severnette moved forward, Fianlia had already drawn her sword, the blade glinting dangerously in the light, poised against the nape of the Muvian girl. "I warned you long ago not to play tricks, Severnette," Though your royal status warrants a more respectful tone from me, I must caution you that if you heed her words and release those hostages, they may be saved, but have you considered the repercussions? Your kingdom will be implicated. The church will soon uncover your involvement, branding your nation as heretical, summoning the entire continent to wage war against you. The people of Rabbles will also be enslaved as heretics. Do you wish to witness such a fate? Because of your impulsive and foolish decision, you could doom everyone around you, including us, to the stake. Her words fell like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening the dazed girl to the gravity of the situation. Severnet realized that, had Fianlia not intervened, and had she released the captives, their inexperience would have certainly led to detection, resulting in the very outcome Fianlia had warned against, becoming a fugitive across the continent. Consequently, her kingdom would inevitably fall. What would the entire continent think of her? How would the people of Rabbles view her? What would her friends, caught in this turmoil, say about her? Ultimately, how would history record her actions? Would she be portrayed as a headstrong princess, seduced by the Muvian people, leading her nation to ruin? Such a narrative would not only harm her, but also A-Star, who, being Muvian, would only deepen the animosity between humans and Muvians. Would this not invert the very purpose for which Severnet sought to end the conflicts between the two races? Fear gripped Severnet as these thoughts flooded her mind, extinguishing her fervor. Moreover, Fianlia continued, and you, A-Star, will likely not find an easy end. You would be sold into the slave market, entering the hands of some buyer, enduring a life worse than death. Although human trafficking is deemed illegal, those branded heretics by the church do not fall under such laws, especially with your title as a princess that I in this world, while women may enjoy rights and status second only to men. A single phrase can render you worthless. Think carefully. The girl swallowed hard, her throat parched. She was unprepared and lacked the capacity to become an enemy of the entire continent. She had no desire for such a fate. Fianlia's words made her acutely aware that her actions would not merely affect herself. She had to be accountable for those around her. Despite her previous beliefs, her existence within society inevitably intertwined her with others. I apologize, Fian. I did not realize the complexity of the situation. Had it not been for Fianlia's intervention, the girl would have been drenched in sweat, deeply regretting her actions. Fortunately, she had yet to act. As long as she had not done so, there remained a possibility for resolution. In stark contrast to Severnet's capitulation, A-Star, kneeling on the ground, appeared ashen, her master's rejection of her desire to save her kin, leaving her heart heavy with despair. She had exerted her utmost effort for her people, yet still faced failure. Deeply immersed in sorrow, she could scarcely concern herself with how Severnet would react to her deception. That I shall keep this matter confidential, provided you cease contemplating these suicidal notions. As for her, Fianlia's eyes glinted with a hint of malice, though she longed to act upon it. A-Star belonged to Severnet, and the continent had its regulations regarding slaves. Thus, despite her desire to slay this meddlesome girl, Fianlia refrained from doing so. For a slave who betrayed their master, a grim fate awaited. Severnet's emotions were tumultuous. Her original intent had been to save A-Star, wishing to end the mutual animosity between their peoples. Yet this girl had nearly led her to irrevocable ruin. For a fleeting moment, she even harbored resentment toward A-Star. However, recalling her initial motivations, she relinquished the thought. And upon observing the girl's despondent demeanor, she felt an overwhelming compassion. A-Star had done nothing wrong. For Muvian, she was merely striving to save her compatriots, but she nearly brought about our demise. Fianlia clearly disapproved of Severnet's decision, deeming it excessively lenient. Yet we remain unharmed, do we not? I did not take that step. Thus, all is well. Severnet sighed, gesturing for Fianlia to sheathe her sword. If I were in your position, I would likely have made a similar decision. Fianlia fell silent, and after a moment, she withdrew her sword, sheathing it with deliberation. That I wish to speak with her privately, said Flint, glancing at Yastada. The red-haired woman looked at the two of them before turning and exiting the tent. You understand, do you not? Flint knelt down, maintaining a parallel gaze with Yastada. That I can foresee the outcome, yet I believe I can erase the traces. Stop deceiving yourself. Flint extended her hands, gripping Yastada's shoulders tightly. But in the face of the latter's stubbornness and sorrowful gaze, she found herself unable to summon any hatred. "You cannot achieve this. You realize that?" I cannot either," Cyflint muttered despondently to herself, "despite our agreement. This time, the plan is indeed unfeasible, and we must relinquish them." Relinquish? Yastada's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. For her, the thought of abandoning her kin, who could still be saved, was profoundly difficult. How many more of the Muian can we afford to forsake? Faced with the girl's question, Cyflint found herself at a loss for words. After millennia of hunting and slaughter, the population of Muian had dwindled to a critical point, evident in the ever-decreasing number of slaves. "I assure you, it will not be long now that we truly cannot wait for these individuals. Once we possess the means, we can redeem all your imprisoned kin, but you must accompany me to that juncture." "Do you understand?" Cyflint endeavored to soothe the increasingly agitated girl, urging her not to act foolishly, to preserve herself for the day they would see hope once more. Perhaps it was her words that rekindled a spark in Yastada, who then embraced Cyflint, burying her face in the smaller girl's chest and weeping openly. The following day, the returning party continued their journey, entering the front base of the Holy See after several days. This news was most welcome to the weary group, who had marched on edge for days. The events of the previous night seemed but a fleeting interlude to those involved, unnoticed by others. Everything appeared so natural. "Your Highness, such a significant matter. Why did you not consult us? Do you not trust me at all?" Yet Yugodola, Cyflint's guardian, learned of the situation from Fianlia, while astonished that her princess could make such a thoughtless decision. She could not help but feel apprehensive about the consequences, leading her to voice her concerns during the afternoon rest. "I apologize. I did not think it through. If your Highness truly undertook such an action." "Your Highness, Yugodola began to complain, but the next moment, Cyflint enveloped her in a tight embrace. "I am sorry. It is my fault. I made a decision without consulting you all, but I promise there will not be a next time. We still have our agreement to help you revitalize your family, so please trust me." "All right." Cyflint rested her head against the girl's neck, her voice soft yet earnest. She had reflected seriously on the matter and felt a deep sense of remorse for not valuing the trust and care of her friends. "Very well, I understand. Please let me go." Being suddenly embraced in broad daylight, even with no one around to witness, left Yugodola feeling quite uncomfortable as for why she felt this way, beyond the disparity in their statuses. There lingered an inexplicable sensation. "Just allow me this moment of embrace. I deeply regret my foolish actions." Cyflint lamented her own thoughtlessness, realizing that Fianlia had likely informed Yugodola for similar reasons, perhaps out of concern for monitoring.